let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Taken forward words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused.
flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
We've seen 8 teams go through the gauntlet last week to make their way into the group stages, and now we have the top 16 teams from all across the Asia Pacific region to fight for the slot to get into knockouts and hopefully make their way into Masters. And once again, the road to Masters begin here. We're only going to be seeing 2 make it out into Reykjavik. Welcome to the first day of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed, but then got the Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Yep. Welcome to day 1 of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers and Nomad. Alongside of me is the Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing?
Super good, dude. Day number 1, and I'm just excited to get every single game done because we're finally here, man. It's been a long time since last time we were kind of like at C Challengers. Now it's APAC Challengers. We have an extended family here, and I'm just excited to see them on the stage.
You know, I love seeing my favorite cousins, and that's what it is. But hey, Black and Blue, good morning. I'm loving the hair. I'm loving the style. You have a beautiful smile on your face. But yes, everybody, now we are finally in the zone for this. Well, once again, as Nomad mentioned, this is where the path to Masters starts. It's only going to get more difficult from here. And, well, once again, good luck to everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be more difficult compared to what we saw last week where all the entirety of the planes was all 2-0s. This week it might just be different, but let's just have a recap of what happened last week.
I mean, last week, it really was, at least for Group A that we're seeing here for Onyx, kind of like the teams that we expected to make it there, making it there, right? We all kind of were looking at Onyx and Full Sense to make it out of Group A, and that's kind of exactly what we got, Raph.
Exactly, and my brain is still fried from trying to really encompass what happened last week. Like you mentioned, the expected teams to make it through, they did do what they did, and I think this was a great reference point for how strong Onyx truly was in comparison to, like, for example, teams like Action Page, who we thought might have had a better chance at this.
I mean, for sure, like, you were looking at those groups, and at least for Group A, we kind of had some teams that we were touting, okay, to be the teams to come out of it. But we look at Group B here that we're seeing like right now with No Namers and Griffin. That group was completely, pretty much a toss-up, right? There were some unexpected turns, at least in terms of how we got there. But I think for the most part, the teams that we expected to make it through made it through, and that's, you know, equally true for both of these sides. There were some showings from, you know, some of the teams that we were hoping to see do a bit better, like from, you know, Group A, Action PH. From Group B, we did see Global Esports not really able to win a single map. Those type of things that we're hoping they're going to be able to bounce back from once they come into Stage 2. But we got to keep our eyes on the prize on those who actually made it here. And I mean, No Namers and Griffin, No Namers and Fancy, the 2 teams that were able to make it, were really kind of impressive in how much they really separated themselves from the rest of the pack of Group B.
That is true. And talking about Global Esports and Griffin, I think we might see something similar today, at least representative-wise. If I'm not mistaken, we are going to watch Oblivion, Force, and Velocity. But the question is, how far is the gap between Global Esports and Velocity? Are we going to see more of the same? Are their playstyles completely different? Again, it just raises so many questions when we look at the teams and compare it to what happened last week.
And yeah, I mean, compared to last week, again, it was all two-sided. It was all one-sided, all 2-0. So we're seeing the lower bracket run of Full Sense right now, and later, and right after, we got Fancy United that went to the lower bracket run as well. They got knocked down by No Namers, but they went back in, and we'll be seeing them a little bit later this week.
Yeah, you talked about, you know, those 2 teams that we were kind of putting in our heads, like, are they really that close? You talked about Velocity. I think that's a really great point to talk about starting off today, because Velocity is that team that has been kind of like the unknown, right, coming into this, knowing that they are always that team that kind of bested Global. I think maybe not kind of, they always went back and forth. and they would always have very close matches. Every single time they'd have a grand finals, it would always end like 2-3, 3-2, either way. And for us to see them today here, you know, kind of the last chance of South Asia amongst other teams that we're going to be seeing today is, I think, one of the biggest reasons why I came up here today with a big smile, because I'm super excited to see these teams, man.
Did you fix your hair like while we were off cam?
Yeah.
There's a stark difference. I was about to ask you, like,
I was super fed hair coming into the opening panel.
Oh well, it's absolutely fine. You look fantastic. You still look fantastic.
You flatter me too much, my buddy.
Oh, you know, I was never.
Let's stop
really
flirting
good
on
at
panel.
buying.
Let's move on.
Yeah, come on. Let's keep it professional here. Let's talk about the 4 teams that qualified. This Onyx G, Full Sense, No Namers, and Fancy United. We kind of touted how Onyx G and Full Sense are favored to get out of Group A and get into the group stages, and they can and very well be comfortable going into the group stages. But for No Namers and Fancy United, what do you guys think about their chances of moving out of the group stages into the knockouts?
Ooh, I mean, when you look at those teams that did make it from the play-ins and you're kind of looking at them to make the playoffs, I think Group A, you can all definitely say that Full Sense and Onyx, they have a real good shot. But Group B, let's be honest about this, it will be a tougher path for them to make it out of these groups. I think No Namers and Fancy are, to be frank, not the favorites here, and they're definitely punching up.
Yeah.
They could be dark horses, but that just makes for a great Cinderella run if it ever does get to it.
I think my biggest problem with Fancy is that if you look at them play, if you look at their tenure, they do a lot of the small things well, right? They do the fundamentals as well as they can. It's practice. They try to refine it as much as they do, but I feel like Fancy really need to do something to make them stick out of the groups, because all the teams we have here in our group stage, they're all strong. That is the baseline. Fancy kind of still need that extra spice to make them really stand out.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they will stand out. But just for the guys that are watching at home right now and are just tuning in who missed the play-ins, let's have a look at the journey that Onyx G, Full Sense, No Namers, and Fancy United went through the play-ins and what we can witness during the group stages and the knockouts.
Something like this, though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and Bad Guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
That's the journey the play-ins groups went through. We're still going to be playing everything in the best of 3 double elimination here for all of the groups, and I mean, if it's not the group stages, this very well may be a knockout stage type of format here for all the teams involved, Raph.
I feel like all these teams are championship caliber, at least most of our teams, but, you know, just a little bit of a sidetrack here. I miss you too, Tosh. I miss Taylor. I know you guys were kind of whispering sweet nothings backstage to my ear, but hey, it's all good. we're gonna have our time to all hang out and stuff. But Black and Blue, I sense a little bit of jealousy in there. I see the stare of death. It's all good, homie. You're always gonna be my #1 panel.
I'm not jealous. No, I don't feel bad. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, man, I'm excited as you are, and I'm glad that not only do we have like the whole family basically here, but we got even more. We got our side cousins. We got the people from OCE. We got the people from South Asia also representing here today. Will Bonkers be playing today? That's what I want to know, because that's what I want to see.
They will be playing today, but will they still have their logo? That's the main question, because I've seen
Yes,
a
please.
Twitter post where the logo just got yeeted out of existence. But yeah, with that being said, let's have a look at the groups, where Group A and Groups 8 to D lie here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and who exactly is going to be playing. Now, this isn't currently the standings, but this is the bracket that they're going to be playing in. For Group A, we got Boom Esports and No Namers going up in a best of 3, and then it's Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports.
Ooh, that's a hell of a matchup to start off that group. I think we won't be seeing... Actually, no, that will be the first game of the day. Correct me if I'm wrong. Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports, the latter one.
Yes, it is.
But Boom Esports and No Namers, that's an underdog story if I ever saw one, honestly. A big David and Goliath, as cliche as it might sound.
Cliches all around. But again, there's so many recurring themes all throughout, from our local qualifiers up to now. Boom Esports really pops out. Again, if you look at them, and if you once again take Onyx into consideration, because Onyx kind of rolled everybody in her play-ins, and they got kind of rolled by Boom Esports, so it really begs the question, how good is Boom Esports? And if I remember correctly, there was an interview with one of their players. If you could make a super team, who would your 5 players be? And he was like, how about just my team, Boom Esports? Easy, no worries.
Well, we'll see if they were still the best in Asia Pacific, but let's have a look at the Group B as well, because it's one of our favorite teams, aka our favorite logo, or the teams here. We got Bonkers versus Persija Esports happening right after Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports, and then also in Group B, Paper Rex going up against Fancy United Esports.
Ooh, hell of a matchup between some of these teams. Actually, both of these are going to be really tight, I do believe. Paper Rex, obviously, probably the favorite out of this group to make it out of here and win that top seed over Fancy especially. But I'm really looking forward to Bonkers and Persija, because these are kind of like 2 unknowns right now that I really do think are going to throw us for a loop once we get into those lower Group B matches.
That is true. Persija Esports I think is considered the second best, if not, or a perennial second, third in their respective region. Very, very strong team, and for them to get picked up by Persija, again, they used to be BWL. Finally, they have that extra R&D, that extra support to potentially skyrocket them to wherever they belong in the stars.
And moving things on over towards Group C, third match of the day is also going to be part of Group C. It's NAOS Esports going up against Bleed Esports, and Xerxia versus Onyx G.
Ooh, man, you look at Xerxia and Onyx G, you think like, how on earth is that not a playoffs? Is that not a knockouts match, right? That looks straight up, and we're gonna see that tomorrow, if anything. That looks straight up like a potential even grand finals matchup that you might expect here for APAC. Then you go on over to NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports. Honestly, right now, the number 2 teams, I think you would say, in their own respective countries, for MYSG and for PH respectively. So
number 2 in PH. I see.
Seed-wise, standing-wise, and results-wise.
No, I'm not saying anything. Yo, don't be so defensive, man. I'm just venting my thoughts out.
You know how to poke the hive, don't you, with a stick?
I've done that many times as a child. Don't do it. Obviously, there are bees and stuff inside, but like you mentioned, amongst other things, just don't do it, guys. Don't poke bears, don't poke anything with sticks if you're a small child. But again, Group C, group of death. This is honestly one of the most closest toss-ups we're gonna have, because all these teams, they are strong in their own right. NAOS is one of the most intelligent teams we've seen coming from PH. Bleed Esports is, well, it's Bleed Esports, and if you guys have been following them, they might have a little bit of a surprise for you in their roster today. So pay close attention to that. We know Xerxia, there's still an overlying question in how are they going to perform with that slight yet massive change. Onyx, we've seen Onyx. Can they step it up?
Yeah, we'll see if they can step up against Xerxia, and we'll find out what the roster Bleed will be fielding later today. Let's move on over to the final group that we have. It is Group D. It's South Asia's last hope playing later on today. That's the last series. It's Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force, but we also have South Built Esports and Full Sense in that group.
Ah, man, this is another match, another group that looks like, okay, how is this going to go? I mean, you look at that opening matchup, at least, not today, but I mean, on the top of the group.
So who's the number 1 seed? Who's the number 1 seed in PH?
Obviously, it's South Built Esports. Come on, they get the result. Let's not beat around the bush here. Full Sense, though, they're another team, kind of like Onyx, that we were like, okay, what on earth are you even doing in the play-ins? You should be directing the groups, but the results didn't really, I guess, bode that way for them, but it's looking a lot better now for them, especially as they've kind of warmed up from those play-ins. But that opening matchup, once again, kind of like the Onyx Xerxia match, is looking like a pretty much, hey, potential even playoffs, deep playoffs match preview that we might see once again once we do go on over to that knockout stage.
I'm glad you brought up the word warm-up, because a lot of our teams, or honestly a good number of our teams, they do kind of take that extra minute to get really into gear. I feel like South Built is one of them. But the biggest question is Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force, who is going to get hot first? Because like I mentioned, there's the gap between these teams and their respective number 2s. We're not entirely too sure how big it is or how much it would make a difference. So again, this is the last hope for South Asia and the last hope for HKTW, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that is true. So Region Lives is on the line here for the final series of the day between Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force. And let's actually have a look at the schedules that we have for today. Just a quick recap for you guys. It's all going to be Slobber Knockers day 1 itself. We're starting it off with a bang. It's Made in Thailand going up against Cerberus Esports first, followed by Bonkers versus Persija, and then followed by NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports. And lastly, just like what we mentioned, it's Velocity versus Oblivion Force. It is an action-packed day, and it's just gonna get started.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these teams, you see Myth versus Cerberus, I think that's going to be a banger. Bonk versus PSJ Persija, I think that's going to be hella hilarious and fun as well to watch. But I really think the matchup that we really have to be looking at here of teams that could potentially make it super far could be NAOS versus Bleed. Now, these two teams, they ended second in their own respective qualifiers, but they could have very well ended up first, and they had really good performances throughout their group stage, throughout their playoffs run, except for that one grand finals match. And so NAOS and Bleed, these are two teams that I'm really looking forward to today. You look at Velocity and Oblivion Force, and that's another kind of matchup that you aren't honestly too sure, because these are completely different regions matching up.
Again, incompatibility is something that we have to constantly talk about and something that we have to highlight, because APAC has proven to be, well, the proving ground for who has the superior style or more effective style. But I want to look at Bonkers versus Persija PSJ, because it is, you know, dog with stick versus boys with love for their organization, obviously. So again, the thematic overarching thing over there is it just pops out to me. Either way, no matter where we're gonna go with today, all these matches seem to have, you know, quite a bit of weight to them.
Well, speaking of thematic themes that are thematizing, I don't know, I'm just trying to roll with it.
You can make words.
We can make words. We're allowed to, but it's Made in Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. What's that?
What's that? Was that the thing?
Well, here's the thing, right? We're making words. All right, I'm so sorry. I just had to get that out there.
All right, it's fine. But what's not fine is the first series that we have for today, because it can go either way. We got Made in Thailand versus Cerberus Esports. Let's touch a little bit on the series before we dive deep into the teams. It's the old guard versus the, I guess the old guard, but at the same time they just added one new one element to their team. Let's talk about Made in Thailand first. Black and blue.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. No, we got a little too excited again. Made in Thailand. Well, again, there's a lot to be said about this team. Let's just get this out of the way as quickly as we can. This is one of the oldest organizations in the entirety of our Southeast Asian esports scene. FPS, they've been gods. They've been everywhere from, like I said, at the very top to the very middle. Hopefully, we don't get to see them kind of fall out of their grace. One thing that we have to talk about Myth too is that this has been a bit of a stopover for really strong players or perennial all-stars. For example, we have Wits, we had Astro, PTC even made a stop. I think Patifan also made a stop in Myth. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, again, it is somewhat of a magic fountain over there.
Yeah, that anytime you kind of see any org that's basically named made in ... whichever respective country or region you're from, you know that they were from the very early stone ages of the esports scene in that respective region. You know that they were one of the OGs that started it all. And Myth, they're one of those teams that, as you said, tenure-wise, organization-wise, they've been here for quite a while, before Valorant, hell, before Valorant even was, I guess, concepted. These guys were already, you know, in that scene, and so they do bring that kind of like veteran experience as an organization to the team, and maybe that's why it's been such, I guess, an attractive destination for many of the players who were transitioning into it. You talked about, players like Astro from NGX, players like Wits from Team Secret, who are, from the Philippines, but they took a stop over there all the way in Thailand because they know how attractive of a destination it was. They played with a bunch of other players, and it really was kind of that breeding ground to really develop these players. But now, it's no development team that they're running here right now. They actually have a VCT proper team, a team that's made it all the way into APAC, a team that's competing here, and by God, the team that could actually even make it to Iceland if everything goes their way. They're looking like a really solid team from one of the toughest regions in the entirety of APAC in Thailand.
Yeah, and without further ado, let's introduce the old guard made in Thailand. The mythical roster that is made in Thailand, already made superstars across the region, will be trying to make a name for themselves, make sure that Thailand is on the map in Valorant, Esports. We got Alone Fills, Kadoom, Conga Red, Wannafly, and The Land.
Veterans, again, if you guys have been, paying attention to the scene for as long as its conception, we know that both Wannafly and, if I'm not mistaken, it's Kadoom and Kadoom and Dellen joined the core of Made in Thailand, so they're really looking to make as big of an impact as they can. If we talk about the bracket, they had a pretty good run. They only really lost to Sersha, but they took a map, so it wasn't that much of a steamroll. And again, we talked about how this is a magic fountain for quite a bit of these players. Hopefully they can access that while they're still on this team.
A lot of these players have actually been playing a lot longer tenure-wise than some people might realize. Kadoom, at some point, was teammates with players like Sir Defio, formerly Tesseract from Action PH. He was also teammates with Aziz for a while from South Built. So a lot of these players, they actually have been kind of scouting the region and have been participating more than people necessarily realize. And I think that's what they bring to the table. Maybe Old Guard isn't necessarily, I guess, the most apt phrase for them, but experience definitely is.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we've got a roster that they're going up against. Cerberus Esports. They've been playing for a long time. They added one significant factor here in their roster. We'll talk about that later on as we introduce Cerberus Esports. The #1 team in Vietnam with that added name in the list might just make this a formidable roster to go up against. We got Akashi, Daikyu, Keishi, Loki, and Red Nevil.
Red Neville, a complete devil this man on is. Ever since he has gotten onto this roster, ever since they picked him up, he has been setting hell on fire, putting everything on ice as well. Just back and forth, he has been doing everything you could ask for him, and he's one of the biggest reasons why I think this team has elevated themselves from maybe being the number 2 seed during last year when they were placing VCT Challengers to now the definite number 1 best team from Vietnam. And the important part of that is as well, they didn't give up a player to do that. They keep Loki, they keep Daikyu, they keep Akashi, they keep everybody that was paramount to that success that we saw from them last VCT Challengers, and then they add a new coach. Actually, well, to be fair, the coach did come in a bit, kind of like last April, last year in Malix from Korea, but they do have at least, you know, that multifaceted, I guess, experience and strategy that they do bring to the table. I think by far, definitely, the expectations that a lot of us casters had last year for Cerberus Esports, for them to go far, while they didn't make that last year, I think this is their year.
This could be their year. Again, this is the refinement and chemistry route. They really went for the long game here. The investment that the org and the players have with each other is insurmountable, to be honest with you. Now, the question is this going to be their breaking point or where they elevate? Because once again, that's the problem with rosters that stick for too long. Sometimes there are issues where a lot of these times that the players can only identify throughout all those months and all the time that they spent together. If I'm not mistaken, they only added Red Neville in October, so that's still a respectable amount of time, and finally we get to see him in the starting 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll actually have a look at Red Neville's performance throughout their entirety of the qualifiers, as well as his opponent in this head-to-head that we're going to be bringing up. It's Kadum. We're focusing on the 2 duelists, to the 2 jets of these teams, and if you look at the stats, Red Neville is way up there in the ACS, but everything else fairly even.
Yeah, I think like what you really get out of these 2 players, aside from obviously the nice numbers, is really in the game itself. You see them on the server and you see what they do when they're actually in the match, and the stats, while they're impressive, they don't even show how impressive both Kadum blows it up and how Red Neville just speeds through everything like that Red Devil that he is. He is so both of them are so I guess ferocious in their play style, and at the same time very well disciplined as well. It isn't even too far to say that both of these players could be the one of, or rather maybe perhaps one of the best players in their own respective regions. Red Neville for sure. Kadum, to be fair, he plays in a bit more competitive region in Thailand,
Yeah.
but I think he has what it takes to elevate his game and make it up there with the big names of like Poo One Tap and Padifan and, you know, John Olsen, to make it in Thailand that way.
I'm glad you brought that up when it comes to the competitiveness of the region. But one thing that we have to take into account is how stylistically different these both these teams are. When it comes to the stats, yes, they're very similar, but how do they produce those stats? Do they set up as main riflers? Do they really go for that hard entry? And speaking of all those things that I mentioned, this is an actual mirror match when it comes to agent picks. Both these players are very, very proficient with Jet and Raze. So again, it is going to be how they're going to use those tools, how they're going to use those agents, irrespective to their teams.
And also the main question there is how the map veto will bring out the best of these players, because in terms of the map pool here for Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports, it's relatively 50-50 in terms of win rates. They all perform better, and let's actually have a look at the map veto right now so that we can talk about that a little bit more further here.
I mean, we're looking at the teams that Raf actually did talk about are quite, I guess, stylistically different. Maybe not super different, but there are kind of starker differences from what we saw in Made in Thailand, who have a very good combo of doing, I guess, like flexing between back and forth. Do we go aggro? Do we go slow it down? Where Cerberus kind of like binarily stick to either one of those at certain moments for longer periods of time than Made in Thailand would have. And so you were seeing the opening bans here, but I kind of want to, you know, talk about what we were going to expect first before we actually, you know, see the maps.
Yeah.
Because really, we get Breeze banned off, but Breeze and Fracture are almost kind of like insta-bans at this point.
Auto bans.
Yeah, auto bans for a lot of teams in APAC. So sometimes there might be rhyme and reason to why they would ban that, but I think it's more important when these maps actually aren't banned to start things off. So Breeze and Fracture, typically it just tells you they do not want to play in maps that could be a toss-up, because these are the newest maps that are less studied, less practiced, and some teams just aren't as comfortable with them because they're so stylistically different from the rest of the Valorant maps. So they banned those opening 2, Raph, but I think the real talking point here is when we actually get that opening pick, and it's Bind.
Oh. So I was thinking that since we're talking about, letting the map, the veto kind of marinate before we start digging into it, before we start dissecting into it, I think Bind is already a bit of an indicator on how Cerberus want to play. Cerberus, they know that Made in Thailand, I'm pretty sure they've done the research. Made in Thailand has not dropped a single game of Bind since the conception of this lineup. But the sample size is so small. Cerberus, I think they want to use their volume. The amount of times that they played on this map, the amount of agent compositions that they've tried. They're going to be trying to be as flexible as they can. I think Made in Thailand, okay, there we go. We have the Haven pick. I think the veto might actually be Icebox, Black and Blue. What do you think?
Ooh, that could actually go that way. Especially since Cerberus, they get that opening ban for the following one. We see Bind, we see Haven. If anything, from the maps left remaining, they could choose to take out Split on the Cerberus side. That's why I'm going to be assuming here. On the opposing side of things, I think Myth are going to go and ban Ascent, which has been a decent map for the side of Cerberus, especially at the turn of the year. And so, see how things actually go on that veto-wise. We're about to run out of time, and I'm putting my money on Split. Am I a gambler? Maybe not. Actually, I am wrong, and this time the gambit doesn't
pay up. I'm kidding. I think because you did mention that these teams, they go for the default bans, which is Breeze and Fracture. Right? These are maps that are typically not as researched yet in comparison to our legacy maps. I think Icebox has kind of fallen into that trap too, considering that we've had a bit of a major shakeup with it, with the updates. But now, since we're kind of moving on into the veto map, they do take Ascent. I think you were right, but just, a pick late.
Okay, so we end up on Split. Actually, now that I think about this does make kind of sense that they go for Split. So, like, Cerberus, Split hasn't always been their best map, going back in the day, especially last year. But when you look at the turn of the year, in the past 4 months, especially past quarter, it has been looking like a map that has been at least improving for them. So maybe they're scrimming it a lot. They do have lots of matches played on that in the past few months, so they have improved lately. And Icebox has been the map that has kind of been turned around, where last year was pretty okay for them, and now it's kind of, I guess, sunken down a bit statistically of their win rate percentage. And on the opposing side, Myth have been on the uptick on Icebox lately, when before they were kind of maybe struggling on it to start off.
Pardon me for interjecting it, but I think thematically with these bans and the picks, I don't think these teams want to have a focus on the operator, because the only thing, or the only map we have that can really play to the strength of having long sightline control is Haven. We saw Split, we saw Bind, and I think we left out Ascent. So once again, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on those close brawls. I know we're not in the Agent Select yet, but I feel like we might actually see a double controller meta here.
Well, we might see that later on, but I have to see the predictions from you guys. We've seen Bind, we're seeing Haven, we see Split. We may go the full distance here on game number 1 on this first series, but I have to find out from you guys. Black and Blue, who do you think is going to come out on top of this?
This is very difficult. I think this match is pretty much neck and neck, and I know we've been getting lots of 2-0s in the play-ins. I've been predicting lots of 2-1s, but I'm going to continue to predict 2-1s for this one, because I do think that whichever team wins map number 1 is obviously probably, I mean, if you go 3 maps, they're going to have to lose map number 2. But I really think that's the way this is going to go. I think these teams are really good in making those adjustments mid-match in between the series to be able to come back and bring us and extend us to that final map. So with all of that said beforehand, I think I'm going to go Cerberus with this one. I'm not super confident that they're going to win this, but I do think they have that small edge based on what they've been able to achieve last year and what they've added for this.
I think I might have to go the other way here. I think we're starting off the week with me disagreeing with you, which is because here's the thing, right? Mid in Thailand, they might have had the rockier record in the last 5 matches or so, But since we talked about how competitive Thailand can be, I feel like that's an even bigger barometer, right? Because Cerberus, they did win all their matches, but they didn't have the cleanest wins over Fancy. And we've seen, or at least we've seen what Fancy can do. So I might just have to go with Myth here. I might just have to go with Made in Thailand 2-1.
And I have to agree with Raph there. History tells a lot about these teams, and just having that rocky game against a Fancy United Esports in a 3-2, I feel like Made in Thailand can go the distance here and secure this game for themselves. But who are we to talk about the teams? The teams themselves, they are the ones that are going to be playing the game, and they're going to be proving us wrong regardless of what we say or what we analyze about them. So without further ado, we're hopping on game number 1 in this best of 3 series between Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports.
Welcome sa VCT Asia Pacific, and this time around, group stage na tayo mga kaibigan. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Terror, and with me is Vil, at kami ang
The Mods.
Kung yung iba hindi nakukuha yung context na yun, silipin nyo na lang yung itsura ng mga pangalan namin sa Twitch chat. Ibig sabihin ay kami ang aming mga moderator, diba? Pagdating sa PPGL.
Tsaka sa Facebook, mga kaibigan, mods kami. So, The Mods, diba?
Yun. Basic.
Pag mag-isa lang, pag wala si Taylor, di ako lang. So, mag-isa lang, edi The Mod. Pero, but still.
Explain mo pa.
Explain mo pa. Ito yung joke. Gumanon sa akin, bes.
Tumalon men. Tumalon. Para mag-gets lang ng lahat, no? But going back dito sa ating group stage, first day, unang araw para sa ating group stage at Myth versus Cerberus Esports ang maglalaban dito, Vil. The thing is, dalawang teams na to, napakatagal na ng organization ito on their respective regions. Cerberus, alam natin yan. Alam na natin yan from Vietnam. Matagal na yan. And other games as well. And ganun din naman for Myth.
Lalo na sa Myth. Actually, back then, ang tawag sa kanila is Myth Trust sa ibang bangbang. Sa Atod 1. Isipin mo, napakatagal na nun, man. 2010, 2011, napakatagal na nun. This organization is actually one of the oldest here in Asia. And, esports organization. Pero yung Cerberus, mga kaibigan, actually ganun din sila. Ang Cerberus Esports is, it's just hindi lang sila dito sa Valorant. Meron din silang mga iba't ibang branches sa mga iba't ibang games. So, apparently, talagang ang maglalaban ngayon, once again, it's actually Thailand versus Vietnam. Kumbaga, naglaban yung mga dalawang sobrang tandang organization para malaman natin kung sino ang mas angat, sino ang mas sikat, mag-face off sila dito sa Valorant. Pero partner, ito rin yung maganda. Lalo na sa Cerberus Esports, ilang beses na natin silang kinast. Back then, last year, natalo na sila ng Pilipinas. Pero, dito naman sa Made in Thailand, I mean, we're gonna see these teams din talaga na kung ano ba yung kaya nilang gawin. Actually, nakalaban nilang Cerberus Esports back then. Ang score nila is 1-3. So, knowing na nakaabot sila sa ganitong, sa grand finals ng playoffs sa VCT Thailand, talagang sobrang ganda na pwede lang ipakita. Kasi, wala namang myth back then, di ba? Walang myth back then. So, para lang tong storya ng NAOS na dati wala, pero ngayon, andito na sila.
The thing is, itong dalawang organization na to, they might be old, pero when it comes to players kagaya ng Myth Esports, yung mga tao nila doon, recently shuffled din. Pagdating naman sa Cerberus, literally, they stick to their original, or not really the original, but very much little changes pagdating sa Cerberus. Sabi nga nung panel kanina, nagpalit sila ng coach, might probably change a lot of things para sa team na to, but not much change when it comes to the roster itself. So parang mas lamang sila dito when it comes to chemistry siguro, synergy, pagdating sa mga ganyang factors. Kaso nga lang, meron ding cons yung mga matatagal ng teams Kumbaga, yun na yung chance or yun na yung time na parang magsa-stop tapos wala nang growth, kumbaga. Parang magsa-stand still kung sakali man na hindi mag-workout. So, depende na lang dito sa kung ano yung magiging performance ng Cerberus kung paano nila kukunin to against Myth Esports. Man, isipin mo, sino ba yung mga nanggaling sa Myth Esports dati? Made in Thailand, si Wits, Si Astro.
Yeah,
mga
si Wits,
Pinoy
tama.
yun.
Isipin mo, si Wits dating nasa Thailand pero umuwi na si Pilipinas kasi na-miss ang adobo.
Oo, men. Iba yung sinigang dito kaysa sa Tom Yum. Di ba? Tama. Nasa mali.
Nasa tama. Ay, ganito lang, men. Hindi mahilig si Wits sa maanghang.
Oo, yun ang gusto niya. Yung may asim lang.
Ayaw na ng anghang. Gusto niya ng asim.
Kaya umuwi ng Pinas.
Oh,
tumaan ng shock dart.
Parang sinabi mo naman na maaasip mga Pinoy, pero yung makikita natin ngayon Mitras, mga kaibigan, just trying to plant the spike already, pero napakadaming smoke dito. Walang makita ang mga players ng CES at saka syempre ang napakaganda ng pag-smoke ni kaibigan Brimstone dito, pero ito na ata yung pag-retake na ginagawa ngayon ng CES. Wala silang idea na nandito lang dito sa mga sa showers. Itong players ng CES, pero Red Deva and Kish will actually take down 2 already. The land. We're gonna stop the possible defuse of CES, but it's all gonna go down with the 2 main players of mid right now. Which is actually one, which is the land, which is that Bremso. Wala siyang molly, wala siyang anything, pero yun nga lang, that flick will not gonna be in his favor, and it's just Kishi will defuse the spike. Okay, partner, nakita natin ngayon ha. Ang VN, ang CES, they have the experience already na lumaban dito sa ganitong level. Pero ang myth, bago lang sila. Pero hindi naman po like bago sila, wala na sila magagawa. Pero, alam mo yun, parang ang myth, pwede nating sabihin na they're actually trying na makakuha ng experience dito, partner.
Ang dami nilang binagawa pagdating sa roster nila, kumbaga. So, dito talaga matitest against other teams. Kunwari, parang perfect matchup nila to eh. Yung bagong member ng roster nila going up against one of the teams that had the oldest roster in the game, like not changing anything or not changing much at all. So dito magkakatapatan kung nakuha na ba nila yung tamang synergy, nakuha na ba nila yung tamang mga players para laruin yung team nila. But this is the entry already for the players of Myth yet again. May gravity well na nakita pero hindi naman mapupol yung iba pa. But this is still continuously entry. Entry lang ng entry kahit naka-pistol. They get one. The 2-to-1 trade is in. A 3v4 or a 2v4 situation is right on action immediately. Si Red Naval naghahanap. Hindi siya nag-upgrade dito ng kahit ano. Ghost lang ang puhunan niya and that aftershock. Men, kita mo yung communication agad.
Yeah. Sobrang init talaga ng ginagawa ngayon ng CES. They have the firepower and ganito lang yun eh. Sobrang free round to sa side ng CES. Syempre, ito yung number one thing talaga na sinasabi ko rin talaga sa team ko, partner. No? If ever na kunwari panalo kayo ng first round, second round, you need to really secure that win.
Spike down A.
Huwag na kayong mag-save na tipong naka-ghost lang kayo, sheriff lang kayo. Depende lang kung jet ka. Kasi kung jet ka, yeah, you can save ng ghost para syempre makapag-operator ka if ever marami ka nakuwang kill. Pero, yun nga, secure the win, secure the round, secure the firepower that you have. And syempre, yung advantage na meron ka. Huwag mo nang i-lessen yung pwede mong ipanalo dito. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, yung obs natin matagal mag-tab. Hop! Kong! Si Kong. Si Kong mga kaibigan.
Si Kong wala naglalaro kaya pala di nagpo-post pa ng bagong vlog. Power.
Payaman tayo dyan, man. Dito wala si Kong.
Si Kong.
Pinoy.
Hindi, nagbabalorant si Kong, di ba? Nanonood ng stream yun. Nag-ano pa nga yun eh. Nag-gift ng mga sub kay Asoray kung di ako nagkakamali. One time.
Oo, tama.
Tropa yan. Ngayon, nandito na siya sa Myth.
Oo nga. Ayaw na niya mag-vlog. Gusto na lang niya gumawa ng
pagod na siya eh.
Mahilig si Kong sa sa maanghang.
Pero Tom Yum ang gusto.
Maganda yung Fortnite ginagawa ngayon ni Kishi, mga kaibigan. 14 yung dalawa, pero yung that swing is beautiful by Die Cute.
Ito, nag-aantay, sumusubok pa si Kishi on trying to get that Lex kill. Kadum, on the other hand, was able to get 2 already. Si Akashi na lang ang natitira dito. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha pa ba siya ng isang kill. There is the swing, pero dalawa ang nag-aabang sa kanya na lumabas. Lahat or dalawang teams na to, ginagamit nila yung information very well. You can see it definitely pagdating doon sa mga last moments of the game. Kung saan, alam nila yung informasyon kung saan yung natitirang team member. Gagamitan nila ng utilities if they can or if they must. And the thing is, they just do it very safely as well. You see the entry of Myth working out and they just wait and chill talaga for the next action of the other team.
Yeah. Alam mo ba, partner? Ano ko lang trivia ko lang. Alam mo ba, buong playoffs, ay buong knockout, hindi, buong play-ins, 2-0 lahat.
Talaga? Oo. Lahat ng games natin. Kaya kahit yung mga tumagal lang dun sa mga 2 games na may tech pause na matagal.
Yun lang. So ngayon, magkakaalaman na if ever puro 2-0 ba or maraming 3-0 ngayong araw na ito. Ito yung araw na na talagang paguran namin.
6 days straight to, guys. Magsasama-sama tayo dito sa Filipino broadcast. Magsawa kayo. Want to sawa yung Valorant everyday. Isang araw lang ang pahinga, mga ganon. But going back to the game though, of course, 2-1 na yung score natin. Makakabili na o makaka-upgrade na dito yung mga players ng CES. Aside kay Red Neval, talagang hindi siya bibili pa rin because he has the Blade Storm up and online. He's gonna save that 2,200 credits para lang dun sa operator on the next round. He was still able to get a kill even despite the low HP.
Pero ito na, Red Naval, super low on HP. 3 blades na lang yung kanyang blades sa mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, sabi ni Kong, I'm gonna wallbang you instead if ever hindi kita makita. All walls are wangable. Sabi ni kaibigan Asoray.
Sabi ni Bill, wangable.
Sabi ko yun kasi ang bangable si Asoray. But still, 2v3 on today's game right now. This is gonna be really hard retake if ever na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng CES. Pero at least ang Myth is slowly trying to rack up all these points. Si Daikut pwede tong mag-save. Pero yun nga lang, it's just he just really wanna push it. Si Kong, mga kaibigan, is waiting patiently on that angle dun sa may likod, and he's gonna get that 3K and that win. 2-2, madikit ang laban, partner. Sa group stage tayo, this is the best of the best.
Wala na kumbaga na weed out na yung mga players dito. And makikita natin na talagang ito na yung filtered na teams na mapapanood natin here on VCT. Just a quick replay on what happened that round. Made in Thailand, Myth Esports, they make this a 2-2. So, pantay na ulit dito. And the thing is, Cerberus, I think, may pera pa sila to actually buy on the next round. And Red Naval, he was actually gaining on that. Ooh! Orb contest, man! Yung maganda, ang tagal kong hindi nakakita ng orb contest pagdating sa mga matches natin nung knock-offs, ay nung unang mga araw.
Sobrang safe play nila kumbaga, pero ngayon they really want to be aggressive and they really want to contest that orb na meron sila. Syempre, it's just isang orb din yan, man. I mean, importante na rin yan. Syempre, para makuha mo talaga yung ultimate na meron ka, Akashi. Oh my God, hindi ko kailangan na makita ka.
Pre-fire, it hits! That is such a good pre-fire coming in from Akashi. 1 down agad, and Loki, the only man remaining, may wall ng Sage. This is the beauty of having a Sage on your team. You can, if you get the site completely, mawa-wall off mo ng matagal yung mga entry points. Then you have the Brimstone na pinaka matagal na smoke pagdating dito sa game. So it would take forever before you can entry, lalo na in a situation like this in a 5v1.
Yes, that's true. Kaya sobrang ganda talaga sa ganitong composition pag attacking that Brimstone and the Sage. I mean, sa totoo lang, tapos meron ka pang Viper, partner. I mean, itong mapa na to, back then, nung stage 1, ito ang mapa ni Brimstone. Itong vibe talaga to.
Kahit Masters, ginagamit tong Brimstone yung Masters.
Pero, nung nauso yung Astra meta, medyo hindi na ginagamit si Brimstone. Pero ngayon, nung binuff na agad ulit si Brimstone, talagang gagamit talaga. Ito isipin mo, you got that orbital strike, you got that molly, you got all of these 3 smokes na sobrang tagal, plus the stem beacon na pinapabilis pati yung move speed mo. Talagang sobrang bilis talaga ng push na pwede nyo gawin dito, lalong-lalo na, partner. If ever you're gonna do a retake, if ever nag-switch sides na tayo, ang ganda na pwedeng gawin ng Brimstone and a Viper as well. Kasi wala kayong idea kung nasa pa talaga yung mga players na to, if ever. Pero yun nga lang, Kong, not gonna be concussed, but Red Naval trying to be really aggressive right now. Actually, I don't know kung bakit siya sumisilip ng ganun. Mag-isa lang naman siya. Yes, na-flash si Kong, but still.
Plano ata nila doon talaga. They were rooting for that blind to actually connect. Tapos magpi-peek out si Kishi dito. Kaso nga lang, namatay na siya agad and basically baka nabigay yung information na don't re-peek. There might be 2 players waiting for you. So, instead na dalawa pa yung mabigay na kill, isa na lang, might as well isa na lang yung ibigay nila. This is the ultimate of the Brimstone already. They are setting up the site with a double controller agent. This is a very aggressive push with the Viper's Pit as well. Kaso nga lang, tour de force in action para kay Daikyu. Nakakuha siya ng isang kill doon, but the Viper's Pit is still up dahil hindi pa nila na-shutdown si WannaFly dito. The rest comes in para naman doon sa kanilang Brimstone. They can set up a lineup if they want to kung makakabalik sila, but it's already being swarmed in by Cerberus right now. This is the recon trying to pinpoint where the enemy is. The recon is destroyed. 10 seconds remaining para ma-plant yung spike. Hindi pa na-plant yung spike hanggang ngayon.
Napakatagal talaga pag-plant ng spike
dito. The delay!
Oh my God, walang oras!
Naubos yung oras nila!
Naubos yung oras. It's just, eto laking pasalamat nila kay Daikyu. Kasi napatay si...
Yung smoke?
Alone.
Si Alone.
Oo. So, meron sana silang time, pero laking pasalamat nila kay Daikyu, mga kaibigan. Na talagang at least nagkaroon pa sila ng enough time para syempre makakuha dito ng...
One enemy remaining.
But
ng
actually,
advantage.
Yung pre-fire na yon when the spike was being planted, sound cue lang yung maririnig mo eh. So in a Viper's Pit, of course, when you're very far, hindi mo naman makikita mag-plant ng spike. So maririnig mo lang kung saan banda. And the pre-fire actually killed the person who was planting. Na enough sana yung oras para makapag-plant. So nung napatay niya yon, automatic, 3 seconds na lang yung natitira. There's no more chance to actually plant the spike. He has to go for the kills and he didn't find it. Alam ng Myth dito, or rather, alam ng Cerberus yung ginagawa nila. Hindi sila yung talagang nagiging hyper-aggressive to a point na ibibigay nila yung round o magiging throwaway round dahil lang gusto nilang makuha yung kills. Nandito sila para manalo, nandito sila para makapasok sa ating group stage.
Oh no, mukhang kailangan na talaga nilang mag-adjust dito, partners, na tao lang. Lalong-lalo na dito sa mga mistakes na rin ang ginagawa ng Myth. Pero at the end of the day, ang importante lang talaga is sobrang dikit lang nila dito eh. I mean, wala naman talaga mas sobra pang lalamang. It's just papalit-palit to CS Smith. Pero all these through the smoke kills. Hindi ko alam, pero napakadaming ganun na nangyayari dito, partner. Sa side ng CS, sabi din ng Myth. I mean, ano ba kayo? Malanostradamus ata ang galawan nitong mga to eh.
Wow.
Tamang pre-fire lang eh.
Makikita mo talaga yung game sense high trend eh. Parang 100% itong dalawang team kahit kakasimula pa lang nung araw natin. You can't see any play na parang parang diesel engine, nagigising pa lang sila. Walang ganun eh. Talagang gumising sila dito para manalo. Trying to get the second kill is Kong, but wouldn't be enough already as Cerberus diffuses the spike. And still, dalawa lang casualty nila dito. Good for the economy on the side of Cerberus. All the way from Vietnam. And ang ganda ng performance ni Red Neval so far.
Delikado, partner.
Bakit?
Gising na si Ray.
Gising, oo nga eh. Kaya ka pala nag-oh no. Sabi ko nga, tulog muna siya ulit para walang tech pause.
Oo.
Ray Rakers eh, nabuhay.
So yung mga paa dyan. Dilusi ko.
Mga supporters.
Yung mga team payaman dyan. Hello.
Kung nagtataka sila kung...
Ang ganda ng score, 7-6-5-4-3. Wala, share ko lang.
6-5-4. Kung nagtataka sila o baka nagtatanong sila kung saan nanggagaling yung mga teams natin na region, syempre masisilip nyo yan sa upper corner natin. Yung VN, ibig sabihin Vietnam, obviously, mga ano natin yan. And Thailand naman, made in Thailand, Myth Esports, ayan yung mga players natin. Para lang alam ng viewers din. Tsaka yung score, para di na rin kayo tanong ng tanong. Yung diamond dyan, yan yung ibig sabihin score ng series natin, guys.
Tama. Tapos yung oras sa gitna.
Yan yung tech pause.
Ayan, time out
yan. Time out
muna. Kailangan nila mag-usap-usap, partner. Ano ba ang nangyayari dito sa side ng Myth ngayon? I mean, yes, nakakakuha sila ng through the smoke kills, pero kung napapansin mo, sobrang well-distributed yung lahat ng kills ng CS ngayon. If ever gonna compare here in Myth, it's just Kong talaga ang gumagawa. Pero kung napapansin mo rin, partner, I mean, nasa 8th round na tayo, pero lahat, parang alam mo, parang low kill count pa rin. Diba?
Ano kasi, well spread out eh.
Yun nga, well distributed nga rin talaga.
Yun
so,
nga.
lahat sila nagko-contribute. Walang bumubuhat, lahat sila talaga may
Trabaho.
ginagawa. Oo, may trabaho.
Trabaho lang kung trabaho. Trailblazer out just to check each corner at even, of course, Octagon. Meron siya nakita, that is Chamber. They have to be careful dahil, of course, itong Chamber kaya niya makapag-peek out tapos TP out lang naman din eh. So, they might need to regroup and try to punish one player at least. Ang mahirap dito, tatapatan nila. Flash versus flash ang mangyayari. The TP out immediately pagkatapos mo mag-guiding light. Yun yung problema, no? Instead na parang makuha mo yung kill, matulungan ka nung guiding light, nung blind. Hindi. Dahil makakapag-TP out lang naman eh.
Oo. I mean, ito ang kagandahan ng Bide, mga kaibigan. There's an exit agad-agad if ever you're there in B if ever. Pero delikado rin partner kasi what if meron nagbabantay dyan sa may garden. Anong tawag mo dyan? Garden or octagon?
Octa. Minsan garden.
Octagon? Oo.
Mas madali kasing minsan sabihin yung octa eh.
Kasi pinagawayan namin ni Wolf yun. Pinagawayan. Octagon siya na octagon. Pero dati sa showstopper kami again from Kadoom! Pero sino ba papuputokin na dito mga kaibigan? Wala ata siya nakita dito sa may... Dito sa may lamps though, trying to be really aggressive, pero ang sinabi ngayon ng CES is try out tayo. Huwag tayo magpakabayani. Antayin natin na makarotate yung mga ibang players natin para makabawi lang din tayo agad. Siyempre, iba pa rin talaga pag 5-man retake if ever they have all the utilities on hand. So it's really up to them kung paano nila gagawin to. Okay, naharangan na wall nga, pero ang problema is nakikita nila kung ano nangyayari. Pero yun nga lang, yun ang problema, nakikita nila kung ano nangyayari. Pero wala silang idea kung ano ba yun nangyayari dun sa kabila din.
Natapos na yung round. Kita doon sa wall, doon sa Cosmic Divide, na tumataas yung spike. Ibig sabihin, may nagde-defuse at may nagde-defuse. Ang kagandahan naman nun, syempre, when they see someone defusing, mafo-force out silang lumabas. But they don't know. They have no idea kung ano ba yung nangyayari sa kabilang bayo ng mundo, sa kabilang border, man. So, literally, yung mga players natin dito, nag-aantay lang sila na lumabas, mag-peek out yung natitirang players ng Myth Esports. They are probably going in another timeout for the side of Myth dahil doon sa nangyari. And yeah, they actually do. Ang kagandahan nito, Vil, makikita mo naman sa Myth Esports as a team, na parang they made a mistake.
Grabe,
Ayusin agad natin. Hindi yung papatagalin mo pa kesa doon sa kahit gumamit ka ng multiple timeouts. As long as pasok naman doon sa, of course, sa rulebook, why not? Para ayusin agad.
Isipin mo, parang ang lungkot nun, partner, no? Isipin mo, hinati yung mundo, tapos kitang-kita mo kung paano ka natatalo.
Oo. Diba? Right in front of your eyes, dinidefuse yung spike, tapos wala kang magawa.
Oo, actually, meron ka pwedeng gawin, pumasok ka, pero yun nga lang, wala ka rin idea kung ano ba yung nangyayari dun sa kabilang mundo.
Feeling ko, Vil, lagi kasing namamatay yung Brimstone eh. Ang dami nilang utilities na pwedeng gamitin para sa lineup. May Viper sila. Meron silang Viper Snake Bite. Tapos meron din silang, of course, Molly ni Brimstone. So, nasan yung mga yon when the Cosmic Divide happens? Kasi Cosmic Divide, napapasok naman ng utilities yan eh.
Yun nga eh. I mean, siguro dumating na tayo sa... Kasi, partner, napakabilis din kasi nangyayari siguro eh. No? Kaya medyo nahihirapan na din talaga siguro sila.
Overwhelmed.
Makabawi lang din. Parang dumating sa point na, hala, pasok na lang tayo kaysa mag-utilities. Men, bahala na. Kasi yun yung point na nagpapanik eh. Hindi mo alam kung anong gagawin mo eh. Kasi isipin mo, di ba, parang nasa harapan mo na eh. Umaakit na yung spike, madi-diffuse na eh, no? Kasi if ever na kunyari magmamolik or whatsoever, ano yun eh, parang damage overtime yun eh. Mas gugustuhin mo na mawala na lang bigla yung nagde-defuse kaysa mag-damage overtime pa yung mga mollies and others. Pero yung alang Red never gonna miss that shot. Alternate operation to be really aggressive, pero mas aggressive yung si Kong. But Loki though catches one, and the rotation of the players of CES is
and they got actually a dink towards Red Neval, kaya na-force out lumabas. On the other hand, this is retake mula dito sa side ng Cerberus. It didn't work out. 3 players already dead at aatras na lang dito yung ibang players na natitira. They wanna save that operator. Since buo pa naman yung armor ni Loki, might as well save with the team para makuha pa rin nila. Now, etong mga players ng Myth Esports, na-figure na nila kung paano sila makakapag-entry. Sinasabi ko sa iyo, Vil, hanggang buhay yung Brimstone, hanggang buhay yung Viper, malaki yung chance ng Myth Esports na talagang makapasok on site and i-overwhelm yung nangyayari doon sa site.
Isipin mo, I mean, halos 2 to 3 times na hindi tumama si Red Naval dun sa may B. He tried sa A, hindi nag-connect. He tried sa B, hindi rin nag-connect. Saan ba talaga dapat sumilip si Red Naval dito? Pero as long as itutuloy-tuloy lang to ng Myth, talagang they're in a really good spot. Pero wala, matatapos na yung half eh. 2 na lang.
Oh,
7-5
5-5. Ang bilis, ha? Fast-paced dalawang teams na to maglaro. And you can definitely see that right in front of your eyes. But this time around, nag-iba rin ng playstyle ng Cerberus. Uma-advance na dito si Redival instead of just waiting it out. So, he gets those aggressive peaks. And I think one of the factors is because isa lang siya sa site. So, he has to make sure that no one crosses immediately on showers before anything happens. Kasi with a double controller setup like this, you have the smoke of the wall of the Viper on A site, but you can ultimately fake that. Pwede ka mag-setup ng wall tapos walang mangyayari dun eh. Tapos biglang mag-setup yung Brimstone on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Isa yan sa pinaka-basic. Basic setups yan eh. Ng Viper tsaka Brimstone. Yan ang kagandahan pag dalawa yung controller. Pero yun nga, buti na lang talaga. Andyan si Red Naval stopping the possible push of Myth right now. Pero yung alam mo, isa pa ata yung mga players ngayon na CS mga kaibigan. Pero Red Naval getting tagged already. Not that low of HP, pero alam nila kung nasan ba si Red Naval ngayon. Pero ito na nga ang kalampag ng papagwit. That Blade Storm though catches one, but failed to kill yung Sky ng kalaban alone, trying to be together with his team. They'll call!
Wow.
With a 2K, 2v3. Aftershock not gonna connect, pero meron ditong flash mga kaibigan. All they're gonna do is wait.
May flash sila pero hindi nila completely sinilip. Actually, bulag na bulag yung isang player dun eh. And this is now being forced out. Meron pang isang natitira dito. And that is the Astra. He can use the concuss. He can use the utilities that he needs para lang ma-delay. And this is the time. Enough time to actually plant the spike. Na-plant pa nila in that split second. This is an operator in action on the hands of Akashi. Makakakuha ba siya dito ng pick-off or ng kill kung sakali man? There is that chance. the game though. We are looking at finally, sorry sa ating technical difficulty, but we are finally back in the game. 5-6 yung nangyari, 5-6 yung score natin. At least slow play ang nangyari. Makikita natin yung entry nila dito. Fault line nag-connect sa kakampi.
Slow play, pero pag may steam beacon, mga kaibigan, walang slow dyan. Pero ito na ngayon, tamang slow lang din ang ginawa dito ng Sage. Mga kaibigan, parang at least di makabawi dito mga players ngayon na CES. Pero wala kayong idea at all si Red Neval nandun lang sa gilid ng side. But still, kung napapansin mo, partner, wala pa rin bawas ang side. Ay, hindi. Meron pala.
Isipin mo natapos yung round, buhay lahat.
Oo, isipin nyo, tapos na yung round, pero buhay lahat, di ba?
Oy, huwag kayong mag-alala. Nag-experience lang, nakaka-experience lang tayo ng konting technical difficulty. But that will be
gising na kasi.
Reset in a bit. Gising na kasi yung isa. Nag-comment na sa Facebook Live, kaya alam nyo na kung sino pinag-uusapan natin. Yung isa nating bayani na tinatawag at itatago natin sa pangalang Ray.
Rachel!
Oo, kasi si Meralco Spratlis, pinutulan tayo ng saglit eh.
Sabi kasi,
ano ba yun?
Sabi kasi ni Meralco, and mo nga, stream ko matapang ka. Eh, wala kang magawa eh. Matapang ako eh.
Pero ito, just a quick replay on how they actually did the take on site. Nakita nyo naman, ang ginagawa dito ng Myth Esports, VIL, ino-overwhelm nila yung Cerberus. Gumagana, ilang rounds na actually. Simula nung nag-overtime sila.
Yeah.
Ay, hindi overtime. Timeout pala. Sorry.
Magulat ko kung first half pa lang, overtime
kasi si Ray naiisip ko eh.
Pero ito, I mean, ang maganda dito yung ginagawa rin talaga ng Myth, and like what you've said, yeah, talagang ino-overwhelm lang din talaga, and it's just for CS, hindi nila alam kung nasan ba ang Myth. Kung sila, meron palang tao sa likod. Alam mo yun, yung iba nagde-delay ng push eh. Yung iba hindi muna talagang dumediretso sa site eh. Kasi they're actually waiting na for that rotation na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Cerberus, pero ngayon, magpapalitan tayo ng galawan, partner.
Ng sides. O kasi halftime na to, guys. Eh. Yung halftime natin may 1 minute and 30 yan para makahinga-hinga. Yung partner, mga ano natin. Oh,
I have a question. Nakikita mo yung mapa sa kaliwa? Anong mapa yan?
Haven ata. Pero nakat. Kasi
oo, tama, Haven nga. Haven
galing
nga.
No,
Tama,
na-test ako dun Na-quiz ako nang wala sa oras.
Tama, Haven nga.
Nakat lang yung C. Kasi may link eh. May A-link, merong B-link.
Naguluhan lang ako dun sa A kasi dalawa yung pass. Never mind. Heaven nga pala yun. Oo nga, no. Ready na sila. 5-7 lamang ngayon ang Myth. And like what you said, maganda ang...
Uy!
Diyos ko po, napigilan! Nagkabukol si Red Naval, mga kaibigan, sa naval niya.
Yun yung kongkas.
Yun ang tunay na kongkas, di ba?
Naumpog sa wall ng Sage.
Wala siya nagawa eh. Sabi na Alonso, meron daw narinig. Gumanon eh.
Ganda ng wall. Ibig sabihin, complete delay pagdating din sa Cerberus. Kasi gusto nilang mag-advance, mag-push, tapos overwhelming din. Pero wala.
Ang dami nilang smoke, partner. Kompleto sila. I mean, yes, wala silang jet. Hindi naman nila kailangan talaga magpaka-all-in na jet na with all these smokes, with all these dashes. They really need that AoE damage. Talaga na meron. Which is meron si Wannafly, Delen, tsaka si Kadum.
Makikita mo, actually lamang dito for agent selection. Myth Esports kasi when you look at it, they have those 2 controller agents talaga. So it would be quite difficult for them to actually do an entry. Kailangan meron talaga silang plano dito. And Cerberus, we know na matagal ng team na to. So alam natin na kaya nilang gawin yan. On the other hand, talagang psycho lang. My God, nakakuha pa siya ng pangatlo doon.
Oh my God, Wannafly! Ito ang tunay na para-paro G, mga kaibigan. Lumilipad-lipad na lang kung saan-saan. Pero, let's see if ever ano magagawa dito ng Myth. Kung kaya ba nila talaga kunin to. 14 seconds in. Are they gonna delay the possible plant of Myth? Pero kung napapansin mo, hindi talaga gumagalaw sila. Dito pa rin ang Diyos ko po! Catching him off guard. Wannafly with a 4K. Can he get an ace? And...
last player standing.
Kong! With a big trade-off. 5-8. Partner, ito I mean... Ang Myth, pag-usapan natin, they have that smoke na meron si Wannafly at saka si Dren that can actually delay yung pag-push ng CS dito, lalong-lalo na yung ginawa ni paring Alone.
Si Wanafly din eh. Ang init din ni Wanafly doon kahit pa paano. He was able to get 3 kills, 4K. As he tries to. Yung pang-5, dapat makukuha niya na rin yun eh. Na-dink niya na eh.
Oo nga, sayang nga eh. Pero alam mo ba, partner, ganito din kasi napakahirap din talaga mag-push sa isa na to lang. Kasi meron silang one-way smoke. At katabi ng one-way smoke na smoke ni Brim. Wala ka talagang makikita.
Good luck.
Good luck na lang talaga, men. Paglabas mo sa Ecomos na yun, nakangiti ka, sigurado.
Yung mga viewers natin habang nag-ano sila doon, kanya-kanya muna daw silang shoutcast. Kasi nung bumalik tayo, nawala ng kaunti. Pero okay na ngayon, guys. Relax na kayo. Nagsing lang si Ray. Nagparamdam lang.
Napakadaming smoke ng players ng Myth talaga. Talagang magugutom ka talaga. Pero, Delend, shut down, Red Naval na lang din. Napakaganda ng ginagawa ng Myth dito. I know na sila isa sa pinakabago ngayon sa Valorant, well, dito sa APAC scene na international na yung labanan. Pero sobrang nag-perform sila ng maayos. Kasi there's some maps na hindi gumagana ang double controller setup. Number 1, siguro pwede nating sabihin na Icebox. Pero ang bind talaga, Diyos ko, napakadaming smoke dito men. Kahit maglagay ka pa ng Astra pwede. Pero Kadoom, mag-shotdown, die-cute na lang din. Pero ito na kayo pagpasok nila. Pero nakaisa pa kasi Loki dito with the one kill, but still. Si kaibigan kong
Payaman. Payaman talaga kasi multiple rounds they are getting. Multiple kills din ang napupunta sa sky natin dito on the side of Myth. And you can definitely see it pays off to have that double controller setup, especially in a way na ang dami mo na ring rounds na naipon on the attackers. Kasi for sure, mahirapan talaga on this agent pick na mag-entry yung mga players ng Cerberus. Kailangan nila dito ng mga kakaibang out of this world kind of play o talagang overwhelm the side of Myth. But Myth isn't looking to be overwhelmed right now. That is the push mula dito kay Red Naval. And look at the TP outplays coming in from Myth as well. Really overwhelming them as well. And on the other hand, Kishi, naglaban-laban lang sila dito sa showers. Para silang nag-all chat showers tayo, pre. Tapos lahat sila nagkita-kita doon.
Tapos yung score pa 6-9 no, sa shower sila. Nice!
Just a quick replay. The dash in doon sa Jet hindi nag-work out. But on the other hand, of course, ano nila to eh? Bahay nila to eh. Lupain nila to eh. So bakit mo papasukin ng ganun?
May trespassing.
No trespassing, sabi nung Cerberus, and it worked out. 6 nice ang score natin ngayon. On the other hand, si Akashi. Matagal eh, pag sinabi ko pa lahat eh.
Sabagay.
Si Akashi lang yung nakaano dito. Spectre.
Mahirap talaga pag ninja ka eh. No? Hindi ka sanay na baril yung gamit mo eh. Dapat talaga siguro gamit ni Akashi.
Mga knives.
Mga knives. Kunay, ganun yung gamit niya eh. No? Dapat ganun eh. Ay, mati sila dadala kayo ng ninja dito sa Valorant. Pero yun nga, oh my god, the land! Popping off with a 3 already, coming in with a 4! Pero tamang beat and switch wala sila idea sa push yung ngayon ni Kong. Kong! He knows already! But Alone gonna get that kill. But Kadoom with another one. 6-10, Myth. Nung nagkaroon na sila ng baril dito, nakabawi na agad sila. Partner? Kamusta ang paglalaro ulit ng Valorant? Kasi balita ko, matagal ka hindi nakapaglaro.
Matagal ako hindi nakapaglaro kasi wala ako dito sa... Marunong pa, men! Mas malakas na ako sa'yo eh.
Sige, okay.
Naglaro kami ni Naasuray ng isang araw. Kapon actually.
Si Ray nga, nakalaro ko na eh.
Kamusta?
Okay lang. Ako, si May, si Ray, si Raf, tsaka si Asuray.
All.
Nabigat na lahat eh.
Wow! Sidestep in. Time out. I feel on the side of Cerberus.
Dito lang talaga sa PPGL, Tagalog silang pwede man-diss ng ibang casters.
Yung mga rapper nagpo-post ng mga diss track. Dito, wala. Diretso sa stream.
Diba? Diretso kung sabihin nyo kung sino. Ganun. Ganun.
6-10 ang score natin. Cerberus, like I said, they would go on a timeout. They need to plan, literally map out kung ano yung setup dito ng Myth. a while ago nung feeling ko marirealize din ng Myth na hindi nag-workout kapag nag-a-advance or nag-a-aggressive push din sila. I feel like gusto lang din nilang i-overwhelm ulit yung Cerberus pabalik para hindi sila makagawa ng play at all. Instead of just waiting it out doon sa mga site a while ago on that specific round, pinush nila yung showers and it didn't work out for Myth. So they realized that, you know what works is just waiting. Kasi hindi nawawala yung utilities Nandyan pa rin yung Viper, buhay pa rin. Tapos yung Brimstone, buhay pa rin pag hindi sila pumupush.
Pero itong mga players ngayon ng CES trying to wrap around Myth ngayon. Pero partner, it's just the classic lang din talaga ng gamit nila. Pero classic, hindi man sila nag-upgrade talaga ng kahit frenzy
tipid
or
kung tipid.
ghost man lang. Talagang ultra tipid no? Super save kumbaga.
Mahal na kasi yung mga bilihin ngayon.
Oo.
Kaya naman, with the rest coming in for the players of Myth, they try to actually pre-fire. Baka sakaling makapatay pa sila dito, but hindi in-expect ni Deland na may pupush ng ganon and he was able to take kills on that. Kaso nga lang sumagot din dito yung Myth Esports ng kanilang mga sariling kills.
Pero, sa kaibigan kong mga kaibigan, not gonna engage even further.
30 seconds left.
2v4 Loki with just that Marshall on hand. Loki?
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
Spike down
Still alive.
B.
Pero alam ni Kong, oh my God!
Bulag pa yun
Alone with a trade-off. Actually, meron ako nabasa partner.
Oh.
Ikaw po ba yung caster dati sa sa Stars?
Sa Stars? Oo, men.
Balita ako, para magkasama rin tayo dun.
Oo, tayong dalawa din yun.
Kaming dalawa rin yun. Ay, nako.
Ang ganda sana ng ult ng Brim. Mafo-force na umatras. Either umatras o pumorward ng sobra yung mga players. Ang hindi niya ata naisip dun is yung reload niya. Ubusan na siya ng bale. So, of course, with the ultimate like that, others might push and most of them will come back. So, walang choice doon kundi pumush. And he was able to take the kill. But on the other hand, it still didn't work out in the end. Dito, this time around, yung Cerberus Esports, VIL, may ultimate na sila. Meron na silang Rolling Thunder na pwedeng gamitin to do an entry. They also have the Astra Cosmic Divide up and online. So, they can use these utilities completely to actually take control of a site if they use it correctly.
Dito naman sa side ng Myth ngayon, all they're gonna do is just capitalize the momentum na talagang meron sila though. Kadoom trying to off-angle these players though. Kadoom. Talagang hindi niya pinush yung double na satchel talaga niya. Kasi delikado rin talaga Kasi if ever nag-double satchel pa dyan, makatamaan siya ng Rolling Thunder. Yung nga lang, him canceling that.
Grabe.
It's just really on point. Napakabilis ng
if you
thinking na ginawa ng Myth dito.
If actually chinek mo kung paano yung setup nila on the retake, there was the smoke of the Brim on A short. And then there was the Viper wall on showers. So paano ka makakapasok nun? Papasok ka ng showers, vulnerable ka na. Lalabas ka ng A short, lalabas una yung barrel mo. Tapos yung mga kakampi mo nasa likuran. So, it's really hard to do entries, like I said, when it is a double controller setup. Because on both sides, you cannot, it would take so much effort just to get into a site. Kailangan mo mapunish yung Viper. I think the Viper's pit is already set upon B site.
Yun yung pag-usapan natin kanina. It's just the smokes lang din talaga. Dito ni Viper tsaka ni Brimstone, si Wannafly and Delend, na itong dalawang players hindi pwedeng magsama literal. Talagang hati sila. Sige B, Viper sa B siya, tapos si Delend, Brimstone sa A ka lang. Try to stop these players na makapasok lang din. You have the mollies. You have the snake bite and you have that molly ni Brimstone. So talagang mapipigilan mo talaga yung pag-push dito. What more pa nagsama talaga sila dito ng ginawa nila kanina dito sa may A. Yung meron ditong one-way smoke din dinagdagan pa ni Brimstone. So mo talaga wala ka talaga makikita. It's gonna be hard for you to go in here sa A. Pero yun nga lang, andito na ngayon yung mga players ngayon.
Magsa-setup lang na smoke ulit yan.
Si SM parang
that's my wall.
Sila, man. Oh my God! Naulala agad si Kadoom dito. Meron pang showstopper! Diba? How can you go in sa ganitong klaseng setup na meron ng Myth?
30 HP para kay Kadub. Nabawasan niya pa ng kahit paano dito si Kishi. This time around, nakapasok sila on site. Kaso nga lang, would it be enough to actually take control? Kishi, he was able to punish 3 players but was executed by Alone. And Daikyu, nakakuha na rin siya ng isang kill. It's all up to Wanafly. Tingnan natin kung makakuha pa siya. Nakatalikod. The trigger discipline, man. The trigger discipline is definitely there. Oh my god, this is super deadly for the players. He gets 1, he gets 2, but not the third. Still, 1 more round. Buhay pa ang Cerberus right now. Yung position nila doon, lahat sila nakatingin sa heaven lang.
Oo nga and yun nga yung weird, di ba? Walang nakatingin dun sa may likod. Knowing na alam naman nila na si Viper nasa B. Kitang-kita naman nila yung Viper spit na meron, di ba? So why not?
Expect nila sa city yung ikot ng Viper dito. Ang problema, of course, in this kind of situation, you still don't have that information.
Alam mo yung weird din part na ito Si Daikyu is nandito dun sa may B. Nakatingin siya dun sa papasukan, dun nga sa may city. Well, andun din si Akashi. So pareho sila ng tinitignan na pwesto. Walang nakatingin sa likod. Kasi bago bago makita ni Daikyu si Viper dun sa may city, makikita muna yun ni Akashi. Alam mo yun, parang yun lang.
Well, a bit of miscom, I would say, or misplay, pero it still worked out in the end. Kaso nga lang, yung mga ganun na hindi na dapat nangyari pa. Those little mistakes can definitely take a toll on the team, especially in a situation na match point na ang Myth dito. So this is their last and final make or break situation, kumbaga, kung tatawagin natin. Importante nila dito, para sa side ng Myth, is not to get killed by, especially doon sa mga controller agents natin, because they can definitely mess up the play of Cerberus. Cosmic Divide up and online. They also use the Rolling Thunder para makapag-entry talaga. Cosmic Divide is not even a problem para kay Wanafly. He's still gonna peek out. He was able to manage to get 1 kill before he goes down. At nagabang lang dito yung dalawang players ng Myth kung may papasok.
Oo, Diyos ko po, ang grabe, ang tigas na mukha nun na talaga sa harapan talaga nag-yoga. Naritig nila.
Inantay lang nila mawala yung Cosmic Divide, tapos pasok. The patience.
Meron dito si Dylan. I mean, kanina, talagang nung nakita ni Aldo na magpo-position sa may A-short, okay lang naman na hindi siya pumik Kasi at the end of the day, meron siyang molly. So all you gonna do is just wait. If ever, may Cosmic Divide, meron din namang mga utilities yung iba. So talaga mababawi agad nila ng isang madalian lang din. Kasi because of all these books na meron, ang mga players ng Myth Esports, talagang kaya talaga nilang pigilan and at the same time, ma-retake lang din agad. Kasi if ever you're gonna compare the Brimstone and the Viper sa isang Astra, yung Astra kasi 4 na lang yung yung stars niyan Tapos yung 4 na yun, there's no way na yung 4 na yun is smoke ang gagamitin niya.
Definitely looking at it, pag tinignan natin din yung stats, makikita mo naman who actually stepped up, and one of those players is of course si Kong Payaman, di ba? Nakuha niya yung most of the kills, 23 kills in total, 2.0 KDA in a 309 combat score. Pero ang nag-shine talaga sa mapa kagaya ng Bind, ang nag-shine talaga dito is yung dalawang controller natin, which is si Delent and Wanafly. Sila ang gumawa ng mga plays dito, of course with the help of the other teammates, but I really think that it was well executed because of these two.
Yeah. Super well executed din talaga yung mga players na ginagawa rin talaga dito ng Myth though. We really thought that CS would get that because of their experience. Ilang beses sila nandito, pero bigla na nagulat tayo na si Myth lang din talaga ang sobrang nabawi nila bigla I mean, in terms of headshots, yes lamang ang CES, but it's not all about the headshots. It's all about the round wins na din talaga. It's all about objectives na meron na ginagawa ngayon ng Myth. Pero papansin mo, objective wins 5? Talagang nakukuha agad. Talagang hindi sila nagpapaka-overcommit, hindi sila nagpapaka-overextend. It's all about the objectives lang din talaga. Huwag niyo nang habulin yung mga bagay na hindi naman kayo sure.
Just going back to the game highlights para mapanood natin kung ano nga ba yung mga kaganapan on this. The first few rounds, Cerberus was actually the one team na nakakakuha ng advantage. 2 beses nag-timeout dito on parang isang round difference lang ang Myth. Dalawang beses silang nag-timeout, dalawang beses silang nagplano during the attacking lang. Because they realized na how will we do entry properly? Nasha-shutdown tayo ng nasha-shutdown ni Red Naval. Because of the operator and because of his placement din. So, they actually fixed that immediately. Literal na yung pangalawang timeout nila doon, Vil, sila yung nanalo sa round pero may pagkakamali sila, inayos pa rin nila.
Yes, that's true. And partner, ito yung isang pinakamasaklap na na thing eh. Map-pick ko ng map-pick ko ng Cerberus eh. So, next map, dun sa mapang pinili na nanalo ngayon, which is a myth. Which is apparently in Haven. Ooh.
Haven.
So, ito yung isang pagkakaunt. Tila mo, di ba? Yung position ni Daikute at saka ni Akashi, iisa lang eh. Iisa lang yung makikita nila eh. Pareho lang sila ng tinitignan eh.
Ang ganda
meron
ng
lang sana
plano.
tumingin sa likod. Oh.
Ang ganda ng plano ng Myth doon, especially on the final round, if you actually take a look. There is that cosmic divide, but once the cosmic divide pulled down, lumabas muna yung Brimstone kasi papababa na rin yung cosmic divide. And then, siya yung kumuha ng information. Ang gagawin ng Sage doon, siya yung makakakuha ng refrag. Literal, kasi sumabay sila doon sa pagbaba ng Cosmic Divide. Yung Brimstone, hindi siya sumabay doon because he wanted to get that information. May protection pa rin ng kaunti pagdating doon sa Sage. And it's just perfectly executed on the side of Myth. They're looking really strong right now. Para sa best of 3 series na to, hindi pa tapos ang laban ng Cerberus. But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, of course, game number 2 na. Huwag kayong alis, muling magbabalik ang VCT.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know.
kami ay nagbabalik ngayong araw para sa VCT, APAC, kami ang yung caster, ako nga pala si Vil.
Parang silang umattend ng burol, man. My God, kasi do or die pagdating sa match na to. Yan kasi ang mangyayari.
Kaya
Para sa
burol,
game number 2, kapag nakuha pa rin to ng Myth, 2-0 na yung magiging score natin. Ibig sabihin, of course, yung Cerberus malalaglag sila pagdating sa ating bracket. And of course, importante to para sa kanila. Ang na-mention natin kanina, Vil, kung kaka-tune in lang ng viewers natin, na-mention natin kanina na yung pumili ng susunod na mapa is actually Myth.
Oh, yun nga. Ang pumili ng first map is actually, yun, yung nasabi natin kanina. Ang pumili ng first map is Cerberus, which is actually, we really thought that dun sa first half, sila talaga makakakuha nun. Pero isipin mo, di ba? Pinatay ko lang yung stream. 7-5 na ang nangyari in terms of
Naka-comeback.
O, biglang naka-comeback. Pero dito naman sa side ng... Okay, Derek eh. Pero dito naman sa side ng Myth naman, talagang tinuloy-tuloy talaga nila yung aggressiveness nila and their advantage dun sa agents na meron sila. Ganito lang yun parang tulad nga nung sabi ni Taylor, and it's just lamang sa agent lang din talaga sa bind.
Mm-hmm.
So, nung pinili ng Cerberus yung bind, syempre, kung pinili nila yung bind, pipili naman ng side yung isa, di ba? So, I mean, if ever na ang Myth, they know it already, na attacking sila, one thing is for sure, meron na silang nakatagong lineup for that kind of map and for that kind of side as well. So, talagang kinuha na talaga nila yung double controller dito na alam nila, nagagana din sobra pag defending na sila.
Na-predict din ng ano yan eh. Na-predict din ng kakambal ko yan. Sabi niya, feeling niya magdo-double controller setup. Sabi ni Raf, yung teams dito. And that's exactly what happened.
Feeling ko si Raf he's from the future The future is smoky.
The future is bright. Itong susunod nating mapa is actually picked, like I said, by Myth, right? And Haven rather, not Heaven. Haven yung mapa natin. They played this 10 times. Looking at stats when it goes, pagdating dito sa team na to, we have 70% in a map Haven. 70% ang win rate nila. That's 7 wins and 3 losses only. So, malaki yung chance dito ng Myth to actually really take this. The usual composition that they use, they are using that Astra. They have the setup mula doon sa Jet. Typical lang na setup Jet, Killjoy, and we have the Sky and also the Sova. Yun ang typical setup nila when it comes to a map like Haven. But sometimes, they actually go for the Breach and Omen.
Yeah. And ganoon lang din naman talaga, 'di ba? Knowing na pinipili nila yung mga meta agents ngayon. Sino ba partner? Siyempre, sobrang meta ni Omen ngayon Sobrang meta rin ni Brimstone ngayon. Itong dalawang smoker na to. Pero syempre, idedepende mo pa rin talaga yung mga agents, yung lineup nyo, depende pa rin sa mapa. Yung ibang players naglalaro ng double controller sa Icebox, pero yung iba nag-work, pero mostly hindi. Pero nakadepende pa rin naman talaga yun sa playstyle nila. If ever natin talaga na yun yung pocket strategy nila, ito yung pocket map nila, ito yung pocket lineup nila, talagang sa tingin nyo, pwedeng dumating sa point na talagang mag-work yan. Kasi, syempre, you will catch your opponents off guard. You will catch the whole team off guard. Kasi hindi naman nila ini-expect na ganoon pala yung mga gagawin nyo. So, pero dito sa Bind, mga kaibigan, we're gonna see a lot of initiators for sure.
Yun lang. Aside from that as well, if we add into it, makikita natin when they pick, of course, yung Brimstone, kapag yung smoke niya, yung Sky smoke niya, it is the longest smoke, but of course, it is limited pagdating doon sa space kung hanggang saan aabot yung smoke. Kailangan yung Brimstone kahit papaano malapit doon sa site bago niya magawa. And a map like Haven, it's very huge and it's a big map. So when you take a look at it, of course, are you gonna pick Brimstone or are you rather gonna go for an Astra or Omen? Typically, they use Omen because of course, you can just smoke further as well. And aside from that, it has a blind. But of course, kapag gusto mo namang maging fast-paced, na talagang matagal yung smoke, you have the molly pagdating sa lineup, and also, pag yung steam beacon lumabas na, ang bilis ng pangyayari na nun.
Oo, napakabilis.
Fast.
magugulat ka na lang may kasama na siyang iba.
Oo, magagulat ka na lang, iba na yung mahal niya.
Alam mo, okay na sana no? Yung seryoso natin sa pagkakast Pero darating at darating na naman talaga sa kung ano-ano ng mga pinagsasabi natin. But still, dito sa Haven, mga kaibigan, this is gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Myth, or magkakaroon pa tayo ng isa pang game, which is yung third map natin, pupunta tayo sa Split. Well, ang Bind, not of a big of a map, pero ang Haven, yes, it's huge. Pero dito naman sa pangatlo sa Split, isipin mo parang medium, large, small yung mga mapang kinukuha nila do. So, it's actually interesting na ito talaga yung mga kinuha nilang mga maps din talaga. Kasi one thing is for sure, you're not gonna go into a map na talagang sobrang lakas din ng kalaban. And if ever na gonna go into a map, dun tayo sa sobrang comfortable tayo. Dun tayo sa sobrang ito kasi syempre yung mga ibang mga teams ngayon, saan ba sila tumitingin? Tumitingin sila ng stats online. Kung saan ba talaga malakas itong mga teams. Ano ba yung mga dapat nating iban para syempre mapigilan natin yung possible win ng kalaban natin. I mean, yeah, pwede nilang gawin yon. Pero what if yung mga players na yun talaga, yung mga players na gusto mong kontrahin nagpe-prepare na dun sa mga scrim nila. Napaka-importante ng scrimman kasi doon mo matetest yung doon mo matetest yung mga bagong strat na sinabi ni coach.
Especially yung mga against other Southeast Asian team. Of course, meron niyang mga sariling mga groups yung mga ganyan, yung mga scrim. So, they are able to go up against other Southeast Asian teams as well and try it out, try on a scrim, practice games pagdating sa mga teams na to. They've been through that. All the players have been through that. I'm sure of that. Kahit hindi ko sila interviewin, lahat yan nag-scrims for sure. Because that is the very norm of esports when you go into a professional team. But heading towards this, speaking of a professional team, of course, the two teams we have, Cerberus from Vietnam and of course Thailand, or made in Thailand from Thailand, obviously, they are a very formidable team. Hindi sila makakapasok sa group stage if they weren't, because this stage is already the top teams that we have from their own specific regions. Yung nakita natin last week, which is yung ating tinatawag nating play-ins, nakita nyo, APH yung naglaro, and most of, or all the other players, all the other teams that actually played up against them are the third placers of their respective regions. But when it comes to the group stage, na-filter out na yung mga regions na yan when the third place. And also, this time around, they're going up against yung mga top 1 and top 2 teams pagdating doon sa mga regions specifically.
Pero dito sa group stage kasi, I mean, parang walang top 1, top 2, walang top 3 ganun. Kasi dito sa group stage, lahat kayo pantay-pantay, partner.
Yappy.
I mean, yeah, ikaw ngayon top 1 dito sa region, ikaw ngayon top 1 sa bansa mo, pero dito sa group stage, lahat kayo pantay-pantay. And I know na talaga nag-aantay na kayo sa game number 2, mga kaibigan, because finally, magbe-break muna tayo para syempre magkaroon tayo ng
pero finally, magbe-break muna tayo.
Pero yeah, we're gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC. The Mods will be right back.
And the mods are back! Nandito na ulit tayo para sa ating second game for the day, literally para sa ating unang series na mapapanood. Kung kaka-tune in nyo lang, welcome sa stream natin guys. May English stream din tayo available on Twitch, Valorant Esports 3 or veraesports.com. But dito sa Tagalog stream, syempre kami ni Vil ang makakasama nyo. Kami nga pa lang yung mga casters, gaya na sabi ko, we have Taylor and Vil right at you. Pero puntahan na natin finally ang agent select na meron tayo para masilip na natin kung anong composition gagamitin nila dito. Pareha silang may breach.
Yeah, pareho sila may breach. Pinagkaiba lang din talaga. It's just the Sentinel. Dito sa dalawang players ito. Wanna-Fly gonna use that Killjoy and Daikyu. He's gonna use that Chamber. Anti-flank. Kumbaga. Lots of information na pwedeng makuha dito ni Daikyu. Pero yun nga lang, Wanna-Fly. Maganda rin tong Killjoy na kinuha nila as a defender, of course. Alam talaga natin yan. If ever na ay
hawak mo lahat no?
Isa, oh yeah, kahit mag-isa ka lang okay lang Kahit 2-2-1, 1-2-2.
Pero ganun din naman yung chamber. I would say, I would have the chamber instead. Kasi kapag magaling ka mag-chamber, pag aggressive player ka, kaya mong mag-TP out into situation. May tour de force ka, may mga baril ka na pwede mong gamitin kahit wala kayong pera. At the same time, yung mga traps na sinesetup niya, ultimate slow, isipin mo makakita lang ng isa and then of course, when the slow pops in, lahat na ng players na kasunod, madedelay na.
Yeah. And kita naman natin, you have the tour de force, you have the trademark, Headhunter, and Rendezvous. Grabe.
Saan mo natutunan yun sa English stream?
Hindi. Ginugel ko ngayon.
Ginugel mo ngayon?
Oh, gulat ako Actually, ngayon ko rin nalaman yung mga pangalan ng skill niya.
Tour de force.
Trademark. Headhunter. Rendezvous.
Actually, Chamber is cool. Nung lumabas siya...
Best.
Oh.
Alam mo ba yung favorite na pagkain ni Chamber?
Ano?
Croissant.
Croissant. Baguette. Man, promise, para kaming, okay, may kwento, since hindi pa naman nagsa-start, guys, wala pa naman kaming i-analyze dito, wag kayong mag-alala. Pero ang kwento ko, nasa Paris kami, di ba? Tapos pumunta kami sa bakery. Siyempre, bibili kami ng
Paris
baguette.
Retiro?
Oo, pero French edition, men.
Ay.
Nasa France kami nung time na yun, tapos bumili kami. Nakalimutan namin kunin yung bread bago kami lumabas. Para kaming Emily in Paris. Dapat mo ba yung series na yun? Baka hindi. Pero, literal, yung nagtitinda doon, sumisigaw, Mademoiselle, your baguette. Parang feeling namin yung mga artista kami. Sinisigawan kami ng gano'n. Sabi, sigawan mo lang ako, sige.
Ang tawag sa inyo,
Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle.
Parang madam, mga gano'n.
Oo. Kumbaga pag Pinoy, be!
Yung tinapay mo, be!
Ganon, diba? Kaya sa Pinoy, ganon. Pero nga lang, nagkakita na nga ng ulo dito. Loki catches one. Talaga over the second one. Diyos ko po, nawangabol ni Loki.
Ito yung kagandahan kapag may killjoy ka, yung vulnerability, ganang-gana kapag pumasok na lahat ng members dito tapos hindi nila na-shutdown agad. This is a 2v1 situation. The spike has been dropped right in the smack of C. At si Delen dito, actually winnable pa rin to, ha?
Natawa ako. Dun sa be.
Be, yung pandesal mo, be.
Be, monay mo, be. Iniwan mo, be. Si Deland.
Winnable to.
Oo, kaya ni kaibigang Deland if ever. Kung talaga na-one tap na ito mga...
Pero may blind, tsaka may aftershock.
Oo. Yun ang din ang problema. Pero yun nga lang, saan ba nakatingin si Kishi? Pero, classic lang daw sa kalam. Sabi ni kaibigang Akashi dito. 1-0 already in favor of si... Sa totoo lang, itong Haven, para siyang Ascent na maraming may alam, maraming malakas dito sa Haven. Parang, si Taylor din, malakas dito.
Hanapan na lang ito ng hanapan ng momentum, tsaka hanapan ng agent pick. Doon na lang nagkakatalo kung ano yung gumagana for how the playstyle of the team. Kasi if you think about it, you would know all the maps, you have different strats, pero what will work against your opponent? Kasi may mga teams talaga na sobrang lakas but they have certain teams that seems to be a kryptonite.
Yeah, that's true. Meron talaga tayong mga, kumbaga, ito. Gusto mo makakita ng Ultra Kryptonite, partner?
Oh.
Team Secret Southbuilt Esports.
Totoo.
Kryptonite ng Team
Hindi
Secret
na nanalo yung Team Secret against Southbuilt even on first strike, di ba?
Ewan ko ba? Wala eh. Labanan ng mga tito eh.
Labanan ng mga tito.
Minama masyado ng Southbuilt. Big shoutout nga pala kay paring Chris na nanonood ngayon.
Barang pro.
Hindi ko alam kung nanonood si Chris.
Lalang.
Pero
sabi lang namin.
Oo, pero shoutout sa'yo, Mr. Chris. Pero, Red Naval, magandang position na dito. Pwede siya maka-pick off ng probably siguro mga isa o dalawa. Op! Nagkakapo siya na nakakaginagamit ng kanilang mga utilities dito. Pero yun, oh my god! Perfect execution! On to the players of CES, mga kaibigan, trying to stop the push of Myth with that gravity well ginagawa dito ni Loki, but still 4v4
30 seconds left
together with his friends. Talagang they really wanna push A. Ang maganda dito, dalawa lang yung tao dito sa A. Wala silang idea kung sino bang tao dito na nandito. They have an idea na nandito ngayon si Breach though, pero mapapatay ba nila? Akashi says no. Akashi with another one right now. Keshi needs to recover. Keshi, dalawa kay Akashi, dalawa kay Kishi.
Then pala dapat pag rhyme. Magkasama sa site pag nagra-rhyme yung mga pangalan nyo. Time. De, pero if you think about it, they have the Spectres anyway. It was expected already. At with one punching player, which is Red Neval, or rather, yeah, Red Neval, nakakuha siya ng isang kill agad immediately after the pull. Nabawasan na agad ng isa. Pag umentry sila doon, iba-burst down lang naman din sila eh. Kasi they were on an eco. They only have pistols anyway. So if they lost that round, it's gonna be a problem, definitely.
Yeah. Actually, if ever gonna check the stats din, na nakita natin, itong CS tsaka sa Myth, parang parang pareho lang din sila halos ng score ng stats dito sa mapa na to. So, to be honest, it's gonna be really hard for us to know who's gonna get to win this. Pero yun nga lang, nakikita naman natin ngayon, mga kaibigan, na it's just what happened a while ago. CS will gonna get the first 2 rounds and Myth will gonna make bawi sa mga susunod na rounds dito na pwede nila. Hindi ko alam kung paano i-express sarili ko doon. Pero yun nga, for the side of CS naman yan, kung napapansin nyo, wala naman talaga silang binili na baril dito eh. So, this is actually a free round dito sa Myth if ever natalo pa sila dito. Oh no, medyo talagang kabahan sila kasi knowing na si Red Naval tsaka si Akashi nakashirep lang.
Shirip lang sa kalam, yan ang sasabihin nila dito. They are forced on an eco, but still some players were able to buy, were able to get the Spectre
30
still.
seconds left.
At of course, against the Vandal, lamang talaga yung Myth dito. Depende na lang kung paano sila yung entry. The concuss hits in, but that's a one and done position para kay Kadum. The flash is also hitting site. There are shock darts everywhere. At pumapasok na nga dito yung mga players ng Myth. Dahan-dahan, no? Inuubos talaga nila yung time. Ang problema dito sa pag-ubos ng oras, yung problema mo is literally, if you won't have enough time to plant the spike, buti na lang meron, it is Cute, the only man remaining, still with the Spectre. He can still manage to get some kills if he wants to, if he is able to. Of course, there is that spot. Hindi niya nakuha yung burst down na yan. Mas lamang talaga ang Vandal when it comes to a very, very long range. O kaya naman yung typical medium range na nakikita din natin. 2-1, they were able to capitalize on some kills still.
Yeah, that's true. And kung napapansin naman natin na partner, lamang ngayon ang CES sa barrel and everything. Kasi napatay yung dalawang players dito ng Myth eh. So, kailangan nila mag-adjust if ever. And for the side of Myth, kailangan nila mag-save, lalong-lalo na si Kadum. Kasi, I mean, si Kadum nakadepende naman siya. Nakadepende naman yun if ever mag-operator ba siya or not. Sa kanila naman yun. Pero yun nga lang, ito na ang Rolling Thunder coming in from Zido, Loki. Habla Rolling Thunder with that star being activated by him. Kishi with a 2K already. Loki, super low on HP. 3v4. Ano ang pwedeng gawing rotation ng Myth ngayon? If they're not gonna go there in B or A, but it's because you're just gonna push C instead. Loki together with Kishi. Sobrang baba na rin ng HP ng isa. Loki! Wala siyang idea at all na si Kishi nandun lang din. Pero, alone, catches one already. 2v2. Is this gonna be in favor of CAS or Myth, mga kaibigan? They need to plant that spike. Pero wala silang idea on the whereabouts of the players of CAS right now! Diyos ko po!
Muntik di natuhog!
Collateral, oh! Muntik na eh! Diyos ko!
Muntik nang matusok-tusok. Maging quick yung dalawang players doon, pero nakuha pa rin ni Red Neval yung kill.
Oo. Ano men, gagawing egg waffle siya eh.
Egg waffle.
For
real.
Oh, gagawing ano, Beta Pro Max.
Beta Pro Max. Soya bean guard, kumbaga. Replay, just a quick replay. Ito yung moment na yun eh. Kung sakali man, talagang tuhog yun. Pero still, Red Neval, he was just expecting it. A good round para kay Cerberus. And they have the operator still. That's the best part of this, especially on this round. Kasi makakalaban sila ng long range. At may support na din na nagmumula from the Sova himself, helping out Red Neval just to spot kung meron mang tao. On the other hand, speaking of tao, nag-aantay na rin dito. Naka-forward na si Kong.
Kong sa harap. Impayaman sa likod, pero alone. Oh, Diyos ko po. Na-headshot ngayon si Alone. Ay, na-headshot ngayon si Kishi. And, eto, hindi naman porket naka-vandal kayo, sure naman. Hindi naman ganoon. Hindi naman sure na talaga mapapanalo kayo. It will give you that, parang advantage lang din talaga. More chances of winning lang din. Pero Kadoom. Miracle on to Loki ngayon. Die cute. Wobby smoked up. Wala na rin siyang armor dito, pero meron at ang lineup dito si kaibigang Sova. Pero grabe yung gagawing thrifty ng CS dito if ever. Nakakuha na ng Vandal si One na Fly at saka si Kadoom dito. So, ano ang gagawing rotation ng CS if ever? Are they gonna push or not? Okay, hindi na. Hindi nila kailangan i-contest to. Kasi this is actually a really expensive round sa CS if ever. Tatlo na ang nawala sa kanila gamit ang Sheriff at saka ng Classic ng Myth. And ayaw na nilang dagdagan pa yung sakit na nararamdaman nila dahil may kasama na siyang iba.
Tama na, yan ang sabi nila. Enough is enough, kumbaga. But of course, they're probably gonna save this operator. They need that for the next round. And successful thrifty round for Myth. This is exactly what they need para maka-bounce back agad on the first half pa lang. So we are now looking at a 3-2 scoreline on the scoreboards. At si Kishi ang nagsashine dito so far when it comes to kills. Ooh, look at that quick replay. Yung mga ganung moments lang eh, no? Yung nahuhuli ka ng Classic sa muka.
Oh, alam mo yung right click. Wala akong magagawa dun, men. At na right click. Pero, ang Myth, sila na ang may lamang in terms of everything. They have the money, they have the firepower. Pero dito ngayon sa side ng CES, if ever natalo sila dito, yes, makakabili pa naman yung iba sa side nila. Die cute. With that operator though. Actually, sobrang ganda na hindi si Red Naval yung gumamit ng operator. Kasi sinabi ni Red Naval, sige pre, okay lang. I have the Blade Storm anyway. So, might as well get that operator instead. I mean, ganda naman talaga si ano eh. Si Chamber. Chamber is built for an operator lang din talaga. Si Red Naval, si Jet at si Chamber, binuo yan para sa operator.
Divided, hinati na ang mundo. This is the cosmic divide, and of course, the Hunter's Fury might as well pull in everything you have para makapag-entry lang. They cleared out Hell. That is a good job for the team. That's very typical and normal already. May aftershock para lang ma-delay yung pagpasok ng kahit na sino. They also use the ultimate of the breach, and hindi ko alam ba't sumilip bigla dun si Daikute ng ganun.
A lot of questionable plays sa totoo lang. Pero yun nga lang, Kadoom trying to stop the possible push of CES right now. Kadoom with a swing but not gonna be able to catch down these players of CES ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, inupuan! Inupuan ni Akashi at hindi nahabol ni Kadoom yun. Biglang nag-crouch si Akashi. Nagulat na lang din tayo eh. Pero Akashi, inaantay lang din talaga na makuha ni Loki yung mga baril. Hinahanap niya kung nasan yung operator.
Oh lang, nakuha na, napulot. Ito yung pinagkakaingatan nila ng 3 rounds na tuloy-tuloy. Dahil yung mga ultimate save nila para lang sa operator na to. Just a quick replay on how they took side here for the side of Myth. And syempre, ang hindi ko ina-expect doon is Cute. Hindi niya ata in-expect na lalabas yung ulo niya doon sa Cosmic Divide. Sumilip men eh.
Nagulat eh. Para
mata lang yung kita hanggang ilong.
Ito ba anong ginagawa nito?
Pasilip lang. Buti hindi nagkaroon ng kulitin. Mga ganun ba?
Uy! Diyos ko po! Pinakitaan ng knife ng mga players ngayon. Pero yung dalawang jet natin is already down. Pero this round is in favor of CES. Are we gonna see the very first game number 3 of the whole VCT APAC? Ito na ba yun?
It can be.
Patulugin niyo muna si Ray para 2-0.
Patulugin niyo si Ray guys para walang technical pause, mga ganon.
Same.
Pero chill lang muna tayo guys. With 4-2 score, syempre this would be played out slow unless for the retake mangyari na, as Myth is already setting it up para sa kanilang post-plant situation. There is that turret already para pag may lumabas dyan sa leg, of course, madedetect at madedetect, pwede nilang iswing afterward. But position of WannaFly here, nakita niya na nag-set up yung chamber ng something. Tapos, syempre, yung aftershock, gagawin nila yan sa hell. Nakatingin na dun si Kishi eh, pero hindi ko alam kung paano hindi mo na nila clear out talaga.
Oo, 1v1 with a great one. Wala pang bawas yung dalawa, and all they're gonna do is actually wait sa Delend. Ikutan lang niya. Play that time. Take time lang din talaga. Pero mukhang mapapatay pa rin ni Delend si Kakashi ngayon. 43. Still in favor of CES. Pero slowly and surely, Myth is racking up all of these cash, all these points, all of these rounds na meron sila. Kitang-kita na naman natin ulit kung gano'n ka-well distributed yung mga kills ng mga players dito.
And this is the point na si WannaFly, nag-aabang lang siya dito sa gilid. And makikita mo talaga na, kumbaga, i-check na lang sana nila yung corner na yun eh. Nakatingin na si Kishi. He was able to pop out the aftershock. But the other players were also setting it up, preparing to actually take the site. So, during that time na nagsiset up sila, na-timingan sila ng matindi talaga doon. So, that's such a good play coming in from WannaFly, stopping them at their toes immediately until before the retake. And this is now a timeout on the side of Myth. Mahilig silang mag-timeout eh, no?
Oh, I mean, libre naman yun, di ba?
Sa bagay. Hindi ka naman magbabayad.
Oo, pero kung napapansin mo, Bes, tinan mo yung score natin ngayon. Tipong, pustahan tayo, mananalo dito si ES o ano?
No, Myth sa akin, Myth.
Oh, sige. Nagpustahan live on stream eh, no?
Burger King ang gusto ko
Sige. Pero, I mean, like what you've said, yes, lagi silang nag-time out. Ang ibig sabihin yan, communication is key lang din talaga. It's all about the communication that you do inside a game and with your teammates kung ano yung next play na pwede natin gawin. Kumbaga sa pattern, papalit-palit lang sila kung sino ba pwedeng mananalo dito, kung sino ba makakakuha ng kill. And kung napapansin mo, pagka-start ng round 3, doon na nagsimula yung papalit-palit lang din talaga. Minsan CES Smith, paulit-ulit lang din talaga. So talagang walang sobrang lumalamang dito. Everything is well distributed. The score, the kills, everything. So, pwede nating sabihin na itong Haven na to, yes, pinili ito ng Myth, pero kung napapansin natin, ito rin yung parang comfort na map din ng CES if ever. Kasi parang ano sinabi natin kanina, sobrang daming may alam ng Haven eh.
Yun nga. Ang dami na ring VODs, 'di ba? Kung iisipin natin, Cerberus side, ang tagal na ng lineup na to, very limited lang ang binago nila when it comes to the roster itself. So, if you think about it, syempre, madami ng mods, not mods, but VODs actually, pagdating sa team na to, mababasa mo kung paano sila maglaro and marirealize mo kung ano yung mga ginagawa nila typically on a map like this. But this is the poll, this is the entry coming in from the players of Myth. They were able to use the Killjoy lockdown just to make sure na umatras ng kaunti yung ibang mga players dito. Iniiwasan lang ni Kadum yung ultimate na yan, pati na rin yung aftershock. But Akashi was able to get one before he goes and goes above and beyond pagdating dito sa mga teams natin. 5 seconds remaining to plant the spike with the aftershock. Madidelay ba? Hindi na na-delay dito. Kadum, he was able to get 2K. He's trying to get the last kill right now, which is Loki. To think about it, ano naman yung mga baril nila dito, hindi naman enough talaga to actually pounce on the team.
Yeah. Knowing the Sheriff hindi lang gamit ni Loki dito, if ever lang talaga naka-one tap siya lang siguro mga dalawang players kaya natin sabihin na winnable pero hindi naman sisilip ang Myth, hindi naman baguhan niya mga yun. It's all about the discipline lang din talaga na they have. Pero si Loki, all he gonna do is die. Kailangan niya mamatay dito para syempre magkaroon siya ng enough money next round. And Myth ties up the score already by 4. Papalit-palit lang din talaga. CES, they have the money already. They can do a big comeback if ever. Pero dahil cute, kailangan din niya mag-perform. Kasi yes, nasa-stop niya yung nade-delay na rin ng kahit papano yung pag-push dito ng Myth. Pero yun nga lang, needs to be more than that. Needs to take down these players lang din talaga. I mean, the information is great already. What more kung nakapatay ka pa? It will give you that enough advantage lang din talaga just to win that round. 4-4, CES was on a timeout.
Yun din yung iniisip ko when it comes to the two teams. Aside from that, ang nagugustuhan ko din with them is that immediately when they see that they are having a hard time o kaya parang tagilid yung vapor, immediately nagta-time out sila to actually talk about it. So they make do of what they are doing wrong, and then they realize na, uy, mali to parang nagkaroon tayo ng miscom pagdating dito. Kaya time out muna, usap tayo, ayusin natin yung nangyayari. Parehas silang ganun, especially Myth. Mahilig sila mag-time out to talk about it. So, importante yun for the team instead of not talking at all.
Oo, ano? Alam sa totoo, sabi ni Harvey Flores Abatayo, Vil, balik rin mo yung Red Neval. It's lavender.
Oo nga, no?
Diba? Ngayon, ayos yun
Tayo pa naman yung mga mahilig bubaliktad ng mga pangalan. Mga Facebook name mo.
Mudak.
Crab, mga ganon.
Pag may kunyari, nang scam ka.
Oo, scammer ka. Etivac, mga ganon.
Oo, mga ganon. Kunyari, pag bibili ka, Ecocomsim, mga ganon.
Ecocomsim.
Pabili nga po ng TikTok.
Gok mismo, mahilig magpalit-palit lang ng mga pangalan din pala itong mga tropa natin Mga kapitbahay. Alam mo, magkapitbahay lang tong dalawa, literal.
Magkapitbahay lang din talaga itong mga players ito, partner. Kasi talagang
sa bansa nila.
Ang Vietnam tsaka Thailand, tamid ka lang ng konting river. Ano na
yun swimming ka lang ng kaunti.
Magkita dito, pero yun nga lang, Kishi, we're gonna check out if ever mabubuhay pa siya. Pero sabi ni Kadum, hindi na.
Wala siyang kasama doon for trades.
Napapansin natin mukhang nawala ata si kaibigang Terror. Direct, paki-confirm. Pero but still, 38 seconds in, saan ba papasok yung mga players dito ng Myth if ever? 30 seconds here in the clock right now. They need to go in. They need to stop the possible push of Myth. Pero yun nga lang, that is Recon Bolt. Pero mukhang wala ata siya makikita. Napakadami items na talaga na lumalabas dito sa may C. Pero Kadum, mga kaibigan, trying to catch up and probably kill. Pero meron tao dun sa may likod niya. Oh no! That is Loki waiting patiently dun sa may likod. That is Loki wrecking havoc already. 1v1 with a great one and 1-5. Just gonna get that round 4-5, partner.
Grabe, papalapit na ng papalapit papunta sa midpoint ng game natin, no? But these two teams, they're not giving up on each other. Talagang dikit pa rin yung score natin. With the 4-5 right now, lamang pa rin ng isang round dito ang Myth. On the other hand, ganun pa rin yung setup nila. Kung sisilipin natin ng the previous game, Vil, yung mga score nila pagdating sa mga kills, magkakadikit lang. And that is the same until now. Kasi lahat sila trabaho lang kung trabaho. Yun ang ginagawa nila dito. But I just wanna say, of course, with the take, if one person is already planting the spike, of course, mababawasan yung manpower mo when it comes to actually getting those kills. Kaya naman importante talaga to clear it off first before you plant the spike. But Taikute, he was shut down immediately by Delend right here on Silong. And nag-aabang lang dito si Kong. Kung merong magpupush, insta-flash yan, insta-peek para sa kanya. Up and online dito yung Rolling Thunder natin. Aside from that, the Astra Cosmic Divide. So they might be able to use this para makapag-entry sila na maayos.
Yeah. Ito naman yung 10 seconds na analysis ni Taylor. Sabi ko, oo, man.
Salamat sa lahat. Sanay na ako.
Wala kasi naubos mo na sasabihin ko eh.
Kasi nag-agree ka kasi sa akin lagi.
Oo, di ba? Yun yung maganda kasi okay lang, babae ka, tama ka naman lagi.
Tama talaga.
Oo, wala naman ako magagawa dun, di ba? Pero ito na si Kaduma, kaibigan ko Kaduma din si teammate to try to push out A. Pero kung napapansin mo, nagpupush na rin dito si Red Neval din. Si Lavender, wala na. Ayoko na sabihin ni Red Neval, Lavender na talaga gusto ko sabihin. Lavender na lang sabihin.
Mas maganda pakinggan, no?
30 seconds left.
Wanna fly. Gonna take down Kisha right now. 2 versus 4. Si kaibigan Mudak. He's gonna go here and see. Pero
Sabay. 4 people. The headshot hops in. Loki was able to get one. Nabawasan niya na yung pangalawa. No scope. My God, with the 2K. He gets it. He managed to be able to shut down 2 players. This is still doable for Akashi if he plays this right. If he plays his card right. Meron siyang Recon. Meron siyang Sova Drone. He has the Sheriff. Get the headshots in. And the time is ticking. Pero napakalaking pressure nito para sa kanya right now. As the wide swing comes out from Dylan, he was able to punish him completely. 6-4 score na tayo. Vil, pakunti ng pakunti, papunta na tayo sa ating halftime.
Pero halftime. Pero sa totoo lang, ganito lang yun eh. I mean, hindi naman talaga nila alam kung nasan si Sova doon. It's just napakabilis din talaga ng reflexes ng mga players natin ngayon eh. And knowing na naka-vandal sila, tinamdam sa Delenda. I mean, di niya alam kung nasan talaga si Akashi, but still, it's just the reflexes of these players na talaga na napaka-overwhelming. And sa ginawa naman ni Loki, that is actually will take a huge toll na rin dito sa myth na napatay sila nung ni Loki with just that Marshall on hand though. I mean, as long as mapapatay mo talaga yung mga kalaban mo, it's good already. No matter kung ano mang gamit mo, kahit naka-sheriff kayo, kahit naka-friend sila, kahit stinger mo lang dun eh. I mean, wala naman sila pakialam eh. As long as you do that job, na bawasan mo yung kalaban mo, it's good already. Kasi, ang next na kalaban ng myth dyan, if ever, is syempre, yung economy na kailangan din nilang pangalagaan. Pero in terms of economy, if natalo dito ang CES partner, wala silang pera next round.
Yun na nga eh. Napunta sila sa punto, sa posisyon na parang mananalo kayo, matatalo kayo, or rather matatalo kayo, magsisave, tapos bibili na naman, tapos magsisave. Nagsasalit-salitan lang yung nangyayari. So they really need to take away some rounds for the team para naman umayos-ayos yung economy na meron sila dito. But 1-to-1 trade lang ang nangyari with Myth and Cerberus on that engagement. They were able to punish Red Neval, which is big dahil siya yung entry fragger nila dito. And Kong on the other hand is the breach, of course. And Loki, nagsiset-up lang siya, nag-aantay siya dito ng very much patiently, pulling it in para sa kanya, but he's not peeking out. He's just waiting patiently. Walang nagki-clear ng backside dito. And that is Kadum spotting him out. 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 trade ang nangyari with Akashi, the only guy remaining while Hunter's Fury was happening. Lahat ng kakampi niya namatay. Sinabayan yung Hunter's Fury niya, kaso nga lang hindi nila nakuha yung kills. Alam na ngayon kung saan manggagaling si Akashi, and of course, that is gonna be CT, and Dylan was just gonna finish or is just gonna finish the job for the team.
If ever naging 5-7 to partner, parang ito lang talaga yung first game natin. I mean, at the end of the day, this is the map na pinili talaga na Myth. Let's
Tara. But ito yung Hunter's Fury, sinabayan nga nila, but they are in corners na na-clear out ni Kadum. Yun naman yung kagandahan with how Myth plays. Talagang kini-clear out nila each corners. Makikita natin yung play na yan pagdating sa A main din kanina. They use the Sova drone and they really wait out. No one is speaking unless the Sova drone detects someone.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about the information lang din talaga na meron kayo dito. Pero mukhang si Daikute trying to be really aggressive, pero it's fine. Meron naman siyang rendezvous for them to go out. Oh, diba, I swear. Rendezvous. Alam na natin yung pangalan ng ano, yung utilities ng chamber dito.
Pwede na tayong tawaging tunay na casters.
Oo, man. Hindi na chup-chup.
Hindi na saki-saki. Gravity well na.
Hindi na
level
kalampag
up
sa
na
papa.
kami.
Oo, man.
Sensya na kayo kami lang 2.
Sad, ano kami ngayon? Sad boy
Sad
kami
boys
dalawa.
na kami ngayon.
Pero ang tunay na sad boy si Ray. May uwo pa nga sa Twitch na. Pero yun nga ng Red Neville trying to push out A. Pero walang idea at all ang mid na nandito lang yun si Red Neville. Si Lavender.
Si Lavender.
Actually trying to push out these players lang din talaga. Pero
Alam
my
mo,
God.
Vil, si Red Neval kanina, forward siya na forward, pero nakakakuha siya mga isang kill lang typically. So, minsan problema yun for the team, but Kadum! Nako, may kasamang whiff, pero may reset on that last knife. Going for the third kill, pero inagawan lang ni Alone. Pahingi naman, kahit isa.
Oo, kasali naman daw siya. Pero, Red Naval.
Diyos ko!
Push out 2! Pwede siya makakuha dito, pero yun nga, marami siyang kalaban dito. Na 2v1. The kaibigang Lavender, 4-8 to end that first half. Like what I said a while ago, at the end of the day, ito pa rin yung pinili na mapa ng Myth. At the end of the day, ito pa rin yung mapa nila.
Yun nga eh. Myth chose this map and they are proving na talaga sila ang pinakamalakas dito compared Cerberus right now or the team that they're going up against. With Reneval, like I was saying a while ago, during the map bind, nagiging aggressive. Meron siyang aggressive pushes na ginagawa, pero laging hindi nag-work out. So immediately, napapunish yung Jet, nawawala siya sa mapa agad, nakukulangan agad ng players dito yung Cerberus. And I really think when it comes to this point, pagdating sa team ng Cerberus, they really have to be careful because Redeval, as a duelist right now, he's not getting really much of the kills. At least the information is there, yes, but it's not enough.
Dude.
Omen.
Alam niyo ba kanina, in terms of Omen, which is Omen, kanina, before mag-start, wala kaming ginawa kundi
TP out.
Nililinis lang namin yung mga lalamunan namin. Kasi baka may sumabit bigla.
Mahirap yun.
Mahirap yun. Baka nagkakas kami, biglang may
Ayan na, gising na si Ray.
Grabe naman talaga. Nakaidlip na nga eh. Nagising pa.
Kaninong alarm yung setup dyan, men?
Alam mo yung matindi? Halftime, doon nag-technical pause.
So we are on a halftime. Lamang na lamang dito. As you can see is Myth. And the performance of the team is actually really good for today. They are fairly consistent when it comes to those utility usage, pagdating sa kills na meron sila, and also the strategy that they're playing out. It works out for the team, especially kapag ang inuuna nila dito during the map bind is actually the agent selection. Inuna nila yon, nanalo sila sa agent selection pa lang because of course, obviously with a double controller setup and you chose the side on the attackers, makakaipon ka ng points and then on the defense, talagang mahirapan pumasok yung mga kalaban. But heading towards this second map that we have, the map that they chose, obviously, they are in a comfortable position because this is one of their best maps. Like I said a while ago, 70% ang win rate dito ng Myth. So, when you take a look into stats, numbers, and everything else in analysis, Myth has everything right now. The foundation, a good foundation, a good strategy, and a good strategy book, as we call it. And they also have those skills in walang tumatalong, kumbaga.
Yun yung actually nasabi rin natin kanina, di ba? I mean, in terms of the maps, parang pareho lang sila. Kasi if ever gonna compare the maps played ng Cerberus at saka ng Myth dito sa Haven na to, mas marami ang side na sa Cerberus. Pero sila 12-9. So, hindi ganun kataas yung win rate nila, but still, that's a lot of them. That is 21 maps comparing to the 10 maps ata, correct me if I'm wrong, 10 maps ng made in Thailand. Let me check. Haven. Yeah, 10 maps. That is 10 maps again nilaro ng Myth and 21 maps na nilaro dito ng Cerberus. So, pwede nating sabihin na halos pantay lang din talaga eh. Pero at the end of the day, dun sa 21 maps na yun,
ano? Ano meron sa 21 maps na yun?
Dun sa 21 maps na yun, guys, Haven yun eh.
Oh, man.
56% lang yung win rate. Ay, 59% lang. 57% pala yung win rate ng ng Cerberus doon. Kaya ayoko ng numbers, kaya ayoko ng math eh.
Kaya nag-shout ka si Bill eh.
Oo.
Umaakit baba eh, parang stonks lang eh. Biglang nagbabago-bago yung numbers eh.
Oh.
Pero yung tunay talaga, 59.
Oh, hindi, tama. Ano 57? Oh, tama, 59. Sure na yun.
Sure na yun. Balik na tayo sa laro. Ito na yung half-time natin. Ito na yung second half natin. Pistol na naman ang mga barel at back to zero. Clean slate for both sides of the teams that we are looking at. Cerberus, alam natin that they are fairly an aggressive team, so maybe it works out on the attackers.
Yeah. And hopefully talagang it's gonna work out really good sa side ng Myth ngayon kasi mukhang knowing that sila ang pumili nito, talagang kailangan talaga nila makuha agad tong side na to. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, napakagandang double peak na ginawa ng Myth. Walang idea at all yung sa kaliwat kanan meron palang nagbabantay. Pero kung napapansin mo wala silang sustain. They don't have any thing na pwede mag-heal sa kanila. They don't have any Reyna, wala silang Sky, wala silang Sage. So labanan lang talaga ng patibayan na lang ng loob to. Pero Kadum with that ghost, but Akashi with a right click onto their face. But
malakas yung classic no?
With the big trade-off, yeah, that's true. Pwede lang kunin yung ghost actually. Pero let's see if ever na talagang makakuha ba sila ng enough momentum dito. Pero ang problema lang din talaga, natutunan na nababantay dito sa CS mga kaibigan. 4v3 to, 1 of life, low 1 HP. And the 3 players of mid is actually super low. Kishi with another one right now, pushing into a 3v3 situation. Pero si Kishi talaga inuubos talaga yung mga buhay ngayon ng mid. Pero 1 of 1 will gonna go down to the hands of Daikyu Talented with that frenzy on hand. 5-8, and this might be a 6-8 score if ever lang din na makakuha pa ng momentum ang CES, because yeah, they can actually do that because of the specters on hand. Pero it doesn't mean na sila talaga yung makakasecure nito. It will give them that advantage lang din. It will give them more chances of winning lang din talaga. Kasi what if na thrifty to ng Myth?
Totally possible. It happened multiple times in this stage and in a high level kind of play. Minsan nga, sinasabayan pa ng kabilang team yung pag-buy para lang biglain talaga eh. But it seems like it's gonna be a complete save on the side of Myth. Walang upgrades dito kahit sheriffs or kahit anything at all. They're just using those classics and they're gonna stick to it. There is the pole, there is the smoke, but no one is around. It's gonna be a 5-man retake on the side of Myth. Nagsasama-sama na sila on mid and they wanna control C-Long. Ang problema dito, aware din yung ibang players ng Cerberus. And of course, Daikyu is waiting right around the corner. He can just wrap around and actually take the eco shots. It's easy. Katulong niya pa si Kishi.
It's super easy for him to actually do that though. Pero dito naman ngayon kay Daikyu, if ever talagang pinush out siya ni Wanafly tsaka ni Delen, talagang delikado talaga ang buhay niya.
Hindi yan
pero
push.
Hindi na.
TP out.
The timing, pero ano lang sila, exit frags. Talagang hindi sila nag-contest no?
Ang ganda nung
exit
nangyari doon. Actually, ang bilis nilang mag-react. A very active team that we are looking at here is Cerberus. The fault line connects. Kapag sumilip yung dalawang players, mamamatay si Daikyu dun for sure eh. But he reacted very fast with the TP out himself. And that saved him. That basically cleared out the entirety of Myth. Kasi deadly na yung position nila dun. Hindi sila pipik talaga at all. Because they're gonna die anyway. So might as well, magsama na sila ng mga gustong umexit frag.
Myth, mga kaibigan, they got that firepower already. Pero magiging successful ba to lahat? All these pre-fires na narinig natin ng Red Naval, is that gonna be a big favor sa kanya or not? But Kadoom, what a huge kill na ginawa na dito. Pwede mag 6-9 to if ever. I mean, Akashi is now done. They don't have any initiator. I mean, players left for them to get that information kung meron bang tao dun or wala. They have the flash, yes. Pero what if walang tao dun sa flash mo? Pero yun nga lang, B it is. B is a thing na pwede nila puntahan. Pero napakaganda ng fault na sa ginawa dito Nikong mga kaibigan. Catches one, try to go with the second one though through that smoke. He actually won a fly, pushing in alone. Wow. Finding any teammate na pwede na makasama, pero it's just him all alone here in B. 6-9.
Parang replay no? Kanina 6-9 din yung score. Actually, so this two teams, it's fairly similar on how they played on Bind. Talagang iniba lang dito is yung mapa tsaka yung agent pick na meron sila. But when it comes to strategy play and when it comes to those trade-ins at mga refrag, nangyayari pa rin. It's the same teams, obviously, so you wouldn't expect much difference. But of course, Red Naval is stepping up slowly but surely. Ang problema dito ngayon ng Cerberus, of course, if they actually lose this round, they're not gonna have any money again.
Yun nga, dumating din naman sa point ang CES na tatlo ang kalaban nila. Number 1, Myth. Number 2, Economy. Number 3, mga comment section sa Valorant Vietnam.
Oo nga eh. Pero sila na yon. Di na natin problema yon.
Oo. sila lang din naman nagkakaintindihan.
Parang tayo dito. Tayo lang naman din nagkakaintindihan. Kaya nga unbiased casters kami. Oh, the kill hops in. Perfect timing for Red Naval to hop out as well. Oh, 1 HP. Piso na lang.
Chup-chup pa. Naka-fault lines pa. Lahat inanggap mo na. My God. Pero to, 4v4.
Pero di pa siya patay.
Oh, hindi.
Ito na yun.
Oh, Diyos ko po.
Nakaligtas pa siya doon.
Dart mode. Nakaligtas pa. Diyos ko po. Anak ni ano?
Anak ni Coco Martin.
Oh.
Probinsyano to.
Ni Yoda. Pero ito, ano ang ginagawa mong...
Hindi pumasok. Pumasok. Yeah.
Natamaan.
The shock dart lineup.
Nakapatay pa.
Nakapatay pa si Red Naval.
Nakapatay pa. Nakapatay pa. Piso! Piso na 3K! Diyos ko po! Anak ni Rold, mga kaibigan!
Grabe si Red Naval. Ito na yung time niya to step up and he's actually doing so. Look at this quick replay. Nakapatay na siya ng isa eh. Tapos he hops out.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Iniwan na naman ako ni kaibigang...
Hindi kita iniwan. Nandito lang ako.
Okay.
Huwag ka mag-alala. Yung Discord lang yun. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pero nandito pa rin ako. Huwag ka mag-alala. Going back.
Usap na lang tayo sa YM pero yung nga lang, Kadoom! We're gonna shut Lavender down. Pero... merong pera si Daikute if ever. Meron din pera dito si Loki. Para si Akashi and Kishi, kailangan nilang kabahan kasi if ever natalo sila dito, kailangan nilang umasa kay Daikute. Kasi it's fine. I mean, okay lang pala. Kasi Daikute, they got that tour de force anyway. So, pwede talaga siyang mag-drop sa mga next few rounds. Lavender, meron naman siyang Blade Storm if ever, so pwede siyang makabawi. Pero, ito lang talaga yung mga players ngayon na trying to shut down the players off a mid na lang din talaga. Wanna Fly is gonna go down dun sa may logs though. Kishi with that flash catching one. Cycling another one. Loki gonna take down everyone around C. Really good pick dito sa may C alone with that recon ball catching two. That is huge. Pero wala silang idea kung nasan pa si Loki though. Loki on the right side of the map. Loki with a 4K. 8-9. And ito na ata ang pagbangon ng api.
Si Loki yung gumawa ng round na yon. Ang ganda ng mga timing niya and hindi siya yung nagpa-trigger happy kind of play. He really waited in the smoke and really waited for that flash to pop in. Once the pop of the flash is there, saka lang siya lumabas to actually take on the kill. Literally, 4K was here on the side of Loki and he just finished off each and every one aside from the last player. Napa-time out na nga dito yung Myth at dahil papalapit na ng papalapit yung score, literally, they're only 1 round advantage that they have all the way from a while ago na malaki yung difference ng dalawang teams na meron tayo. And this time, it's just going really, really well for the side of Cerberus. Red Deval is stepping up. Loki is stepping up.
Yun yung maganda rin talaga yun. If ever they're really trying to step up, itong map na talaga ang talagang kailangan nilang gawin, knowing na CES mga kaibigan talagang muntik ng mabaon sa limot because of the things na ginagawa dito ng Myth, but still that 2 rounds sa pagkapanalo nila is actually huge, pushing it from ano ba score nila kanina, 8-4, from 8-4 to 8-9. That is 4 rounds dito sa second half mga kaibigan. And for the side of Myth, kailangan nilang bumawi dito kasi parang ito na ata yung inaantay din ng CES na sila yung magiging attackers. Yes, nagka-problema sila yung defenders, pero attackers doon sila babawi. Pero apparently, Kadum being super aggressive right now.
Oh, makakita siya ng isa kasi hindi nag-connect yung shot. Sumubok pa siya ng isa doon. Hindi talaga pumasok. The opportunity was definitely there, but the engagement didn't happen. He didn't get the kill o yung play na ine-expect niya na magawa. Pero ang problema, meron pang isang naka-forward dito and that is the Astra. Very much aware is the players of Cerberus because nag-advance yung isa. They're probably thinking that there is gonna be another one. And exactly like that, Daikyu checking corners in each and corners. Ito yung pinaka-importanting factors. Ang daming teams na high-level plays na pero hindi pa rin nag-check ng mga corners nila. Check your 6 like we always say. Aftershock hops in. There is of course the blind pero hindi na makakatalon o hindi na makakatakas dito si Kong. As time is ticking, 40 seconds is still remaining to plant the spike. That's more than enough time for the team to actually post-plant or move away para makakuha sila ng post-plant position. A team like Cerberus, they are very much aggressive. And it works out in a map like this. Kasi tatlo yung sites na meron ka, Vil. And of course, with the tatlong sites na meron ka, ibig sabihin, kailangan mong mas i-disperse yung mga tao mo. Hindi ka pwede mag-triple stack or mag-double stack ng basta-basta lang because someone has to watch another side. But look at that double tap to the head coming in from Wannafly. Kishi finishing things off for the team.
Kishi, at least nabawi na din talaga niya yung parang mishap na rin talaga na nakuha niya dun sa first half. Pero apparently, look at the scores ng mga teams natin, man.
Pantay
super
na
well distributed, mga kaibigan. Actually, sa lahat ng nakita natin dito sa side ng VCT APAC ngayon, ito lang ata yung match na sobrang well distributed lahat. Look at CES. Look at the scores of CES. Lahat sila nagpo-perform. Walang bumubuhat, walang bumubuhat, walang nasa baba. Lahat sila ang tataas, lahat sila double digit. Magkakalapit lang din talaga. Ito ang totoong teamwork, mga kaibigan. Ito ang totoong communication lang din talaga. Pero double ultimate na ginawa ng mga players ngayon ng Met tsaka CES, mga kaibigan. One flag na shot down one, pero low Q, another one right now. Pero ito na ang sagot. Unknown with that Hunter's Fury as well, gonna shut down Loki. So wala na silang smoke, wala na silang panghati ng mundo. Pero kailangan talaga ng bawawi ito. Kahit 3v3, wala silang chance talaga na dapat sayangin dito sa pag-push nila sa B if ever. But Myth, mga kaibigan, they have an idea kung saan ba talaga siguro pwedeng mag-push ngayon ang Myth. Pwedeng B, pwedeng C. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, masyadong maliit ang garage para i-push nyo. So medyo delikado sila dito, man.
Ang daming fault line Ang daming mga aftershock. Parehas kasi may breach.
Oo. Sobrang liit ng space na yun para paggawin nila. Pero ang sabi ni Jet, ang sabi ni Kadum, men, yung ibang players andito sa A na, narinig nila yung footsteps for sure. Pero Kadum, trying to be really aggressive right now. Medyo umaabante na rin siya. Will actually take one down though by Akashi, but still 3v2. Akashi super low and in favor na ngayon ang side ng CES. So pwede na itong mag 10-9 sa mapa na to, partner. Si Alone, wala siyang utility. Si Kong, they got that flash. Meron pa siyang fault line, pero ayaw na rin talaga nilang mag-commit. Wala silang pera.
Wala eh.
Kong,
Takot sa
operator.
commitment.
Out na lang din.
Oh, tatago na lang nila to. For sure, it's gonna be a save. They're gonna need that operator towards the next following rounds that we are about to see. And they have full sets of armors anyway. So it's a good time to save actually. Unless mapatay dito si Kong dahil very low on HP na rin naman siya. Alone on the other hand, he's gonna find someone that exit frag hops in and it's just perfect. And he gets the kill, of course. With a 10-9 score though, the round still goes to Cerberus.
Si ES. Mukhang magkakaroon na ata tayo ng third game ng buong VCT APAC, mga kaibigan. Siyempre, huwag natin isama yung third game ng best of 5. Siyempre, best of 5 yun eh. Baka kasi sabihin, wala, third game na tayo dati yung best of 5. Alam ko.
Alam ko. Sa tingin nyo, hindi alam ni Bill. Yung madaming alam si Bill.
Oo.
Ang ganda nung nung mga fault line dito. Yung hindi ka talaga makaka-advance. Problema din ng Cerberus to kanina eh.
Tama.
Lalim nun ah.
Oo nga eh. Aldron's parang lavender right now. Pero tamang jump peak lang din. Actually, totoo lang. Kay kay Dapper ako tinitingin na kung paano mag-jump peak.
Mga believe ko doon. Yun ba yung idol mo?
Idol ako nun.
Idol ka nun?
So magiging idol. Sino ba siya?
Siya pa yung mahihiya, niyayain ka, no?
Oo. Diyos ko po, nilulusong ngayon si Kishi ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na nga yung pag-push dito ni paring Drems. Katabi lang! Diyos ko po, natamaan sa ulo si Kishi. Pero but still, meron tao dun sa may taas. Pero wala silang idea, hindi na naririnig ito. Pero yun nga lang, Alone pushing in. Si Akashi, mag-ano pa sana, mag-ace pa sana.
Bubuelo pa!
9-11, men. Nakabawi ang CES. Ito na ata ang third game.
Wala pa. Hindi pa tapos ang boxing kung sasabihin natin yan in Filipino terms. But, of course, just a quick replay. Cosmic Divide up. Nakapag-ready sila set ng plant dito. At si Akashi, magsiset lang naman siya ng spike. Pero inubos niya lahat. Sipin mo, siya na yung kailangan mag-plant. Siya po yung kailangan umubos ng lahat. Hindi, pero itong Cerberus, the very aggressive plays that they are doing right now, it definitely works out because what are the agents that they have? They are playing completely from information as well. Akashi, makadetect yan ng isa. Of course, the other teams, other players will just go and dive in. Tapos, etong si Kong, sumasagot din naman. Sabi niya, hindi pwede yan. And the ultimate coming in for, of course, the corners is what they don't check. Akashi was spot on. And he is dead immediately. 2v3. Kailangan i-retake to ng players ng Myth. They already have that lockdown set in place. Pero they still have, of course, the aftershock ata. Yun ata yung nakasira doon sa, sa ultimate ng Killjoy. But CES, they just want to finish this round. They want to take this away. They land 1v1. There is the Cosmic Divide. The timing is perfect for Kishi to take the kill.
And ito na nga ata, match point. The first game number 3 if ever. If tumuloy pa ang ginagawa dito ng CES. Pero, partner, ang tinatawag dito, ma-pickers.
Yapi, kanina yung pumili dito ng mapa kanina sa Bind is actually Cerberus. Natalo sila doon. And the Myth chose this map and they are now down to 2 rounds if I'm not mistaken. They're having a hard time paano sagutin yung mga utilities o yung mga aggressive pushes dito ng Cerberus. Because like I said, you are already split out in the entirety of maps. Instead of a 3-man stack or a 2-man stack on sites, you have to disperse your utilities. Hindi lang yung players ha. Kasi yeah, you would have one player on B, okay lang yan. But what about the utilities that you wanted to set in a 2-site kind of map? It's not gonna happen here in Haven.
Yeah. Pero if ever you really want to be aggressive dito sa mapa to, like ginagawa ng Action PH, mahirap din kasi if ever na gawin ng CES yun eh. Kasi it's just the fault lines lang din talaga na meron dito si Kong. Pero Mukhang magkakaroon ata muna tayo ng ng tech pass dito.
Hindi, time out to.
Time out ba to?
Feeling ko
Oo nga, time
Feeling
out.
ko time out para sa players natin. They actually, they're actually moving eh. So baka technical pause nga. Typically kapag time out eh, hindi gumagalaw lahat. Pero Gina, pause lang.
Ano nangyari dun?
Wala lang, trip lang nila, sandali lang Ayan. Inom lang ako ha. Inom lang ang tubig, tapos okay na. Sige, G.
Wait. May deliver daw ata sa baba kinuha niya.
Pa-post lang saglit. Merong dumating yung Lazada. Ganun.
Ay, my God.
12 na. Ito na yung match point ng Cerberus. One last round is all they have to take to make this to a game 3. Maka-comeback ba to ng Myth made in Thailand? Are they gonna get this and make it a 2-0? Or is it gonna be really a third game that we are looking at? Dahan-dahan na mag-push. Kanina, aggressive na aggressive yung Cerberus pagdating sa pakikipagbakbakan and trying to get aside. But this time around, they're playing it really, really slow. Ang maganda dito sa slow plays is actually not giving any information towards the following team. And aside from that, syempre, makakabuelo sila ng maayos dito in checking those corners properly. They shut down utilities already and that is the Nanoswarm, the Killjoy. Tuloy-tuloy lang yung pagpa-plant nila dito. There is no one on C aside from those traps.
Pero, andito na ngayon yung mga players ng Myth. Pero talaga ipupush na ito. Full-on 5-man retake. Pero nga dahil ko actually take one down. Pero meron pa dito Hunter's Fury si Akashi, mga kaibigan. Pinapating ngayon sa Delend. 3v5 and Dyke Cute. Makakuha ba sila ng kill dito? And yeah, we'll take down one of Fly. Kishi, another one. And yeah, I'm gonna go into the game number 3. It's actually the map picker something talaga na ginagawa natin dito. This is the first half we thought that Myth will gonna get that, pero yun nga lang, nung nakakuha na ng momentum ang Cerberus dito dun sa map number 2, hindi na nakagalaw ang players ng Myth eh. Just the momentum that they need. I mean, yeah, malakas kayo sa attacking, pero what if nag-defending na kami? Alam mo yun? Mahina kami sa defending and babawi kami sa attacking. At dun na dinire-diretso ng ng Cerberus ang pagkapanalo nila. Yeah. As you can see, look at that. Sova being the MVPs of this game.
They snowballed all the way from a 6-9 score. And this is what happens. Hindi na gumalaw literally yung score dito ng Myth. Going back to it though, Cerberus, just to check on the stats, so we are looking at 20 kills, 2.2 KDA on that Sova and 252 combat score. That final round, he made it happen for the team. That Hunter's Fury not only connected to one and killed one player, but it also connected to the other players of Myth, making the average or yung kanilang mga HP ng mas mababa na. Cerberus Esports, the attention or really the aggression that they showed for this map definitely worked out in their favor. For the side of Myth naman, they picked this map, they chose this map, they had a good foundation actually. Ang ganda na nung momentum nila during that first round or that first half during the time that they were the attackers. But it is an attacker-sided map, to be fair. So, dito natin makikita talaga that attacker-sided map definitely worked out in the favor of Cerberus Esports. And both teams, both players, all of the players, they all work. They don't have complaints.
Yeah, nag-work and syempre talagang sunod-sunod na din talaga yung momentum lang din ng lalong-lalo na sa side ng Cerberus dito. They actually, na-block na talaga sila man. I mean, this is actually the great wall of Cerberus if ever, na hindi na nakapag-comeback ang mga players dito ng made in Thailand. They tried it though, really hard. Pero, may pera sila at sa wala, Cerberus pa rin talaga ang nakakakuha. Itong kill na to, ito sobrang daming kill ng Bleedstorm na to. I mean, this is actually huge. Pero yun nga, at the end of the day, kills doesn't matter. It's all about the rounds na rin talaga na ay papanalo natin dalawa. It's all about the objectives as well. And naging shaky. Naging shaky rin ng playstyle ng Myth. Kasi ginawa ng Cerberus yung ginawa ng Myth sa kanila. They're all around the place. Na-overwhelm sila massage sa Cerberus and they can actually predict kung saan pa talaga sila pupunta. The locations are just that good. The angles are just perfect for the side of Cerberus. And for the side of Myth, they have no idea on what to react.
Tsaka madaming times na nasaktuhan sila with the timings actually, no? And I just wanna reiterate how Cute was actually checking each and every corner. So they know that they should check each and every corner. They won't do that rookie mistake pagdating dito sa map na to. And we are now heading to game number 3. Pero bago ang game number 3, syempre, pupunta muna tayo sa very short break. Kaya naman, huwag kayong aalis because VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts, or rather, playoffs right now is happening. So don't go away.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it, gotta keep.
At tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa VCT APAC, mga kaibigan. Kami ang The Mods, and game number 3 already here decide ng Cerberus and syempre ng Made in Thailand. First game, pinili ng Cerberus yung mapa pero Myth ang nanalo. Game number 2 here in Even, And it's just, ang pumili naman nun, Myth, pero Cerberus ang panalo. Pero dito naman ngayon, pupunta tayo sa maliit na mapa, which is Split. Ano ba ang pwede nilang gamitin dito? Pwede silang mag-Astra, pwede silang mag-Smoke, pwede silang mag-Breach apparently. Pero, pwede rin silang mag-Omen dito sa Split, partner.
Tsaka may mga teams na talagang nagdo-double controller setup din when it comes to Split. It became very popular for the teams na mag-double controller agent setup recently, especially doon nung time ng Masters natin and nung Champions natin, na sumisikat talaga yung mga double controller kasi you have yung advantages nan, you have complete control over the map. You have two agents. Yung mga controller kasi, tumitingin yan, lagi nakikinig yan pagdating doon sa mga information. So they can react to it when it comes to smokes and blocking them off. But on the other hand, syempre, if you think about it, the double controller setup, that means you're leaving one agent behind. Is it gonna be another like duelist na matatanggal, or is it another agent that would try to be go in or put into the team? Kagaya ng Sky dapat, pero naging controller na lang, and malaking factor din yung mga blind na yan. So, I think this time though, makakakita tayo with how aggressive they play, makakakita tayo ng Breach for sure.
Yeah, Breach. Kasi alam talaga natin na sobrang laking factor ng isang Breach dito sa Split. Kasi maliit lang tong mapa na to eh. So, napakadaming walls din and pillars. So, ibig sabihin, talaga mag-e-enjoy si Breach dito kasi he can actually catch these players off guard with the flash na meron siya. Lalong-lalo na, pwede siyang mag-post plant with that Rolling Thunder na isang mapa na agad ang sakop. And pangalawa, pwede talaga siyang mag-aftershock din na to clear out corners. To clear out corners as well. So, talagang malalaman talaga natin yung capability ng isang Breach dito if kukunin nila. Pero Omen, yes. Omen is actually big and pwede nilang gamitin ito because of the range of that paranoia and how fast yung smoke na nagta-travel dito kay Omen. Pero what do you think? And Killjoy is actually great though. Si Killjoy kasi isa yung pinaka-basic move kasi ni Killjoy. Sa totoo lang, lockdown ka sa B, tapos punta ka sa A. Ganun lang din talaga no?
They would rather choose a Chamber than a Killjoy.
Yeah,
honestly.
Chamber is actually good already.
Kasi you have good repositioning capabilities when you have a Chamber pick. Lalo na on a good hold on B side. Sa B main lang yan po pwesto, tapos may mga traps na siyang nakaset on heaven, nakatraps na rin yung B main, and of course once na meron siyang ma-spot, pwede siyang umalis or kaya in a position he is stuck, makakaalis siya, unlike Killjoy or a Cypher that you're gonna get stuck there forever hanggang kailangan kang tulungan ng mga teammates mo. So it would force out rotations from your teammates na hindi pa sana magro-rotate, but it happens already because na-stuck ka sa position. But that's not gonna happen much on a Chamber pick because you just reset yourself.
Oo. Pero hopefully talagang makita rin natin dito yung kung ano ba talaga yung pipiliin nila. Raze is actually a really great pick dito sa Split because of the vicinity ng area of effect and siyempre yung area of damage na pwede niyang gawin dito. Napakaraming corners, napakaraming tight places, and yan ang pinakagusto ni Raze, mga kaibigan.
Kumukonti na lang yung gumagamit ng Sage no?
Sa totoo lang. Yeah. They'd rather pick a pick a Sky instead. Or like controller na lang din talaga. Controller na lang din, 'di ba? Kasi sa totoo lang, I mean, yung slow niya, feeling ko yan ang dapat palitan next
Si Sage?
Ito kay Sage
Sa tingin mo, Sage niya, yung kailangan nilang i-remodel for the next?
Yung slow orb.
Can be. Kasi sa sobrang dami na rin, we have new agents coming in as a sentinel like Chamber. Of course, there are certain agents that are gonna be left out. And isa na nga din doon is, of course, a Sage. But it's 50-50 para rin sa Sage Kasi minsan may mga specific maps pa rin na talagang she's being used. Like Icebox before. Ngayon, nagbago na rin yung Icebox. So, medyo pabawas na ng pabawas yung mga players na gumagamit ng isang Sage, no? And more on the side of a Killjoy, Cypher, and of obviously a Chamber.
Yeah, that's true. And sa totoo lang, pwede ang Sage pag lalo na pag defender ka. Kasi if ever gonna pick a Raze, if ever gonna pick a Brimstone, if ever, yung combo din na pwede nyo magawa with a slow orb is actually huge. I mean, slow orb ka, then biglang pain shells, good luck kung makatakbo ka agad, di ba? Yes, makakatakbo ka, pero sigurado low ka agad. Paano pa kaya sa damage overtime na pwedeng molly if ever. Pero kung ano yung mga topic dati, yun sa pinaka mababang pick na rin talaga ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo medyo bumaba. Actually, hindi nang bumaba Wala din. Wala pa rin pumipili kay Yoru, mga kaibigan. Pero na-rework na nga lahat, pero wala pa rin talaga.
No?
Mahirap din kasi, napakahirap din talaga
ipasok agad. Hindi, if you think about it, nangyari siya afterwards nung VCT bago pumuntang Asia Pacific. And bago tayo pumunta ng Asia Pacific, isang week lang naman yung naging break nun. So, how are you gonna incorporate a Yoru pick immediately on a big stage like Asia Pacific? Hindi mo agad magagawa yon, especially kapag syempre busy kayo on just getting your head into the game and just preparing. Kumbaga, nag-prepare ka ng isang buwan para dalhin tong mga strats mo papuntang Asia Pacific. Tapos may biglang lalabas na Yoru change, which is OP in a way, but on the other hand, kailan mo pinractice?
Yeah. So, if ever napipiliin mo ang Yoru though, mahirap, yun nga. I mean, ang pinakamagandang skill lang ata ni Yoru is talaga yung flash niya. Totoo lang.
Tsaka yung, actually, it's a good rework. I would say, they have those fake out. Yung fake out ngayon kasi mukha na talagang Yoru Tapos pag binaril mo, magpa-flash, diba? On the direction which the shooter is. So, it can be effective.
Ko mag-debate
Pang-debate lang, yung tatakbo ka lang.
Oo. Tapos hindi ka titingin. Siyempre, hindi nila babarilin, di ba? Tapos magugulat na lang yung mga kalaban mo, biglang bumaril yung tumatakbo papunta sa kanila. Oo. Pero, yeah, it's gonna be up to you guys if ever. Sino bang team ang pipili ng Yoru dito sa VCT PH?
Neon, hindi pa masyado ginagamit.
Actually, mukhang...
They stick more. There are some teams that use Neon, but they stick more on the Raze and Jet combination. Kasi typical na nakikita natin that teams sometimes just use one duelist. They just use either a Jet, sometimes a Raze, and that's only one duelist.
Kasi partner, I mean, yes, si Neon meron naman siyang wall, pero syempre, mas pipiliin mo na lang mag-Viper if ever. Viper na lang piliin mo, mas malayo pa, and na-up mo pa ng ilang beses. So, might as well pick that Viper na lang din talaga. And in terms of Neon sa mga skills niya though, I mean, yung Concuss, yeah, 2 bounce nga, pero might as well use an Astra na lang din siguro, and yung fault lines, which is nagagamit mo pa paulit-ulit, di ba? So, there's a lot of parang options na lang din talaga on who's gonna use na lang din. Depende pa rin sa tournament na nilalaruan natin, and syempre depende sa mapa and depende sa kalaban natin. Pero yeah, I mean, I think talagang magsa-start na rin in just a few minutes. Don't worry, kasi kami nag-aantay din
caster start game
ni Terror dito. Actually, food trip na nga kami dito Meron pa nga
sa 2 minutes na break. Kanina. Lahat na nilagay ko na Nilagay ko na lahat, para lang talagang makakain na. But, of course, actually, we prepared something for you guys. There are interview videos of the teams that we have here in Asia Pacific. So, without further ado, actually, let's check that.
Yeah, watch this.
สวัสดีครับผมซูชิบอยจากทีมเซอร์เซียครับผมสวัสดีครับผมเดลเอ็นนะครับจากทีม MITA นะครับที่ได้อันดับที่2ใน Valorant Challengers Tournament Thailand นะครับสวัสดีครับชื่อทีครับทีเลิฟแฟมิลี่จากทีฟูเซนครับก็รู้สึกโล่งใจครับว่าเรายังสามารถได้ตั๋วแล้วไปแข่งต่อในรอบ APAC ได้เหมือนผลงานปีที่แล้วที่ผ่านมาครับ โล่งใจครับผมเพราะสิ่งที่เราพยายามมาส่งผลให้เราเห็นครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับตื่นเต้นที่จะได้แข่งครับผม
ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดถ้าเราเล่นกันตามที่เราเคยซ้อมแล้วก็ตามมาตรฐานเราจริงๆผมว่าเราสามารถไปเล่นมาสเตอร์ได้ครับแน่นอนก็ผมว่ามันทำให้เราต้องตั้งใจมากขึ้นครับเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมที่เข้ามามันก็ฝ่าฟันมาเยอะครับทุกทีมเก่งเหมือนกันหมดเราก็ต้องพยายามให้มากกว่าเดิมแล้วก็เล่นให้มีระบบระเบียบแล้วก็เล่นเพื่อชนะเหมือนเดิมครับ
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้รายการที่จัดมันไม่ได้ระดับสูงขึ้นถึงขนาดนี้ครับผมต้องเตรียมพร้อมและซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นเพื่อให้เราสามารถรับมือกับทีมที่เราเจอในรายการได้ครับผมมันร่วมด้วยก็รู้สึกไม่ค่อยกังวลมากนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนใหญ่จะซ้อมทีมกับต่างประเทศอยู่แล้วเลยรู้สึกไม่กังวลมากครับผมความมั่นใจในตอนนี้นะครับก็ 100% ครับผม
ผมว่าทีมผมก็น่าจะอยู่ในเลเวลที่สามารถชนะแล้วก็ไปแข่งในระดับมาสเตอร์ได้ครับ
สำหรับผมนะไม่รู้คิดเป๊ะเปล่าก็น่าจะท็อป3ครับความมั่นใจตอนนี้กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์100%ครับ
มีเปเปอร์เล็กครับผมมีบีชมีเซอร์เซียครับผมเพราะแต่ละทีมมีประสบการณ์ที่มากกว่าครับผม
จริงๆผมกังวลฝั่งออสเตรเลียมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าผมไม่เคยเห็นเขาสู้กับโซนบ้านเรามาก่อนแล้วก็เขาน่าจะมีแผนแล้วก็อะไรมาเซอร์ไพรส์เราหลายๆอย่างครับ
ที่แก่งที่สุดในทัวร์นี้ผมคิดว่าต้องมีวันฟายนะครับผมแล้วก็มีฟ็อกนะครับแล้วก็มี PTC นะครับมีจอห์นโอเซนมีฟอร์ซักเคนนะครับแล้วก็มีโค้ชเป็นCBBK ครับผม
ผมว่าก็ทีมผมเนี่ยนะครับไลน์อัพตามนี้เลยว่าน่าจะที่สุดแล้วครับ
เนี่ยฟูเซน5 คนนี่แหละครับ
ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ด้วยนะครับก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับอย่าลืมเชียร์ MITS ด้วยนะครับจะพยายามให้เต็มที่นะครับสำหรับรายการนี้ขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับ
แล้วก็สุดท้ายนี้ก็ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมเซอร์เซียในการแข่งขัน Valorant ด้วยครับที่กำลังจะมาถึงนี้ในรอบ APAC ครับผมแล้วก็พวกเราจะทำผลงานให้ผ่านไปถึงรอบมาสเตอร์ให้ได้ครับแล้วเจอกันในมาสเตอร์ครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมฟูเซนด้วยครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับขอบคุณครับ
Grabe din kung tutuusin mo yung confidence na meron yung Cersia team. Kung hindi nyo kilala yung teams na nakita natin, yung Cersia is actually X10 before. So nakarating na sila sa Southeast Asia Playoffs, nakarating na sila sa Masters, nakarating na sila sa mga mararaming bagay, guys. Hanggang Champions nakarating na tong mga players na to. Kaya naman talagang confident sila.
Pero alam mo yung pinaka nakakalungkot lang talaga is hindi na natin makikita si Patifan.
Oo nga.
Si
Nag-retire na eh.
Oo. Hindi naman nag-retire partner.
Early
Lumipat lang siya sa...
nagpaano na
Grabe
siya.
ka naman.
Umalis
Lumipat
na.
lang siya sa... Bumalik siya dun sa game niya back then which is Overwatch.
Well, basta masaya ako kung susundin niya ang sinisigaw ng puso niya, men. Kung doon ang sigaw ng puso, sundin!
Oh, men. I mean, kung kaya huwag nating magpapigil sa sinisigaw ng ating damdamin sa ating puso. Kung anong mahal natin, dun tayo.
Alam mo yung hindi natin in-expect dito na pick pala, hindi natin napag-usapan, is actually a KO. And I think Myth is actually going for a KO pick. There goes the breach. Yeah. This is Cerberus pick that you are looking at right now. And para naman sa Myth, we are seeing a Viper double controller setup right here. We typically see Viper before already as the double controller setup that happens on Split.
1-1 dito sa side ng Myth and Cerberus mga kaibigan. So we're gonna get to see these teams na lang din talaga na they're gonna go all out na actually naninibago ako partner kasi 1-1 bago yan sa paningin natin kasi ilang linggo tayong hindi nakakita ng ganyan.
True.
Pero yeah, I mean sana ito lang yung game number 3 man.
Best of 3 do or die match. This is the final game or series para sa series na to between Cerberus and of course Made in Thailand, or aka as we call it, Myth, as we say. Now heading towards the first round, the first pistol round para sa ating mapa na to. We are finally seeing Cerberus side, defense sila dito, and Myth naman on the offense. They're setting up the wall already. So maagang makikita yan ng players ng Cerberus.
Yeah. Maaga nila makikita to, so maaga sila makakabawi for sure. Pero ito yung mga players natin ngayon, they're actually you know, wanna go there in B. Pero knife lang din dito sa side ng mga players ng Myth dito sa B, pero yun nga lang mukhang wala ata siyang na
nagparamdam lang sila tapos umalis.
Oh, parang nagbe-bait lang sila, binibait lang nila na ops baka nandito kami, pero yun nga lang hindi. Ginedgebait lang din. Hindi ko napapansin mo, meron nga wall dito sa B, di ba? So, ina-expect ng mga players ng CES ngayon is talagang nasa B yung mga players ng Myth. Pero syempre, like what I've said a while ago, it's just the baiting lang din talaga na pwede nilang gawin. They have no idea at all na baka A, baka B. Pero kung napapansin mo partner, yung spike is nasa A. Inaantay lang talaga nila na mawala and probably makapush out yung mga ibang players dito ng Cerberus dito sa B. It's just the rotation lang din ang inaantay nila. Pero disiplina yan, men. Disiplina yan na talaga hindi mawawala yan. Pero magpupush na talaga yung mga players ngayon na may dito sa B, mga kaibigan, pero dito sa area, pero nga lang Kajum, shutdown, die cute. Pero meron pang tao dito sa may elbow lang din. Kong, nakaisa pa nga, pero Akashi, just in front of you. We're gonna take down. Alucha na go for the second one, pero sabi ni Kajum, hindi na. Pero that is the smoke and the concuss and the pain shots and that aftershock na pwedeng ibato ng mga players natin para syempre hindi pa sila talaga makakuha ng enough advantage lang din. Kishi with that flash papunta din dito sa may elbow though. Loki pushing in together with other players of CS right now. Can they do that big take? Pero Kishi with a push, pero Kadum with a kill. 2v1 situation right now. Loki with just the classic, medyo mahirap to, but Loki with that patience, so kailangan na umalis ito mga kaibigan, pero yung tamang jumping lang din, pero wanna fly with that advantage na meron siya.
Ang
1-0
ganda
already in favor of Myth.
Ang ganda ng usage ng utilities dito on the side of Myth. You see, they plant the spike. They really waited out the entirety of the time limit that we had. And once na pumasok si Kadum, he was able to spot and an immediate headshot is what we saw from this guy. And on point yung mga tutok, or rather on point yung mga shots dito ni Kadum. And the thing is, you have that Viper, meron siyang paint shell na pwede pang gamitin. After niyang gamitin yung paint shell, he would know where the team member would advance. That is game sense that we are looking at in Kadum. Pure game sense is what we are looking.
Pure game sense indeed na pwede lang gamitin dito. Pero syempre, aling that is the race though. He needs to be really aggressive. Pero yung Diyos ko para chup-chup na ngayon mga players dito ng Myth. Pero meron tao dyan behind that wall, but they know it already. Walang sumilip, so they have an idea kung meron. Pero kala Akashi was gonna get that kill. Oh my god, wanna fly. The only man remaining, half HP dito sa Viper, at mukhang makukuha pa nga ata to ng Cerberus partner.
Napakadelikado ng wall na to ha, kasi you will get stuck there. Literally. And nilabanan niya with the classic shot. I don't know why. Maybe he could have reloaded. He has the time. I think, does he? Hindi ko na napansin yung oras yung timing nila. Pero I would rather reload the Spectre and go away.
Pero ito partner sa tingin mo parang bait yun kasi knowing na alam ng Myth kung nasan yung Sage dito, so ipo-push out nila to. So, yung mga players ngayon na nasa taas o sa ibang angulo, talagang kukunin nila yung advantage na busy ang Myth na patayin yun dun sa may likod ng smoke.
Unsure actually. If it was, it definitely worked out for the team. Talagang na-delay ng sobra dahil nga busy silang patayin yung Sage doon sa corner. On the other hand, binatuhan na nila ng utilities and everything else. Of course, they still have to swing just to make sure that they get the kill because the Sage has enough enough space to actually not get hit by the grenade of the KO. So, it worked out. Basically worked out for the team na thrifty nila and the 1-1.
Yeah, it worked out really good dito sa side ng CES if ever, and knowing na wala namang pumili nitong mapa na to, ito yung mapa na natira. So, magkakaalaman na talaga, pagalingan na lang mag-computer dito sa side ng CES and Myth if ever. Pero in terms of firepower, kailangan kabahan ng Myth. They know it already na maraming pera ngayon na CES.
No charges left.
So, kailangan nilang makabawi lang din. Probably a thrifty, pero sabi ni Akashi, no. Huge wall bang coming in from that stage. And partner, parang nakita na talaga natin kanina. So, pinag-uusapan lang natin na parang hindi na ganun kataas yung
30 seconds left.
Yung parang pang-pick ng Sage, pero both of them got that Sage with the survivability that they need to sustain, and the blocking capability of that wall, mga kaibigan, will give them that room na para makakuha pa dito ng enough points and rounds para mapanalo nila to. But yeah, ES, with the advantage that they have, winning this round, Myth, it's time for them to make bawi.
Pabor, para sa kanila. Ito na yung oras nila, gaya nga na sabi mo, para bumawi, para makabawi doon sa first map na sila yung pumili. But other players from Myth are still actually on point when it comes to those sharp shots. They were able to capitalize on it at nakapatay sila ng kahit papaano, kahit ilang mga players dito ng Cerberus. So that's still damage done pagdating sa economy na meron ng Cerberus. But on the other hand, they still won the round. So they still have money for sure. Just lacking for the side of Akashi and Kishi. Look at the economy that they have. Only is 100 and 400 creds. So, a factor in, Red Neval was already shutting down Kadum. Yan yung kanilang entry fragger. Wala sila ditong pseudo duelist like we call it. Papunta kay Sky. So, it all depended on Kadum's entry.
At saka dito naman sa, actually pwede nating sabihin na si KO ang pseudo duelist nila kasi sa NAOS, KO si Kakarot, di ba? So, pwede natin sabihin na siya yung pwedeng second duelist dito sa side ng Myth do. Pero yun nga lang, Kishi! Perfect execution! Natuhog yung dalawang players dito ng Myth. Merong pera ang Myth, pero Diyos ko po, inuubos na ng CS sa mga buhay nila.
Nako, di sila makabuelo dito at all. 5v2 situation. They are stuck in this position right now. The fault line, it wouldn't connect kay Delen. And this is the slow orb. This is just complete utter delay coming in for the side of Cerberus. So they wouldn't want the other team, or rather Myth, na makapasok pa at all. Nasilip nila dito si Delend, but he is just hopping away.
10 seconds left.
Problema kasi nila dito, syempre, they wanna save this gun. Aside from that, they wanna save the armor that they have as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, walang choice si Delend tsaka si Alone dito, mga kaibigan, kung di talagang mag-save na lang din talaga and bumawi dun sa mga next rounds, and hopefully makakuha sila ng isang kill lang dito para syempre just to mess up with the utilities and the economy of us ES na lang din talaga. Pero look at the game sense na meron din no? Pero actually dun sa side ni Wannafly at saka ni Kong, gusto sana nila mag-double pick pero napamali pa. Nasa mali yung ginawa nila. Nag-line up sila, double pick. Ginawa silang barbecue, men.
Ginawa silang ano yung English nung kwek-kwek?
Neon balls pa.
Neon balls. Neon waffles.
Egg waffles.
Egg waffles.
Neon balls, kumbaga.
Yun yung nangyari. And on the other hand, there is the blind hopping out. Si Kadum lumabas din ng saglit, but of course, Alone was already shut down. He's gonna just go back a bit, playing for default ngayon ang Myth and just trying to see if meron silang mapipitas dito. Syempre, insta-pulot baril agad yan once na merong namatay na dalawang players. Of course, this is gonna be a free upgrade for the side of Myth, but that free upgrade, walang kwenta yan kung hindi mo mapapatay yung kalaban o hindi mo maipuputok. Because Loki, just one spotting ahead, immediately shut down.
Yeah. Tatawag nga pala kay Twitter na kinakagat yung jacket ko. Pero, eto na, Kadum. Trying to make a kaboom onto the players of CS right now. Tinan mo, Wala eh, ang ginawa lang ng CS dito pag narinig yung pag narinig yung Hunter's Fury, disperse. Mamaya na tayo mag-rally.
Spike planted.
Kung baga sila Doom, tayong fire track.
Oo. Sabay-sabay na lang sila dito magre-retake, no? It is a good plan because it's a 3v3 situation. If you think about it, pantay pa rin ang laban. Paunahan na lang makakita and that is Kadoom spotting out Akashi. He goes down already. In a 3v2, the retake is on place but they're still not yet pushing. Aside from dito na makakita ng kalaban, Loki, he was able to spot one and get the kill. Dahil cute, sumilip na din. Actually, the retake is working out. They just have to find one a fly.
One of flame up, Loki. Wala siyang buhay dito pero yung oh my god, Loki! With a big of 4K pero meron
Hindi yata abot.
ba siyang oras?
Abot ba?
Abot! Abot partner, abot.
Oh my god. 0
God,
point.
Loki.
Okay, 1 second and 32 milliseconds remaining para sa kanila. That was such a good round for Cerberus.
Yes. The god of mischief, mga kaibigan. Loki with a big 4K. Wala siyang idea, pero it's just the pot shots na ginagawa nila. And maraming salamat kay Daikute. At least nakita niya kung saan ba talaga babaril.
Siya yung naging
si kaibigang
bait doon,
Loki. Oo.
Napa-time out. Isipin mo, sila yung nanalo sa round, pero sila yung nag-time out dito. Ito nga yung sinasabi namin kanina ni Vil, guys, na Myth is a kind of team that one mistake that they notice, they go for a timeout immediately despite winning rounds. They would immediately fix whatever the problem is. And this is fairly a CT-sided map. Ang hirap mag-entry kasi sa split eh. Parang 50-50 yan eh. Pag may mid-control ka, malaki yung chance.
Oo, talaga. I mean, sa split kasi mga kaibigan, I mean, if ever magpupush kayo sa A or B, pinaka-importante is mid-control. If ever na-control nyo na ang mid, mahihirapan nyo yung mga kalaban nyo. Kaya kung napapansin mo sa mga high-level play, hindi sila nagpupush A, push B lang. They're not gonna do that. They really need to control mid first. Then from that moment, if ever na-control na nila yung mid, dun na sila magsisimula kung saan ba tayo next na pupunta.
Setup lang. Yan ang balak dito ng Cerberus para lang ma-delay, para ma-punish itong mga players. Ang galing mag-delay ng Cerberus Esports dito. Makikita mo talaga that they are playing out of how they think they are gonna be in an upper position o kaya naman yung mas lamang sila na posisyon, no, kung tatawagin natin. It is an eco for the side of Myth right now. They have Spectres, 2 of them, yes, but the others naka-sheriff lang din dito. So they need to get pickups, maybe get a gun while they're at it, and exactly like that, nakakuha pa sila, nabawi nila yung kahit papano yung isang Spectre ni Kadoom doon. Kaso, hindi pa rin enough yung firepower na to against a Vandal, especially in a map like Split na kailangan malayuan on the first few seconds, kumbaga, when you're playing default.
Yeah, tama. Actually, ito partner, the reason why they're just trying to use all the timeouts na meron sila, kasi masyadong perfectionist ang ang mga players na to eh. Kasi if ever you wanna be a full-on super perfectionist, sa FPS talaga dapat. Saka syempre sa ibang games. Saka syempre
30 seconds left.
This is the biggest stage ngayon so far sa buong Asia Pacific region. Pero yun nga lang, nag-uusap ata yung mga players natin ngayon. Oh my god, that is one of fly catching. Red Naval off guard though. Pero Loki, waiting patiently down ng spike. Si Kong nakaisa pa nga, pero it's all up to Kong, mga kaibigan.
Last enemy remaining.
1v1.
Wala siyang ultimate ngayon. 1v1 with a great one. Kong, low on HP. Akashi, just take time. 4 seconds in. Naghahabulan lang sila. My God, inuubos oras!
Alam nga, yun nga yung sinasabi ko. Cerberus, alam nila laruin yung oras sa mapa na to. If they need to delay, until kaya nilang i-delay, literal hindi nila gagawin. Hindi sila makikipag-engage unless importante talaga para sa kanila. And also to note on this round, Kadoom actually was punished already. Siya yung isang unang namatay dito sa team ng Myth. And syempre, as a Raze, ikaw yung nasa'yo dapat na pumasok on-site. Ikaw sana yung mag-e-entry. So how are the other people gonna entry if you're already out? Uy, medyo namali ng pangalawang satchel in si Red Neval doon, but still there is no one around because they know that he has a showstopper. They weren't able to capitalize on that showstopper at all. That's 8 orbs out for the team.
Dude, para chong orb. Sobrang daming orb ni Akashi, mga kaibigan. 2 more kills and makakuha na siya na dito ng revive if ever. Pero kung napapansin mo, dun sa pagkapanalo ng CS dun sa second round, mga kaibigan, nakakuha sila ng momentum dun and shift nila papunta dito sa mapa na to. Oh no, delikado kasi si Daikute. Oh! Okay. Out lang. Hindi siya nag-fully baba dito sa may vents. Pero ang tanong, partner, nakita ba ng Myth yung yung chamber dito sa dito sa ropes though? Pero crossfire it is ang gagawin ng mga players ngayon ng Cerberus if ever, kasi medyo nagbabantay lang ata sila, pero nga lang adu, mga kaibigan, with just that pain shells though, we're gonna wreak havoc and create more damage. Not gonna connect onto anyone. The Faultline's not gonna connect onto that raise as well. Pero ito na yung full-on retake na pwedeng gawin dito ng CS. Pero
nagkamali pa siya ng sinilip doon. Kailangan nilang antayin dito si Kadum kasi hindi sila makapasok dahil nga merong nagpa-flank din, which is Kadum basically. Nilalaro lang sila dito ng ng mid right now. And this is Red Neval getting that 2K already. They are heading in. Galit na si kuya mo Lavender.
Oh my god. Alam ba? Pero Kishi, delikado siya dito, pero sa kabila siya nakatingin. Pero oh my god, Kadum. Napaganda pa nga. Napunta pa nga. Sila pa nga nanalo, partner.
Yun nga eh. It all started, the domino effect. This is what happens when Kadum actually survives. Kanina kasi, on the previous rounds we are looking at, laging namamatay si Kadum agad-agad. And that causes the team to have a hard time doing entry and going on site. But with Kadum really here and alive finally, he went through mid. Siya yung kumuha ng mid control. And this is how important mid control is. That's why we keep saying it over and over again. When you have mid control like that, nasa vents ka, and hindi ka mapatay ng kalaban, they have to keep worrying behind. Instead of just looking just straight ahead, they have to still worry about you. And kayang-kaya mong magtago because you are in vents.
Kadum, at least nakakuha sila ng konting rounds and momentum to lean on towards their win dito sa last map natin ngayon, map number 3 here in Split. Akashi though, wala na siyang wall dito, pero nga at least meron siyang revive, so they still have the sustain that they need. All about the sustainability lang din talaga na pwedeng mabigay dito ni Akashi at saka ni Alone if ever.
Alam mo si Kadun, tsaka si Red Neval, fairly the same maglaro eh, no? May pagkaka, sila, similar.
Oh my god! Spray and pray ang ginawa dito ni Kadum.
Nasagot yung dasal, men, nasagot.
Oo. Paano namatay? Paano namatay dun yung isang player ng
naligaw na bala
dito? Natamaan ng ligaw na bala, mga kaibigan. Hindi ko rin alam kung paano nangyari yun. Wallbang pa nga, partner, di ba? Yun yung masaklap. Pero sabi ni Daikute, with that tour de force, we're kill on to Kadum right now. Pero meron, oh my god, walang idea sila na meron pang tao dito sa may mid, mga kaibigan. Nagbabatay lang din. Pero ito nga, Daikute, from the dead, you will rise again, will. We're gonna take down Biden and win a 3K. 1v1 win a great one. Astra versus Astra.
Naghihilhan lang tong dalawa. He was able to spot. Loki was able to spot the land right there. Pantay na pantay yung laban. Literal yung mga agent pick natin na meron tayo dito. Nagkakaharapan sila lang din.
Si Loki pa nga nakakuha nun. Actually, sobrang ganda ng ginawa ni Dylan dito. Pero
vulnerable na siya eh.
Okay, buti na lang. Nakuha pa rin talaga ni CES ito. Alam mo ba? Naglalaro kami ni Wolf. Di ba, vulnerable nun, di ba?
Oo.
Pag si Wolf vulnerable.
Vulnerable na, man.
Pag kunyari nagki-killjoy si Wolf. Oh, vulnerable na yan, man. Vulnerable na. Ako ba dyan kay Wolf?
Push. Nakakamiss din si Wolf, pero okay lang yan. May susunod pa naman. There's an immediate wall from the Sage here. At 5 play... Uy! Anak ng Toka, parang Avengers lang. Literal lahat sila umangat, men.
Ten. Pero ito, kami pa rin 3v10 din. Pero kali Red Naval! Grabe yung bombahan natin dito. Nakikita natin dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga, let's see if ever... Oh, Diyos ko po, Red Naval! Natamaan si Diled na naliligaw na bomba!
Lumabas lang si Red Naval dito. Wala nang nagawa yung players ng Myth. Ang ganda na sana nang naisip nila doon eh. Mala Avengers na panoorin natin ulit. Oh!
Ten. Pero wala eh, Red Naval eh. Pinasabog ng naliligaw na bomba mga kaibigan. Showstopper! To the face of the lead mga kaibigan.
Alam mo yung malala doon? Nag-double wall sila sa A-main, edi hindi talaga sila makakalabas.
Good luck na lang, di ba?
Good luck din nila yung sarili nila eh. Hindi nila na-expect na may breach, tapos sasabayan ng mga utilities ng Raze, tapos lahat na nandoon. So, that was such a good play coming in from Cerberus. Nice try though.
NT Lods.
NT. Next round.
Save
ba nila yun? Talaga. Eco ba yun? Eco ata yun eh. For the side of Myth? Because they are in the buy round right now.
Yes. Eco! Pero Eco kinakagat ako eh. Pero going back here in this game right now, that is low-key though. Trying to stop the possible... Oh my God! Diyos ko po, natama na naman lumiligaw na bomba mga kaibigan. Pero Red Evo.
Lumiligaw na bomba?
With a big 2K.
Hindi na bala ngayon yung ligaw eh, no? Pati yung bomba eh. Ligaw na rin eh.
Bomba namin. Pero ito. Akashi with a swing, with a kill. Die cute though. 1v1.
Yup. Patay na rin dito yung KO and there was no rest. Malayo si Wannafly. On the other hand, si ano dito, yung chamber na natitira, dumaan doon sa poison sa wall. So, naging vulnerable siya just for quite a bit. Pero 81 HP remaining pa para sa kanya. This is very much doable. Especially na yung spike na drop and he has to take it away. Ang gagawin lang dito literal ng Cerberus mag-aantay.
Yeah, exactly. All they're gonna do is wait.
Nakita yung baril.
Diyos ko po, nakita yung nuso ng baril mga kaibigan na Daikut. Ano yung tinitignan mo dyan, ha? 7-3, still in favor of Myth though. I mean, still in favor of CES. Pero, pwede pa itong mag 7-5. Ayaw mag 9-3 ng CES ito kasi baka ma 9-3 sila.
Dito na natin nakikita. Kanina kasi first 2 games na napanood natin, Vil, yung mga score nila pagdating doon sa scoreboard, pantay-pantay eh. This time makikita mo, Myth is really having a hard time with some of the players not getting as much kills as they want to. Kaya nung mga 4-score, 4-5 ng 3 players nila dito. And 2 players talaga yung nakakakuha ng most of the kills. But like we said, it's not really about the kills. It's about how they execute the site well. How can they go in on a site when kung makakatapat mo sa site is literally Cerberus having that very hot Red Naval. Talagang napakainit niya maglaro ngayon. Literally everyone that just hops in and he sees on the crosshair dies.
Yeah. I mean, they literally invested too much, mga kaibigan. Pero 4v4, Kashi. Binuhin na naman yung patay yung isa. Pero in terms of firepower though, still si S-Man. Pero yun nga lang alone. Nakakuha pa sila yung city pero yung nga lang Akashi from up top. Gonna take down Kong na rin talaga. I mean, 3v2 situation alone. Trying to heal up himself. But Wannafly, 1 more orb for that Viper Spit. Partner, isang kill na lang ang kailangan niya para makakuha siya ng enough advantage dito. Alam rin yan ng CS if ever. Kailangan nilang patayin si Wannafly muna. Yan ang target nila.
Dalawa dito, isang sentinel, isang controller. There goes the smoke of the Astra. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Time is ticking. They have to go in. They literally have no choice. And especially if the spike is dropped like that in the middle, in the smack middle of A site, how are you gonna take that away? You're just gonna save.
Yeah. All you're gonna do is wait. 8-3.
Last round before the switch.
In favor of a CES, mga kaibigan. Pero hopefully talagang sana makabawi pa dito
Interesting
ang
save
side ng
though.
mid.
Kasi 2,000 yung pera niya pa. He doesn't have an armor. He only gets 1k. Makakapag-drop siya, yeah. But he can't buy an armor for himself. I don't think it was essential. Kasi if they lost the round, it's gonna be a bonus lose round.
Yeah. Pero it's their decision anyway. I mean,
oh well.
Buhay naman nila yan, di ba?
Oo nga, hindi naman ako naglalaro.
O sino ba naman tayo para bang yan? Ay na lang kaya maglaro, di ba? Pero Red Naval, mga kaibigan, is in the top spot.
Late reaction ng kaunti si Alone no?
Oh, alam mo ba sa angulo na yun, mas makikita muna talaga si Red Naval doon. Kasi siya yung una makikita. Kasi smoke yun eh. Siyempre, makikita muna ni Alone yun kaysa kay Red Naval.
Tsaka smoke ng myth yun eh.
Oo.
Malamang magiging one-way talaga na klase. Or is it actually a smoke? Kasi kita ko pula yung kulay ng smoke eh. So I think it's a smoke from myth if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong though. So anyway, back to the game though. They have set up the wall on B for the Viper. Umaambas sila dito. Kaya ba nilang i-execute? Yun yung tanong.
Ito na naman yung position ni Loki, mga kaibigan. Nakita na natin to, sobrang deadly talaga. Pero yung ngalan natin, spread break coming in from Loki. He's actually getting tagged. Pero at least meron na siya nabawasan dito kahit papano. Doom though, low on HP. Pero tingnan natin if ever makakuha ba yung mga players dito ng myth, mga kaibigan, kung makakuha pa sila ng probably isa o dalawa. Pero 3v5, pwede natin sabihin na semi-winnable to for the side of CES. Pero yung nga lang, alam ni Loki.
No? Dati wala namang semi-winnable. Winnable lang. Ngayon, tingnan mo naman.
Sabi sa'yo, may semi-winnable eh.
Ang ganda mo, Ang ganda mo. Pag-antay ni Tyke, hindi nila na-check. Ang isa sa mga problema dito on the side of Myth, they wanna entry on B side a while ago. They put in a slow orb for backside, but the slow orb didn't make it. Nagkamali sila sa slow orb doon para sana ma-pinch yung nasa backside.
Men, nakalabas yung spike. Sa totoo lang, kita nila kung nasa yung spike, pero wala silang idea kung nasa ba si Wanna-Fly. So, mahirap to sa totoo lang. Pero tingnan natin kung makukuha ba ni Wanna-Fly o nakalabas yung spike sa kanila though. Pero meron naman siya snake bite, so okay lang yan. Pero they need to check all the corners. Nagpapaikot-ikot lang sila tulad kung paano pinaikot yung mundo mo. Pero Wanna-Fly, mga kaibigan, actually shotgun one.
Hindi nakalabas yung spike.
Ay, hindi pala nakalabas yung spike. Sorry. Akala ko nakalabas yung spike. Pero Akashi gonna take Wanna-Fly down. May oras ba? May oras. Point 40.
No charges left.
Sulit ang pagsigaw.
Oo eh. Sulit yung Tiliniville dun eh. 9-3 curse nga ba ang makikita natin dito? Or talagang snowball completely on the side of Cerberus. This is actually one of the... How can I word it out? When it comes to statistics, I would say this is the worst map of Myth. They only have, if I'm not mistaken as well, this map, they only have a win rate of 20%.
Yeah.
So this is their weakest map, as I would say, for lack of a better word. For the side of Myth, problema to para sa kanila, hindi sila makabuelo on the attackers. But yet again, it's a switch. So once they get that pistol round in, maybe they can get back those rounds.
Hopefully. If ever ganun ang mangyayari dito. Pero yeah, 9-3 curse, is that gonna be the thing dito sa side ng Myth and Cerberus? Pero partner, at least nakita natin yung game number 1 Myth ang panalo doon. Pwede nating sabihin na ang galawan ng Cerberus ay galawan ng Action PH. They're gonna win game number 2 and game number 3. Mataas ang win rate siguro ng Cerberus sa game number 3. Pero if ever the Cerberus is gonna win this, I mean, it's fine. They have the experience. Ilang beses na rin natin sila kinast. Lalong-lalo na si Red Naval. Actually, last year pa yan si Cerberus Actually, isang taon na na Lavender pala yung baliktad niyan
Hindi natin na-realize all this time. Isang viewer lang yung magsasabi pala sa atin nung tamang Lavender pala pag binaliktad mo. Hindi naman namin alam, mga Pinoy. Actually, ang alam ko, mga Pinoy lang mahilig mag-ganun
Oh, actually si Loki, Pinoy yan eh.
Si Loki?
Na-typo lang yan, dapat Lodi. Pero
tapos hindi mo na mapapalitan kasi naka-register ka na sa VCT eh.
Oh, wala na eh. So, nainis na si Loki. Dapat Lodi yung sa akin eh.
Not Lodi? Bakit ganun? Going back to the game, tama na yung mga joke time na yan. Heading back to here, ito na yung isa sa mga pinaka-importanting rounds for Myth. They have to take this round away for Cerberus kung gusto man nila talagang makabawi ng mas mabilis. You don't want that double-digit score, that big of a lead coming in from Cerberus dahil you cannot make any mistakes at all. This wall is always definitely there for the side of Sage.
For the side of Sage, mga kaibigan, are they gonna contest that wall or hindi? Are gonna break that wall or not? Pero siguro aantayin na lang nila mawala yung wall na yan. Natutunaw din naman yan eh. Nawawala din naman yan. And yeah, wala na nga ngayon. Pero delikado ngayon ang buhay ni delikado ngayon ang buhay ni Alone dito if ever. Pero makaka-out naman siya bigla. Hindi naman na i-contest ng mga players to for sure. Pero kung napapansin mo, pwedeng mag-paint shells si Red Neval. Apparently, pwede nang gamitin na para syempre mamatay dito si Alone if ever. Pero it's just the utilities na meron sila. Alone with that slow orb, that is a huge factor if ever. Para hindi talaga makapag-push dito yung mga players dito ng CS, mga kami. Pero nga ito na, nakapasok na nga sila. Kishi though, aftershock doon sa may backside, pero Alone catching him off guard. Kadum together with the other players of the CS and Myth right now, just trying to take their advantage na meron sila because of the positioning lang din eh. Kasi all of the players of CS is literally in one place. Andun lang sa may entrance ng A. Andun lang sila. Tapos ang Myth nakapalibot na. Last low orb pa. Baka makagalaw, di ba?
Baka makagalaw. Replay lang, isang mabilisan lang para sa inyong lahat. Kadum, alam mo, ang lakas ng taong to pagdating sa pistol eh, no? Headshot kung headshot lagi yung kanyang dito. Kanyang nakukuhang mga kills. But on the other hand, one of the players, or rather the players that needs to step up more is of course, like you see, is Delend. Usually, a controller agent, they get more than enough kills for the team because they know the positions of the players. They react to how they play out. But Delend is having a hard time actually hitting the shots in. But this time around, he's gonna prove me wrong. He gets the 2K right immediately. And Conrad to help him out. Of course, this is an eco still on the side of Cerberus. Kaya naman mga classic lang yung gamit nila dito. On the other hand, si Kishi, nakapatay pa rin siya ng isa kahit papaano. Damaging the economy at least of the team. But this is the last person remaining. Si Daikute na lang natitira. He might be able to get one or two, but that's not gonna happen anymore as Kadum was actually waiting right around the corner. Sabi ko sa'yo, pag nakuha nila yung pistol, posible talaga.
Yeah. I mean, sa totoo lang, yung ganda sa no-brainer already na talagang they really need to buy everything. The Spectres, syempre, just to secure that win. Kasi there's a lot of players pa rin talaga na gusto mag-save eh. Na if ever, pagkatapos sa first round, iba nag-sheriff lang din. Alam mo, hindi pa talaga sila bumibili. Well, pwede naman though. Pwede naman. Pero it's better if ever na talagang you're gonna secure that win with all the SMGs on hand. Or probably gonna get that Marshall if ever that you are really confident with your aim. But here in B, mga kaibigan, Delend knows already that Red Naval is here. Pero kung napapansin natin, yung Sage medyo nakatingin pa rin talaga sa likod, pero nag-reposition na rin din yung mga players ngayon ng Myth, mga kaibigan. And they know it already na nandito na sa loob agad sila Red Naval. Oh my god, malilikuran pa nga! Sabi ni Red Naval, sabi ni Delend, parang nangyari, pero Alone! Binoga! Yung dalawang players ngayon ng CS, mga kaibigan! Ayaw na ng barilan! Gusto na ng putukan! Gusto na ng sabugan!
Bonus nila to ha, kung tatandaan mo, bonus to for the side of Myth and they are still punishing the players. Diyos ko! Yung Dutch 4K na!
1v2. Myth! Binoga ni Alone!
Sinatgan, parang si Q.
Asan yung ID mo? Pasok ka ng pasok dito!
Wow, what a play coming in from Myth. Nice. Despite the round na na hindi naman sila buy round doon. Bonus round lang nila yan. But they were able to capitalize on this judge. Especially with a wall like that, paano ka nga ba makaka-entry? Wala ka ng ibang dadaanan kung hindi yung spot na yon. And the thing is, Cerberus, they just keep coming in. Wala silang, parang inisip nila na labanan natin. Pero isa-isa silang pumasok din as well. And despite that, they were still able to get the kill on the judges, especially a 4K on the hands of Alone. This is what I say, pagdating dun sa bottom 3 fraggers na meron tayo, kailangan nila mag-step up. And the past 2 rounds that we saw, Dylan made the round happen for the previous, and then Alone made it happen for the previous round. Oh, dalawang bumababa. Kita na yung paa. Medyo na-trigger happy siya doon, man.
Oo, sana sana
inantay niya, no? Dalawa din yun eh.
Kasi what if, or mali mo, pinipigilan talaga mag-push yun, pero yun nga lang, ikaw nakakuha na nga rin ng dalawa dito. Stopping the push of CES. A knife, one will be revealed, pero wala siyang idea kung nasan ba si Astra. Delikado ngayon
nawala yung smoke.
Pero yun nga lang,
just prepared.
mas delikado si Loki. 9-7 partner from 90. 4 straight wins ng Made in Thailand.
Dito na lumalabas yung 9-3 curse. Mapapa-time out ka na lang talaga. Just a quick replay. Look at how Wanafly controlled mid. He was able to punish one player. But ang pinakamatindi dito is actually the hold that Kong prepared for the team. Hinawakan niya yung heaven completely with the help of the smoke from Wanafly. Once it dissipated, of course you're gonna spot the enemy. And yun ang kinapitalize nila. With this timeout, of course, Cerberus, they need a plan, a proper plan on how to execute in taking inside. They want to take probably mid-control as we are looking at the pings. I think ang plano nila dito, they take mid-control, go vents, go A. Feeling ko lang.
Yeah. That is the place to be. Na pwede nilang gamitin dito. But nakadepende naman sa kanila if ever they really wanna push it even further though. Sa myth. Pero ganito lang din talaga amin no? Isipin mo, ang myth may problema sa attackers, babawi sila sa defending.
Malakas sila sa depensa, no?
Yeah, that's true. Kasi ganun din ang nangyari kanina sa sa mga ibang games eh.
Ang importante lang para sa kanila, makakuha sila as much rounds as they can on the attackers. Tapos babawi sila pagdating sa defense. Pero masyadong malaki yung gap kanina ha, but they're just snowballing all throughout the rounds, completely getting those 4 consecutive rounds. Now we are down here, balik tayo dito into a 9-7 score. So that's not too far off. That's only 2 rounds more.
Yeah. 2 rounds more indeed. And talagang the comeback is real. Napakita lang mga players natin. Pero kung napapansin mo partner, this is just the game number 1 of our 4-game stream today. First series pa lang to. Pero pinapakita talaga nila na hindi talaga sila magpapatalo. Pero yung Red Naval with a double satchel papunta lang dito sa heaven. Pero not gonna catch anyone. But dito naman sa A though, nagbabantay lang din talaga si Kadu. Nagbabantay lang din si Kong dito. So medyo delikado din sila if ever kasi pwede rin actually isuppress ni Kong yung mga players ngayon na pwede mag-push sa kanila though. Pero Red Naval mga kaibigan trying to take down these players. The Fish will get that kill onto Kong. Keshi with another one right now. Mukhang ito na ata pagbangon ng api. Nahadra yung ata ng CES yung kanilang advantage na para lang at least mabawi nila lahat ng nawala sa nilang rounds because that is apparently 4 rounds in a row na ipanalo ng Myth. But like you, super low on HP, pwede siyang i-heal ni Akashi pero inaanti lang din talaga ng cold na pwede nang gamitin to. Wanafly, Viper Spit sa mid, kailangan talaga na mag-out dito. Die cute mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Wanafly.
Ay, maganda yung paggamit ng utility.
Napakaganda nung snake bite din na ginawa ni Wanafly para lang at least mabait dito si Loki na malabas. Pero oh my god, the retake is actually really good for the side of Myth.
Wow. Okay, first of all, we already saw Kadum and Kong, if I'm not mistaken, na itong dalawang members na to, they actually missed their shots. They whiffed a little and missed the shots completely kasi on point nga yung mga members dito ng Cerberus. But when it comes to the retake, the utility of how Wanna-Fly used it is just perfect. Na-push na yun because of this snake bite that you're looking at right now. The snake bite, mafo-force out siya, mapipilitan siyang lumabas, kaya naman push siya. Even with the push, kung sakasakali, matatamaan pa rin siya ng Rolling Thunder. Ang ganda ng comms pagdating sa myth ngayon.
Yeah. Kompleto din talaga, partner. I mean, it will be so hard for them to do comeback kung paulit-ulit lang din talaga silang nagkakamali dito sa side ng Cerberus. Pero for myth, I mean, sobrang lakas nila sa defending. Knowing na 5 rounds in a row na napako na sa Sham itong Cerberus at hindi pa rin talaga nakakapuntos ang Cerberus dito sa second half kahit isa wala. Maraming almost na win ang CES pero myth pa rin talaga nakakakuha ng kills, nakakakuha ng clutch. But
sabi nga ni Ariana, almost is never enough. Tropa ko yun eh.
Si Ariana?
Oo. Si Ariana Venti.
Oo.
Pag Pinoy, Ariana Venti, pero pag sa US, Ariana Grande, tawag sa kanya, men.
Oo. Okay, ngayon ko lang nag-get. Okay. Sorry. Ganda kasi
salamat
ng game,
sa pagtawa
partner.
kahit di mo gets, ha?
Oo, at least nga, diba? Tinawanan
Good support,
kita kahit paano.
good support.
Oo, kahit kailan din ang mga let down eh.
Salamat.
30 seconds
Ang sana
left.
hindi mag-let down dito is members ng Cerberus. Dahil na-stuck na sila, napako.
Diyos ko po, big shoutout nga pala kay Paco. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon, limit mga kaibigan, lumalabas na rin talaga sila. Pero dahil nakakunin sa dito kay Kishi daw. Dead mga kaibigan, wala na siyang stars so para pa siya makakabawi. 13 seconds in, Red Devil will kill on to 1. Nasa new spike, nasa garage pa rin. 9 seconds na. Hindi sila makapasok. Oh my God, tatlo pa.
Save na lang talaga.
Hindi nakapasok. 9-9. 6 rounds in a row.
Oo. Exit frag. Uy, muntik na pagkapatayan yung dalawa sa huli. Pero it's still not enough. On the side of Myth, nag-iipon na sila dito ng pera dahil tuloy-tuloy lang yung momentum na nakukuha nila. On the other hand, pinapahirapan nila dito yung Cerberus. Pasalit-salit lang ng Eco, balik sa barel, Eco na naman, balik na naman sa barel, forced to save. Lahat na ng ginagawa dito ng Myth is just a very good adjustment coming in from that first half a while ago, especially for Wanna-Fly. He knows how to use the utilities that he has efficiently.
Partner, alam mo ba?
Hindi pa.
Sasabihin ko sa'yo, nanalo ang Myth sa double controller kanina. So, uulitin nila ulit yung pagkapanalo ngayon, man. They got
Kasi
the vibe,
feeling
they got
nila
the
gana
Astra.
eh.
Oh,
Naguguluhan
gana
yung Cerberus sa double controller eh. Nakita yung baril.
Oh my God, Myth with a kill again. Pero, partner, I mean, at least nakita na ng Cerberus yung kryptonite nila. Smoke.
Yun nga eh. Once they set up sites, especially in a double controller setup, it seems like Cerberus para silang nagda-doubt sa sarili nila kung papasukin nila o hindi. On the other hand, nakikita mo yung slow movements nila. Minsan, nagkakamali sila eh. With how slow they play, nakalabas na yung barrel nung kanilang mga guns dito at hindi nila napapansin, nakita na pala sila. So obviously, in a position like that, other players would immediately know, look at this! Kakasabi ko lang, nangyari na naman ulit on Daikyu.
One enemy remaining.
No, it's not gonna happen anymore.
Loki will gonna fall down to the hands of Myth. Oh my God, from 9-3 to 9-10.
Grabe.
9-3 curse. And yung mga tropa natin sa Thailand, sobrang tuwa sigurado habang kumakain ng spicy food.
Mukhang comeback Israel pagdating dito sa game natin. It seems like Myth really has the momentum right now. They gained back that confidence that they lost a while ago in the first half. On the other hand, bumaliktad yung sitwasyon. Cerberus, nakikita mo kung how much they move around the map and how they actually take in those corners is not too comfortable and not too easy to look at. Parang hindi natural na. Alam mo yun?
Hindi natural.
when you doubt yourself,
Red Naval.
you already lost.
Naghahabulan lang sila. Pero yun nga, Diyos ko po, natamaan nga na naliligaw na bomba ngayon. Si Deled, mga kaibigan. Pero that is alone with a kill on the Red Naval. Pero si Loki with another one right now. Pushing it to a 4v3 situation right now. Kadum, one more kill for that showstopper. Kailangan na makuha yung kill na yan. Kasi baka manalo pa kayong mga players dito ng Myth. If ever nakuha niya yung showstopper na. Pero Akashi, sa gilid. Alam ni Kadum. Sasaksakin na ata.
Sasaksak. Ay! Uy, lumayo! Nasaksak! Natamaan, men.
Oh my God, Kong!
What?
Si Wanda Frey nakaisa pa. What is happening sa CES? That is your round!
No.
Akashi, laking pagkakamali na sumilip yung ano niya. Sumilip yung Iron Phantom niya. Kitang-kita yung pagkaputi eh.
Ito nga yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, Vil. Yung mga pick ng Cerberus, na ano sila eh, hindi nila napapansin, doon sila nahuhuli lagi ng Myth. Laging nakikita yung mga baril nila when it comes to corners. So immediately you're giving out information without even fighting. Ang daling retake doon para sa Myth because talagang pinasabog lang nila yung site. They have that first information towards Akashi. They use the utilities. Na-knife na siya doon kanina. So obviously, he's gonna take damage already. On the other hand, may pop flash pa ng KO. Once the flash comes in, he spots out. Nakita niya may tao sa B main and he gets the kill. Hindi ini-expect ng Cerberus yun. That's why they weren't hiding in a corner like doon sa corner sa loob ng garage. Instead, they are forwarding close to that cosmic divide. And it didn't work out for them. I think this is a timeout yet again for Cerberus.
Yeah. Kailangan nila mag-usap-usap dito. Ano ang nangyayari sa atin, guys? Bakit ganito yung playstyle natin ngayon? At ngayon, mga kaibigan, kanina pinag-uusapan ng pagkapanalo ng CES kasi sa experience na meron sila. Pero sabi ng Myth, ano pinag-sabi mo experience? Walang ganyan-ganyan sa amin, boy? 9-11 na nga. Pero, partner, may pera ba ang Cerberus dito? Ay, wala. Meron silang pera. Pero naka-Aries lang tong si Daicute. Spectre naman si Sage, mga kaibigan. At saka yung iba, Bulldog. Saka Vandal, broken by kung baga. Bahala na si
Force.
Oh, Force na nga talaga. Bahala na si Abatman. Pero eto na.
Ito na naman sila.
Pero eto na, kita-kita na mga players ngayon ng Myth. Ito mga players ng CS. Mga kami para si Loki nakakuha na kami sa Red Devil. Another one right now. Pero Red Devil is gonna destroy that wall na napakadaming wall dito, partner. Gusto ko mabuhay. Nasaan pa si Akashi? Nasaan ba yung gusto namin makuha dito? Pero wanna fly. We're gonna take down Akashi right now. Si Akashi, mag-ano sana siya eh. Mag-rest sana siya eh. Pero nasan ba yung buhay? Nasan ba siya? Nasan ba yung bubuhayin ko? Kinain na ata ng split. Kinain na ng lupa.
Nasway-sway lang yung kamay niya doon, men. All throughout, wala. Hindi niya na na-revive yung kasama niya. And he was too busy trying to look for the body. A complete mistake for Cerberus on that round. They had a plan, this opportunity to do that kind of play. But, pag akyat mong ganun, hindi mo alam kung sino yung i-expect mo. And isa na nga dito sa mga nakakuha ng free kill is si Wanna-Fly because obviously, nagre-rest yung isang Sage, nakatalikod lang.
Diba? I mean,
sayang. Tapos finorce nila yon. E di ngayon, ikaw sila. I feel like sana hindi na lang nila finorce and played for overtime.
That is the smartest thing to do if ever. Pero ito na nga. Myth with a 9-3 curse!
They went back.
Diyos ko po.
Anong 20% win rate? Walang ganun.
Walang ganun, men. Puso lang.
Puso lang puhunan. They are now being attacked by, of course, the fault line. Pero atras lang sila dito. Ultimate sabay kay Kong para hindi na makagamit ng utilities. Delay lang.
Delay lang, men. Suppressed lahat ng players ngayon ng CS, mga kaibigan. Wala silang magawa eh. Hindi sila makagamit ng, ng utilities eh. Pero, nasa kamay ni Astra at saka ni KO to dito. Sabi mga kaibigan ko, paano nila talaga i-stop yung possible push dito ng CS mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Kong trying to be aggressive right now, pushing even further to catch them off guard. Red Naval though, missing all these shots. Meron sila, they'll land win a kill again, they'll win a 2K. But it's just gonna be over for the side of Mid. And
No
yes,
way.
Mid with a 9-3 from 9-3 to 9-13. Hindi man lang pinascore ng Myth ang CES ng second half.
No way they didn't check backside for the Astra. They just went inside, tapos bahala na si Batman. I feel like in the end, like Cerberus just gave out the round and just gave up ultimately. Lalo na doon sa disappointment nila on the round that we had a while ago, kung saan umakyat sila sa wall and they were just completely punished. Just looking at stats right now, Myth with the win, with the comeback, all the way from 9-3 during the first half. Look at WannaFly. 30 kills ang meron siya dito. 2.6 KDA. That's so high for a game, especially not too fast. Pag tinignan natin, combat score of 335, he really know how to use his utilities, I just wanna say, and he has complete control on the map.
Complete control indeed ang ginawa dito ng mga players ngayon ng Myth, man. To be honest, hindi natin ine-expect yung comeback na ganito. Men, hindi man lang nakascore ang Cerberus nung sila yung attacking. It's just the hold of the double controller setup is just really good. Plus that KO with the information that he can do, with the suppression that he can make sa mga players sa CES. Walang magawa ang CES eh. Alam ng CES na mahihirapan sila pag attacking sila. They know it because of the smoke na meron ng Myth ngayon. So, at least, 'di ba? Nakarami sila ng puntos nung first half. Pero dito, alam din ng Myth 'yan. Nung attacking sila, alam nila na baka magkaroon sila ng problema. Pero
malaking problema
nila
yung dito. Yun nga malaking problema nila dito sa Cerberus, especially on that second half. And the biggest strength that Myth has is actually the defense. They are really good in doing the defense and the retakes once na mabasa na nila kung especially kung ano yung ginagawa ng kalaban. Look at how they tried to copy what Myth have done a while ago. And look at how they were able to capitalize. Ito yung first half natin Cerberus, they were still able to take those shots and they were still able to take those rounds. But along the way, during the time that they actually transitioned into the offense, napakahirap kasi talagang pasukan, entryhan netong etong split map, especially if you don't take mid. Look at their game highlights that we are looking right now. It's always B main, B main, B main, B main.
B main lang din talaga. At saka mid. Minsan mid. Sa A, tinry nila. Sa A nga, mas may laban pa nga sila sa A, partner, di ba?
Yun nga And on the other hand, even if a player goes on mid, hindi naman pumapasok dahil may smoke. Hindi sumasabay.
Yeah. Hindi sila sumasabay kasi all they're gonna do is wait. Pero yeah, pinapansin natin dito mga kaibigan, it's just the players of Cerberus. And Myth, they tried to do everything for them to win. Cerberus hindi man lang sila nakapuntos dun sa buong first half, but they tried their best. Pero yun nga lang, the experience of Cerberus is not that enough for you to take down the whole squad of Myth.
Definitely looking really great and really strong right now ang Myth pagdating sa depensa, pero kailangan nilang ayusin yung opensa nila on the next following games. But that was game number 1 for you guys, para sa ating lahat na nanonood. Of course, there's gonna be 4 series para sa araw na ito, kaya naman we are gonna be heading later on sa ating pangalawang series of the day, and then maya-maya, syempre mga Pinoy team natin ang maglalaro. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, we are gonna have the panel first and then pupunta tayo sa ating susunod na series of the day. Don't go away because VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah.
Hey, welcome back to the panel. That is the first 3-game series that we've had. What a way to start the group stages. Made in Thailand coming out on top in a 2-1 fashion against Cerberus Esports. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Rav. And man, Cerberus last game, 9 is all they get. The 9-3 curse made a comeback.
Unfortunately, it does go that way. They had some really good showings, especially for map number 2. Map number 1, that opening half was really good for them, especially when they were on the defense. But as we kind of see here on over, when we go into map number 3, that second half of theirs, a lot more difficult for them to break through the opposing side of Myth.
I just want to say that on the overarching theme of the VN teams, Cerberus always starts strong. We've already talked about that. It only proves the hypothesis that the VN region, they're superior starters than most of everybody else. But it's real. The problem here is trying to contain that momentum within themselves, because we see flashes of it. We see that the speed is getting them somewhere. But I feel like where it really ended was when that sudden stop came. Again, this is also due to Myth's double controller lineup that really, stifles that type of play. Then again, the problem solving on the side of Cerberus did show its head at moments, but really not there for the longest time.
Yeah, especially on the attacking side, as I did say, on map number 1, we saw it on Bind, and we saw more of that when we went over to map number 3, especially later on. Just the defense of Myth is really good at playing that utility shuffle, being able to bleed out the utility of the attacking side, which is normally, it goes the other way around. It's the attack who wants to bleed out the utility of the defenders, but Myth are really good at keeping their cards in their hand and only putting it down when they need to. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why, I guess, like composition-wise as well, they were really struggling against them. And I think when it comes to the composition, especially on map number 1, the double controllers from Myth is something that really paid dividends to, I guess, their success.
Again, we talked about the double controller and the double ini. Let's talk about the double ini that Cerberus had. Again, they had more immediate space control. They had the speed, the immediate presence of it. But since they were up against that Viper, that Oscar combo, it's the staying power. It's the utility stagger that's been really, really killing them. And apart from that, since they play so slow, it highlights the late round abilities of WannaFly, who really turned it up in the last game.
I mean, they did kind of put in, you know, a double controller lineup for Myth during Split. They did have their solo initiator be KO, which is something you don't normally see. Sometimes teams, when they run KO on Split, they add onto a breach. But in this case, it was their only initiator, and I almost felt like they won, not necessarily in spite of Congaird, you know, playing on that KO, but I feel like if they kind of refined how they play that KO, or rather, more importantly, how they supplement that KO with maybe something else, I think they could even do much better. They won here today. I'm just concerned for Myth if that play style, especially on Split with the KO, is going to continue to be feasible for them moving on forward.
Yeah, they will move on forward into the winners finals, which they will be waiting for their opponent, which either going to be Boom Esports and No Namers, which would be very tough for Made in Thailand if it's Boom Esports to go up there. But we'll find out about that. Cerberus Esports is going to drop down into the lower bracket. Elimination is right around the corner for themselves, and we have to move on forward to our next series of the day. It's Bonkers versus Persija Esports, the team where we really love the logo, versus the Indonesian team, Persija Esports, formerly Boy with Love. And we have to introduce our first team of the day. It's Bonkers Esports. Looking to bunk Persija down to the lower brackets. We got Bonk Esports all the way from Oceania, from Australia, even to be specific. We got Calth, Minimize, NAOS, RDW, and Scrawl.
Yep, Ardu, Scrawl, and the rest of the boys are here to play, and I feel like we are kind of flying into this blind because Bonkers, they do come from Oceania, as you mentioned. We don't have, I believe, too much raw data when it comes to comparing them to other regions, because this is something that we highlighted in one of our meetings, is that I feel like Australia and Oceania in general, the sample size for their scrims, it's a little limited compared to the luxury that the other regions have. But I feel like that's a surprise factor that they are definitely going to go upon. And I see that man right there is enjoying a pre-game meal. He must be enjoying it, having a bit of a smile. But yeah, Bonkers Esports, if we look at previous teams from the region, they have somewhat of an erratic playstyle. I think it's somewhat similar to the C playstyle, but I would say a little less proven and tested.
Yeah, I think that's the real, I guess, case study of this point. Will their playstyle actually work here now that they're in APAC? This is the first time we're seeing any Oceania team, for that matter, participate in the VCT. And, you know, this team, they kind of struggled early on in their group stages. Actually, they started okay, kind of struggled, and then came back totally winning and destroying everything in their path. Question is, as you said, Raph, they don't have that history, or rather the I guess, fortune of being able to scrim other teams in the region because of where they are. So I'm just looking to see if they're going to be able to prove it here right now. They're a really big unknown right now.
I was about to say that they have the... Oops, pardon me. Again, I'm just gushing about how great the logo is. And another thing that we have to talk about is supposedly if it came from the Oceania, or a team that came from the Oceania region, pardon me, is that it should have been order, right? The way that Bonkers set up their run, it was they lose the first series, and then they're like, wait a minute, then they roll everybody.
Yeah, and with that, another team that is, the sample size of their maps not really as prevalent as some of the other Indonesia teams we have, it's Persija Esports. Persija Esports, formerly known as Boy With Love, coming straight from Indonesia. Not much in the sample pool in terms of match data, but they want to make a pool of blood from their opponents in Bonkers Esports. We got Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, and Rosify.
Yeah, you know, this team, they might be a new roster in terms of them playing together, but a bunch of these players have already played with each other on different teams. You have Asterisk Eeyore, formerly from Boom Esports, the current #1 team right now. You got the players here like Rosify, for example, who came from XCN, and you got, you know, obviously from Bigatron, you got Famous as well, so coming from XCN did Flinch, so you got Flinch and Rosify from XCN, you got Asterisk and ER for Boom, and you got Famous from Bigatron. Really big names within that Indonesian scene, and it's a scene that one would even argue that in terms of the top end, at the very least, it might just be the best scene we have in APAC as a whole, the best region we have in APAC as a whole. Yes, the Philippines, very competitive. Yes, Thailand, they've got the most representatives in total going into the lands of last year. But Indonesia right now, they're looking like the powerhouse team when you're looking at the top end of that. And Persija, for them to place themselves in that position within the first, like, what, few months they've been basically playing with each other after leaving the respective teams, Boom, Bigatron, XCN, we all talked about that. It's a really, really big thing that they're kind of like in this honeymoon stage, but at the same time have the veteran experience to really make that work. And they're looking like one of the most tactically sound teams we're going to see this entire APAC stage possibly.
For reference, guys, again, for those who are not super familiar, and it's really hard to disagree that Indonesia is arguably the most top-heavy, the most dominant region we have at the moment, because once again, Boom. Now let's put Persija, again, correct me if I'm wrong, into perspective, right? The closest team to them, comparison point-wise, it's Onyx. They're both incredibly tactically sound, as you've mentioned, and I feel like, well, at least in their last match, they 2-0'd Onyx convincingly too. So Persija, they have a lot to show, and I feel like they might play with a chip on their shoulder because it could be that new R&D buff, hey guys, we just got, you know, a really, really big sponsor. This is about time we turn up the heat.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk about match histories here because I feel like this might be a big factor going into this matchup. Previous match history here for Persija Esports, they only really lost to Boom Esports 3-0, but compared to Bonkers, they won 3-1 in versus Order, and everything else for both of them is really just going straight, just straight victories. And I feel like the best teams in their respective region have already been either beaten or been beaten by Bonkers or been lost to Persija Esports. As we head into the map veto, we can talk about that a little bit more. But what's your thoughts about that? Like Persija Esports touting as one of the, I guess, super team going into this versus Bonkers, who just went bonkers in the Oceania region.
It's so weird to try and call, you know, Persija a super team, even though they actually kind of are. Just seeing how many super teams can one region have. You know, you got Onyx, you got
right?
Boom, obviously. Yeah. But then in comparison, yeah, these guys, we've been seeing them, I guess, you know, competing in the VCT, especially in APAC and C last year, as compared to basically Bonks, who really, this is their first time on there. They've got that Doge thing going on, so you know these guys are lighthearted. They've got probably the most, I say, entertaining logo that we've seen here so far in VCT APAC, and it really shows like that these guys, even though, you know, we're obviously in a very serious setting, that they're really taking this with lighthearted intent, and I think that is really kind of a good thing because the pressure of them is something you can easily blow off. And for a team like Bonk, when this is your first time stepping in to the international stage, that's a huge thing to have in your pocket.
And I kind of want to talk about this a little bit more before we have a look at the picks themselves. Oceania as a region and as a whole last year, we're supposed to be playing in the NAVCT Last Chance qualifiers, but they got ruled out off of that. And this is really the home for Oceania, but the differences in play style against Southeast Asia, against the rest of the Asia Pacific region, is completely different. As Haven comes up, it seems like it's something that we have to talk about because Oceania as a region, we will see them moving forward here, I'm pretty sure.
Once again, addressing the elephant in the room, I feel like most of us really expected Order to show up. But that's what Bonkers are here for. They defy those expectations. Just talking about these three these 3 picks first. We have Split and Ascent, typically very mid-heavy maps. I wouldn't say the same about Haven. I feel like Haven is more of a staggered pressure map, but now it does look like Bonkers kind of want to brawl a bit. If there was any similarities between Haven and Breeze, then it's the long-range brawling.
That is that one thing where I guess you can kind of find some similarities in it. The operator can be very effective on both of these maps, and Persija, they picked that Haven map for them, which, to be fair, at least in the past few months, hasn't been, I guess, the worst map for them. It hasn't been maybe the best. I mean, we don't really have as many stats on them as we do have on other teams, but like, it has been a map that they are able to rely on at the very least and play on when it does come down to it. So, I mean, for Persija, they beat Boom in the grand final. Rather, they played Boom in the grand finals on Haven, and it was a pretty decent map that they did get. So, looking at it, 10-13, not too bad. We end on Bind, and I kind of want to pick your brain here, Raph. Like, what do you think for them to actually take out that Icebox, knowing how they already picked Haven and Breeze, and those are maps that, operators are very strong on, but now we go to Bind, which is a far stark contrast to those opening 2 maps.
So one thing that we can talk about Bind more than we can talk about the other maps is that the orb control, or the orb control, is much more pronounced. I feel like since this is here as a PSG pick, maybe that's something in their agenda. Maybe we're gonna see more of that double controller. Again, this really kind of anchors to the point where Oceania is still a relative unknown in comparison to the sample size of Southeast Asia, and now that's what APAC is for, right? But I'm not entirely sure about this one, honestly. It's one of those times of the day where, since we have somewhat of an unknown and yet still a bit of a favorite in Bonkers, I honestly really don't know how this is gonna go. What about you, Mochi? How do you think this is gonna go?
Is that your cat, your dog?
That's a raccoon, man. That's a raccoon. Anyway, it's time for predictions here. Not a lot of sample sizes, but we've seen the roster of Persija Esports play before. Bonkers are relatively an X factor here. As a region, they're an X factor in this matchup in the Asia Pacific Challengers at that. Now, with that being said, I kind of want to know your predictions here. Let's start with you, Black and Blue.
Well, okay. I'm gonna have to go with the Esports answer here. My heart wants Bonker, says Bonker, because, well, I just love the vibe that they're giving off. Everybody wants that underdog as well to win in many ways. Doge, dog, you get. But really, I do think that, the former BWL, now Persija, I really do think they have the advantage here. They've been playing at least, or competing internationally longer than the Bonkers squad have. They have that experience to look back to, and that's something that I really think will help them persevere and, I guess, elevate their game above the Bonkers squad. So as much as I wish Bonkers can get something done here, and I do think they can, I'm not sure if it's going to be against this Persija squad. So I'm going to have to go Persija 2-1.
I completely agree with your esports answer there, but I had a very lengthy conversation with my dog about who is going to take this. I started off the day with disagreeing with you. Again, we see the tenure that Persija has. Definitely display the flexibility. They have the markings of being a wonderful team. I think they might take this, but with logo alone and the greatest social media presence known to man, Bonkers 2-1.
Well, I'm gonna have to go with Bonkers here. The region, the Southeast Asia region, hasn't really gotten a chance to play against the Oceania region, partly because of mostly because of the ping. So I gotta have to go with Bonkers here. They are an X factor. They may just bring a new flavor in the region of how the play styles are gonna be. And with that, we're split in the panel once again. Just Persija Esports there for Black and Blue, and Bonkers for us and Raph. But now it's time for the players to show what they have in store for us as we go into the first series of the day. We're dropping on Haven between Bonkers and Persija Esports.
What's up mga ka-bonkers? Ang babalik kami ngayon dito sa VCT APAC. And syempre kami pa rin ang The Mods para ihatid sa inyo ang mainit na best of 3 series na ito. Well, apparently makikita naman natin ngayon yung Persija. Ito yung players na parang pinagsama-sama no.
Pinagtagpi-tagpi.
Oo, tama. Pinagtagpi-tagpi. Andito sila Eeyore. Andito sila Asterisk. Na dating boom. Boom.
Oh, yun. So, makikita nyo, itong mga team members nila dito, familiar. Familiar para sa ating lahat, no? Nakita nyo na yan sa ibang mga teams din na nakapasok sa Southeast Asia Challengers. So, this is a very formidable team. And this team is actually known before. Kapag nakita nyo yung mga poster ng PPGL para sa ating VCT APAC, pangalan nila dati dito, Boy with Love.
Oo, tama.
Ngayon, meron na silang sponsor, kaya PSG na.
Oo, di ba?
Ang cute ng
Itong Bonkers.
Itong Bonkers, mga tropa pips natin to, all the way from Australia. Di ba? Lumipad ata sila eh.
Oh, man.
Papuntang Singapore eh.
Alam mo, pag nasa Southeast Asia ka, ganito yan, wow, ang galing! Galing mo naman, pare, ganyan. Wow, you're so great. Alam mo, pag nasa Australia ka, alam mo sinasabi, Poggers.
Ano?
Ganun yan. Oo.
Mga ganun-ganun lang.
Poggers.
Tapos, syempre, itong dalawang teams na to, alam mo, yung kaninang interview na pinlay natin, tinanong actually yung mga players na parang, sino sa tingin nyo yung team na medyo tagilid kayo, kaya kinakatakutan nyo na makaharap? Nasabi nila, na-mention nila yung Bonkers. Kasi obviously, all throughout, this is the very first time that it has been an Asia Pacific. Lagi tayong Southeast Asia region lang.
Tama.
Lagi tayong tayo-tayo lang, kumbaga. Ngayon, sinama na natin sila, men.
Yeah.
Hindi nila alam yung playstyle ng Bonkers. That's why they have to be really careful as well.
Yeah, that's true. And knowing if ever na talagang hindi ito yung mga bagay na hindi rin nila makakalaban, hindi nila makakalaban sa live servers. Hindi, kasi mataas ang ping nila eh.
Yapi.
Balita ko, ang Bonkers daw lumipad sa Singapore.
Oo, Singapore.
Oo.
Para same sila ng mga ping, tsaka same sila syempre ng mga server na gagamitin. Kaya huwag kayong mag-alala, hindi sila problema
walang halfway.
Difference. Oo. Walang halfway. Kumbaga, north to south dito sa Pilipinas, nasa MOA sila. Tayo nasa SM North. Pero pumunta sila sa Cubao.
Oo, hindi. Alam mo ba, mga kaibigan, nakita naman niya si NAOS, we could take down Asterisk right now, pero si Famous, nakakuha siya ng quick kill dito, mga kaibigan. Famous with a quick dash onto the faces of the players of PSG, mga kaibigan. Si kaibigang Famous, si Famous nakakatuki na agad with that frenzy on hand habang wala pang bawas sa kanya. Diyos ko po.
Si Tix, nag-setup lang sila dito. Pati na rin si Minimize, sumisilip-silip lang din. Si Eeyore on the other hand, he was able to spot one. Yung hindi pagsabay ng double pick ng dalawang members na to on each corner is the downfall for the team. Especially, wala naman tao doon sa corner talaga eh. Nag-aabang on-site actually.
Oo. Ang sinabi ng Bonkers after that win, bloody great, mate.
Good job, Mike.
Good job, Mike.
Parang si Sky lang, men.
Oo, naman.
Diba si Sky from Australia yan?
Oo. Pag magpapahil sa Anita here. Healing over here. Tapos sasabihin ni Sky. Ewan ko ba? Pero PSG pa rin pala ang lamang. Kala ko Bonkers. Pero but still.
Na 1-0 sila doon ng mabilisan lang.
Welcome to Southeast Asia.
Welcome sa Southeast Asia. Welcome sa Asia. Kumbaga, Asia Pacific ang natin dito. Magandang welcome ba ang ibibigay ng mga players natin na nakikita natin lagi? O kaya naman merong bagong aangat kagaya ng Bonkers right now. And Eeyore just hopping in. He wasn't able to take the kill. Instead, yung shock dart yung nag-connect. And that is just clearing each and every angle that they could clear out. Para safe lang talaga. Walang bumabalik o walang mga refrag na mangyayari na hindi nila alam.
Oo, tama. Pero dito naman ngayon sa mga players ng Bonkers, mga kaibigan, are they gonna make bawi ba dito sa PSG? Kasi tulad na napag-usapan natin kanina, wala silang idea at all kung paano ba maglaro ang PSG. Well, they have it. I mean, they have an idea kasi napapanood nila. Pero never pa nila nakakalaban. First time naglaban ang Bonk tsaka PSG.
True that. Kaya naman hindi pa nila alam yung playstyle dito. Pero mukhang hindi kapaan yung nangyayari dito. Ang bibilis nilang maglaro. That is already round 2 and on the hands of PSG. They take this to a 2-0 and they're gonna play out the bonus round. Unti lang din yung napatay nila ng Bonkers on the side of PSG. Kaya naman hindi ganun kasakit or rather makakapagbili pa rin ng sheriff dito yung Sova. On the other hand, this is the buy round. The first buy round coming in from Bonkers. And ang ganda nung logo nila, no? Parang hindi nakakatakot.
Oo, man.
Tas biglang lalasunin ka, mga ganun.
Oo. Well, ganito, I mean, ang Bonk kasi, let's see if ever ano ba ang place na pero wala si idea at all si Minimize, andun lang din sa gate, mga kaibigan, pero that is Flinch! We're gonna take down Minimize right now, pushing it to a 4v3 situation, Flinch going there sa Heaven, pero alam ba ni Noz yun? Probably hindi, pero yun nga, oh my God! Dalawa na dito sa Hell. Binate ang Owl Drone, 2v4, Asterisk, at saka si kaibigang Bulaklak, si Rosify.
Nahuli siya doon. Miikot na lang dito yung ibang players, of course, ng Bonkers. On the other hand, it is the Omen that is left. Nag-reposition siya. And with that reposition, Scroll, or rather, Scroll was able to take on the last kill, making this a 2-1. Ang kinagandahan dito, yung Sage lang yung namatay. So, siya lang yung kailangan bumili. On the other hand, the other teammates just gonna preserve that money for the next following rounds as well.
Yeah. Pero partner, no? I mean, sa totoo lang, naisip ko lang, what if hindi kaya IGN yung gamit? Ano? What if mga totoong pangalan nila? Wala lang, just...
May mga tao naman gumagawa nun ah.
Oh, ikaw, Eliza. Ako, Vil.
Hindi ko naman pangalan yun. Ikaw, Vil.
Oh. Taylor.
Pangalan mo talaga. Taylor. Parang Taylor. Pinaarte lang.
Pinaarte lang yun. Si Red.
Year of the Tiger kasi ako. Tapos may tiger tattoo ako. So, yun ang naisip ko.
Okay.
Let's
go! Let's go! Kasi gusto ko sabayan eh. Let's go! Off your feet pala dito.
Off your feet ang sinabi, men eh. Napaka-atras dito yung mga players ng Bonkers. On the other hand, Minimize was able to take that first kill. And that is Famous out and about with the plant of the spike. Are they gonna do some shock dart? I don't think so. It's not gonna be there anymore or any longer or nothing at all. And literal, sinalo nila yung paint shells doon. Pati na rin yung showstopper. Lahat sinalo nila from NAOS. And this is now the retake coming in from Bonkers. A successful one even.
Yeah. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, kung napapansin nyo yung sa taas, hindi po taga-India ang Bonkers. Inaayos lang
Australian.
OS dapat nakalagay dyan, AUS. Inaayos lang po ng ating prod team, but still, ang importante dito is tuloy-tuloy yung laban natin, bes! Diba? Hindi tayo nagkakaroon ng problema, pero yun nga lang, kaya pa bang makabawi ng mga players ngayon kasi si Noz ng ito pala ang feeling ng ng Australian race.
Oo,
wala pa silang jet, 'di ba? Hindi pa lang nag-jet ang Australia.
First game pa lang, dami mo nang sinabi. Meron ka na agad. Oh my God, they didn't expect that boost on the wall. Look at the laugh of Ardu right in the camera. He realized like, I outplayed you. And itong wall na to, hindi natin nakikita to sa Southeast Asia typically.
Man, hindi natin ang gumagawa na si Grim. Si Grim lang ang gumagawa niyan, men.
Oh, next, that is the next person. It's gonna be Flinch. He literally flinched when they got the shot in. Last two remaining players. Itong itong Omen, pati yung Sova nila ang natitira dito, Vil.
Yeah, pero wala pang bawas at all yung mga players dito ng Bonk. And dalawa na lang natitira dito sa PSG. Ardu, really on point with that operator there. Partida hindi pa yung tour de force, Pero
pa lang to? Normal operator.
Ano yan, Forsaken operator pa lang yan. Pero dito si Asterisk mukhang galawang si Q ata to with that Bucky on hand. Pero dito naman si Rosify though, with that sheriff, nag-aantay lang. I mean, exit France lang, man. Hindi naman nila kailangan lumaban or anything. Exit France lang, goods na. Kasi talaga mahihirapan naman talaga yung mga players dito ng PSG if ever talaga i-contest nila to. Ardu, waiting patiently. Dito lang sa may long, pero yun nga. Nagkaroon na nga dito. Oh my God! Ba't hindi ka tumingin doon, though? Pero nabawasan na nga yung isa. At sabi ni NAOS, sakin ka! With a kill. Multiple crouches lang, mga kaibigan.
Oh my
Patibay
God.
ng tuhod. Yan ang ginagawa nila sa Australia.
Men, yung pasok ng Sova doon, perfect yung, perfect yung blind ng Omen. Just wasn't sure why Rosify actually didn't take the kill. It was an open kill for him already. It's a mistake. Hindi na na-check
Sayang,
ng
no?
sobra, nakasagad sa corner.
Oo. Sayang lang din talaga. And kitang-kita na eh. Kitang-kita yung dumaan sa harapan ng oh my God, hindi. Nabaliw lang ata ako kung si scroll doon. Hindi na alam kung saan pupunta yung recon vault, but still. Famous already knows kung nasa ba si scroll, mga kaibigan. Pero wala silang exact information at all kung nasan ba yung iba. Actually, partner, kung napapansin mo, si Ear controller to dati, di ba? Pero sentinel na siya ngayon. Pero, famous, mga kaibigan, sees one, pero nakapag-rendezvous na agad si Arju dito. Scroll inside the hell, and Famous already knows exactly where you are. With a 3K on to Famous right now, going in for an ace. Let's see if ever makukuha ba nila, pero tinagap na lang kasakitan ng Rumba. Pero, Aster is with another kill right now. Meron pang isang tao dito sa may kill, but Famous with a big 4K.
Pinakitaan ni Famous dito. Literally, when he hopped out with the Blade Storm, he was able to take the kill that he needs. Ulo lang. Literal, noo nga lang yung nakita ata dun sa chamber, and he was still able to manage and get the kill. Instead, look at this clearing out. Una nangyari doon is actually hindi na-realize na wala ng bala yung nandoon sa hell. And during that time, the Rays actually used the boom bot. And the boom bot, kailangan mong barilin para ma-cancel out. So immediately, yung nila doon, yung player nila na nasa hell, naubos yung buhay agad dahil lang doon sa boom bot.
Yeah. But Scroll, Hunter's Fury, big take onto Flinch.
Nag-aabang lang. Thailand pala! Nasa Thailand pala! Yung mga players
Ay, sa Thailand ba? Wala pa sa Singapore?
Oo.
Okay, sorry.
Wala sila sa Singapore. I think madaming restrictions kasi pagdating sa Singapore pa. On the other hand, for Thailand, alam na alam eh, no? May plano kasi kami mag-Thailand. Kailangan mo Thailand pass, tapos isang test lang.
Ah, talaga? Buti na lang nung pumunta ako, walang ganun-ganun.
Oh, yun nga eh. Madaming COVID restrictions. So, anyway, back to the game. Para lang alam din ng mga viewers natin kung may plano kayo pumunta ng Thailand. Alam ko yan kasi dapat plano namin pumunta dyan. Tapos pumunta kami Cambodia instead.
Oh. Pero NAOS though, nakakuha na nga ng isa dito, mga kaibigan. Pero si Aster is super low on HP. Are they gonna get the post plant done, or makakuha pa rin talaga ito ng PSG, mga kaibigan? Pero hinadukin na nga si NAOS. Pero that is again coming up from here right now. Pero 60 minutes doing the job done. Retake complete. Bonkers with a big bonk onto the faces.
Very interesting take. I actually read up just a bit about doon sa caster natin all the way from Australia, doon sa league when it comes to ESL. Dati works for ESL basically. Si Sir Jordan Mace, kumbaga. Kilala mo rin yun, Vil.
Yeah.
Natrabaho na natin yun. But he talked about Bonkers. And of course, with the information that we have, it's very less. At aside from that, napag-usapan nila, or rather na analyzation of course, Elfish Guy. He says that Team Bonkers doesn't have that much experience pagdating dun sa mga scrimmages nila against Southeast Asia team. Kasi obviously, they just flew in a few days ago. So wala silang malaking chance na talagang mag-scrim around Southeast Asia. But look at the performance of the team despite that.
Yeah. Pero we're gonna get to see if ever. Yan, si Jordan Mace. 2017 partner, nakatrabaho natin yan. Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Elfish Guy from Australia, an FPS caster as well. O diba? Nag-i-English cast ako, kala nyo?
Oh, may sumilip!
Nagkasilipan na nga yung mga players natin ngayon, pero kasi takes will be falling in the hands of Famous right now, pero si R2 catches one already, minimizes another one, but Aster is coming in from behind! We're gonna shot down R2 right now. 3v2 Flinch with that Marshall, low on HP. Pero, being revealed already, Arju, anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? Ba't ka nakahiga? Mabuhay ka, pumatay ka! Asterisk. Kailangan na makakuha ng value dito, pero sabi ni Skull, nope! NAOS! We're gonna take down Flinch. Katamaan ng naliligaw na bomba.
Dati, ligaw na bala lang po problemahin mo. Ngayon, pati yung ligaw na bomba, problemahin mo na din. Just a quick replay on what happened on that round. I just wanna say, despite not having that much experience when it comes to the scene, I've heard also that Bonkers has just played tons of Valorant, not really like into esports, kumbaga, dati. And this is fairly a new team. Kumbaga, kung titignan natin at sisilipin din natin yung stats nila. If you even check the stats, some of the maps, they haven't played at all with regards to the teams and VCT in their own specific region, in Oceania. So, talagang fairly new team to. But still, they're managing to take a lead, a 2-round lead against PSJ, kung saan yung mga players dito na iba are actually already from big names like Boom Esports.
So, in terms of experience, talagang napakalaki na experience ng Persija dito, if ever. Bonkers, mga kaibigan, needs to solve the possible pose of PSJ. Ito yung ano nila eh. Ito yung parang getting to know each other face nila, partner. Kailangan nila magkakakilalan dito. Kailangan nila makakuha dito ng enough information para magamit nila mamaya sa game number 2 and sa second half as well.
Nag-aabang si Ardu. He was able to take the kill and just TP out. Famous is already out of the equation. This is their M3 fragger. This is their jet. So magkakaroon silang problema when it comes to the entry. But other than that, they have the ultimate. Wala sila ditong mga smoke. Kumbaga, pag pumasok sila sa site, there is someone on the corner. Concuss yung ibang players dito, pero walang sumabay. On the other hand, for PSJ, now with the 3v1 situation, Flinch is the only man remaining. And there goes the 4K for Ardu.
Ardu! I mean, one of the best players dito sa team ng Bonkers na rin talaga. Pero, I mean, dito kay Arju though, talaga nagsishine talaga siya with that operator. I mean, partida na hindi naman talaga kailangan ng jet if ever you have that trace, if ever you have that chamber na rin talaga, kasi you can actually, if ever kukuha ka ng isang agent na gusto mong kapalit ng isang jet, man, chamber na lang din talaga. It's all about the off angles. It's all about how fast your fingers are para pindutin yung rendezvous na yan, if ever.
Mabilis din nata mga daliri ng mga Australiano.
Ay, Pinoy pa rin, men. Iba pa rin talaga ang daliri ng mga Pinoy.
Ngayon pa rin ang mas mabilis.
Oo.
Kapag kalaban nila yung Pinoy team, matik.
Matik, ang bilis yan, men. Mapapaano ka talaga eh. Ewan ko na lang.
Paano?
Hindi ko na ulitin yun. Ano na lang yung ginagawa?
Napa-timeout na. Ito na yung perfect time to actually do a timeout for PSJ because rounds are just piling up. Kung titignan mo, Bonkers just takes 3 rounds continuously. Even on a level kung saan nakapag-plant na sila ng spike, they're still able to do the defuse. They're still able to do retakes.
Yeah. Objectives na rin talaga. You need to secure every objectives na nandito sa mapa na to para syempre makabawi sila kahit papano. Famous. Yung background dito na Famous, yung parang yung background ni Wolf eh. Big shoutout nga pala kay Wolf, but still, for the side of Bonkers right now, they're just gonna wall up mid and mid take it is, pero yun nga lang, si Arju, hindi mo alam kung nasan siya eh. With that rendezvous, pwede siya umakyat dun sa taas eh.
Kahit saan, kumbaga. Kasi once na ma-spot mo siya, pwede niya lang naman kunin yung information tapos magti-TP out, magre-rendezvous na yan somewhere else. Tapos literally, he would just give out that info and reposition himself.
Yeah.
And no one would know where he goes.
Exactly. I mean, sound cues lang ang kailangan mo. Yun lang, sound cues lang. Pero minsan nakakalito pa. Pero ito na, fault lines. Let's see if ever nag-connect mo or hindi. If ever hindi, okay lang yun. Asterisk is gonna go back here in mid though. Pero kung napapansin mo, andun ulit si kaibigang Arju. Pero they're gonna go in already. Tamang smoke na ginagawa dito ng PSG, mga kaibigan. Meron pang paranoid si Asterisk ngayon. Pero kailan ba magpo-push ang Bonkers if ever? Aston is super low with HP, minimized with a 2K, but Aston is really gonna fall down into the hands of NAOS for sure. Parang ano parang kalmado lang yung mga players ng Bonkers ngayon no? Hindi sila ganun ka-pressured. Hindi, kalmado lang talaga sila. Kasi it's just parang basang-basa nila yung ginagawa ng PSJ.
Alam mo, to be fair, they just flew out recently, and especially if you come far away from Southeast Asia, tapos pupunta ka ng Southeast Asia, there's a big change pagdating sa temperature, pagdating sa lahat. Kasi hindi lang naman sa game yung iniisip natin dito. Of course, the well-beings of the players. They're in a different country. They're also adjusting to the climate and everything else. And they're still playing it very, very well towards these rounds that we are looking at. Extremely well that they can be unstoppable at some point. Look at the kill coming in from NAOS. Laging nagko-connect yung showstopper niya. Laging nagko-connect yung mga boombot niya. Pati yung paint shells din.
Yeah. Pero, I mean, like what you've said though, I mean, sobrang bilis nila mag-adapt talaga sa surroundings nila na knowing na yung like what you've said. They flew in 2 days ago. So, ginamit nila yung 2 days ago. Hindi na sila pumunta kung saan man. Talagang nagkaroon talaga sila ng Valorant. Umupo lang sila. And they made themselves really comfortable with their surroundings, with their equipment sa harapan nila. And parang ginawa nila is so I mean so madali na yung ano so madali na yung
kasi ako
adjusting na ginawa nila.
Wait. There you go. There goes the kill. Finally nakakabawi yung PSJ. Pero gusto ko sabihin kasi ako nagto-tournaments din ako dati And nung nagsimula pa lang ako, once na I go pag yung com shop ka pumunta, syempre magsa-setup ka ng keyboard mo, mouse mo, sarili. Pero iba pa din yung environment na nilalaruan mo. May factor pa rin.
Yeah. Ganito lang din yan Ito yung mahirap sa LAN setup. Kasi you're gonna play outside your comfort zone Pero ang ginawa ng Bonkers ngayon, I mean, at least they have 2 days of preparation rather than pumunta ka sa isang LAN event na biglaan doon kayo maglalaro, di ba? Alam mo yun? So,
tsaka wala atang bootcamp yung PSJ. Parang yung background nila, nasa kanilang mga bahay din sila. So, bootcamp-wise, magkakasama dito yung Bonkers kahit wala talaga silang main bootcamp sa bansa na pinuntahan nila ngayon. But this is already a take for PSG. The last round for the first half. Can they make it an 8-4? Or will it go on the other side? On the other hand, maging 5-7. Eeyore was already shut down. And this is, of course, the blind coming in from the breach. At nag-aantay lang dito with the tour de force up and online for Ardu. He might be able to get a kill or two, but kailangan magsabay-sabay na 3 players dito. Hey, they hop out. Minimize was able to take 1 kill. Famous on the other hand with the Blade Storm. And he is just getting kills after kills. Pero hindi nila inisip dito. NAOS is actually just wrapping around the corner on C Long. On the other hand, they still have enough more players para i-secure tong round na ito.
Yeah, tsaka wala rin ng oras dito ang side ng Bonkers Pero kung napapansin mo, Taylor, I mean, medyo mabilis ata yung match natin ngayon no? Pareho silang, sobrang aggressive ng PSG and sinasabay lang talaga ng Bonkers yung playstyle din ng PSG ngayon. And if ever gonna check out the player cams as well, every player is just chill lang sila. Diba? I mean, they're super chill. Wala namang kailangan super i-pressure about kasi if ever you're in a tournament setup, all you're gonna do is, syempre, enjoy the game, man. Kahit you're in a tournament, kahit medyo you're in a very high skill level, you're in a very high skill tournament like this, enjoy pa rin natin.
Experience for the hands of PSG. Aside from enjoyment, this still shows a big experience on the hand of PSG dahil once na mabasa nila kung paano maglaro yung Bonkers, immediately they turned around all those rounds that they missed out. And it's not far off. 7-5 scoreline is not far off. And aside from that, kapag iisipin natin, PSG, they have members, they have players that has been there with much experience, so they know how to adjust quickly. Yun yung kinagandahan dito on the side of PSG that I think that Bonkers doesn't have right now, the capability to adjust really, really quickly, especially on a Southeast Asian team.
adaptability lang din talaga sa mga sa comfort zone talaga natin, partner. Pero kung napapansin mo ang ganda. So talaga ng corgi. Mahal kasi 6 digits eh. Nauwi ako sa Sweetso eh.
Grabe naman. Sinaksak yung corgi.
Yun ang literal na bonkers na ginagawa nila, oh.
Binubonkers.
Oh, yan ang bonkers.
Nila yung ano.
Tino mo si Minimize, tino mo yung melee niya. Diba? Bonk.
Yung literal na logo nila.
Oh. Yun din nata lahat ng gamit nila eh. Dapat!
Keep up.
Diba? Pinangunahan, diba?
Eto na.
Famous?
Daming utilities.
Napaka-aggressive. Anong ginagawa ni Famous? Diyos ko po, dire-diretso lang.
Biyaheng antipolo yung ginawa niya doon.
Oh, man, may tugs-tugs pa.
Pumasok ka dire-diretso dito sa mid, tapos wala nang pagpupuntahan. This is already a 3v2 situation. They have the ghost on their hands, and classic yung katapat nila dito yung dalawang players. But never to be mistaken though, they could just get kills after kills here. Eeyore?
Player standing.
Ooh.
Gonna fall down.
Nasagot.
2v1, Arju, super low in HP. Tulad nga na sabi mo, partner, biyaheng antipolo. Patok! Ang galawan ng mga players na to. 2v1 mga kaibigan. Rosify got no idea at all kung nasan ba si Tex at saka si RJ. Nagkakita ka na nga pero sabi ni Tex hindi na siya magko-contest. You don't have to contest these players, but all you gotta do is just plant that spike and wait for that push. And they know it already. Short it is. Sewers, Arju from up top. He can actually take down Rosify right now. Nagkakaalaman na pero gusto nilang mag-double peak if ever. Tex! Pero double X with a kill. 8-5 in favor of our Australian friends. Bonkers, mate.
Mapapamakas na lang talaga tong mga players natin pag sila manalo dito sa first game. Makas ang ano nun, slang nila yon para sa McDonald's.
Oh, Makas. Oh, yeah.
Makas ang
yeah.
dadatnan natin dito pag yung Bonkers ang nanalo. But they're actually performing really well, especially Ardu and NAOS. They really open up the site for the team, especially yung duelist nila dito na si NAOS. And on the other hand, ang ganda ng mag-abang or when it comes to the defense a while ago, ang ganda ng mga positioning dito ni Ardu, and he was able to capitalize on those position and especially the rendezvous. Kailangan nila mag-ingat. This is a very, very close shorty. One and done position though para kay Asteris. Hindi na siya nakakuha ng pangalawa doon. This is Bonkers now planting the spike. This is a 2-man down for PSJ already.
Pero itong mga players ngayon ng PSJ, they really wanna go in para at least magkaroon pa sila ng enough room for them to win every round that they need. NAOS with a kill on to Famous right now. 4 versus 2 situation. Let's see if ever makakaroon ba deflate to the Rosy fight. Pero medyo mahirap na rin talaga. It's just a classic na meron sila though. 1v3. This is so hard for him to this is so hard for Rosy fight to win. Pero yeah, Scroll gonna end his misery. 9-5 still in favor of Bonkers. Pero partner, kung napapansin ko, tayo mong alam sa Australia. Ba't kaya?
Isang taon kasi, mga 10 times akong bumalik doon.
Bakit, partner?
Walang iya ka. Dadamay mo pa ako.
Oo.
Siyempre, diplomatic affairs.
Oo, tama. Kailangan maging magkaibigan ng Australia at saka Pilipinas no? Sige.
Para sa
Ikaw na yung gumawa nun, men.
Ako nang bahala. Pero eto na, balik na tayo sa laro because this is the buy round for PSJ already. Famous, nabawasan ng slide dito pero ang hindi nila nakikita is actually Asteris right above them. 2-1 trade lang para sa kanila. They're still on their pistols right now. Kaya naman napakalaki ng lamang dito ng PSJ when it comes to those guns. But Flinch, he was able to take one down din para kay Minimize.
Masyadong action-packed ang ginagawa ng mga players ng Bonkers ngayon tsaka ng Persija. 2v4, merong Vandal si Arju so pwede siya makabawi dito or probably gonna get that exit frag na lang din. Or, exit frag tuloy, I mean sila nga pala yung attackers. I mean, gonna get that save na lang din or probably magkukunta sila. Pero partner, at the end of the day, it's still 2v3. 2v3 is actually better than 2v4 of course. So all they gonna do is just contest para maging 9-6 to or 10-5, but all they need to do is be quiet.
Kailangan di sila magparamdam dito. Ang kinagandahan naman,
30
walang
seconds left.
tao on A side completely. So they can set it up. Maririnig siguro ng ibang players, especially that Sova, na nagpa-plant na yung spike. There's no shock darts that are being pulled out. It's too late already. Alam niyang hindi magko-connect. Maybe they could just use it to actually do an entry and clear out the corners. Napa-TP out na nga dito yung chamber. Lumipat na. Pero nahuli pa nung Recon. Yun yung problema. Ang ganda na sana ng plano. Nahuli nga lang nung Recon.
Wala eh. I mean, they know na sila naman yung lamang dito and yun talaga yung kagandahan ng isang initiator, mga kaibigan. It's all about the information that you need dito sa mga ginagawa natin ngayon. Bonkers. The end of the day, sila pa rin yung lamang dito. Pero 6-9. Nice. Pero, ito do you think man talagang sobrang nagpaka-aggressive dito yung side ng Bonk na it's just sobrang close nila sa wall pero wala silang idea kung nasa ba yung mga ibang players kayo ng PSJ. They just,
Ikaw nila yun.
Oo nga, pero okay, fine.
Kapag eco mo, syempre magiging aggressive ka kasi nothing to lose ka naman eh. On the other hand, hindi mo kaya makipaglaban on a long-range battle. They were just able to pick up a Spectre and then also the Vandal dun sa napatay nilang players. So, it is still actually a win for Bonkers. If you think about it, they still did some pretty good damage when it comes to the economy para sa PSJ.
Bonk. Sabi mo, they need to do at least, diba, naramdaman na nila ang hagupit ng Southeast Asia, which is ang ginagawa ng PSG ngayon. Ayun! Okay na, men. Oceania, OCE na ang Bonk and PSG ID. Okay na.
Naayos na.
Lumipat na sila ng bansa. Bilis, diba? Partida, naglalaro pa sila yan.
Eto. Lumipad eh, no? Literal ng fly drone eh.
Literal na lumipad ang aming team eh, papuntang...
Lumipad ang aming team, papuntang Oceania.
Oo.
9-6 na, Ekin na ang score natin mga kaibigan. And this is officially the buy round of Bonkers. They have the operator. That hurts, man.
Masakit yon, man.
Naka-op sila ng attackers, panis.
Oh, yun nga, di ba? Panis. Mga RJ yan, walang ginawa yun, hindi mag-operator eh. Gano'n natin. No. Makakaisa ba si kaibigang Arjo, mga kaibigan? Kitang-kita naman natin ang hairline ni Kuya. Medyo... Diyan lang. Op! Jet trying to be really aggressive right now. Famous! Pushing in. Hindi sila nagkakatamaan. Si Famous nagbabantay lang din. Pero, delikado rin actually yung Bonkers dito ha. Kasi si Flinch. Playing close.
Yun nga eh. Tapos meron pang mga may bulag pa. Tapos sisilip, ang gagawin yan, sisilip si Famous once na mag-blind out si Flinch. But it's actually a reposition for Bonkers right now as they take control of mid. Napasok na sila dito sa B-side. Ang daming mga smoke coming in from that Brimstone. Nilabas lang ni Eeyore. May wall pang kasama. So, no punishment at all for the team. Flinch, nagkakalisihan. Hindi niya nasilip yun.
Pinagtagpo, pero dili pinadhana. The clock is ticking already. NAOS! Up! Went ahead onto our series right now. Orange Zoo. Akala nyo, hindi kami mag-operator? No, hindi! This is how we do it in Australia. Mate.
Famous na lang ang natitira. This is the Vandal. Is it gonna be saved or exit frag? Malabo rin naman yung exit frag niya. So I think it's gonna be a save right now because literally wala siyang pera at all eh. So mas pipiliin na lang niyang magkaroon ng Vandal. Total may 1K naman siya pagtapos.
Partner!
Mo!
Anong favorite ng Bonkers na ihalo sa kape nila?
Bonkers. Ano?
Coffee Mate. Corny ko?
Direct, pwede bang makakuha ng ibang Coca?
Sorry, pero
pwede naman. Pasok naman. Hindi naman siya yung hindi nakakatawa.
Sorry, partner.
Tamang lang. Alam mo yung pag may nagso-scroll ka sa Facebook tas tamang isang labas lang ng hinga.
Yung meron ka na maramdaman na hangin sa ilong mo. Okay na yun.
Okay na yun.
Oy, si Tix. Dude, that smoke! Famous is
Dami
now
smoke.
down. Diyos ko, ang dami.
May Omen smoke, meron pang brimstone.
Oo nga eh, baka makakita.
Paglabas nila, nakangiti talaga.
Oh, man. Gutom pa. Tapos parang bagong gising yung mata. Op.
Dilat na dilat, mga gano'n.
Oo, hindi nga eh.
Ay, hindi na.
Hindi nga, di ba?
Fault line. Uy, tumama yung fault line actually sa madaming players.
Pero si Tix pa nakapatay dito, pero let's see. Angels mga pero to. Shorty kay Asteris. Hoy, ano ginagawa mo dyan? Nakapatay si Asteris pero it's not enough for to take down all the players. Kasi meron pa rin talagang resurrect or revive ang players ng Bonkers ngayon, pero nagkakatamaan na nga. Meron ba nabawasan? Wala. 2v4. Tix, low on HP. Flinch from the backside. We're gonna go down to the hands of R2.
Alam mo, hindi ko magets dito. Laban ng laban yung PSG. Naubos na lang sila, oh. Wala naman silang kailangan gawin kundi mag-antay. Hindi pa naman pasok, eh.
Laban.
Ay, kasi eco ata sila doon.
Yeah.
Unsure, ha? Kasi yung isa naka-shorty lang, eh, with si Asterisk. Nakakuha siya ng kill with the shorty doon. On the other hand, this is only a few seconds remaining, but they were able to plant the spike already. Buhay pa dito si Tix. Meron siyang molly na pwedeng gamitin to cancel out or maybe even slow down yung mga players dito. Mukhang hindi niya nagagamitin yan. Instead, he will just take on the kill to Rossify, making this an 11-6. On the lead na. Sina Bonkers, mate.
Sina kaibigan Bonks, mga kaibigan. Anong kotse ng Bonkers?
Ano?
Volkswagen.
Shotgun. Shot down.
Alam mo? Dapat ganun eh. Tapos ano, yung tipong gumanong ka lang, pero yung tabo mo pero yung chat mo napakadaming haha.
Oo. Minsan nga, chat ka pa ng hindi ka naman talaga tumatawa eh.
Oo, yung tipong ano yun, poker face ka lang, pero ang dami mong haha, may emoji pa.
May XD pa ka mo.
Oo, may XD ba? Alam mo yung emoji nakapikit tas tumatawa, yung ganon, men.
Ay.
Oo.
11-6 na yung score. Napaka-timeout na ata dito yung isang team member. Or either it's a technical pause. Unsure about that. But anyway, despite not having the experience much compared dito sa PSG, obviously, sina Eeyore very much so. At saka si Asterisk, mataas na ang experience level nito.
No,
At by the way, gising na ulit si Ray sa kanyang nap. Kaya nag-tech pause.
Part 9, delikado rin pala to si Arju eh.
Bakit?
Balik na rin mo yung pangalan. Sabi ni Mr. Eric Joseph Montemayor, Alba. Aba, delikado to
Papachat na naman yung mga dating nagchat-chat dito sa PPGL.
Ano siya, no? Yung pangalan niya, mahilig siya sa ano, magtabas ng ng damo. Sa Iceland, maraming damo eh.
Oo.
Labo,
onti lang yung nila dito eh. Actually, sinisilip ko kasi right now yung mga past games ng Bonkers. And actually, like, most of, especially on Oceania Tour, pagdating dun sa kanilang mga tournaments na nilaro, hindi ganun kadami yung talo nila. Pero pag natatalo sila, halos 2-0 lahat.
Yeah. At saka...
ganun din yung win nila. 2-0 din halos lahat.
Yeah. At kung napapansin mo I mean, if ever kasi nasa Oceania region ka, ano ba ang, pag nasa, from NA to Australia, medyo mataas pa rin, may significant, pa rin may significant ping difference pa rin talaga eh. Kasi ang Australia, wait lang.
Ano? Ang Australia,
bansa yan eh.
Malamang. Anong capital?
Ng Australia?
Ng Australia.
Capital A.
Nasa mali, nasa tama.
Nasa tama yun eh.
Sabihin yung mali.
Kala mo ha? Hindi pare. Sydney. Mali pa rin, di ba? Alam mo,
tinik mo na lang sa capital.
alam mo, tinetest lang kita. Tinetest lang kita, partner.
Sige, anong next option mo?
Ha?
Subukan mo na lahat.
Oo. Tinetest lang
Melbourne
kita.
naman yung susunod mo.
Hindi. Ano ka ba? It's Canberra. Alam ko yan.
Talagang binabagalan mo magsalita para maka-Google.
Oo, hindi. Anong Google? Wala ako. Anong Google pa nagsasabi mo? Wala nga ako sa computer ngayon eh.
Paano ka sa cellphone lang?
Oo, cellphone.
Actually, nagda-drive pa nga si Bill ngayon.
Actually, wala naman talaga ako ginagawa ngayon. Guni-guni lang talaga. Wala ako dito ngayon, men.
So, sobrang daming beses nyo nang pinanood si Vil mag-cast, naririnig nyo na siya. Men, alam mo, sa totoo lang ha, yung meron tayong kinas na tuloy-tuloy na 10 araw tayo. Napapanaginipan na kita, men. Parang nakitang naririnig sa tenga ko.
Seryoso? Pag meron nga daw akong chinachat, parang ano nangyari?
Dami, nagkwentuhan kayo. Ito na nakikita namin. Sige, tuloy mo. Ano sabi mo?
Ayun. Pero bago muna natin pag-usapan ang lahat mga kaibigan, alam ko naman na na-miss nyo kami. Pero yun nga. Actually, pag nagchat-chat nga, pag nagko-comment ako or nagpo-post ako, may mga nagko-comment, may nagsasabi, Vil, parang naririnig ko yung boses mo. Mali na ata to, sakit na ata to, men. Pero ewan ko ba?
Pa-check up nyo na yan kung ganun yung nangyayari sa inyo. Promise, nangyari na rin sa akin yan eh. Sa 8 taon ba naman na magkasama tayo? Ewan ko na lang.
Pero grabe, partner. I mean, you all know all these information about Australia. Parang...
Ano naman? Siyempre, mahilig kasi ako magbakasyon.
Talaga. So, minsan gusto ko makipagsuntukan sa kangaroo eh, pero...
Pwede din naman pag dinala kita doon, men.
Sige. Pero...
Kasi lagi naman silang...
Sino magsusundo sa atin doon, partner?
Wala. Tayo lang doon, men. Walang sundo-sundo. Pero feeling ko, naririnig ko yung laro eh. Feeling ko bumabalik na ata eh. Guni-guni ko lang.
Guni-guni mo lang yan, may wala akong naririnig, bes.
Wala akong naririnig?
Wala akong naririnig.
Parang meron akong naririnig timer na chuk. Pero wala.
Sakit na yan. Ano yan? Valorantism. Yeah.
Yung pag masyado ka na madaming beses naglaro, tapos sobrang daming oras, yung maririnig mo na yung mga ulti.
Oo.
Umitik ka na eh. Yung parang, kumbaga, pag mga araw, randomly mo na lang sinasabi na, healing over here.
Man. Yung tipong kunwari, nagjowa ka ng Valorant player, tapos sasabihin mo, wala na tayong pera. Tapos sasabihin mo, sige, eco muna tayo.
Hindi, let's save. I'm saving.
Tika, save muna tayo. Save.
Ganun yung sasabihin nila. So, anyway, guys, we're just experiencing a technical pause right now. But rest assured, when we come back, it's gonna continue pagdating sa match na ito. Of course, if you just tune in, it's Bonkers versus, of course, PSJ that is playing right now. But, of course, ang dami kong of course. Pupunta tayo sa short break. Ito na. It's time. We're gonna be right back. Don't go away. VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat. Supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future?
What is up, mate? We are now back here in the VCT APAC, and together with me is Miss Eliza Taylor right here. And yeah, we've seen it all na talagang ang score ng mga games natin ngayon, ng game natin ngayon is 11-6, still in favor of Bonkers. And hopefully, after this tech issue, hopefully na talagang tuloy-tuloy na ang ating mga matches. And knowing partner, ito pa yung isang factor ang mapa ng Haven, ang pumili nito is PSJ. So next round
Sila yung humahabol.
Men, ano ba to? Map pickers ba to? Ha?
Parang na ano sila doon, na made in Thailand, parang myth yung nangyari like a while ago, yung mga map curse na meron tayo. And of course, para sa dalawang teams na meron tayo ngayon, para sa second series na to, we're almost in the end. Nandun na tayo sa kumbaga, ito na yung climax ng laro. Tapos, biglang, technical pause muna tayo. So, of course, while that was happening, sana na-enjoy kayo. Sa mga pinagsasabing kalokohan ni Bill.
Basta, importante, naglalaban ng ang Australia at saka Indonesia. Kasi nung huli kasi naglaban ng Australia at saka ng Pilipinas, medyo
tagilid ng vapor.
Iba yung nangyari sa basketball court. Sa basketball court nangyari yun.
ibang entry frag yung nakita natin doon, men.
Grabe yun sarap panoorin nun, men. Pero yeah, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. Ibang bola na ang na-shoot nila. Pero dito ngayon sa Bangbang, na Valorant Bangbang, mga kaibigan, talagang magkakaalaman lang talaga. Sino ba talaga? Bonkers ba o magkakaroon ng comeback ang Persija dito? I really thought that is Persija or Persija. Persija pala talaga, di ba?
Persija. Also, on the other hand, of course, this team, nakita nyo naman, when it comes to the lineup, experienced players we have right here para sa kabila, para naman sa Bonkers, they haven't been around esports that much. So, fairly a new team. They basically play a lot of Valorant. Parang ganun yung storyline natin. They basically play a lot of Valorant, tons of Valorant, to a point na sobrang galing nilang maglaro as a team. And this happened. Kaya naman nakikita nyo yung parang logo nila, parang meme, diba? Parang nandito sila para mag-enjoy, but at the same time, they're here to win.
Yeah, andito sila para mag-enjoy, andito sila para mag-compete, andito sila para sa experience na pwede nilang makuha kalaban ng mga Southeast Asian teams. Pero ito, sorry nung Southeast Asia qualifiers pa lang tayo, asan ba ang Oceania? Meron ba silang sarili? Asan ba sila?
Sure, actually, ang focus ko nandun lang sa goal, sa Southeast Asia lang
huwag natin silang pansinin, di ba?
Pero as far as I know, it's fairly new when it comes to Asia Pacific that we have Asia Pacific qualifiers na nagsama-sama na talaga tayo here in all the same region. And the thing is, nadagdagan yung slot when it comes to teams coming in. But also, on the other hand, pagdating ba doon sa Masters, ganun din ba yung magiging posisyon ng mga teams natin na nandun? I would just say na pagdating sa additional teams or additional regions that we have, making it a whole Asia Pacific, lalo mong na-filter out yung mga teams na malalakas. Lalo mo silang natatapat dun sa mga teams na hindi mo talaga usually nakikita. So it changes a lot of factors. It changes a lot of synergies of the teams when they hop in this kind of stage.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, dito sa mga stage na talaga nakikita natin ngayon, sa totoo lang, isa talagang group of death talaga para sa akin, yung Group C partner. Kasi isipin mo, andito ang Section, which is X10, andito ang Onyx G, andito ang NAOS Filipino Pride, which is yun ang pinakamalakas. At nandito pa ang Bleed Esports. Ito ang gusto kong makita kung paano pa maglaro ang Bleed. Yung mga, etong Bleed na to, ang dami nilang no? Ang dami nilang import na meron silang dalawa Tama. True. Meron silang dalawa. Meron silang dalawang import from Sweden.
Ooh.
Si Maxi, tsaka si
Maxi.
Tsaka si Pith, yeah. From G2. Sabi mo, from G2 to, EU team.
Natawa ka na naman sa sarili mong kalokohan. Sige! Tuloy mo!
Bakit? Totoo naman talaga
Kaya
Pero,
nga.
Pero actually, matagal na siya naglalaro talaga. Actually, from CS naglalaro na siya.
Share mo lang. Anong feeling na sabihin ko lang, Oh, man. Pagdating sa mga ganun. But anyway, kung kakanood nyo lang dito, guys, we are still probably in a technical pause. So we're still waiting for it. Anyway, pagdating sa dalawang teams na napag-usapan na natin dito, at when we look at in an outer perspective, gumaganda lang lalo yung scene when it comes to this. Parang literal, na parang sa Pilipinas, babalikan ko yan later on. But I think we have interviews na pwedeng ipakita sa inyo, guys. Silipin natin kung ano ba ang pakiramdam ng mga players natin. Sino nga ba ang mga nilulook forward nila na makatapat dito sa Asia Pacific stage. At sino nga ba yung mga top teams nila dito. Silipin natin yan. Let's all watch this.
Coming into this VCT.
One word to describe our journey is crazy, because in 1 month of preparation for this VCT, we can beat Indonesia Tier 1 team and we managed to qualify to APAC Playoff.
It's so amazing, like this is gonna be my first VCT win.
Yes, because we have our confidence to win this APAC Playoff.
I think we are very aggressive team and also we have a good individual skills.
We put a lot of efforts in practice and scrims because we also scrims in Saturday and maybe Sunday. So yeah, we put extra efforts to go to win the APAC Challengers Playoff.
At the beginning of our journey for this VCT, our team is orkless. Basically, we just mix team so we can play without any pressure. But now we should show what we're capable at this stage.
I think coming into this VCT, the toughest opponent for us is Persija because what they achieved in 2021.
I think the toughest opponent was Esports.
I'm looking to play against PPGL and maybe Persija in the upcoming match.
I want to face Philippine teams in this tournament just because how interesting their scene.
I guess Australian team, because we've never met Australian team in VCT.
I think it will be Forsaken, Elmimore, Severin, Blaze King, and Famous.
For the super team, I like to choose Forsaken, Mind Freak, Eeyore, and the last one is Famous. Let's go Indo Pride.
I think the super team is my team myself right now.
Thank you to everyone that's supporting us. We will try our best to qualify to Masters 1. Go on, Nick.
For all fans and supporters, Please keep support Persija Esports, either we win or lose, and support all Indonesian team and player who play in APAC VCT.
Message to our fans personally by me is thank you for all the supports and all the players. Hopefully we can win the APAC Challengers Playoffs. Stay hungry, hungry biz.
Yan na, napanood na natin yung kanilang mga sarili-sariling interview. May mga ganito ring other interview that we've watched past days. Pero isang napansin ko dito, Villa, when they talk about yung team na bubuo sila ng fantasy draft nila, lagi mong makikita si Forsaken.
Yeah, tama. Actually, Forsaken is one of the best
players
lang din talaga. I mean, isa yan sa talagang inakatakutan. One of the best duelists in town talaga, ladies and gentlemen. Pero, kung napapansin mo I mean, it's actually really sad. Talagang, sana dumating yung point.
Ba't ka na sad? Sad boy ka ba?
Nalungkot ako kasi, di ba, back then, actually, buti nga sinabi nila na gusto daw niya makatapat ng Philippine team Pero ngayon, mukhang, kung napapansin mo, wala silang sinabing Filipino team. Sinabi na talagang kinakatakutan nila.
Ayun na, alam mo, Bill, syempre, yung mga ganyan, mas pabor sa atin kasi hindi nila tayo iniisip, hindi nila tayo masyadong inaaral.
Yeah.
Diba?
Yun nga yung okay din. And sana pakitaan ng SBE, ng mga Titos of Manila, at saka ng NAOS, mga baby boys of Manila, itong mga players nila to. Kasi balita ko mamaya may laban ang NAOS.
After nito.
After nito.
NAOS ang maglalaro. So, sa mga nag-aabang ng kanilang mga Filipino team na sinusuportahan, specifically NAOS, sila yung maglalaro for the next series that we are gonna have once na matapos to. Kung matapos man. Kung matapos man. But, of course, as we look into this matchup that we are seeing right now, alam ko ang score na nakikita natin kanina is nasa 11 na yung Bonkers I wasn't sure ano yung last score na nakita natin or 11-6. Yun, 11-6 ngayon yung score nila before tayo napunta into a technical pause and to a technical break as well. Apologies, of course, on our behalf for the broadcast if they're having technical difficulties. Of course, we want to make sure the players are okay and they have everything that they need and they have, of course, fixed their own setups as well. Yun na talaga ang problema pagdating sa walang LAN, no? Mahirap talaga, iba-ibang setup. But, we head back into the game. You know.
Grabe naman transition
direct yun. On cue.
Oo,
Pero wala pa. hindi pa nag-start.
Sinabi lang namin sa inyo na babalik kami sa game.
Gusto lang namin pakita. 10-6 pala, 10-6.
10-6. Sinabi lang namin na babalik kami sa game pero di namin sinabi na mag-start na. Hindi, ito na mag-start.
Ay. Interesting. Okay, anyway. Going back to the game, naging 10-6 yung score natin. So, let's just hold on to that as we head into this next round in just a few seconds. Buy round for the side of Bonkers right now. And para naman sa side ng PSJ, si Famous lang ang naka-ano dito, ang merong rifle.
Yeah, tama. Na para magagawin ito ng mga players ng PSG na makabawi sa dito mga kaibigan. Pero nakita naman natin si Minima is going in already. And yung mga players dito ng PSG, man, they don't have to contest. Nag-out lang din sila dito at kung napapansin mo, hindi ata gumagalaw yung nag-aantay lang sila dito. Pero mukhang are they gonna...
Nagkaroon na ata sila ng problema no?
Are they gonna do something?
Unknown for the players right now. They might just stay for a little bit here as they go back. Alam ko, I think, okay, naintindihan ko na. Kanina yung score kasi nila dito is 11-6, Bill.
Binabalik lang nila yun.
They just wanna remake what happened a while ago.
Kaya
nagkaroon ng plant and then of course yung mga kills na kailangan nilang kunin, they're just getting it probably. So, don't believe me yet. I would still confirm this. Pero just to explain kung ano man yung nangyayari ngayon dyan, baka nagtataka kayo, bakit nagsasaksakan tong mga to?
Push mid na lang daw. Knife
Mid
mid.
na lang.
Knife mid.
Knife mid ang nangyari. But still fixing it. It's kind of weird right now, guys. We know. But we'll update you once we know something.
Mukhang babalik ulit sa atin, partner.
Mukha nga. Welcome back!
Oy.
Wala eh. Oy.
Long time
Easy lang kayo. Kami lang to. Relax lang kayo dyan. Sana
Kala,
nakakain na kayo ng inyong mga dinner kahit alas 4 na.
Dinner?
At, hindi, ng lunch. Kasi,
Actually, ako di pa ako kumakain
tingin ko 4 na eh.
Ito lang yung kinakain ko eh. Papakita ko on stream Ano yan? Ito, midnight dinner
Ano yan?
rolls pala. Dinner rolls.
Sa akin, yung kalahati na lang yung burger. Hindi
Uy,
ko
ginagawa mo dyan, oy!
Uy!
Hoy!
Bawal yan.
Oy!
Sana legit na tong round na to.
Oo, sana.
Tignan natin how they will play this out. If it's the proper one, let's see. The dash in is there. Will the fault line? Pasok lahat. Tapos meron pang kasamang Hunter's Fury. May plano dito yung PSJ. Sa tagal ng technical pause, na-realize nila na ito gawin natin. And sumakto na dito nga papuntang C yung mga players din ng Bonkers. On the other hand, PSJ, famous, just pushing in with the 4K already. He's trying to pinpoint the enemy, trying to get the 5K, but it's not gonna happen because of that shock dart.
Pero, Gina pa to? Feeling ko Gina to eh. Pero si Rosify with a kill onto that shock dart though. So, anong score?
Anong score? Kailangan natin ng matinding reset dito sa lahat para ma-realize natin kung ano yung score natin. But, going back to it, ang ganda nung, kung legitimate round to, ang ganda ng pagkakatake ng PSJ on this one. They realized or they knew that they were gonna go to C-Long and took that opportunity rather na gamitin yung Hunter's Fury. They used the blind as well from the Omen. It was all out on C-Long.
Tara, feeling ko Gina talaga ito mga kaibigan. 10-7. Gina to. From 11-6 to 10-7. Asben.
Ayos yun, ayos. Galing mo magbasa.
Right here. Asben. Ayos talaga yun, man.
Ayos yan.
Ganun talaga yung RGX Vandal.
Oo, parang nagkakaroon talaga ng buff.
Oo, di ba? Alam mo, ito pa yung malaka. Ito pa yung maganda. Napakaganda ng RGX na blade. Ang pogi, no? Parang, lang eh. Pero, sige. Umuha ka na lang. Kaibigan kita, di ba? Pero ang kaibigan, nire-real talk eh. So, alam kong totoo yun.
The truth hurts, but it will set you free, sabi nga nila.
Oo! Sabi ko kasi inyo, masyadong maganda ang RGX Vandal, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, we can go onto the side of the players of Bonkers right now. Pero this is the Rolling Thunder! Pero nice molly, pero ito nagkalabasan na nga dito ng Hunter's Fury, plus meron pang Blazer, mga kaibigan. Famous, natamaan lang dito ng isa. Pero 4v3 situation ngayon, this is not the time for Bonkers na talagang bumawi dito. Pix and Skull doing the job. 3v1, Asterix, the only man remaining, the pride of Indonesia. 350.
There you go. 350. Na 350 dito ng Bonkers yung PSJ. We are now back to an 11 scoreline and 11-7 na ang score natin dito. And so far, so good for Bonkers right now. They're actually doing pretty great. Simula nung kaninang first game natin. And this is still the first game though. Simula nung first half rather. And the performance of this team is just something that you wouldn't expect. Maybe because it's the different region that we're looking after or heading or fighting over. But on the other hand, it's still there. It's still surprising, especially against a team na meron ng maraming experience.
Yun nga eh, yung talagang kailangan talaga nilang ilabas dito is syempre yung talaga experience na meron sila dito, partner. Pero yun nga lang nakapapansin talaga natin dito sa side ng Bonkers. Parang pinapakita nila ito yung experience na meron kami. Ito yung capability ng isang Oceania team. Pero Arju, nagkakasila pala. Nakita yung tuhod! Nakita ni RJ yung tuhod ni Famous, Speaker's advantage lang kumbaga.
Speaker's advantage lang. Dito nga nagkakaroon ng talo-talo. Pati na rin sa first series na nakita natin, napanood natin kanina. Yung pumipik sila, tapos nakikita na yung mga body parts, kumbaga. Hindi pa rin nila nare-realize. And on the other hand, dito, anything can happen. Makita lang literal yung paa, yung tuhod. Matik, babarilin agad nila yan. But they're just holding it down. Flinch, not gonna get that shot. And ang Bonkers dito, binigla nila si Flinch. Aware sila na baka meron ng magpa-flank, baka meron ng nakaabang. They're destroying the wall. And this is NAOS taking 1 kill down. But there is the refrag coming in from Rosify. Maatras dito yung ibang mga players. But Tix was able to take 1 more down. This is Asterisk, the only man remaining with a 3v1 situation. 12 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Maybe he can delay, but it's not gonna happen any longer because he will go down in the hands of Bonkers. And they are now in a match point.
Match point already for the side of Bonkers right now, and all they gotta do is win it to win it. And at least, diba, si Famous, ang importante lang din talaga is yung mga trade-offs na meron sila. Pero NAOS with that satchel boost, nagulat si Flinch, hindi rin siya masyado nakapag-react doon sa nangyari, no? Pero yeah, it's actually really nice to see for us to see yung mga yung mga plays ng mga iba't ibang countries, yung mga iba't ibang region, syempre. Para syempre magkaroon tayo ng idea on their capabilities, on what they can do in a setup like this. What more pa naglaro sila sa sa LAN, diba? Doon talaga magkakaalaman. Pero hot shots, NAOS, super low on HP right here. Nadink yung ulo. Pero may heal naman siya dito ni Minimize though. Pero ang importante lang din talaga dito sa Bonk is lamang sila sa lahat. Hindi mo yung pera ng PSJ. Wala silang pera ngayon. Si Flinch nga walang baril eh. Sheriff lang meron siya eh.
No? Ang tagal nating hindi nakakita ng Sage sa Haven. Lagi kasing Sky yung ginagamit dito.
Yeah, that's true.
But of course for Bonkers right now, they are using a Sage. And whenever they take B, it works because they have that wall of a Sage na hindi sila masyadong open. The ultimate of the Brimstone, definitely there already, walang makukuha, but it will be enough to let other people know that they are here, making presence, having that presence on A site already. Mga Chapter lang dito, line up lang para sa nagpa-plant ng spike, kaso wala naman. And also the Aftershock was used already. I don't think that's a good idea, especially when the wall is not broken down yet.
Yeah, Famous pushing in already. Scroll together with the players of a Bonk right now, trying to shut down the players of a PSG. Pero yung si Famous doing that job, pero si Famous makakaisa pa ata with that right click onto that classic, but Arzu is the one who's gonna do that to you. Bonkers 1-0, the pride of Oceania region. We're gonna win the game number 1, which is apparently ang pumili ng mapa na ito ay PSG.
Yun nga, map pickers na naman ang nangyayari para sa second series natin. But they definitely bonked out PSG on that first game para sa ating best of 3 series na to. You could definitely see how Bonkers, they are a formidable team, tapos hindi agad maka-adjust yung mga members dito ng PSG. I'm not quite sure if they're lacking something, or on the other hand, hindi lang talaga nila mabasa kung paano ba naglalaro yung Bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Kasi tuloy nga na pag-usapan natin, partner, this is the first time na naglaban sila, and hindi naman talaga ganun karami yung experience lang. Nagantay ka ba? Hindi naman,
tagal ko nagantay.
Hindi rin naman talaga ganun karami yung screen time ng Bonk if ever. So, what you see is what you get sa Bonk, sa side ng PSG. Wala silang ganun ka-idea kung ano ba yung capabilities ng Bonk. So, tama lang din talaga na pinili ng ibang Southeast Asian team na talagang baka mahirapan sila dito sa mga Australian teams. Which is pinakita yan ng Bonk. Pero, I mean, for Bonk naman, yun yung pinagkaiba, bes. Alam ng Bonk yung playstyle ng mga players na to. At saka kung napapansin mo, si Eeyore, apparently hindi ako sanay sa kanya na
Hindi nag-perform, no?
Oh, hindi ako sanay sa kanya na hindi nag-perform. sanay ako kay Eeyore na mag-omen sa totoo lang. Pero with him, nag-adjust siya with that Cypher. It's really up to him though, but still. 1-0, Bonk sa mapang pinili ng PSG. Next map, ladies and gentlemen, ang pumili nun is Bonkers naman ngayon. Are we gonna see a 2-0 or are we gonna see a map curse if ever? Because we're gonna go sa Breeze.
Maybe it isn't a comfortable, I don't know actually for Eeyore. But one of the players that really shined through pagdating sa matchup na to is actually Ardu. And he's one of the experienced players that we have here for the team of Bonkers. And he definitely stepped up. Talagang inapakan niya dito yung gas, kumbaga kung sasabihin natin. And just a lot of kills coming in for him every time he has that operator. Kahit nga attacker sila, nag-operator to si Ardu from Bonkers. So you can definitely see the confidence handling this gun. And an operator, you need 100% confidence na makukuha mo yung shots, or else you're just gonna waste the opportunity. You're just gonna waste that operator. On the other hand, PSG, sinubukan naman nila lahat ng kaya nilang gawin dito but I guess they just can't find their footing. Hindi nila mahanap yung opening to go up against Bonkers here.
Yeah. Pero dito sa round na to, actually si Famous, sobrang ganda ng pinakita nila dito. Really thought that he's gonna get that ace. Pero dito naman sa last round na to, si Asterix, he actually tried to right-click i-right-click ni Famous itong mga players ngayon ng Bonks, but still, you know, nabawian ni RG agad. And that is a 1v2 situation, and sa totoo lang medyo mahirap na talaga makapag-comeback ang mga players ngayon ng PSG if ever tuloy-tuloy ang momentum na binigay ng Bonk dito sa mapang pinili nga ng mga kalaban nila. And yeah, just like what I've said, pupunta tayo ngayon sa mapa ng Breeze. Still, malaking mapa na naman. So, we're gonna see these players lang din talaga na alam na ng PSG yung capabilities ng Bonk dito. Bonk knows the capabilities of PSG as well. So, tapos na ang meet and greet. Tapos na ang getting to know each other. Dito sa game number 2, magkakaalaman talaga kung sino ba talaga ang mas angat, ang sino at mas sikat pa kay Famous.
Tama ka dyan. And as you said, we are gonna see game number 2 later on in just a few minutes. We're just gonna go in a short break right now. And of course, don't touch the browser. Nandito lang kami at nandito lang din kayo maya-maya lang. So don't go away.
Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
We are finally back at it again para sa ating best of 3 series na to. Game number 2 na at 1-0 na nga ang score natin. That is in favor of Bonkers. Unexpected.
Yeah, really unexpected. Well, mahirap naman talaga sabihin na unexpected kasi to be honest, na yung mga ibang players, ulitin ko, yung mga ibang players ngayon, gusto-gusto talaga nilang makalaban din talaga yung Bonkers kasi they really want to know the capability of this team. Pero ngayon, nagkaalaman na nakita na nila And knowing na si Du, yung isa sa talaga sa pinakamalakas na player ngayon dito sa Bonkers, it just really proves that they're really gonna step up dito sa mga matches nila ngayon. Pero yun nga, we're gonna go here sa Breeze. Sa totoo lang weird. Sa totoo lang, ang Breeze hindi naman talaga to top pick sa if ever you're in the Southeast Asia region huwag natin isama ang APAC
Usually, binabanto.
Oo, binabanto kasi wala naman talaga gusto maglaro sa Breeze. Isipin
It
nyo.
can go both ways
Oo, miski yung pro players ayaw din sa Breeze. So, alam ng Oceania region yan na, okay, ayaw nila ng Breeze Sige, pipiliin namin yung Breeze. Ayun, pinili nila. So, let's see if talagang kung ano ba ang capabilities ng isang Oceania team dito sa Breeze na to kalaban ang mga tropa natin sa Indonesia, which is ang PSJ, which is as well na yung mga ibang players nila is galing Boom Esports, which is sila Eeyore, sila Asterisk, alam mo yun, inakas natin sila dati daling araw na Alala ko.
Oo, alas 4 na, mga ganon. Nagkakas pa rin tayo. Nareklamo na si Ray Ray sa barangay
Yun
nila.
yung
Nagkakas pa rin.
Yung tatlo tayong caster. Alam mo ba?
Yung kapagod-pagod na laro.
Oo.
Yung sinamahan ko na kayo ni Ray Ray para matapos na.
Kasi naaawa ka na sa amin.
Mga bagay-bagay kasi naawa na ako sa inyo. Pero ito, ibang storya to kasi syempre ibang team na to even if you have individual players, iba pa rin yung laro nila as a team. Kaya siguro kung mapapansin mo, yung impact dati na pinapakita ni Eeyore sa Boom Esports, nung nasa Boom Esports siya, napakalaki. But when it comes to PSJ, parang nahihirapan tayong makitang mag-shine si Eeyore. And we know that Eeyore is a very capable player. We all know that Eeyore is a very, very strong player too. Punta tayo sa agent selection dito ngayon. At PSJ versus Bonkers ang naglalaban right now, guys. Paalala ko lang, this is game number 2 and the map is Breeze. And as time change, the agent selection changes too. It's very typical nowadays to see a chamber on Breeze.
Yeah, because of the tight angles, because of the operator na meron siya, which is into the force, talagang if ever you're gonna pick a chamber, magandang gamitin to sa mga mapang malalaki para talagang mas ma-utilize mo yung mga utilities niya, mas ma-utilize mo, partner, yung rendezvous niya. Nice ba?
True.
Ginagamit natin yung mga pangalan.
Grabe upgraded ka na ngayon, man.
Nice ba?
Ayos. Lamang na dito, Bonkers, isa na lang kailangan nila to actually move forward at dapat ng kabahan ang PSJ dito. On a breeze, of course, typically you're gonna see Viper, but this time around, is it mirror match ba to? Parang mirror match ata. Yung dalawang members dito. Kasi may Viper, may Sky sila parehas. Meron din silang Jet dito kung di ako nagkakamali. At di ko pa masilip yung iba eh. Nasilip ko na kanina, hindi ko na naman masilip ngayon.
Oo talaga?
Gumagano na yung ulo. Alam mo yung pag naglalaro ka, tapos yung ulo mo yung gumagalaw. Instead na yung mouse.
Beso.
Nay.
Ganun din naman
antayin
ako
natin
minsan
yan.
eh.
To, pag umikot yung camera. Sova, same din. May chamber din sila. Kung mirror match to, Vil.
Oo nga.
They have a chamber too. So, yeah, it is a mirror match. Pagdating sa Breeze, labanan na lang ng strategy kung ano at sino ang aangat dito.
Yeah. Sino ang mas angat? Sino ang mas sikat? Magkakakitaan na natin sila ngayon. Magkakakitaan na sila ngayon. Dito sa B at ang sabi ng Bonk. We're gonna go here in B. Pero RG, ladies and gentlemen, leading the way. Oh, kung napapansin mo ba, siya na yung Jet dito. Pero, Diyos ko po, Eeyore na headshot yung dalawang players ng Bonk ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, mukhang nahihirapan na ata yung mga players ngayon ng Bonk. Oh! Headshot onto one, trying to go with the second one though. 2 more bullets onto that ability.
Sumile, pero you're not gonna be able to get any kills any longer. PSJ takes the first round. Sila ang lumalamang dito ngayon at when it comes to long-range battles, hindi ko pa sigurado actually kung sino talaga dito sa dalawa yung mas lamang. And also on the other hand, you would see that's the perfect opportunity. Ang ganda ng pwesto doon ni Eeyore to actually take those 2 kills and just rendezvous out as well. So this is gonna be on the side of PSJ. Makakabili sila dito at Bulldog na nga agad ang binili ni Asterisk.
Tamang Bulldog lang yan. Kasi actually, if ever you're gonna pick out a Bulldog, magagamit ulit yan sa mga next few rounds. Pero yung in-fame so shutdown one, takes with another one as well. Pushing ito, a 4v4 Arju. Getting tagged. Pero si Arju, meron tag sa may gilid lang yan, doon sa may broken walls lang din. Pero takes, plant the spike already. Para nang at least, I mean, meron siyang smoke dito so pwede nang gamitin, meron siyang smoke screen. So, he can actually use that para lang syempre hindi talaga mahanap ng PSJ kung nasa ba talaga ang Bonk. Pero, sana kanina pa niya binaril yun. Pero Eeyore with 2 kills with that headhunter though.
Ito na yung sinasabi natin, Bill. Uy, ito na yung sinasabi natin. Yung hinahanap nating Eeyore na kilala natin, lumabas sa first round, sa second round, saka first round.
Galit na si kambing ng Eeyore, man. Si Eeyore, lagi malungkot yan. Pero ngayon, masaya yan.
A gift.
Tropa niya si Winnie.
Agad. Si kaibigang Winnie.
Yung laging may honey.
Alam ko yung Winnie na may Winnie na
The Pooh. Si Pooh.
Sino ba yung Winnie na reporter?
Winnie Cardero ba yun?
Winnie Cardero. Ayun. Tama.
Magaling magluto yun.
Laging nasa sa market.
Check yung Roma.
Tigilan mo nga ako.
Chine-check kung magkano na yung mga repolyo ngayon.
Oo.
Mga seekers out, mga ganun.
Nagkasilipan na nga dito pero yung nga mukhang hindi ata tumatama si kaibigang Eeyore.
Forward na dito yung ibang player.
Oh my God, kaharap mo na kapatid pero NAOS.
Guroy, inano lang niya, binuksan niya lang, tapos bumalik na siya sa safe place.
Oo, parang, papasok po kayo.
Papasok, hindi po, babalik po ako.
Sige ha.
Mga ganun galawan na
Nakakalabas na nga pero Tix with all of these kills. 3K coming in from Tix with a double X. Pero nasa si Flinch. Meron siyang Vandal. Oh my God! Oh my God, Flinch! Oh my God! 4K!
Emotional damage!
NAOS, mga kaibigan! Alam na yung posisyon! But NAOS will gonna get that kill instead!
Hindi naman dapat mangyari yun!
Sama-sama sila dun sa isang posisyon!
Na-bonk sila doon! Bonk! Tatlo silang na-bonk, man!
Enemy remaining.
Just a quick replay.
Tatlo
Ayan o. 1, 2, 3. Nagbilang si kuya mo, flinch. He was almost gonna get that final kill. Maswerte na lang yung bonk doon na hindi namatay. Yung huling natitirang player nila doon. Kung hindi, that was a round given away.
Grabe si Flinch no? From bottom frag to 4K agad. Pero kung napapansin mo, ibang players ng bonk dito, yung tatlo doon hindi pa nakakapatay. Pero RG pushing in here in B already. Pero si Eeyore!
Where are you looking?
Saan ka? You're not checking the corners, my guy. You need to check out the corners, my guy. Pero ito, oh my God, RG.
Wow. Pati siya nagulat eh.
Tamang wall banget lang din, men. All walls are wangable.
Napatingin din siya eh. Napangiti na lang siya doon pagkatapos ng kill niya. Nagtaka siya bakit meron siyang nakuha. But what is important right now is that they know that information. They are well aware kung nasaan tong mga players nila. Kaya naman wino-wallbang din nila. Kaya pinip-free fire din nila. On the other hand, hindi pa rin nila napaplant yung spike. They are on site. Yeah, they have their rendezvous.
Spike down.
Are they?
B.
Or never mind. The Rosify was actually able to shut down.
Dash out? Meron tao dyan!
What a round.
Pero kung napapansin mo, si Arju laging humingiti ito, ha?
Oo, masayahin.
Pangalan pa lang, mapapangiti ka talaga.
Nagulat din siya dun sa kill niya eh. Hindi niya expect na makakuha siya ng kill. Napatingin siya sa kill feed. Just a quick replay. Interestingly, no one checked left side for the entry that they did. Sinisira nila. Masyado silang na-busy pagdating dun sa trap nung chamber para sa PSG. And while they are at it, they took the opportunity to get that triple kill immediately. And doon talaga nag-crumble yung players dito ng Bonkers.
And that's how the cookie crumbles. Pero Famous will be revealed already, but they need to get out of the site. Arju, mga kaibigan, with that Blade Storm though. Eeyore trying to push in, trying to get enough information for him to know the whereabouts of the players of Bonkers right now. But NAOS checking for some flanks right now, pero yung flinch. We're gonna get the head of scroll, which is actually huge though. Wala na silang enough information, wala silang art, wala silang recon bolt. But apparently they still have that Ibon Sky. Someone is trying to be aggressive though! Nagkaisahan na nga. Nagka-trade na nga dito.
Nakaabang si Eeyore.
3v1 partner, mukhang mukhang welcome to Southeast Asia to
Oo nga eh, mainit na mainit dito yung PSG. They are able to take that 4 rounds and of course with the 3rd round taken by Bonkers, yung round na nakuha pa nila, muntik pa silang maubos.
Yung nga rin din
Delicate moves ang mga gawain dito ng Bonkers ngayon. They're adjusting on how Southeast Asia plays, and aside from that, if I'm being honest, it's a fairly good adjustment. Nakita naman natin yun on game 1 eh.
Big shoutouts nga pala kay Hiri or Hiri. Yun yun. Love you rin. Sino ka man.
Here.
Pagkakita ko, dalawa lang kaming friends mo eh. Hindi ako yan
Alam mo nang peke yung account pag dalawa lang yung friends.
Man. Malay mo, yun talaga yung real account niya, di ba?
Oo nga. Dalawa lang talaga yung kaibigan niya.
Isa na ako dun. Asterisk. We're gonna be blocked off doon sa may mid.
Hindi pa nila nakuha yung Seekers papunta kay kay NAOS. Natamaan pa si NAOS doon. Anyway, this is already the entry being set out.
Nice trade-off. Pero Famous ulit! Meron pang tao sa site! Lagi na lang nila iniisip na baka isa lang to, pero hindi. Meron pa, kapatid! Rosify! Take it on RG! From Sentinel to Duelist. 2v2. Minimize. Nalulusaw ng paunti-unti doon sa may snakebite, mga kaibigan, pero Minimize being tagged.
Nakatakas pa.
Hindi ka na, magkakaalaman na nga ata dito sa... Oh my God, nakakita pa rin si Boxstick.
Bostick na lang.
Bostick sa pagmahal.
11 seconds remaining to actually plant the spike. Actually, this is more than enough time already. On the other hand, Oo, dalawang players pa dito. Nasa mid naman. So he can definitely use that Seekers out kung sakasakali. But he also has the blind to play out on the double swing. I feel like he could have used the ultimate.
Pero, yeah, pwede. Pero wala.
Masyado na kasing mabilis eh.
Yeah, in terms of sound cues, narinig ng PSG kung saan nag-drop si Minimize eh.
Yuppie.
So kahit na flash sila, at least narinig nila yung sound cue kung saan ba siya pumunta.
Kaya nga feeling ko, kung ginamit niya yung Seekers out, akala niya kasi masyado nang malapit eh. Kung nagamit niya yung Seekers out, dalawa yun mabubulag or magiging busy. And then with the help of the guiding light, it might be very much possible.
Busy ba, bes? Hindi ka na lang kakain. Kain muna ako.
5-1. PSG ang nakakalamang dito. Bonkers, they need to step up their game if they are planning to take this to... Uy! Nasaktuhan yung scope! My God! Kung hindi na tinanggal yun, insta-kill yun, men!
Oh, sayang si Flinch! Kaya kung ako sa'yo, pag naglalakad ka, mag-scope ka na lang.
Bukas ka pang makakarating sa kabilang site pag magre-retake.
Oh, man.
Nakaan lang mga to, naka-marshal yung players ng Bonkers dito. One hit delete pwedeng mangyari sa kanila pagdating sa operator dito ni Flinch, especially with half armor only and also the other players with just sheriff. So this is much basically favored on the side. May tumatawid lang.
Pero tumama kay Chamber, mga kaibigan.
May pang-heal naman sila eh.
Pero parang pang-inis yung ginagawa nito eh. Nabigabay ka na lang tumatawid.
Sinaran. Binuksan. Sinara.
Nakapatay na si Flinch ito, mga kaibigan. Taking down 2 players. Pero meron pang isa. Lahat sila nasa mid doors. 6-1. Ang pagbango ng AP.
Nasa mid. Buti hindi na bilaukan. Timeout. Bonkers. They are in a timeout. They have to plan. What are they doing? Bakit hindi nila makuha yung site and all that? At the same time, it was an eco anyway. So, fairly, it is very much on the side of PSG na lamang talaga sila when it comes to those guns and the utilities that they have to. And aside from that, yung information-wise nagkakitaan na sila doon and hindi talaga sila lumipat. Aside from the person who was in mid and aside from all the players there who were on mid as well. So, anyway, with this timeout, sana makapagplano sila kung anong gusto nilang gawin.
Ano ang susunod na plano ngayon ng Bonkers with that timeout, mga kaibigan? Pero, if ever lang din talaga na makukuha ng Bonkers itong mga susunod na rounds, pwede naman though. I mean, nasa kanila naman talaga kung paano yung rotation. Kasi kung mapapansin mo, si Scroll kanina nag-pop off pero ngayon wala pa rin siyang kills. Look at the score though. Arju, with that 4 kills only, minimize. Siya ang sunod-dubinis dito pero with just 1 kill. Kung napapansin mo, partner, yes, pinili ng Bonkers to pero mas malakas ang PSG sa defending if ever. Makikita natin sa second half. If mangyayari rin ba ang yung same thing tulad ng comeback kanina ng Myth?
Very much possible. So don't underestimate basically the teams that we have right here. Insta-heal agad para sa mga players dito na tamaan nung shock dart na yan. And of course, Bronze, they wanna go in. There is that snake bite that would try to punish them. Kaso masyado nang late. Another snake bite and also the Seekers out. Ang dami nang tinanggap dito ni Rosify. Aside from that, meron pang Hunter's Fury na kasama. And si Ardu na pumupush. This is already the Viper's Pit being set up. And ito na nga ang pagbangon ng api na tinatawag natin. No? PSG though, they are still swarming on side. They are still able to take on the kills. Can they take the kill? Especially on Tix na napaka-importante to close things off. And this is the last person remaining. Overwhelming domination from PSG on the site.
Man, it's gonna be so hard for Bonk na makabawi na lang dito if ever patuloy-tuloy pa na ina-outperform sila ng PSG. Na they're trying to get that site. Yes, nakukuha nila, nakakapag-plan sila, but they have parang they're really having problems on how to hold that site. They're really having problems on how to maintain that advantage na meron sila. At ang ginagawa ng PSJ dito, it's just, overwhelm nila masyado ang Bonk. Na sobrang nilang ina-aggressive masyado. Ito ang Southeast Asia, man. Sobrang aggressive ng Pinoy at ng Southeast Asia. Ito ang ginagawa nila mo. Nagpupush na lang sila, oh. Diba? Nagpupush na lang sila, pero yung na-punish ka. Oh, ito yung pagbangon ng api, mga kami. Famous with a kill again. Pero yung famous with a big 3K. Tignan mo, they're really being confident. Wala sila pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nila. May pupush lang nila to.
Uy, Seekers out. Ang gandang angle from Famous right there.
Ito pa isa.
He was able to take one. Is it gonna be an
Oh
ace?
my God!
I can be so much more.
Famous! Napangiti na lang siya, oh. Men, si Famous kitang-kita sa camera.
Habang nagka-clutch, isa, dalawa, tatatlo, syempre, apat pa yung ibang mga players dyan. It is such a good positioning he got from up above here. On the other hand, he kinda knew wherever everyone is, syempre, they were all swarming in there. They don't have any guns, they don't have any vandals na kayang labanan on a long range. So they're just gonna choke on those choke points na hahawakan nila. Kasi wala namang papasukan itong mga to eh. Tapos lalabanan mo na spray battle, mahirap.
Sobrang
Tour de
hirap
Force?
din talaga partner.
Tour de Force up and online na dito for the side of, if I'm not mistaken, for Bonkers. They're using the Tour de Force right now.
Arju pushing in with that Blade Storm, mga kaibigan. Are we gonna see a game number 3 dito sa match natin ngayon? But apparently you're getting that verticality, getting that high ground. It's trying to off-angle these players. Pero alam na may idea na ang PSJ dito if ever. They're gonna double up their senses here in B. Pero it's just 45 seconds. Mahaba pa man ng oras. I mean, pwede pa silang lumipat ng A and they're gonna do it right now. And wala na silang chance na lumipat pa sa B though. Dalawa lang players dito sa A, so it's really up to that Sova and Jet on how can they stop the possible push of Bonkers right now. Pero nga na si Flinch gonna try and deny and close out that recon bot, mga kaibigan. Flinch with a kill. Ojo na but second pero nga from in your face. NAOS with the kill. Ojo na through the force though. 4v2, Arju and NAOS the only man remaining for the side of a Bonkers. Pero yung nga lang walang tinamaan yung right click ng Blade Storm. Pero Diyos ko po, ubus na ang Tour de Force with that Vandal. Pero meron isa sa pataas, meron isa sa baba. 9-1 PSJ with the lead. 11-1
That is a messy round.
or 2-10.
Sobrang messy nung round nila doon. Even for the side of PSJ. Naka-peak na actually yung jet nila doon eh. Tapos hindi pa rin niya nakuha yung... hindi niya napitik against NAOS actually. So when that happened, kailangan niya gamitin yung Blade Storm niya. Pupush siya. He was able to take 1 kill but na-punish din siya agad ni NAOS doon. On the other hand, for Bonkers, they use the smoke of the jet. Si Ardu, nagamit niya yung smoke niya to try to nullify that Sova recon. On the other hand, nabaril naman na agad nung kakampi niya. So it was just a little bit of hindi mo masasabing miscommunication eh kasi it's reaction from the players trying to deny that recon bolt. And he was able to deny it. Kaso nga lang, problema, hindi ka na makakagamit ng pangalawang smoke to actually do an entry with the help of course, the Sky, with the help of the guiding light. Nakapasok sila doon, get some kills, but not enough to actually take the round. Kompleto na, tignan mo, 6, 7 rounds, sunod-sunod, it's all just PSJ.
Look at minimize, 1 kill, scroll, 0 kills.
Ooh.
What happened to Bonkers? Lahat sila, it's just they're staying there in mid and they can't do anything. They try to go with the A though. But napigilan agad ng PSJ, no? Alam naman natin, pag nasa mid, alam mo yung, pag nasa mid sila, ano yung pinakamagandang gawin?
Uminom ng tubig.
Yan, tama.
Yan, ang galing talaga, pagkalokohan. Nangunguna talaga tayo para tayo nagre-racing.
Oo, men. Padamihan tayo ng mga naiisip na jokes, eh, no?
9-1 is the score. At least we are finally back in that very short technical pause. On the other hand, talagang umaano dito, umaariba dito si Famous.
Shorty like a melody in my head.
Dalawa pa
Na shorty dito, Diyos ko po. Binili ng 150, nabalik ng 400.
Men, di nila ma-figure out yung entry nila dito. They are being punished on aiming immediately and they can't figure out how they can do an entry. Kasi first of all, you need that jet to actually smoke it up. Second of all, you also need the wall of the Viper to help you out. And on the other hand, kailangan mo pa ng Sova Recon to clear out backside. That's how hard it is to actually do entries on Breeze. That's why I'm curious to see why they chose this map.
Partner. Oh my God! Natamaan siya. Pero wala silang idea kung nasan man. Pero ito nag-bait siya ng barrel dun sa may shoot. So wala silang idea at all kung nasan pa si NAOS. Pero ngayon meron na. NAOS, low on HP. It's just gonna be a 9-2 or 10-1. Bawal kang magkamali, NAOS. Para sa team mo to. Pero oh no. Alam na ni Flinch ko nasan to, men. Oh, di pa tumama.
Di tumama, Diyos ko. No way. Okay.
Diyos ko po.
Lang yan, nakakakaba.
Oo, nakakakaba yun, men.
Pati ako, di ako makapagsalita eh.
Kasi alam mo yung nakakakaba yun, kasi kita natin.
Kita natin lahat ng nangyayari eh.
Oo.
Kasi nakikita natin din yung mga x-ray vision pero sila hindi nila alam kung pwede lang natin isigaw na nasa likod mo na. Ginawa na natin yon pero syempre di natin pwedeng gawin yan.
Meron nga nagsabi.
Hindi nga na gano'n eh. Hindi tumama yung shot sa una, buti na lang tumama sa pangalawa.
Buti na lang talaga. Kasi ganoon naman talaga yan eh. Sa first shot, I mean, hindi tatama. Pero one thing is for sure, sa second peak mo, dun talaga tatama. Tried and tested yan mga kaibigan. Lalo na pag okay ang game sense mo. Kasi at least you have an idea already.
Alam ko na yung naalala mo, yung nag-comment na andaya kasi kita nung kabilang team, yung kalaban nila.
Kilala mo na talaga ako, bes!
Naisip mo pa lang, sasabihin ko na.
Oo nga eh. Isa lang talaga utak natin.
Ayos ba yun?
Take flight. Ayos yun.
Sova drone, naghahanap. Naku, makikita niya dito. Isa, at least.
Op.
Ay.
Alam niyo na dalawa. Bumaril yung isa eh.
Yun lang. So, ito na nga yung dalawang smoke na ginawa nila dito na shutdown lang. Pati yung recon mo, shutdown din yan. Paano ka makakapasok?
Ito yung mapang pinili nyo, Bonkers, pero dinudurog kayo. Mukhang 2-10 ata mga kaibigan. 1v3, 6 low on HP. Up. Eeyore catches one. Headhunter. Reload ka na pre.
Dito matama.
Tumama isa.
Dalawang bullet na lang nag-reload habang kita ang ulo. Napakatapang at tapang at tao. Dito si Eeyore. 2-10 ang score, 2-10.
At kung napapansin natin, nakasimangot. Sad face. Sad boys. Kasi, men, umili nito, bonk eh. Nangyari.
Nabonk sila?
Oo. Nabonk.
Nahirapan sila dito makahanap ng entry. Isipin mo yung nagsashine dito pagdating sa kills, yung chamber pa nila. So, with the swap, it might change a lot of things. Maybe they're just weaker on attacker's side. At they can't figure out. One of the reason also is because napamatay lagi si Ardu eh. Nakikita mo siyang mag-entry. He has the smokes, magdadash siya sa smoke, pero papatayin lang din siya agad ng PSJ.
2-10 indeed for the players ngayon ng bonk. So makikita natin, are we gonna see a 2-10 curse? Ano ba to? Myth and Cerberus lang ba ito, partner? Pinalamang lang. Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo. Ano ba, ha? Ano ba English ng pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo? Wait lang. Google Translate.
They let them take the lead. But they still want the win?
Oo. Question mark?
Question mark? Question mark?
Sige ito.
Galing, no?
Gusto pang manalo.
Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo.
Ato, gusto
nakuha mo na.
pang-
Anong
wait lang,
translation?
gusto pa- Just wanted to win. Sabi ng Google Translate. Ayan.
Ano sabi?
Just wanted to win.
Just wanted to win.
Oo.
Na, hirap talaga yung Bonkers on the attackers. I feel like they're more of a stronger team when it comes to the defense. Because yung nagsashine sa kanila is actually the chamber. At when you are on the defense, on a chamber, ang laking factor nun, lalo na kung long range battle kagaya nito.
Yeah.
Pero isa sa factors din dito, Vil, nag-shine na ay, si Eeyore, nagbago na, nag-stand up na siya pagdating sa round na to, pagdating sa game na to.
You really need to stand up if ever, guys. Kasi if ever na hindi pa talaga sila nag-perform, man, it's not gonna be in their favor din talaga if ever yung nga natin yung mga players ngayon. Uy, si Scroll nakapatay na! 4v2 onto this round right now. It's time for Famous and the other players, which is si Asterisk, para makabawi rin dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito yung kailangan ng Bonk. They need all these win. They need all these advantage na meron sila, man. Knowing na nakapatay na si Scroll, this is the start of something new. But Scroll, ito na ang pagbangon ng api. Pinalaro na si Kuya!
Oh, minimize to secure the kill. Ito na sinasabi ko sa iyo, Vil, mas malakas sila pagdating sa depensa. At mukhang yung gulat factor nila against PSG kanina, hindi na masyado gumagana this time around. With the step up coming in from Eeyore, it changes things a lot for the team. But is it enough to actually stop Bonkers, especially on the defense?
There they are. Shock dart.
Whoop! Yan, tamang replay lang. Tamang ano lang. Panoorin lang natin yung mga nangyari on that round. But anyway, when it comes to PSG, ang importante para sa kanila, hindi sila mapako sa 10 scoreline na nakikita natin dito. They, on the side of Bonkers, they were able to also buy the Spectres that they need. Kaya nilang labanan with their own Marshal, but immediately he was shut down by Bonkers here, especially literally Scroll. Ito ata yung first kill niya kung tama ako. But he's been having a hard time trying to find a kill in this map right here that we are looking at. 4v4. Do, tsaka si Flinch, yung dalawang jet, wala na dito.
Yeah. 3-10 it is, mga kaibigan. And, nakikipag-away pa kami ni Taylor. Pero,
bakit ako? Dinaway mo pa ako.
nakita na mag-comment eh. Pero,
salamat.
nag-comment din ako.
Nag-comment ka rin.
Okay.
Anyway, looking at it, the headshot connects. NAOS was able to take the kill. With the 4v3 right now. Tatlong players dito ng PSG. They don't have money. This is their eco anyway. Pero, ang importante, nakapag-plan sila ng spike. Maybe with enough delay, they can actually take this round away from Bonkers. Hindi yata makakapasok yung Bonkers. Oh. There you go. There's another one. It's minimized. They have to take him away. Tix is already down. Asterisk versus minimized. Nakuha yung guiding light na yan. This is Marshall versus, of course, the Spectre. Lalaroin lang ni Asterisk. Itong problema sa mga 1v1 situation. There is the spray down and the shot comes in. Is it enough time to plant or defuse rather? The spike, it's not gonna be enough. Na-clutch pa nga dito nung side dito ng PSG. Yung round na yun, it was their eco round 2. That was the very Esports clutch moment of the game.
And really good clutches lang din talaga ng mga pinapakita natin dito, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, it's just na game number 3 lang din siguro. If, ano bang map sa game number 3 though? Map 3 is Bind. So, not that big of a map. Not that small of a map as well. ano lang, parang nasa average lang siya. If ever you're gonna compare Bind, siguro pwedeng Ascent. Yeah. But for Bonk though, I mean, it's time for Oriju and tsaka si Scroll na makabawi lang. Tsaka lalo na si Minimize. Kanina, it's just their abilities, their capabilities just overflowing. We really never thought that it's gonna end up like this. Na ganitong score. Akala nga natin makakabawi sila eh. Akala nga natin mananalo ang Bonk sa pinili nilang mapa eh. Knowing na gusto nila ng malaking mapa. What happened to Bonk?
Feeling ko talaga, once Eeyore steps up his game, they are unstoppable. First of all, of course, that is a chamber. Yan yung Sentinel. Yan talaga yung role na importante pagdating sa match na to. Especially on the defense. Kasi nandyan lahat ng traps. Especially with the tour de force na tumatama, then you're really gonna have a problem. Especially hindi mo malalaman kung nasan yung pwesto ni Eeyore dahil nga din sa mga rendezvous niya.
Asterisk mga kaibigan. With that recon ball, pero ayun na nga. Hindi alam ni Arju na meron tao na nagbabantay sa kanila sa mid mga kaibigan. Pero let's see if ever makakakuha po sila isang kill dito. Pero nga na flinch, getting tally. Asterisk, nabawasan nila si Scroll. Wala na silang recon bolt, pero in just a few seconds magkakaroon na naman sila dito though. Flinch, walking patiently, got no idea at all na andun lang si Flinch. Tix trying to push in, but Tix with a headshot. At least nakabawi naman sila dito. 3v4.
Bumubuelo na dito players ng PSJ for their post-plant situation. On the other hand, Bonkers is also gearing up on how they can retake this. Rendezvous being set already at kung sakasakali man, they will hop out and TP out pagdating dito sa Bonkers. On the other hand naman, si Eeyore is actually flanking right on mid. They're not aware that he is on mid. Maaaring malason sila dito completely. And ito na nga si Eeyore pumapasok. Ipit na dito ang mga players ng Bonkers. And that is a win for PSJ. They are now on a match point.
They're on a match point already. So, apparently, ito naman sa side ng PSG mga kaibigan. I mean, sa Bonk, sa ko lang. Kung ako sa Bonk, mag-full on reset na sila sa game number 3.
Feeling ko din eh.
Oo, wag na nilang i-contest ko na
Bind data yung susunod na mapa.
Bind. Wag na nilang i-contest to na na magkakaroon na pupusuan nila tong win na to. Kung sa kanila, hindi na.
Grabe yun naman, nag-give up ka talaga. Hanggang hindi pa nagta-13, hindi pa tapos ang laban, tandaan mo yan, kayang-kaya nilang makakambak. Basta ako maniniwala lang ako dito. But Asterisk was able to punish one already. That is minimized out! And on the back, Rosify, busy masyado na i-shutdown yung ibang mga players dito sa likuran or yung utility habang hindi siya nakatingin, talagang kinuha na yung opportunity. They took that opportunity, they got the kill, a 4v3 situation right now as they head in to B. The Viper's Pit is up and online. This judge, it might hurt them. They have to be really careful. On the other hand, si Eeyore ang nakaspot and he was able to shut him down as well. The last two players of Bonkers are remaining. That is Ardu and Scroll. Pilit na pilit yung mga bay nila dito with the Guardian and with the Marshal. Can they actually take a shot? Drew, or rather Ardu, was able to take one already. 2v2. Lamang pantay pa dito ang laban when it comes to the manpower, but not when it comes to the guns and utilities that they have. Rendezvous is up and online for Eeyore here. They have the shotgun as well, pero yung scope, sumasakto na, hindi nakukuha. Scroll was able to take it. 1v1. Hunter's Fury being used. Scroll right now, naghahanap ng pwedeng matamaan, but the time is ticking. The clock is ticking. When it comes to this fight, it's not gonna happen. PSG takes this away.
It's over already and we've just seen kung paano ba nakabawi ang Persija dito sa side ng Bonkers mga kaibigan. They really tried so hard and kung napapansin natin, sobrang nagiging aggressive na rin talaga ng Persija nung pagdating sa ating first half nung sila yung defender pero sila yung nagpo-push. And how can you stop that though? They have the confidence already. They know that they can win and nakapag-ease pa nga dito yung Persija which is si yung Sky. So apparently, it just what happened to Bonkers? That is actually the biggest question dito sa game na to because napansin natin man, Scroll, he's not performing sa totoo lang. Sobrang tagal nung round na 0 yung
Totoo.
frag niya. Minimize 1 to 2. Arju, hindi man lang pumalo ata ng 10. Si Tix lang din talaga yung Si Tix tsaka si Nose lang din talaga yung nag-perform dito. Yes, nag-perform sila, but it's not enough for you to take down PSJ. Well, for PSJ though, tulad nga na sinabi nila, they went here sa VCT APAC Orgless. Walang nagpa-backup sa kanila. Pero, after nung kinuha sila ng Persija, talagang ipapakita talaga nila na isa sila sa dapat katakutan dito sa VCT APAC, which is yan din yung mga exact things sa sinabi nila. English lang.
Yun nga, 13-3 yung score natin dito. It was a complete domination from PSG. I bet PSG, na-realize nila dito na medyo hindi komportable yung Bonkers. Despite picking this map, it feels like hindi sila, may butas yung mapa nila. And they capitalized on that. They were really having a hard time taking rounds, especially doon sa time na sila yung attacker. It seems like napaplant nila yung spike, yes, but the post plant is really, really not there. I haven't seen a post plant that worked out for the side of Bonkers. It might have, but they would get 3 kills or 4 kills even for the side of PSG. Yung mga angle na dapat may nakatingin, walang tumitingin. And on the other hand, this is also a game where Eeyore finally stepped up.
Yeah. At least nakabawi na rin siya. Sobrang tagal natin siyang inaantay na makabawi dito mga kaibigan. And finally, after all the struggles in life na grabe, no? Struggles in life na na-conquer niya mga kaibigan, nag-perform na rin yung Eeyore na kilala natin, partner.
Yun nga yung mga nakikita natin na dati pagdating sa Sea Challengers, ito na yung Eeyore na yun. We are finally seeing him back and really stepping up. But aside from that, for Bonkers right here, on engagement-wise, nakakakuha sila ng kills, but hindi sila nagkakaroon sila ng napapansin ko, nagkakaroon sila ng mga moments na parang natataranta talaga sila doon sa ginagawa nila. There are moments that you could have used this utility instead of that utility. But of course, these players, they know what they're doing anyway. On a complete dominating fashion, PSG takes game number 2. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan, makakarating tayo ng game 3.
Yeah, magkakarating tayo ng game 3 dito mga kaibigan. So we're gonna get to see these players na din talaga na babaawi dito sa map ng split. Well, map pickers, yeah, we're gonna see these players na maglalaban ulit. Tulad nga sinabi ko kanina, paulit-ulit lang. We're just gonna head on to a very short break. Once again, we are your casters, the mods. Yeah.
House, my sneakers, my blouse.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like
What is up, guys?
Walang iya. Pati ako nadamay dito sa kalokohan na
Jabin.
pinagagawa nyo nila direct. We are back! We are back.
Guess who's back?
Back again. Muli tayo nagbabalik dito sa VCT Asia Pacific at game number 3 nga ang pupuntahan natin. PSJ at Bonkers ang naglalaban para sa ating match na ito. Later on, guys, kailangan nyo abangan. NAOS na yung susunod na maglalaro. Kaya naman, chill lang kayo dyan. Kuha na kayo ng inyong mga chicha. Kuha na kayo ng inyong mga food para naman ready na kayo for the NAOS matchup later on. But let's focus on this one first because our friends from Oceania region is having a hard time on map 2.
Yeah. Dito naman yan sa game number 3. It's gonna be Unbind. Part na ulit. Ulitin ko ulit Bind. So, just a recap of what happened a while ago. Game number 1, mapik natin yung Haven. It's just medyo natagalan tayo ng onti doon pero importante natapos. Nakita natin kung gano'n ba ka-solid mag-chamber si kaibigang Ardu. Tapos mukhang medyo kinabahan din yung mga players ng PSG na hala para tayo makakapag-comeback dito kasi next map is mapa pinili nila which is Breeze pero nagulat na lang tayo na hindi man lang nakascore halos ang mga players dito ng Bonkers. But here in game number 3, complete reset.
Kumbaga mental fortitude na yung labanan pagdating sa game 3 kasi literal kailangan mag-reset dito. Clean slate. Kumbaga, yung 1-1 na-cancel out na natin yan. Kumbaga, ito na yung best of 1 laglagan portion na to para sa dalawang teams na meron tayo dito. At that is PSG and of course, Bonkers. And as a team, you don't want to step down on the lower bracket or different bracket. You want to stay ahead of all the players and all the teams in your group. In specific group. So, anyway, while we are at it, itong ang mapa natin na susunod is actually Bind. It seems like the players of Bonkers a while ago, na-overwhelm nila yung PSG. Yes, it happens. But on the other hand, during map number 2, they were overwhelmed back. Papunta sa kanila yung overwhelming factor na yan from PSG, especially those aggressive pushes coming in for the team. Yung mga times na refrag sila. Aside from that, yung mga times na nakakapag-flank sila completely na walang nakatingin. And that was on A main. Imagine someone was flanking, not even a proper flank na literal na walang nakatingin doon sa A main kanina na triple kill sila ng ganun-ganun lang. Yung mga mistakes na ganun, kailangan nilang baguhin.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of mistakes din talaga na nangyari dun sa mga matches na napanood natin. Pero ulitin ko, dito sa game number 3, we have no idea on who's gonna win this. Kasi nag-pop off ang Bonkers, nag-pop off din yung kabila. So, we really can see a big difference lang din if ever lang kung sino ba talaga ang mas hindi papagod dito sa game number 3. Magkakakitaan yan if ever they're gonna be aggressive or not. I mean, tulad nga ng sinasabi ko back then sa Action PH lang din talaga. sila talaga yung ginagamit kong
Example.
Parang example lang din talaga sa pagiging aggressive Parang hindi naman sa
Kaya mo yan.
Paano ko ba sisimulan to? Parang
Nahanap pa yung mga tamang words.
Binibase nila yung strategy nila depende sa makakalaban nila.
So kung wari yung makakatapat nila, feeling nila mas gana yung aggressive push gagawin nila. Uy, Neon?
Pareho sila Ito na si Neon Guerrero, mga kaibigan.
Sumasayaw din ba yan?
Hindi.
Akala ko,
iba yun.
kapatid ni Ninya.
Ibang Guerrero yun.
Iba ba yun?
Ibang Guerrero yun.
Akala ko, tropa kaibigan nila.
Sumasayaw?
Man, di mo ba kilala yun?
Pala. Okay na lang yun. Actually, ang cute nga nung pinakabata.
Diba? Marunong magaling din sumayaw yun.
Oo. 4 sila diba? 4 sila. Ako yung isa.
Ikaw yung isa. Parang di naman huwig. Anak sa labas.
Sinabi ko ba na sumasayaw ako yung nagbi-video?
Ikaw yung bahala sa tunes. No?
Pare.
Pero, are they really picking Neon together? Or is this the bug? Parang di ako makapaniwala na sabay sila on this specific map. Feeling ko hindi Feeling ko
Neon tayo, pre.
Na tayo na-scamas tayo dito sa, sa waiting screen
hindi,
siya talaga.
Gian.
Hindi, Raze Raze yung nasa kabila. Sa Persija. Nagbago na ang lahat. Pati yung mga pinili nila. On the fly. Mga satchel in play. Actually, it definitely works out in a map like Bind. As I say, I would rather have a Raze than a Jet.
Ano?
I would rather have a Raze than a Jet.
Dito sa Bind. Yeah, of course.
Yappy.
Kasi, one thing, mapa rin to ni Raze Itong Bind, ito ang mapa ni Brimstone, mapa ni Raze, tsaka mapa ni Reyna.
Yun nga. So, makikita natin.
Sa kanila to
Nakatitulo sa kanila yan Joint.
Ano ba talaga? Ano ba talaga yung mga gamit nila?
Neon ba talaga? Neon.
Neon nga talaga.
Nagpalit, naging Raze. Yung upper left. Nagpalit naging Raze. Si Famous.
Hindi, may Neon. May Neon talaga.
May Neon din. Tapos may Raze pa. Okay. Kami yung nabaliw. Sorry, amin.
Diyos ko po. Lumipad yung ulo ni Arjo kasama yung kanyang team.
Lumipad. Imbis na yung lumipad yung kanilang team, pati yung ulo niya napalipad din doon, men.
Man. One tap to the head. Na Bonkers.
Na Bonkers sila doon. Ito na yung recon. Mukhang papasok na dito yung mga Bonkers. Mga tropa natin sa Bonkers. Nasira din agad. Neon though, which is in the hands of NAOS, is already on site. Yung wall niya nakatulong kahit papaano, but not enough HP and taking so much damage and not hitting the shots will be equivalent to being dead. This is now a 2v2 situation. Nakapag-plant na ng spike dito yung Bonkers. Actually, right now, they don't even have to fight. They just need to wait out and just play out the time. But right now, they just also want to fight.
1v1 will agree with pero may masyadong malayo yung right click namin. Pero wala ng bala. Nakakuha pa ata ng ghost. Buti nila nakakuha ng ghost si Asterisk with a double K.
Alam
Ginawang
mo,
puno.
Makikita mo yung I don't know kasi when it comes to pistol rounds, especially in a post-plant pistol rounds, hindi ko na masyadong lalabanan yung nagre-retake, lalo na kung pantay na 1v1 or 2v2. Kasi manggugulo ka lang naman Yun na yung purpose mo. Because on an eco round like this, on a pistol round, you are in a clean slate. You don't have that much utilities, especially if you buy an armor or a ghost. And that is already an advantage for the post-plant situation.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa mga players ng PSG, mga kaibigan, at least talaga nakakuha ng kill. And as you can see, it's just talagang they really want to get that momentum up. Pero Arju will gonna fall into the hands of Famous right now with that Rumba. Medyo malayo. Stun! Stunining! Shut the dealing! Rosify! We'll take down Scroll. Ano kaya nangyari kay Scroll, no? Kanina okay naman siya. Pinalaro ata kay Bunso.
Pinalaro na kay Bunso na pinalaro. Kanina si Kuya.
Nasa Thailand nga sila, 'di ba? Syempre, ang ginawa nila, nag-sightseeing muna sila, men. O muna maglaro na ito. Sige no.
Kailangan namin
sabi ni Bunso. Sige, Kuya.
Ako na muna, tabi.
Oo. Sige, Kuya, palaro.
Ho! No chance at all. NAOS. It's gonna be a no-P for him. A flawless round. No one died. Walang casualty for PSJ, which means in this round, they all just need to buy utilities. They have all the guns.
Spike down, attacker spawn. One enemy remaining.
They have everything, my guy. Para magkaroon ng konting bawi dito, kapatid. But, for Bonkers! Scroll! Sinasabi na sa mga kampi na, kanina wala akong kill, ha? Ako top frag na yun.
Siya na yung papalit dito. Siya na yung babawi dito, kumbaga.
Diyos ko po! May ang bilis tumakbo ni Flinch, men! Isipin mo, may ina na napapabilis na paktakbo, meron pang steam beacon.
Taong recto to?
Diyos ko po!
Siyempre,
may turbo!
Naka-turbo, men! Yan. Tinraining na natin yan sa recto, men.
Oo, tsaka sa tondo.
Mamba out lang. Pag mga ganong sitwasyon. Pero ito, tignan mo, nasaksak ng Phantom sa camera yung Sky kanina. Pero okay na, naayos na. 3v4. Natuhog lang ng kaunti. Ayun.
Eeyore. We're gonna fall into the hands of Minimize right now. Pero ngayon na, hinati na nila ang site. Scroll, Recon Bolt. Mukhang manatamaan na ata dito. Hindi nang tamaan si Asterisk lang dito sa may side do. Pero yung nga lang, ito ang pagbangon ng Asterisk pagbangon ng PSJ. We're gonna take down one Asterisk with a double kill right now. Pushing ito 3v1. Ito ang parang free round to para sa Bonk, ha?
Oh, actually, this is the bonus.
Naka full buy sila, ha?
Yun na nga parang dineliver mo via grab yung mga barrel nyo, guys. That is a 3-0 already on the side of PSJ. And Bonkers is really having a hard time in trying to get rounds, actually. You can see how fast the movements is. And sa mga ganitong mabilis na mga movements, pareha sila may neon nagdadash yan So, yung mga slide niyang sliding into the DMs, mga ganon.
Ay nako po!
Kuha talaga yung kills
Actually, sa totoo lang, first time to na dalawang neon sa isang game
Usually isa lang.
Ito, Diyos ko po, ang bilis mga kaibigan! Mala Usain Bolt ang galawan! Mukhang sasali ata sa Olympics si Neon dito Nagkakita na nga dito. Diyos ko po, pero sa Asipal talaga nakakuha ng dito because of the Phantom na meron siya para si Eeyore with a 2K already. Nilabas na nga Diyos ko po, yung Chinese Sky. Pero Eeyore, walang bala. Pero still getting that kill. Tricks, Stinger. Ayaw na Stinger kasi gusto na ng Oni Phantom.
Nag-shopping.
No white variant. Catches
Masakit na ding. There goes 6-4-0. For the side of PSJ, they have a huge advantage against Bonkers, not only when it comes to the economy, but also the scoreline. Pero nakita na natin yung mga ganito mga na 4-0, na 5-0, minsan nga 6-0 pa. Pero nakakabalik. Di pa nila mabasa how PSJ plays right now. Especially, nagiging aggressive na rin sila. A while ago, hinahayaan nila yung Bonkers na parang, sige, pumasok kayo, ganyan. Hindi sila nananalo. But it seems like PSJ is like a diesel engine right now. Kanina, hindi pa yun yung full potential nila. Ngayon lang lumabas.
Yeah. Pero eto na. 4-0. Para yung kanina lang. Ano bang nangyari dito sa Bonk? Naubos na ata doon sa game number 1.
Kaya nga naubos yung powers nila dito sa game 1.
Ay nako. Anong nangyari sa Bonkers? Makakabawi ba sila o hindi?
4-0? Feeling ko kaya Once na meron silang solid plan. But of course, you're playing against very experienced players, not only in Valorant but in esports in general. And it is true. It is fact na hindi ganon yung Bonkers. They are fairly inexperienced as a team into esports and forming this team. They're just good in Valorant. So let's see if they can prove us wrong.
They really need to prove us wrong lang din if ever ba na o ano ang kayang gawin lang din ng mga players natin, mga kaibigan. Pero here sa PSJ naman, I mean, all they're gonna do is just itutuloy lang naman nila yung ano nila, yung advantage nila eh. Itutuloy lang nila itong score na meron sila, yung pera na meron sila, yung confidence na meron sila. But can they go in to the Great Wall of PSG? Arju. He saw one dun sa may backside.
Ooh.
Pero, lalaban pa ba siya ng isa? Stay safe na tayo, man. Stay safe. I mean, alam mo lang. Orbital strike though. Talagang ang hirap, men. Isipin mo, 40 seconds pa. Oh my God! Famous, maganda position na dito. Pero eto na, Diyos ko po, check your corners! Hello!
Triple kill comes in. Ganun lang kabilis. Naubos ang players dito ng Bonkers. The only man remaining right now, Minimize. He TP's out. Rinig na rinig yan, sir. May nag-aabang din. This is the shock dart coming in. Magkoconnect ba? If it connects, it would be the death probably of Minimize here with 33 HP remaining on him. He has the spike. 11 seconds to plant though. It's not gonna be enough time. Kailangan niya tumakbo dito kung gusto niyang i-plant. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Walang oras. I-save mo na lang siguro yan or not.
No one.
Si Rosify, oh. Hindi ngumingit, pre. Seryoso sa buhay. Pero kung napapansin mo, ang Bonka, parang natitilt na sila, ha? Kanina pa to, ha?
Oo, nakikita mo wala na yung ngiti sa mukha ng mga players dito. For the side of Bonkers, when we look into their faces right now pagdating sa mga player camps natin, this is getting serious for them. I think this is the day that they realize na, oh, ito na yung nasa APAC na tayo, talagang nasa Asia Pacific region na tayo, nakikipaglaban na tayo sa iba't ibang Southeast Asian team, or rather, sa buong region ng Asia Pacific this time around. So this is a serious business for them, and this is very important as well for PSJ to actually take Concuss mula dito sa Neon, and of course sa wall up para makatawid lang ang mga players natin dito with 85 or 56 HP remaining because of that shock dart connecting. They go back a bit. Famous very low on HP with 16 HP too, pero may showstopper pa siyang pwedeng gamitin na pwede niya mapasabog dito sa long kung gusto niya man, at baka sakaling makakuha pa siya. This is Bonkers. Scroll getting a kill using that shock dart, and Hunter's Fury nilabas na nga dito ni Scroll. Makakapatay ba siya? Makakatama ba siya? Not gonna happen. And it's still a 4v4. Lamang pa din dito ang PSJ when it comes doon sa mga baril na meron sila pagdating sa mga Vandal, dahil eco lang naman to for Bonkers eh.
Yeah.
But so many utilities have been used.
Yun nga, I mean, kahit naka-eco lang din talaga, nilalabas lang din ng PSG yung lahat ng economy nila, I mean, yung lahat ng utilities nila dito. Kasi they have the lead anyway. So, ang gagawin na talaga ng PSG is to deny and delay every possible push of Bonkers. So, walang pakialam ang PSG kahit hindi namin kayo nakikita. Talagang kami pa rin talaga yung nakakakuha dito ng kills. Pero, Arju, 14 seconds in. Is this gonna be a 6-0 or not? Is this gonna be a welcome to Southeast Asia, ladies and gentlemen? Kaliwat kanan, may tao dyan. Arju with a kill on to 1. 3 seconds in. Flinch. Wala naman daw kasi atang mabilis tumakbo sa ano sa...
Saan?
O saan niya eh. Mas mabilis daw tumakbo ang mga taga-Indonesia. Kasi meron sila doon kotse, di ba? Indonesia meron din kotse, pero meron din mga tumatakbo sa kanila.
Tsaka kung mapapansin mo dito, itlog talaga eh.
Oo nga, itlog.
Lahat tayong magagawa. Yun ang ulam ata para sa araw na to.
Logits, men?
Nirapan talaga sila maka-entry dito kasi kahit anong aggressiveness mo, tumuhog na oh. Oh, dalawa, pangatlo.
Diyos ko po, Flinch! Ito pa isa.
Namatay din sa wakas.
Oh, shoutout nga pala kay Miraculous Bradley's mga kaibigan. Hindi na sila nag-uusap, oh! Hindi na sila nag-uusap, man! Galit-galit na. Wala na, tampo na yarn.
Nag-uusap naman. Nagsasalita naman. Setting up smoke, sabi. Dito. Nung players natin on Bonkers. But
smoke yarn?
They can't really do much. They have the spike though, at least. So, if they can play it out, maaaring pwede pa. Kasi kung sisilipin, kung makikita naman natin, dalawa lang naman din yung makakatapat nila on site eh. So parang 2v2 pa rin yan kahit papaano. Wag lang sila masyadong late mag-push. Kasi pag nag-late sila mag-push, mabilis na rotation yung gagawin ng PSG dito. Lalo na kapag naspatan tong dalawa. Especially like that, the Recon was actually destroyed already. But no utilities, or rather no rotations yet for PSG. Naiwan pa rin yung dalawang membro nila dito. Baka lang ma-psycho sila. And this is the molly being set out. Hindi makapag-plant ng spike right now. And with the few amounts of time remaining, they wouldn't be able to plant a spike any longer. And aside from that, this would be a 7-0.
Nagtanong si Mr. Carlo James Ocampo kung ano ito ibig sabihin ng PSG. Si Carl yan.
Carl.
PSG. Si Carl. Ng GXR. Pogi si James. Yan, yun ang ibig sabihin niya.
Pogi si James. Yes. Pogi si Justin. Ganun ba yun? Pilit mo. Ito na nga si Noz. He's also being aggressive. He's using the ult already. Pero immediate shutdown from Asterisk just via pre-fire. Huli ka magad eh.
Si Rere nag-post ng picture. Sinasabi ni Ilo tsaka ni Davel, ang ganda-ganda. Pero ako, sang ka dyan? Ikaw rin, Taylor. PM ka, sang ka dyan?
Salamat sa suporta ng kanya-kanyang mga no?
Oo. Mahal namin si Rere.
Famous, naghahanap pa. May showstopper siya dito. Ito na nga, nilabas niya na. Kaso nabulag siya ng kaunti. It will still connect though. There is someone on showers and a short. Asterisk was able to take a kill and Famous as well. One man remaining. That is minimized. He was able to take the shot and trail in or rather seekers out para sa kanya. Ito na nga yung blind as well. 1v1. He has the sheriff. He can get this kill especially when it's in the back.
Yes!
There you go. Unang puntos sa katalikod.
Unang puntos mga kaibigan, ginawang nabayani ang kaibigan natin. Pero wala pa rin score.
Wala pa rin talaga eh. Hirap na hirap sila dito. Kumbaga, naswertihan nila kung bakit nakuha nila yung round na yun.
Natamaan ng naliligaw na bomba eh. Noz! Nangyari sa'yo, pre?
0-8 as an entry fragger, as a duelist, you have to step up.
Really need to step up, man.
Wala kang choice. Hindi ka makapasok, hindi makakapasok ng ibang players mo. This is already the utilities being used at talagang si Asterisk hawak na yung site dito. The 3 smokes of the Brimstone is just here on A site and syempre lumalaban na rin dito ng smoke off ang players ng PSG. They're gonna plant the spike. They use the ultimate as well just to force out players and delay them from pushing kung sakali man. And this is also the Hunter's Fury connecting to the person planting the spike and a 5v3 situation. Paano na naman nila gagawin yung post-plant nila dito? Si Noz, susubukan na naman yung makakuha ng kill pero the whiff, unacceptable.
Really unacceptable indeed. Pero yung takes the only man remaining for the side of Bok. Natamaan na, naliligaw na bomba na naman. Ano ba nangyayari sa Bong? At least hindi to... This is actually a 9-0 na sana, no?
Yup. Pero, syempre, 9-1 pa rin. Ang laking rounds pa rin nun kung iisipin mo. Tsaka, hindi na sila natatalo lang sa strategy. Yung engagements nila, nagsispray down sila. Sobrang layo dun sa kalaban, sa actual target. Like, how are you gonna win engagements if you can't hit your enemy?
Yeah.
Inaway eh, no? Kala mo, lakas-lakas ko. Pero isa problema nila to, kailangan nilang ayusin if ever they wanna win this. enjoy na lang yung PSG. Seryoso na yung mukha ng Bonkers dito.
Si Mangot na.
Oo eh. Mamaya, nagsasalubong na yung kilay niyan. So, sobrang
May
yan.
ugat-ugat pa.
Oo.
May ugat-ugat pa. Hop! Nagkakalabasan na pero wala makita si Eeyore dito mga kaibigan. Nilabas na ng headhunter pero si NAOS hindi pa rin nakakapatay, baby boy. It's all up to Scroll. 1v3. Scroll crawling his way back to A. Hop, may tao sa likod mo. Hinahabol ka! Diyos ko po! Oh my God! Kaliwat kanan, likod, may kalabang ka!
No chance at all. Bonkers. They're frustrated. You can see it from their faces. But on the same time, what are they doing to actually make it better? Kasi merong dalawang klase ng team eh. Yung nare-realize mo yung mistake mo, pero hindi kayo mag-uusap, tapos lalo kayong maguguluhan. Hindi nyo aayusin. The second team is, you get better because you accept the mistakes that you're doing. Tapos gagawa ka ng paraan para masagot mo yung mga pagkakamali pagdating dun sa mga pagplant ng spike, post-plant situation, lahat na ng strategy book na naiisip mo, ilapag mo na. But pagdating dito, I think they need a timeout. Honestly.
Yeah. I mean, libre yan, man.
Libre lang naman mag-timeout, walang bayad.
Oh. Pero eto na si NAOS mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, dire-diretso na dito sa B. Makakapatay na pa siya o hindi pa, hindi pa!
Not on this round! Ang likot naman kasi.
Oh my God! Mahirap din kasi isipin mo. Magsismoke si Brimstone. Tapos tatakpan pa ng wall ni Flinch siya kaninos. Hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta. Wala sila nakikita.
Nakaikot na si Famous dito. Onting abante pa para kay Ardu. He's gonna die, right?
Oh my God!
There. Walang
Easy kill.
alam-alam.
Pa-basic na pagpatay niya, no? I know, sana lahat ng matches ganito. Pero, sa true lang. Di ba, partner?
Wala akong sinabi,
30 seconds left.
Iniwan eh, no?
Anong klaseng kaibigan
Anong klaseng kaibigan to? Walang pakisama, ang pangit ka banding. Pero, nakaka-disappoint lang kasi hanggang ngayon.
Hop! Eto si Famous, one tap na lang eh,
Tignan
no?
mo, kapag hindi nila kailangan makipaglaban, hindi sila makikipaglaban unless necessary.
Eeyore, Headhunter.
Spike planted.
Hop, Headhunter lang daw, Yung pala yung tawag dun, best Headhunter, Ice Ben.
Pang sheriff yung tawag
Hindi
dun
lang
eh.
cute.
Hoy!
Oh!
Finally! Sweaty hands na. Nakita mo, pinunas agad sa t-shirt. Yung kamay, kinabahan eh.
Pinuwas. Oo nga eh.
Kahit sino, kakabahan dun.
Tapos maglalagay ng pulbo sa kamay para...
para walang pawis
Oh, para pawis, Ben. Saan yan? Sa tabi niyan, may hawak na good morning towel. May bimpo. Para...
Grabe naman din kasi pinapakita ng PSG dito.
Men, yung mouse niyan bawal yung butas-butas baka kasi
Oo, para bumaba.
Pasmado ba?
Oo, bumaba yung pawis,
Oo. Sira agad yung mouse si Fever pero ito na.
Bilis, may tumatawid. Alam nila yun, ha? And this is the information being played out finally.
Asim!
Ang ginagawa dito ng PSG, masyado na silang nagiging aggressive. Natuto yung Bonkers, na-realize nila na, alam nyo, antayin na lang natin na sabay-sabay tayo mag-antay dito. At least 3 laban sa isang mangyayari.
Lahat sila ay sobrang patay, mga kaibigan. Pero it's gonna be B. It's gonna be B.
Okay ka ba? Recon? Basag agad.
Dire-diretso lang din. Meron naman patay si NAOS.
Wala pa ata. As far as I know, wala pa eh. Pero makasisilip naman natin yan mamaya. Depende sa round na to kung magkakaroon siya ng patay. Pero mukhang si Eeyore. Naku, sinalo na naman lahat. Nung tour de force, man. Isipin mo, hindi na siya bumili ng barel. Utility lang. Gusto ko na lang pumikit. NAOS!
Zero barrel!
Gusto ko na lang pumikit. Hindi ko din alam paano siya makakuha ng kill eh. Ako yung nasistress para sa kanya, men. At least nagsasalita siya. Sinasabi niya pa rin kung saan yung mga kalaban.
Oo.
Pero hindi dapat ganito yung nangyayari sa Bonkers eh. Simula nung yung mga duelist nila, hindi ganon nagpe-perform, doon na nag-crumble yung yung team nila.
Oh my God! Makakabawi pa ba? NAOS! Come on, man! Come on! Let's go!
Let's go, man! We're cheering for you! Just one! One kill is all it takes!
Inahit na natin! Let's go, NAOS! Isa lang, oh!
Salang!
Let's go! Let's go! You know!
Bago matapos tong match na to, sige na. Pagbigyan muna kami.
Oo.
Napatechnical po sata. Pero kung sisilipin nyo yung minimap, parang makikita mo yung strategy ng team dito eh. PSG, nagpiping na. Ping! Sabi nila dito, B-site ang puntahan natin.
Oo. Ay, no.
Grabe, no? Isipin mo, ma-hurt ka kaya kung ikaw yung first kill ni Noz? Feeling ko kasi, sobrang bilis kasi ng di ba? May brimstone ka na steam beacon. Tapos ang bilis pa ng neon gumalaw. Na kapag na siya, nag-slide na siyang ganun, di niya napipigilan, di niya na nakokontrol yung spray control niya. Bakit ka ba tawa ng tawa?
Wala lang, masaya ako eh.
Na-all.
Ikaw masaya?
Masaya din. Na sila dito, na welcome to Southeast Asia sila dito. Pinagbigyan lang ng isang game. Kung sakali man na matalo talaga sila. But clean slate for everyone. And still, wala pa rin dito yung yung ibang mga players. Ito na yung Neon. Ito na yung pagkakataon ni Noz makakuha ng kill. Vil, ito na ang ikakast natin. Si Noz lang talaga ang focus natin dito. Yes!
Oh,
yes! Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go! Ayun, may maliit ng ngiti nang nakikita sa mukha ni Noz. After 13 rounds. Mahirap talaga. Kasi kung titignan mo pati yung Neon ng kabila, siya din yung bottom fragger dito eh. Pistol round. Pistol. And just basically, this is a clean slate for the teams. Right now, ang problema, tignan mo naman yung last kill. Natuhog lang sila dun. It seems like Bonkers just running around across the map and not knowing what they're doing, really.
Pero, men, sobrang aggressive na ginagawa ng PSG dito, mga pero yung alam friends gonna take down. Pero Finch with a second kill right now.
Si Noz nakapatay!
Si Noz nakapatay ulit. Si Ear naman ang susunod na biktima, mga para si Scroll! Right in your face with that Marshall, though. 3v1, minimize.
Paplanta sila dito ng spike. Si Minimize na lang natitira. May Trailblazer pa siya. May utilities pa. Pero nawala yung smoke. And syempre, with the smoke coming out, there goes the kill. Match point na tayo, PSG. They only need one more round ang kailangan nila dito to actually win the series. Saya mo Pero mas masaya na si Noz. Nakakuha na siya ng kill eh.
Oo, at least walang mangyayari dito sa VCT na natapos si isang laro na walang kill. Wala pang ganun, di ba?
Meron na ata.
Meron na ba?
Sa VCT. Oo, nangyari na ata yun. But anyway, going back to the game though, sama-sama na yung mga players dito ng Bonkers. Asterisk just pushing in. Flinch is already on elbow. Hindi ata alam to ng mga players ng Bonkers. On the other hand, isa-isa na naman sila nakuha. What a swing! Pati siya nagulat. Lumaki yung mata niya.
What? No way!
No way! Isa na lang, si Scroll na lang ang naiiwan dito. And of course, with the Marshall, this is gonna be really, really difficult. There goes the drone, and there goes the kill.
Attackers win.
PSG! Losing game number 1, but managing to take game 2 and 3 with very, very flawless fashion. A very, dominating fashion, I would say.
Anong Anong nangyari dito sa side ng ng Bonkers?
Di
Man? I
ko
mean,
alam, man.
sobrang lakas nila kanina. Sobrang confident nila. Sobrang on point na mga shots nila. Pero pagdating sa game 2 tsaka game number 3, nangyari. Ba't gano'n na nangyari? Pero at least, diba, pinakita dito ng Persija, it's just, sila pa rin talaga yung mga players na hinahangaan natin.
Totoo.
Dito pa rin sila Eeyore, sila Asterisk, and Famous.
Tignan mo naman si Eeyore,
popping off.
4.0 KDA.
Yun nga eh.
So, kahit si Sova, 5.8 KDA, napakalaki niyan. Just complete domination for the team of PSJ. Kumbaga, nag-practice sila dito sa match na to. Ang bibilis nilang gumalaw, especially on that second half. And especially if they know they were on an advantage already, they played out of course, yung factor din ng Bonkers na parang they're trying to figure out things or the stuff happening in the entire map. And PSJ played around that. They just played with the steam. And with that 2-1 score though, at least nakakuha ng isang mapa dito yung Bonkers, and with the groups that we have as well, malaking factor pa rin yon kung tutuusin. On the other hand, this is the time na nag-step up na yung mga kailangan mag-step up for PSJ. That's why it was just complete slump.
Yeah. And 213 onto the side of these players. So look at the frag wins and the syempre objective. It's all about the objective. Ano ba napakita natin dito sa mga players natin ngayon. And wala eh, sobrang na-overwhelm.
Alam mo kung bakit naging
PSG.
ganito? Men, nung game 1 kasi, inupuan.
Oo.
Nagalit.
Nakita ko may tinurbo. Na-turbo eh. Kitang-kita ko yun eh. Pero, yun nga, going back. Tapos, like what you said a while ago, tapos na yung getting to know each other. Tapos na yung ligawan portion. Alam nila yung mga capabilities ng mga players natin ngayon. So, this is the time na talagang pwede sila makabawi. And this is the capability of a PSG. Pinakita sa Bonkers, pinakita sa Oceania na ito ang kaya nilang gawin. Game 2, Game 3, we really never thought that would happen.
Well, if you think about it, this team, Bonkers, is just a group of players that really is good in Valorant. Against a team kung saan sanay na sila on the international stage. They don't have any international experience, literally, itong Bonkers. And this is the first time they are on a stage. They still completed that first game with the good scoreline. And they actually dominated against PSG on that first game. Kaso nga lang, it just went downhill pagdating dito sa second map natin and the third map. And to think of, pinili naman nila yung second map natin, which is Breeze, but they lost it against Team PSG.
Yeah. Pero dito naman sa third game natin ngayon, mga kaibigan, eto na ang inaantay ng nakararami, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be NAOS versus Bleed. And we're gonna get to see kung paano ipapableed ng NAOS ang Bleed Esports. But still, ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna have a very short break, but yeah, Fiber strong, family strong with the new G-Fiber only 2,099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. And yeah, yun na lang to. Free to check out the promo ng Globe. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a very short break. Once again, you are watching VCT APAC. The Mods. We'll be right back.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your male size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta buy home, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime. Thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline. And I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
Well, Oceania got bonked by Persija Esports. Bonkers 1-2 scoreline. Persija coming out on top there. Breeze and Bind was definitely as one-sided as it can get. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me is Black and Blue and Raph. What happened to Bonkers?
They got blown out of the water, honestly. Like, map number 1, okay, kind of like you're playing Raise on Haven. I guess it kind of caught Persija off guard, but after that, they just knew what to bring. They knew how to make those adjustments, and even like, you know, we were watching it on the panel here backstage. We were like, okay, they're just putting up some monkey business for map number 1, but we can tell like map number 2 and 3, adjustments are going to come on in, and that one trick they got is not going to work more than once.
I mean, they've showed excellent range, right, early on in Haven. But you look at well, I was about to say BWL, no, Persija. You look at them; they're very tenured. They adjusted accordingly as quickly as they did. And you know how the saying goes: "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you." And so far, the momentum that Bonk was trying to bring towards map 2 and 3 just could not translate. And Persija, they saw the blood, they saw, well, the weakness, and they tried to harp on it as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, there were some definitely stand-up performances from the side of the Bonkers. Like during map number 1 especially, right? That front line of theirs, RD on the Chamber and then NAOS as well on the Raze was really spectacular. Everybody on that roster had a positive plus minus at the end of things. But if you go on to Breeze, you see NAOS performing, yes, you see Tix on that Viper, but everybody else really struggling to get their foot in the door. Winning 3 rounds for Breeze and then 2 on Bind. It just seemed like when it came to it, and by the way, it was a map pick for rather Bonkers on map number 2, but it just, I'm not too sure why they picked Breeze specifically. If they had anything in mind specifically, it didn't seem like there was anything too fancy, like composition wise, but their play just, to be quite honest, was subpar compared to how Persija were just so used to playing. But I guess that's to be expected when it's your first outing in the international scene.
That is true. And again, they had quite a bit of flashes of brilliance, but we really cannot rely on just glints and sparks. We need that light. We need that full show. And despite, again, so many times where we thought, oh, Bonkers got this. Oh, Bonkers is trying to make a comeback. Persija, their adjustment, well, okay, this is a bit of a debacle. You know, typically you don't die to a Neon ult. Sometimes you, oh hey, yeah, they're low HP, let's finish them all. But again, Persija, they saw the throat, they went for the jugular, and they closed and sealed the deal.
I think what's very curious to me too, Raph, is we're seeing neons on both sides here in Bind.
Yeah.
Something we haven't seen throughout the entirety of the play-ins. We did not see a single neon on Bind throughout those play-ins. And it's just curious to me that they both come out with it here in this matchup specifically against each other. I'm not too sure if that was maybe pre-planned or pre-placed, but at least it worked for one side more than it did the other. And we're going to talk about players soon. I mean, we have to talk about like Famous. He was absolutely completely just a monster in that entire series, and so was Eeyore, bringing that veteran experience into their Sentinel game.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Famous and Eeyore. 3 agents used by Famous, 2 agents by Eeyore. Overall, a huge positive plus minus here. Plus 22 for Famous, plus 12 for Eeyore, and they definitely showed their resilience and experience playing in the international scene. And for Bonkers, this is their first international outing. Maybe this is just going to be the stepping stone for them to bounce back in the lower bracket, since they still have one more chance to remain in the group stages. Now, with all that being said, we'll see how well Persija Esports will continue on their streak as they wait for their opponent. If it's either going to be Paper X or Fancy United Esports, we'll look at that in the next coming days. But we have to focus on the next series at hand. It's NAOS Esports versus Blade Esports. Arguably the most awaited matchup that we have coming up so far.
Yeah, for sure. At least on this day here. This is a match where you look at, these are the number 2 seeds coming from the qualifiers of their own respective regions. NAOS from the Philippines, MYSG for Bleed, and they come in with a lot of hype because of what they did in their own qualifiers and what they did even before this VCT stage began. And I think it's just apt that this is almost kind of like the headliner basically for this day, because there are 2 teams that could potentially kind of be like dark horses that make it super far, even to the grand final.
With a sentiment of them being, you know, the main event for today per se. And yeah, like you mentioned, this is honestly the first look we're gonna have for these teams when it comes to the international stage. We don't know how well their games translate yet when it comes to, you know, when the boots hit the ground, because on paper they're both fantastic teams. They both are strategically sound. They both are honestly very similar in a lot of aspects, but I believe it's really the approach to the philosophy and the, well, like I mentioned, the application of that in-game that will potentially set them apart.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce our teams so that we can find out how apart that they can set themselves here in this series. Let's introduce NAOS Esports. NAOS Esports, second seed from the Philippines, at one point was undefeated, but only fell to South Built Esports 1-3.
They've been tearing up the local scene. They've been one of the most intelligent teams. They have one of the most systematic approaches to the adjustment of the game. And overall, they're just really strong. But the question is, how do they perform here? This is their first international appearance. Will the nerves get to them? Who knows, right? But yeah, they had such an amazing run all throughout our local qualifiers, barely dropping any series. But yeah, our number two seed, which honestly was an interesting ride too, because they did best South build 3 times in a row before that fated grand final. But that's another story for another day.
For sure. And, you know, this team, while it might at the surface look like they're a bunch of youngins, a bunch of, you know, young kids, the backline of that, where it's really structured and built upon, is with veteran experience coming in from even, you know, other orgs like Bren, like Kevs and Kakarot did come from the Bren CS roster before Valorant. And that's something that they are going to be able to at least bring into the table here.
One thing that we have to take note to is their, well, like I said, their unique approach to the game. They employ KO way more than most of the teams we've seen, and that's become a bit of a focal point. Their mid-round adjustments have been so fine-tuned around that KO that sometimes it could potentially be a crutch. When we see Kakarot fall, the reliance on that 0 point can be a little apparent, but still, that doesn't really take away the strength, their dueling power, and basically everything else that they have in their arsenal.
Well, we'll actually have a look at the kids, seeing how well they'll perform against the Singaporean team, who had a couple of imports in the past couple of months during the off-season. Let's introduce Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports looking to make NAOS Esports bleed on their feet. They got 2 imports from the EU region. We have yet to know if they're going to be playing, but nope, that's not going to happen. We got Darion, First Love, Flaring, and Lenny and Lexi going in on this fight.
I mean, let's address the elephant in the room. They might not be on this roster, but, you know, players like Pith could definitely be playing on, and he might be a ninja who isn't in a pajama in this case, but who knows, maybe he's going to take kind of that stealthy approach into this game and find his way onto one of these maps. And in contrary to what a lot of people think, you know, Bleed, when they added those kind of imports late last year, they didn't actually start playing with them in tournament or scrimming with them till maybe earlier in this year. So maybe the time to kind of bake that in hasn't really set in for them. But this roster, I honestly don't think they don't even necessarily need that star power, because the players that they've got on here, a mix and mash of different players from the MYSG scene, some from Louvre, some from the former Bleed squad, and this is a roster that has been put together as basically the team to try and conquer the MYSG scene, the team to take that title away from Paper Rex, who we all know are the indomitable perennial #1 of MYSG. This is a team that's looking to do it here right now. They were not able to prove that in their own local qualifier versus Paper Rex, as they lost that grand final, but maybe they can get further than them here in the international stage, because this team has been looking like one of the most primetime young talent teams I've seen in APAC ever since the end of last year, and they're one of the teams that I firmly believe are one of the biggest dark horses we've got in this entire tournament. Bleed are going to make everybody really spill that crimson fluid everywhere.
Handcrafted, star-studded is the way that you've described Bleed, and again, it just so much excitement already mounting, talking about how their young core, even with the veteran presence of our of Pith and the like, my goodness, it's just firepower upon firepower. But my question is for you, Black and Blue, how do you think Bleed is gonna have that balance between those two destructive weapons?
That's what I really am concerned about, and that's maybe the reason why we don't see Pith on that opening roster. Will they even field him in? You have to assume they are. They didn't you know, try to get that big name in just for no reason, and so you're gonna have to assume they're gonna play that. But I think Pith does really fit in well to this team. They're really experienced enough and really, I think, good enough to incorporate him into the roster, as well as Maxi from Sweden as well. So are they going to play here today? I'm not too sure. Can they work as a team, though? I do believe that is definitely capable, especially for such a great team like Bleed.
Pretty sure Pith and Maxi will be able to give experience from the EU side of the VCT tour. towards Bleed Esports. Hopefully they could show a little bit of that spice, but we have to show the head-to-head that we have on this matchup. And today we're going to be focusing on the two duelists of the teams. We got Blurred and Darien for NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports, and everything is on point here, but the play styles are completely different.
Very new players, all things considered, to the competitive scene, and I think that is something that should not be understated because of how well they're performing, considering they're kind of new young players, as we talked about. Honestly, not just these players are pretty similar, but even the orgs that they're from, orgs that started last year and suddenly were just huge driving forces that just came out of the woodwork, new orgs, and they are immediately like one of the biggest orgs in their own country for the Valorant scene, and that's something that I think should not be understated as well. These two players, I think, represent the team that they're on so perfectly that it almost seems like they were match made to be on this roster for either side.
Another thing that we have to tack on is that although these players are incredibly young, they have a good head on their shoulders. We never really see them ego peak or overextend, despite rocking an agent that pretty much succeeds in that. You know how the tailwind is, and we know how all these players can utilize it. But once again, Blurred and Darien, they've made all those decisions to somewhat anchor themselves to the ground, both in terms of strategic approach and tactical play.
Yeah, these two Jets, man. All I'm gonna say is the youngins, when they pick Jet, they're typically cracked when they get to this level, and these guys certainly live up to all that expectation here.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, we were expecting Pith and Maxi to play, but I'm pretty sure that Darien and the rest of Bleed Esports, they should be able to come out with a bang here against NAOS. But more fitting to ask here is how is NAOS ready right now? I mean, we've been saying that now's the time for them, but this is the first time that they're competing in the international stage. How well do you think these guys are going to be able to fare up against Bleed Esports?
That remains the big question, right? One that we're gonna have to really find out for ourselves. I know, Rafi, we're taking kind of like a deep dive look into NAOS, how they play. They use KO on pretty much every single map, and the maps that they think KO won't work, they insta-ban. So I'm kind of curious how they're exactly gonna use that almost kind of crutch to play against Bleed, but I think you've got some opinions of your own on how that maybe will turn out.
That I do, but again, it's one of those things where, again, statistically speaking, both these teams are in the upper echelon, right? They're both very impressive, but it's really the fieldwork that we have to pay attention to. And I can already tell how the way we're talking and how we're already dissecting the game plan for both these teams. We're super, super excited.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the map veto that's coming up at hand right now. A lot of unanswered questions that we have yet to figure out the answers to. Most of them is how NAOS will be picking up the slack there. I mean, they did lose to South Built Esports, not the cleanest of victories there for South Built Esports. Still a 3-1 victory nonetheless. But NAOS Esports, I'm pretty sure that they are able to bounce back there. Meanwhile, Bleed, on the flip side, they did lose to Paper Rex in a clean 3-0 fashion. Not the best way to bow out in the grand finals, and we're going to be beginning the map veto right now as we speak, as Bleed will be banning out Breeze.
Okay, so opening ban here by Bleed on that Breeze. I mean, I'm curious, I guess, to be fair, NAOS have been really good on Breeze. We haven't really yet seen Bleed on Breeze, though, in the past, 3 months, and so I was wondering if they're going to keep, Breeze open, knowing that NAOS pretty much don't have history through VOD review for the Bleed side. They're going into Breeze blind if they ever play that, but NAOS have been a super great team on Breeze. They've beaten South Built on that twice, and Z has popped off on every single time he's played on Breeze as well. So it's not unexpected that they're going to do that necessarily, but I think the opening map pick here, that is curious because they pick Haven. And when we saw during the local qualifiers in the Philippines, now seemed like potentially the best team possibly on Haven even for the Philippine side.
I honestly thought they would have gotten the Ascent first. Again, both these teams are very efficient and sufficient on both these maps. But like you mentioned, I would say NAOS has a lot of VOD to rather have been exposed for all their opposition. Now selecting Split, I think I might have to run through this because they never picked this map in our local qualifier. So yeah, this being thrown out, that's a bit of a curveball for everybody.
And even during, the Malaysian and Singaporean qualifiers, Bleed did not play a single moment on Split, not a single map on Split. So this is a completely new look from both of these teams. They would almost even insta-ban NAOS, right? They would almost kind of insta-ban Split because they feel like the KO maybe doesn't necessarily work on that. And so we're kind of wondering, what's the game plan here necessarily? I get Bleed, they pick Haven. It's a great map for Bleed, to be fair. Probably their best map as well, but so are NAOS. And so we're basically getting here, Raph and Nomad, the opening map Haven, right? It's the best map for both teams, and then second map is the most unknown map for both teams as well.
This is one of those games where potentially this could have been won in the veto already. Now the question is, are we gonna get Ascent banned out, and are we gonna have a bind decider yet again? Because that time is running out, and the questions have been formulating. But no, we are actually gonna find an Ascent pick here. So it does look like NAOS, or rather both these teams are looking to go the distance, but that also begs the question, aren't both these teams extremely efficient on Ascent anyway?
They're okay. I mean, we saw Bleed played against Paper Rex in the grand final. They lost, obviously, as it was pretty dominating towards Paper Rex's side, 6-13. We did see them play Ascent as well on the NAOS side in their grand final as well, versus Southbuild, which Southbuild were able to, close the series on, but they did as well, to be fair, win against Southbuild on Ascent in the group stages, not in the grand final. So there's some history for these two teams. They have some maybe wayward performances, but if anything, I feel like it is NAOS here who kind of have the upper edge on Ascent, because they're a team that really loves to run that KO, and we know how deadly KO can be on Ascent. Although, to be fair, Bleed also do run KO, but only on Ascent, which, unlike NAOS, just pretty much run it on every map, that maybe give them that more familiarity advantage.
I feel like there's still so many composition choices that we have yet to see, because once again, this is potentially another meta shift for all of us. We've seen so many pretty crazy, like I said, agent picks. So how is that KO going to assist in the double controller meta? Are we even going to see that coming from NAOS? Because if you really think about it, KO reduces the game to its core fundamentals. You try to swing as hard as you can with that KO. Now you add the fact that their stuff is silenced. You have all your controllers. Question mark, profit?
A big question mark there if it's just going to be a gun game for the most part here for NAOS Esports. But the question is, will NAOS be able to see it through to game 3, or will Bleed take it away from NAOS? What do you guys think?
Wow. I kind of want to hear Rap's opinion. I've been going first, but I want to hear what he's got to say about this.
All right, let's go, Rap.
So again, we've talked about the how Bleed has new acquisitions, right? These imports that we've talked about. I feel like their impact is going to be felt even if we don't see them, because we know Pith, we know Maxi. They've had so much international experience. So even if they're an intangible in game, all the wisdom that they're going to share to their teammates, like I said, if they're not playing, is going to be the edge that Bleed needs. And I think, and I hate to say this, but Bleed might take this over now. It's 2-1, maybe even 2-0.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough decision. I think this is going to be a close game, and I do think NAOS, they have what it takes to bring it to a third map, but I'm not too sure if they necessarily are going to win this specific matchup between Bleed. Bleed have just been looking so perfect. As Raph said, the intangibles, the things you couldn't count on in terms of the server, might reflect on their favor, and because of that reason, I do think Bleed are going to take this 2-1.
Man, I'm gonna have to agree with you guys there. Now's not the time for NAOS Esports, and I feel like the experience that Pith and Maxi will be giving to a Bleed Esports would be 100% beneficial for Bleed Esports to adjust into the gameplay and be able to just come out with a strategy that Southeast Asia or the Asia Pacific region has not seen in competition just yet. But I really want to be proven wrong by now. So Esports, we'll see that happen in just a bit as we go into game 1 in this best of 3 series between NAOS Esports and Bleed Esports.
Good evening sa inyong lahat! At ito na nga ang inaabangan nating match matchup as we'll see one of the representatives nakakalabanan ng Bleed Esports. And
Tama.
it's gonna be NAOS. And we are your shoutcasters. Saka si Rere. At syempre kasama ko si Taylor dito at kami ang girl power casting para sa second to the last years natin ngayon.
Andito pa rin ako at yung panel. Aba, syempre, sa panel natin, English stream yan. So, walang kabayas-bayas. Pero dito, prediction namin, NAOS 2-0. Kahit lahat. Sama mo pa lahat ng mga kalaban nila dito. NAOS ang panalo dito para sa akin. So, heading to this matchup, pre. Haven yung unang mapa natin. And napag-usapan ng panel kanina, will Kakarot use the KO this time around? And everything else, ang dami nilang pinag-usapan doon. Pero I just know in my heart na kagamitin ni Kakarot yung KO na yan. Dahil yan yung comfort pick niya.
As usual, ito talaga sila sa Haven. They're just gonna be sticking with Astra pa rin. Okay, but we all know naman, Ter, na pagdating kay Jelicious, talagang alam niya paano maanduhin talaga si Astra. But at the same time, sa Bleed naman, interesting to see that we're gonna be seeing that Cypher once again together with that Omen. The usual pickings na din sa Haven since ngayon ang mga controllers, guys, sobrang balanced na din sila right now. So you're not gonna be seeing the Astras anymore, but we also have yung Omen. Pero Taylor, sabihin na natin sa mga audience natin, pinayagan na din tayo, di ba? Na ito ay ang unbiased casting.
Ano man, matik yan. Siyempre, di naman nila tayo naintindihan eh. Yun naman yung importante sa Tagalog stream. Kaya feeling ko, partida lang yung dito. Partida lang yung, anong tawag dito? Yung hula nung panel sa mananalo. Kumbaga, binigay na nila dun sa stream. Pero sa puso nila, alam ko, NAOS ang gusto manalo nitong mga team na to.
Alam mo, balita ko pag daw tatlong panel, puro isang team lang. May curse daw yun eh. So, alam mo na, Ter. Kaya siguro nila pinili yung silang tatlo.
Para mabuhay yung curse.
Sabi sa'yo. At ito, 2-1 to, NAOS. Pero kasi malakas din yung Bleed. Kaya let's be realistic. Mananalo ang NAOS dito.
Let's be realistic.
Kaya 2-1.
3 games na naman.
Kasi
ang
ako
sarap-sarap
nagkakas eh.
mag-cast. Sunod-sunod.
Oo. Congrats sa'yo, Taylor. Pero alam mo, sinabi sa akin na NAOS 2-0 daw to. So, tingnan natin ano mangyayari.
Saka split yung susunod na mapa. Very interesting choice. Okay, anyway, going back here, ito na yung pistol round natin. And of course, Bleed. They try and see if meron silang mahanap dito na pwedeng mapatay. Kumbaga, naghahanap lang sila ng pick-off. I think they saw Kakarot already. At si Maxi dito, susubok, sumilip. They have that Cypher trip war para walang makapag-flank. Pero pumasok si Darion nang walang kasunod. What's happening?
Grabe ka naman, Jelicious. Nag-audition na naman sa harapan niya. Higit sa 3K kagad. Napakainit. Nag-asa parang di naman na-nerf. At ito na, kay Pith siya, kay, ano kaya ang next nilang move ngayon? Medyo stock up sila. Tignan mo naman, si Blas, naka-contact lens na yan. At nakikita na lang agad si Pith. At isa na lang kagad. Napakainit! Napakainit! Ay!
And your champions! Wala pa. Yun yung paboritong gawin ni Bill eh. 1-0 pa lang, champion agad para sa kanya. A clean 1-0. I can't understand kung bakit nag-push yung Jet tapos wala siyang kasabay, wala siyang kasama. That's a very interesting choice. Guiding light lang yung puhunan nila doon tapos walang sumama-sumilip. I mean, they have Maxi, pero bakit pa ako magre-reklamo kung mapupunta din naman sa NAOS?
Oo nga. Bakit? Ba't
sige na lang.
Mamamablema? Bigay niyo na kagad. Nahiya pa kayo. Bleed.
Formalitin na lang to eh.
Oo, para lang talaga to. Gawa-gawa na lang.
Kung nagsasabi kung yung mga viewers dyan nagtataka, bakit ang bias ng mga dito sa mga caster dito? Malamang nasa Filipino stream tayo. Siyempre, sa Tagalog stream, unbiased casting ang meron dito. Guys, kung gusto nyo ng biased casting sa English, bisitahin nyo yung English stream natin. Available yan sa Twitch din naman. At si Blurred, nakakita ng isa. That is Darion yet again. Yung Jet na naman nila yung namatay dito.
Parati talaga nilang na-shutdown si Darion. Dahil nga alam naman natin guys, yung playstyle ni Darion, kailangan niya talaga mag-start real good para talaga makapag-keep up siya sa kanyang momentum mismo. And we've seen that sa mismong SGMY na performance niya with Bleed. But at the same time, medyo may advantage talaga ang NAOS. Siyempre, parati naman sila may advantage pagdating dito. Kaya nga si Bill ngayon ay naglalaro para sa kanila. Tingnan mo naman Blast. He gets one. Pero nga traded off by Lexi. Pero di nila alam na meron na si Delicious with that Phantom. At isa na lang kagad na titira. Okay. Parang di nahihirapan si Kakarot, Taylor.
Wala, nag-flank lang siya doon eh. Literal, nilakad niya lang para siyang nasa luneta habang papunta doon sa kalaban. That is a clean 2-0 and a clean 6-0 scoreline para kay Delicious. At mukhang active dito si Delicious. Kung ino-nerf niya yung Astra when it comes to the utilities, might as well barilin ko na lang ng barilin itong mga kalaban na to. Wala namang na-nerf pagdating sa baril eh. Nasa agent lang pagdating sa utility, pero kung ikaw pa rin yung mananalo sa engagement, malamang sa malamang, sa'yo pa rin yan.
Siyempre, alam natin na medyo talaga tumatapang yung mga taga-NAOS. Uy, ang sakit nun! Shock ko dart ni Kevs dito, si Darion, pero meron lang naman siyang healing galing mula sa kanyang mga teammates. They're trying to push here sa A-side, pero knowing na may dalawa pa, knowing nakatutok lang din si Blurred sa kanila dito sa may sewers, medyo complicated talaga to sa style ng Bleed. But at the same time, mga NAOS, medyo defensive lang talaga sila maglaro ngayon at naghihintay sila ng something coming in from Lexi together with Darion if they'll be able to come up with something, pero looks like they won't be just rushing to sa A. Instead, pwede rin maging contest nila ngayon ang sa may mid-side. And looks like si Pit, ini-starta na nga to kagad.
Ito guys, may import sila dito. Nakikita nyo naglalaro ngayon. Si Pit. At kung di ako nagkakamali, some of the players are from Sweden? If I'm not mistaken, Swedish players ang kasama dito ng Bleed Esports. I'll try to double check on that. Pero going back to the
30
game,
seconds left.
This is now for Bleed. Mahirapan sila pumasok dito. First of all, they don't have a smoke. Si Darion, oo, nakakapasok siya on site, pero hindi rin siya nakakakuha ng kills. Yung first 2 rounds natin, nakita mo yung entry niya. It completely was shut down by NAOS. And what a kill! What a shot actually from that Sova. Killing off Blurred immediately. 4-man retake dito. Pantayang laban for NAOS and for Bleed right now.
Although nakita lang kagad si Kevs, pero meron pa siya kagad recon. Kaso nga lang si Delicious, inis na nga kagad ni Darion, pero what will be the next retake? May 3 pa namang miyembro kagad ang mga taga-NAOS, at kung naipit nila si Darion, that might be big. And speaking of, Blast makes a move, at meron pang alam na madidetect si Blast as he gets 2. It's gonna be a 2v3. Magiging posible ba to? Dahil si Blast is doing it. 3 kagad ang na-pick off niya, at isa na lang ang natitira. Pero Kakarot is doing it! And NAOS gets it sa full buy ng Bleed with a 3-0.
That is the bonus round of NAOS Esports. 3-0 ang score natin. Lamang dito ang mga tropa nating mga Pinoy. At tama nga ako, Ray. Chinek ko na ulit. Binouble check ko na. 2 players are actually from Sweden for the side of Bleed. And that is Maxi alongside, of course, with Pit. So itong dalawang players na to, import from Sweden all the way from EU. And this time around, they're playing here in the Asia-Pacific stage. At kalaban nila dito ay, of course, obviously, right in front of us is NAOS Esports Pinoy. Buong-buo. Tingnan natin.
Hindi, si Blurred, akala ko ba import din yan? Na-joke lang, guys. Hindi import si Blurred, okay? Baka maniwala kayo. Nakita na namin in person yan. Pure yan.
Pure breed. Pure breed yan, guys. Pure breed lang ang mga dito, mga players natin. Pero kita mo naman, eco round to for Bleed. So they only have sheriffs here. Kailangan nilang i-work out to kung sakali man gusto nila. Si Kakarot may nakitang isa, hindi nag-connect yung shot completely. Kulang yung HP, but there is already the ultimate of the Cypher. Nakita na nila dito kung saan ba manggagaling. Ito na ba ang dalawang Swedish player magpapakitang gilas na dito sa Asia Pacific stage? Ano ang kaya nilang gawin dito with the ultimate of the Killjoy lockdown? Of course, in place na dito yung ating retake mula sa NAOS Esports. Blast and Delicious, they're gonna set this up with that Cosmic Divide up and online. Camera taking away. Ito na nga yung smoke nila. Tutuloy-tuloy mag-defuse to. Ang dami nilang hindi makita dito. Blast, he's just trying to defuse the spike. Delicious was able to take 1 kill and gets the second. 4-0 na.
Ay! Taylor, the retakes! Lahat ginamit nila na napakaayos and ibig sabihin, first 4 rounds pa lang, pinapatunayan na sa atin kagad ng NAOS na kayang-kaya nila sumabay sa international scene. Looking at it, ginamit yung smokes to their utilization. Alam na kagad, may expectancy na kagad si Jalicious that he'll be able to tackle down those two after that cyber cage. And that's just it. 4-0 pa rin. Momentum. Kita mo naman si Jalicious, isang beses pa lang namamatay pero may 9 kills na.
Gumising ang NAOS Esports para lumipad. Fly high, butterfly, sabi nila dito, mas nakakalamang yon para sa mga players natin dito. And aside from that, Blurred, ito na yung positioning niya. Yung typical na nakikita natin, yung aggressive push mula sa isang jet on A main. Nakikita ulit natin yan. And literally, how NAOS is playing right now, mukhang komportable sila. It's the same way how they played it out pagdating doon sa VCT PH edition natin. Diba? May mga edition na.
Oh.
New episode, new season out. Mga kapatid.
Abangan nyo na lang ang susunod na season and your champions! Pero nagswingan lang naman na napakadali dito ni Jalicious and now he will be trying to go already. Ayaw magpapatay. Naiinis na siya siguro, nagagalit ang sabi niya, girl. Na pero nga lang at the same time, nasaktuhan na si Blast. Dalawa na lang kagad, Kevs together with Blurred. Meron pa naman ulit ang Recon dito. Meron pang kompletong utility si Blurred at si Tex sa si Lexi. 2v2 na naman pero naswingan lang talaga ni Pete. Grabe talaga e-part pero si Kevs, 30 HP and a dream. Ito pa rin ba ang oras na kailangan natin abangan? Ay, sayang! Low on HP lang kasi si Kids. Kaya yun ang rason kung bakit natalo lang yung NAOS sa round na yun.
Partida.
Mabait ang NAOS.
4-1 naman eh. Ang dami nilang pera dyan. Isipin mo, makakapag-upgrade na sila dito ng mga baril nila kung gusto nilang mag-operator. Diba? Ito na yung time na yun na kasi si Blurred eh, hanggang ngayon naka-vandal pa rin. Eh yung mga vandal nila, pinulot lang naman nila yan galing sa bleed. Alam mo ba, Ray? Ang dami palang miyembro ng bleed. Meron pa silang dalawang substitute dito na galing Singapore. Tapos yung head coach nila, German. Nakausap ko na kanina eh.
Nag-usap kayo?
Nag-usap kami. Ako, hello, Bigits. Kamusta ka?
Ako dito nakalimutan ko ng iba mong sinabi sa akin. Sabihin ko na lang, hello. Nakakalimot na ako. Kasi sa sobrang daming textos, nakakalimot ko na yung mga words na tinuro sa akin ni Theo. Except sa isa yung
yung hindi mo masabi kasi hindi mo siya masabi kaya hindi mo siya makalimutan.
Kaya yun lang yung mga alam ko. Kaya tayo bumagsak sa Spanish class dati kasi hindi rin tayo magaling sa German. Pero ito na nga tayo.
Anong connect nun?
Ganun yan. Hindi sabihin hindi ako magaling. Ang alam ko lang konnichiwa. Yung yan, ichinisan yan, arigato.
Kailangan mo lang ng inspirasyon. Ganyan lang yan, men. Balik tayo sa laro because this is now NAOS. Actually, nag-save sila. Ang dami nilang pera. Yung iba kasing players dito, actually, lagi namamatay on each round. So, even NAOS Esports winning those rounds in, kulang pa rin yung pera ng iba. So, what they decided, we go in as a team, we eco as a team as well. Pero tignan mo naman yung eco nila, Ray. 2v2 or 2v3 situation. Very low on HP na si Lexi dito. Mukhang gusto nilang pasukin talaga. Yung dog ayaw pumasok.
Natakot kay Jalicious, nakakot din kay Kevs, pero nga lang low on HP na kagad si Jalicious at pupuntahan na lang kagad siya ngayon. Lipit, hinahanap flash. Paglaro lang siya ng taguan sa inyo guys. Wala siya dyan, pero sa tingin ko, that's just it. Exit frags na lang is the key. And that's just it. So mama na rin siya ngayon sa hukay. At kaya yan 4-2, mapagbigay lang talaga ang NAOS. At nag-save sila. Actually, that's a pretty smart way para di mo na kailangan i-force out of everything para lang manalo sa round yun. Kundi, mag-invest tayo sa mas magandang paraan and that's gonna be here in round 7. Pero fun fact pala guys, meron talagang tunay na import ng NAOS pero pure Pinoy siya. Yun si Jalicious, galing siyang Qatar. Tapos pinauwi nila dito. Sabi nila, oy, dito ka na.
Ano yung tawag doon? Balikbayan?
Nagbalik
Hindi
lang.
import. In-export ulit, pabalik ng Pilipinas. Then,
Kailangan na daw nila ng magkita-kita. Pero ito na nga, 4-2 pa rin. Umahabol ang bleed kahit papano. Pero,
nagkamali yung camera. Hello?
Hindi namin nakita doon.
14 seconds!
Sayang yon. Okay lang. Pabor sa NAOS yon.
Reset sila dito. Sayang yung camera, no? But it's not too bad pagdating naman sa kanila. At makakapasok pa rin naman sila on-site. Gusto lang naman nila makita kung meron bang ano. Tingnan mo si Blaso. Nag-aabang lang yan ng recon. Actually, ito na, papasok na dito si Darion. He shines and runs through. And nakugas na si Kuya mo Blast dito. Tinanggap niya pa yung ultimate dito, yung Hunter's Fury. Aside from that, Jelicious is ready to take on the action. Napakainit ni Kuya mo Jelicious. Kakarot, the only man remaining in a 1v2 situation right now. Kakarot takes one, making this a 1v1. Hindi pa napaplant yung spike. The spike has been dropped. Ito na nga, ginamit din yung neural theft na yan. With the help, of course, of the knife, he will detect where the enemy is. Malalaman niya at least kung saan banda, no? Hindi siya sure kung nasa backside ba o nasa default.
Kailangan na lang magpating.
Sweden versus PH na.
Ito na. Itong totoo. Pure blood Pinoy versus import. Alam na kagad ni Kakat kung sa magaling. Isa pa siyang flash. Pero mukhang iikot lang dito si Is. At magbe-bait ba niya si Kakarot out of it. Pero he tries to spray right through. Hindi niya nabibitawan pin. Ako po. Alam na niya kagad kung magagaling na camera na din kagad. At yun na nga. Okay, sabi na 13 feet. Doon nalagay niya sa may harap. Sa may...
Asan yung camera? Hindi kasi binaril na ni Kakarot.
Ayun, sa ilalim.
Sa ilalim. Binaril na ni Kakarot yung camera eh. Tapos, yun nga, hindi niya na-realize na sa ilalim pala. Interesting. Nasa likod lang. Pero dapat makikita mo yun eh. Anyway, 4-3 ang score natin. Si Kuya mo Jelicious times 2 lahat ng score kesa sa mga kakampi. Tsaka kalaban.
Yung Astra nyo naging duelist na. Si Blurred! Medyo napunta siya sa langit ng slight. Kaya medyo nauntog lang. Pero buta na lang, nakabalik ng buhay. Pero save na naman ngayon ang NAOS. Kung nanalo sila dito, they're gonna be having a 2-round lead. But unfortunately, may advantage pa rin ang bleed kagad pagdating sa kanilang mga barela. Pero at the same time, ready na din kagad si Bird at si Jelicious ngayon for that retake. Pero nga na timing ang Lidarian ngayon si Jelicious at nilabas sa kagad ang kanyang cyber cage and mukhang it is time na pumunta naman sila sa seaside. Pero meron pa rin naman ditong setups si Blurred and let's see si Blast and let's see if it's gonna be working well. Unfortunately, there's just around it pero hindi na nga magiging posible kay Blast to actually last long.
Players from Bleed already on site. Kailangan nila i-plant yung spike dito. Shock darts coming in. Nagko-connect nga ba dun sa nagpa-plant pero nasa likuran nyo si Blurred. This is the flank happening right now. Nasan yung traps nung Cypher? Meron bang nag-react dito? Inop-drafan lang ni Kuya mo Blurred.
Okay, pero nga lang alam na din na nasan. Lumilipad sa ere. Si Darion, 4 kills na. Ano ba naman yan? Guys, ganito ayan. Yung NAOS mapagbigay, gusto daw kasi ng intense na casting. Gusto daw ng intense na laban. Kaya for all. Pero to be fair, malakas din talaga kasi ang bleed pagdating sa map na to. And we've seen that sa mismong scene nila. So, that's gonna be a big, din naman, impact
Pinahiring squad. Totoo.
Hirap.
Malaking impact ngayon. And aside from that, Diyos ko, pinahiring squad ba naman yung Silong? Ang dami nilang kailangan gawin para lang ma-shutdown dito yung players ng NAOS. So, with regards to this, feeling ko yung mga first 4 rounds na nakuha din ng NAOS dito, Bleed actually took the time na aralin kung paano nga ba yung movements dito ng NAOS. Ano nga ba yung ginagawa nila dito? Tinatanggap nung Sky yung damage ata mula dun sa grenade pero hindi naman siya natamaan, nasaktuhan lang habang nagdodog. On the other hand, they have the operator on the hands of Blurred. He's all the way to A site. Walang tao on C because they just have those traps in. And ready naman yung Killjoy. Bumalik din naman.
Talagang meron din talagang disadvantage lang naman ang NAOS pagdating sa mga round na gano'n. Pero nga lang, weird din talaga ikunin yung setup nila. And I think, pagdating kay Pizza, he's actually smart with using his his utilities, and that's really a great way. Pero tignan natin kung may madedenay ba dito. May buntong hininga ni Kevs. Huminga na malalim eh. Ready
Hinga
na.
malalim talaga.
Kumakapitas talaga
Madami-dami
siya
to.
defense.
3 to, Ray! He gets 1?
2.
Nope.
Okay. May trade na dito galing kay Blurred at maghihintay na lang. Pero good smoke dito pa galing kay Jelicious. Pero nga lang, trades by trades. At least nabawasan na kagad ang pangpunta na kagad dito sa may A-site. And it's just gonna be just one left. It's going to be Fifth. At medyo mahirap-hirap na to dahil nakaabang na kagad. 2 miyembro. Nakatingin, oh. Ay, naku po. Delay a lot of time. Pero di electric na dito pa.
Alam mo ba, si Fifth, galing G2 to dati.
Oo nga eh.
Literal siya yung roster ng G2. So, hindi biro tong player na na-acquire ng Bleed. Literal, kinuha nila to. EU, literal yung nilalaro nito, G2 Esports. So, that's big of an organization. And already, G2 maingay yan pagdating sa ano nila, sa tournament or rather sa esports scene ng Europe. On the other hand din naman, looking at that round, I feel like nahihirapan lang yung NAOS Esports pagdating doon sa mga Cypher Cam, pagdating sa pag-detect ng Recon, pati doon sa Sova Drone. Masyado kasing marami, kaya sila na-overwhelm. Paano i-shutdown muna yon tapos susunod pa yung kalaban.
And minsan nababait nila yung NAOS out of it. Pero tignan natin if natuto na nga NAOS this time around. The next battle ni Dario na meron yun na nga. Pinakitaan si Jelicious ngayon ng langit. Pero nga lang Kakarot tries to pick up at least one. Sige, hindi nga lang nag-connect ang shot si Darion doon. Wala kaming nakita. Pero ang importante ay nakakuha nga sila ng side. Pero nga lang after taking out that lockdown, he will just buy time sa side ni Blast para hindi sila makapag-proceed through sa C-side. Pero nga lang dito si Pith makapag-lurk. Tignan mo naman siya ngayon. Nakakaabot na siya sa may mid and mukhang hindi na-realize to lang NAOS so far. So kailangan mag-ingat ngayon ni Blast together with Kevs before something can actually happen. Pero si Bird naghihintay lang kagad. Baka may expect siya. Pero after reheating ngayon, they're just gonna be going here in C-set once again and taking out those abilities. But unless si Blast may mapipick off siyang dalawa, that's gonna be still a big win sa NAOS kung nangyari to. Pero baka maswingan lang siya kagad dito na Lexi. And speaking of nangyari na kagad to, at Kevs na lang together with Bird. Pwede silang mag-save pero kung contest nila to, pwede naman. Exit frags, maybe?
Posible, no? But they still have that recon. Kung makakapitas dito si Kevs, posible. But aside from that, nothing else you can do much. Especially if Blurred wants to save this, lalo na nakaikot na si Pith, nakapasok na rin siya on B. Sa lisigang na lang nangyayari dito sa dalawang to eh. So ang kailangan gawin dito ni Kevs, makahanap man lang ng isang kill, but nakatalikod siya, naikutan na siya ni Pith. On the other hand, ginamit yung neural theft para lang mahanap si Blurred. Grabe naman yun. 4 na players dito, tignan mo yung rotation nila oh. Literal, ginamit lang nila para lang talaga mapunish si Blurred.
Kawawa naman si Bird pag save nyo. Mabait na nga kami, pinapagtay na nga namin kayo eh. Grabe tong bleed. Pero mas grabe na, was 5-all. And so far, there are just times na nagko-connect lang talaga lahat ng utilities ng bleed to just be aggressive, to play it aggressive. At the same time, si NAOS talaga, natatimingan lang sila out of all things like this one, diba? Saktong-sakto talaga, expected na rin ko nasaan siya. And let's see, if the next rounds, ano ba ang may papakita pa ng NAOS. But actually, under defending ng NAOS, knowing how aggressive ang mga players din nila sa attacking side, this already a good half. Pero syempre, will they be able to settle for less? I think not. Dahil ngayon, magsisave sila para maging 6-all lang to kung sakasakali.
Saka aside from that, when it comes to that round that just happened, ginamit talaga nila yung neural theft despite only 1 player remaining at pumasok nga doon si Blurred. And on the other hand, Pith was able to take on a kill. Gusto ko lang sabihin dito, they really wanna secure the kill on the operator para wala talagang magawa yung NAOS at all.
Last round before
just,
the switch.
NAOS risking the flank, risking yung aggressive na plays nila kahit buy lang sila ng kanilang mga sheriff or something. But I think it won't work dahil pinayan lang sila kagad ni Darion dun. Together with Lexi, as we can take into that. But then, if NAOS, they will be buying na nga ngayon. Mukhang gagawin talaga na lang 6-all para lang talagang restart tayo sa next half. But here it is. May madedetect ata dito si Kakarot. And speaking of, good information, saan ba magsisettle ang mga miyembro ng Bleed? Pero talaga si Vil, may iba siyang nababasa. Hindi ko alam kung ba't pa-iba-iba yung nababasa ni Vil. Okay lang yan, Vil. Tulog lang talaga ang kailangan dyan. But at the same time, at least alam na rin kaagad ni Kevs na meron nakatutok sa kanya, na naka-operator. And that's gonna be Darian himself.
Buhay pa lahat ng players and teams natin dito at makikita nyo, Bleed right now, they're really playing out default, trying to see kung meron silang mapipitas. There is no one near or close by, kaya naman itong mga utilities na ginagamit nila for close encounters is not gonna be usable at all. They wouldn't get any information because all of the players of NAOS are just way back, aside doon sa Jet na napakalayo din naman ng Bleed towards them. On the other hand, they wanna try and go B. They're setting up the smoke. Imagine mo yung Omen nagsiset up lang na smoke sa gitna, no? They destroyed that turret. That means this is already an entry. At ito na nga ginamit din ni Kakarot yung kanyang ultimate dito. Blurred was able to get one. And Kakarot as well. 2-to-1 trade lang nangyari dito for the side of NAOS as Lexi takes down Kakarot. Is now a 3v3. Trying to find and figure out kung nasan pa yung ibang players dito. Isa na lang ang natitira and that is Maxi right in front of B entrance. And securing that kill is NAOS Delicious. This makes a 6-6 scoreline. Pantay pa rin ang laban natin dito.
Walang tatalo sa init ng NAOS dahil 6-all pa rin. It was a good half for them, especially sa looking at the stats. Bleed talaga has been an aggressive team, especially on the first half, especially in their attacking. But right now, magko-connect talaga lahat ng shots at kailangan talaga ng ginawa ng NAOS, hindi sila magpapapitas. And kita mo, kapag na-underman nila yung Bleed, it's gonna work well for them so far. Pero right now, that we're down to 6-all, restart nga ulit tayo dito, Terror. But the most important question is, gaano nga ba ano ba kagad ang magiging movement ng NAOS this time around? This has been their just consistent roster here in Haven.
Delicious.
18-7. Kahit pag-combine mo ang
Plus
init.
10 eh.
Hey!
Plus 10 dun sa mga kasunod niya kay Blurred. Sipin mo. Tapos sa kabila din. Plus 9. Ano din.
Controller
plus
diff.
7 din. Diba? Controller diff lang. Si Maxi.
Oh.
Ini-import pa.
Ano ba yan?
Parang
Iba talaga
wala naman.
pag galing Qatar. Binalik kang dito. Si Delicious. Naging ganto na.
Mas matindi yung balikbayan natin dyan, men.
Oo.
Pero, medyo delikado din to. Depende sa second half, sa pistol pa lang, kung sino makakuha ng momentum.
At ngayon, feel ko pareha sa teams, napakainit. Pero yung support na ginagawa ni and together with the Kevs, it's really making a good impact. But at the same time, si Blurred, nakakasabay din talaga siya. He's been making those early pickoffs. That's also important. Sobrang well-balanced ng NAOS. But at the same time, pagdating talaga sa Bleed, iba talaga si Pit tsaka si Darion. Sobrang tugmang-tugma ang utilities nila plus si Lexi din kagad and how he makes those good flashes for his teammates. Whereas we're gonna be switching. Ito na ba ang oras ni Kakarot mag-init with that KO of his? Or talagang may something din kay Bleed pagdating sa defending side nila. Exciting talaga to see how this manifests through. Pero syempre, now was the time to win this first map. At kita mo naman kagad mistake ang gagawin. Hey!
Nabulag pati yung mga content creator ng NAOS doon, men. Apat hanggang kay boss. Ang dami nila doon, but like you said, this is now the entry of NAOS. Fast lang para sa kanila while Bleed is trying to react onto this play. They are already swarming on site as well, trying to do a retake. Si Jelisus nahanap na nila dito. Lexi was able to shut him down, looking for another one. Is Kakarot, nakapatay na siya dito ng dalawa. 2-200 lang para sa kanila. With a 3v2 situation, make that a 3v1. Isa na lang ang naiiwan and that is the Soba. Hindi pa rin sila nagpa-plant na spike dito. He taps just to make sure that he peeks out and Blast was able to secure the kill. Time.
And your champion.
Ready na sila.
Ready na. Alam mo, ito na lang din yung nakakatakot eh. Kapag nanalo yung NAOS dito talaga sa Haven, this might be a big possibility of this being 2-0. Kasi wala talagang alam ang Bleed at all how NAOS plays in split. Yung statistics ng NAOS, 0 kasi wala pa talaga silang nalaro. Unlike sa Bleed, they just only had a couple of maps pagdating a couple of experience here in Split. Pero let's see, nanalo ng pistol lang NAOS. Very important to para sa kanila. Wag lang sila ma-counter eco, syempre.
Oh, sumilip. Dalawa. Burst down lang. May kasama pang Ghost and Matic yan para kay Blast. Meron siyang kakampi dito, yung kanyang turret. Na nag-aabang pa. 6 man eh, 6 man. Hindi, tatlo din yung tropa niya na nag-aabang sa likod eh. Si Kakarot tsaka si Kevs.
Si Kevs parang ano lang walang ka-problema. O, chill lang tayo na. Sabi niya, advantage natin to. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa side ng Bleed at may makita pa silang isa. So, may information na nga sila. And that's a sign already for them to go sa C-side. And speaking of, yan na nga kagad. Maxi na lang together with Pit. Pero kuha lang muna to ng baril, syempre. Pero tigil si Blur, nahanap sila, Sabi niya, sige, tingin ko tong dalawang to. Walang problema. If I am gonna be the one who's gonna be tackling them down. But I think this is quite complicated already sa Bleed dahil hahanapin na lang sila ng mga miyembro ng NAOS. And speaking of Maxi, at may spot na siya kagad di Jalicious. Iba talaga pag may nangagat talaga yung bulldog na yan. Pero
nangagat din yung frenzy, man. Nangagat din pala yun. May malapit na. And that is Blurred securing the kill. 8-6 ang score natin. Ito yung kagandahan kapag nakuha mo talaga yung pistol round. Aaring o pwedeng maging snowball yung scoreline nyo dito. At the same time, of course, lamang kayo when it comes to the guns. First 2 games or first 2 rounds rather.
Sana ma-3-0 nila ng second half na Taylor. Wow! Boy! NAOS! Ba naman?
Baka naman. Ano to map pick to ng Bleed, guys.
And usually, ang talaga nga namang team na nakakapag-shutdown ng side din ay ang Paper Rex. Pero the rest, medyo nahirapan sila. But looking at it, let's see ano ang next move once again ng NAOS dahil ngayon nasa momentum sila. It's looking great for them under attacking. They're not losing those kills. They're pretty doing it. Plus, mamanifest na nga din kagad ngayon as ang utility and ang lockdown ni Blast. And as Blurred goes for a kill, let's see if they'll be able to handle it. Pero mukhang si Lexi nakapagbawas pa nga. At ngayon, puro post-plant ang gusto i-handle ng NAOS ngayon.
Natambayan nila doon yung ibang mga player dito. Pero alam na nila na merong magle-lurk from team of Bleed. They're pushing right now. This is the Sova. This is Kevs getting the kill. Si Blurred may katulong din. This is now up to Maxi at saka kay Pith, yung dalawang Swedish member natin dito. Maxi was able to secure 1 kill. He's trying to look for another. Subukan lang niya para mag-defuse pero he gets the triple kill instead. Jalicious is only person remaining. Hindi niya ma-defuse dito. Hindi niya mapigilan yung nagde-defuse. Mapush siya talaga! Oh my God! Abot pa! Yeah! It is still on the side of NAOS! That is, of course, the Vera Esports clutch moment of the game. Nagkakasaktak sa puso dito.
Jalicious, at tagal mo!
Diyos ko! Kung tinuloy yung pag-tap ng spike, madedefuse yung spike, promise. Ayun o. Oh my God. Actually, baka hindi. Pero, buti na lang hindi umabot.
Yun na lang yun. Salamat sa'yo! Buti na lang! Uy, in fairness, nanalong NAOS parati sa first 3 rounds. So, that's pretty big already dahil tignan mo naman, i-save na naman na Bleed once again.
Ito na naman yung ano nila, yung bonus. Di ba?
Bonus.
Stay down.
Blurred? 1-1.
Ano lang yan. Pinagbigyan na ni Blurred, masyado na daw siyang magaling. Pero, kailangan pa rin na mag-ingat. Hindi mo alam anong magic na nangyayari pag yung sheriff yung hawak ng kalaban mo. Hindi mo din mag-gets kung bakit Nico Gates me insane. Pero Kevs started once again with that lumilipad na CCTV. Pero unfortunately, ma-spot na nga niya na meron si Lexi. Meron din ata siya ma-spot dito sa may garage. But as for Blast, always expecting that there's just gonna be someone flanking. That's a good way talaga ng NAOS to actually get this. Dahil kapag di nila ginagawa yung mga things ito, minsan nababackstaban sila ng Bleed. And so far, hindi talaga nag-work yung mga flanks ng Bleed against NAOS.
Tingnan mo si Kakarot. Gumagapang lang, nakaupo habang umaabante.
Madali lang daw kasi.
mabigay niya yung knife niya ng maayos eh. Ito na yung nade and of course with the smokes coming in, the fifth goes out, he swings, he takes one. Kakarot was able to punish him though. Salitan lang ng kills ang meron dito. Delikado pa rin to for NAOS. Hindi pa rin tapos ang laban para sa kanila. As 3v2, kahit lamang sila pagdating sa barel, nakapulot na dito si Derion ng kanyang sariling vandal. Siya na lang naiwan. He gets one.
Okay. Wala na. Pero meron pang Vandal na hawak si Darion. 60 HP pa to. He can still manage to get the taps. Pero si Blast ready siya kaagad. And that's it. Turn 6! Uy! NAOS! Galawin niya talaga yung baso ngayon! And,
partida pa yun meron pa siyang turret na pwedeng sanang ilabas doon.
Hindi na daw kailangan.
Hindi na kailangan ng 6-man.
Wow! I think this is so... Compare lang natin player sa stage 1 na pinakita sa atin ng NAOS, even if they were really defeated by SBE. I think yung mga little mistakes na na-improve na lang ngayon. Na si Blast, ready na siya parati for the flank. And that's actually big, di ba? Kasi dati si Aziz together with si Ja, nahuhuli sila parati pagdating sa mga flanks. Pero ngayon, nag-improve talaga na sobra yung NAOS pagdating doon. They were very careful. Pero this time around, makakapag-force si Darion ngayon ng kanyang operator. And will this be the biggest impact ng bleed so far para makahabol sa score ng NAOS? Or NAOS will just continue with the rounds that they've been getting sa kanilang attacking side?
Bumili pa ng off. Kala mo talaga, ina-knife out ka. Paano ka makakatakas ngayon? Wala kang choice kung hindi umatras. See? Instead of pushing, NAOS is being very careful right now. Because of that knife, syempre, hindi sila pupush doon. Alam nilang may jet And naka-advance pa yung jet.
Medyo nalugi sa knife. Pero syempre, pabor yun. May tatama. Walang matatama. Sayang lang. Sayang lang yung Hunter's Fury mo. Kung ako yan, di ko na ginamit. Pero naglabas na agad ngayon ng ultimate pagdating kay Kakarot, and will this be the biggest help na meron ng NAOS to take over against Bleed? Ang ganda na setup! Sana!
Grabe.
Pagdating
ang perfect nung ang perfect yung Nano Swarm Cypher Traps, Cypher magkalaban yan. Anyway, this is the Seekers out. Meron na ring bulag portion dito na nangyayari. Lahat sila bulag na pero wala kaming pakialam sa nararamdaman nyo. Blurred 6 HP remaining on his hand. Saka 4 pang players dito on the side of NAOS. Ang buhay na buhay. He swings out. He gets the 2K. The last remaining player right now. Lexi goes down as well. 11-6 na ang score natin. Fast lang.
Oh, fast takes is what we have. Even if na-take out yung neural theft, I think it was too late dahil meron pa kagad the backups coming from the members kagad ng NAOS. And looking at it, at least hindi na pinagbigyan kagad ni Kevs and he got the swing already. Buti na lang din na doon si Kakarot para mag-counter. Pero, may sinasabi! Si Jelicious Taylor. Alam mo, fun fact, nung di ka pa nakakauwi, pumunta nga kami sa NAOS HQ. Tapos naglaban nga yung mga casters. Tsatong NAOS 5v5. Na-figure out namin ni Vil na may isang member sa NAOS sa pinaka, ma-hype. Hindi madaldal, ma-hype. Si Jelicious yun. Naggulat kami ni Vil, nagtingin kami. Ganda pala si Jelicious kapag in-game.
Bakit? Nagwawala ba siya?
Nagwawala. Maingay pala to.
Dito nagwala sa Haven si Jelicious ngayon. 20 kills, 11 nets, and 4 assists. Controller pa yan si kuya mo, Jelicious. On the other hand, si Bleed Esports napapilitan ditong mag-timeout. Bleed, yan na yun.
Sabi ni Bill dito sa comment section.
Subok naman.
Ano lang, pitas lang. Di daw ramdam, sabi ni Bill. Grabe ka talaga, Bill. Yan talaga kasi naman si Analyst Bill ginagalingan Kaya kita mo 11-6.
Diyos ko. Ay, nako, magkakasakit ako sa puso pagtapos ketong Asia Pacific. Dahil 3 teams yung tinaas natin, natanggal na yung APH, pero may 2 pa tayong Pinoy teams dito. So, madami-dami pa tayong, more entries, more chances of winning, sabi nga nila.
Oo. Talaga, pa-audition. Shoutout nga pala sa mga nagpapa-audition dyan sa Valorant Got Jowa Challenge. So, sana maduwa na kayo ng mga cash nyo. Pero to si Dario, pag ikaw na knife ka dyan, ikakarot, kita mo, back ka talaga ulit.
Maambalang players dito ng NAOS ang maganda sa kanila dito, alam nilang naka-eco. Most probably, alam nilang naka-eco yung bleed. Pero, they're still being careful. They're still playing it out na baka mamaya may naka-shotgun dito, maubos lang tayo ng mabilisan. So, they clear out angles, they go in, they try to pinch them, they also try to use the utilities that they have. Alam naman natin kung gaano kalakas si Kakarot. When it comes to the KO, especially mga ganito, hindi ka makakagalaw, hindi ka makakabalik, wala kang flash man lang. So yung mga aggressive pushes na yan, hindi gana yan once Kakarot is right around the corner. On the other hand, dalawang players na ng bleed ang namatay dito inside the smoke. Panggulo lang naman yan yung jet namin. Bakit mo tinitignan? They still get the kill. And now, NAOS is trying to plant the spike. They gave away the spike. Oh, bigay ko na sa'yo, Prek. Ikaw may kailangan nito. Wala akong pakialam kung 20 seconds na lang natitira.
Okay lang, mga pre. Walang problema. There yon. Sige, okay lang yan. Makikipagpatintero. Kaya gagaling ng mga Pinoy sa patintero. Pero kahit sa Chinese garter, magaling yan. Hindi ko alam kung sino nga lang yung mother, sister. May mga ganon.
Oo, may ganon. May ano to ito yung delikadong part kasi may ultimate. Oy! Once na ma-pinpoint na ito ni Derion yung kanyang mga headshots, syempre magre-reset lang naman yung knives. Pero ito, headshot ka ngayon. That is the answer from Kevs right here. Match point!
Match point! And the winner! Wala pa. Practice lang. Alam mo,
sarap sabihin, no?
Oo nga excite na ako Pwede pa-advance na lang kagad. Tapusin nyo na itong first half, tapos pa-announce na lang kung sino na. Pero, sabi na ito na yung nararamdaman ko talaga yung panel curse. Pero mamaya na natin yan sabihin. Kasi ngayon, match point na ang NAOS kagad. Ang bilis naman. Para nagkaslam tayo ng 20 minutes at nilabas na kagad ni Kevs ang kanyang Hunter's Fury. Meron siya mababawasan. Tuhog! Wala! Uy! Umagti ka na yun.
Medyo masakit yun. Wala nang armor si Napith. Kaka nabawasan pa ng HP. Itong dalawang players na to, yung dalawang import natin dito sa bleed. On the other hand, wala. Chill lang yung NAOS. Relax lang tayo. Maghanap tayong pick-off. Wala pa naman. Ang haba-haba pa ng oras natin
Ano lang, medyo chill pa yung NAOS. May 1 minute pa. And time is ticking. At tignan natin anong next move nila. Ready na si Blast tsaka si Jelicious. Ang ganda ng lockdown na to. Every time it's like that, super ganda pa natin nagiging post-plant nila. And looking at it, Kakarot will be starting already with a flash. Chuink! At wala pa naman. Ingat lang na Ote. Sinabayan na din kagad ng Deacon. Pero meron nga lang flash dito pagdating kay Lexi. Pero Blake takes him out. Time lang kagad ng NAOS si Plant. Post-plant situation na naman is the key. Okay, i-take down mo yan kagad. Pero di nyo alam na isa-isa na kagad na babawasan ng mga miyembro ng Bleeder. Yan na lang at saka si Pit na kasi Len. Anong next yung move? Pwede na yan pang save para sa next map kung ako sa inyo. Pero Blur nakabang na rin kagad. He sees the barrel kagad. Dalawa na lang. He gets the ace. Ace na ba to? Ace as a finisher dito sa first map between NAOS together with Bleed. Hindi na gumalaw ang baso sa second half. And ganyan kainit ang NAOS Esports dito sa map pick ng Bleed, which is gonna be in Haven.
Ginawa nilang deathmatch. Guys, ginawa nilang spike crash. Yung laban na to, my God, NAOS Esports, they take game number 1. Sobrang bilis pa. I think one of the problems here ng kabilang team is, of course, sinusubukan nila maging aggressive Pinipilit nila maging aggressive. Hindi nga nila maintindihan si Kakarot. Magbabato nga lang ng knife yun. Wala ka ng chance para makapag-skills utilities. Isipin mo, umaabante si Lexi. Umaabante kahit si Derion. Pero, syempre, once na lumabas yung knife ni Kakarot, paano ka makaka-dash out? Paano ka makakagamit ng mga flash mo? Yung Lexi flash kanina doon sa final round, pilit flash na lang yun Kasi nga, once na lumabas na yung knife, alam niyang hindi na siya makakapag-flash. So, ginamit niya na yung time na yun. Wala na siyang timing. Walang ganon, men.
Ay, grabe. Iba din yung init and confidence ang NAOS there. Yun din yung something na meron sila. All of those times na nadadoubt natin sila pagdating sa Haven because of those little mistakes. It seems like they perfected it all throughout those weeks na bago mag-start ang APAC mismo. And going up against Bleed, Ano nga bang performance ng Bleed pagdating sa Haven? 67% win rate. That's already big. Coming in from a starting team and now
Pinili
climbing
nito.
sa kanilang MISG, diba? Tapos pinili pa nila. So itong NAOS, pretty chill. They already know na pagdating sa Haven, they're gonna be sticking sa kanilang formation talaga. And right now, kapag nanalo ng NAOS sa first map, this gonna be big sa kanila. Dahil pwede na lang makontinue yung init nila up until split. And sana naman NAOS, bigyan nyo kami ng clean 2-0.
Pinili nila tong mapa na to. Pinili nilang matalo sa NAOS Esports. My God, look at the first few rounds. Delicious was crazy good in getting those kills. And then on the next following rounds, there goes Kakarot shining through. There goes Blast shining through as well. On the final round, isama mo na rin si Blurred. Lahat nagtrabaho dito for the side of NAOS Esports. Masarap ang ulam mamaya, guys.
Ano kaya kinain ng NAOS ngayon? At napakadami ding energy. Kumain ng adobo ng adobong manak.
Ang tagal nilang nagantay para maglaro eh.
Nagalit na.
Oh, third series kami. Ano ba yan? Hindi man lang nila bibigyan ng energy yung mga caster dito.
Oo nga eh. Bigyan nyo kami ng 2-0, NAOS, para...
Narinig kasi nila ako. Nakita nila yung tweet ko kasi. Sabi ko kasi parang, hala, puro 3 games. 3 series sunod-sunod yung ikakas ko. So ayun, nag-decide sila na, sige na nga, pagbigyan natin si Tero.
Oo nga eh. Utot! Alam mo, sobrang...
Binitawan niya, men eh.
Pero alam
Pasok
mo,
na yun eh.
Kung di niya man bibitawan, meron pa rin lamang si Jelicious eh.
Oo nga, pero may vulnerability, sige. Pero mawawala na rin yun. Tapos, syempre, da-damage ka pa ng kaunti. Yung split second na yun, as in millisecond na yun, pwede mo nang tapusin i-defuse yung spike eh.
3. Dami ng sudden. I think this is just something Bleed didn't expect at all. Pero as an end, tignan mo, si Blurred, umingay, di nagsasalita yan. And
Hindi ba nagsasalita yan?
Hindi nagsasalita yan na nagkita kami. Parang ano lang, baka di niya maintindihan kasi kailangan Japanese.
Kasi blurred. Ayan na guys, nakita nyo na yung game number 1. Parang deathmatch lang, mga kapatid. And syempre sisilipin natin yung... Nasilip na ba natin yung stats? Di ko na maalala eh. Pero tapos na yung game highlights. Papunta na ata tayo sa break. Hindi ko na alam. Pero gusto ko makita yung game number 2 na. Hype na ako for this next match. And right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, makikita na natin yung 2-0. Huwag kayong alis. Muling magbabalik ang VCT PH. Not PH, Asia Pacific.
Think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. Turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction.
Now was the time nga ba na mananalo na sila sa second map or still may something ang bleed dito, pero all I can say is grabe talaga yung performance sa first map. Once again, ito ang VCT Challengers APAC, kami yung Shotcasters. Ako si Rayray, kasama si Tier, at kami muli ang mag-hype ng Shotcast ngayon dahil kitang-kita naman na hindi na pinalamang pa ng NAOS ang scoreline ng bleed. Nag-say hi sila sa bleed. Hello, welcome to SEA daw.
Welcome to Philippines. Yan ang sabi. Kasi syempre tayo ang host ngayon para sa taon na ito with Asia Pacific. On the other hand, hindi nga nakascore yung Bleed Esports on that second half. As in, 0 ang nakuhang rounds nila doon. Even the bonus, wala talaga. 0 talaga. And the thing is, I think one of the things kaya talaga nagiging successful ang NAOS, not only in the Asia Pacific stage, but the entirety of the Philippine challengers o yung VCT PH nating tinatawag, is because of Kakarot and his agent pick. His agent KO. Isa sa mga factor to kasi napakahirap gamitin ng agent na yan if you don't know yung mga proseso before people try to use it. Teams try to use KO with the pop flashes, etc., etc., but it doesn't work out. But with Kakarot, he seems to use it perfectly.
And coming in from that duelist, now a flex role player, that's how Kakarot does his work. Pero I think also when it comes to his other teammates, they're all on form. We have Blurred, we have Jelicious, we have, of course, ang kanilang coach din. I think all of it working well together sa side ng NAOS is telling us na even if they haven't got much of that experience pagdating sa international scene, dito, parang ibang-iba yung formula na meron sila. And now that we're gonna be going sa split, medyo ito yung mas exciting. Never nilang nilaro to all throughout, guys. The stage sa mga tournaments nila, wala tayong nakita galing sa NAOS. And Bleed, they played at least 5 times, pero sa NAOS, no info at all. So, medyo exciting talaga to kung ano nga bang gagawin nila sa pagdating sa mapang to.
Yun nga, no, gaya ng sabi mo, Ray, hindi natin nakita yung split as a map when it comes to NAOS and VCT PH. Isa lang rason yan, kasi hindi halos gumagawa or hindi halos nakakarating ng Game 3. NAOS always make sure that they get 2 zeros. Remember, when NAOS was playing for VCT PH, long-standing, walang nakakatalo sa kanila in all those matches. 2 zeros, 2 zeros, 2 zeros. And the only team that actually got a map away from them and got a series away was LFO, looking for org na hindi nakapasok towards group stage or pagdating dun sa playoffs rather. So, you can definitely see how NAOS as a team, remember this team na hindi mo makakalimutan dahil kakapasok lang nila when it comes to VCT as a 5-man roster itong NAOS Esports and as an organization. But first time trying in VCT PH, successful. First map here in VCT APAC, very much successful as well.
Oh, so spicy, so excited. Alam mo, pinagpapawisan na ako dito. Nakatutok na sa akin lahat-lahat yung electric fan. Kasi siguro sobrang intense ng laban. And sobrang surprise talaga itong ginagawa ng NAOS sa performance nila. It's really something to commend at the same time. Pero ngayon, wala pang agent selection pero nararamdaman ko pa rin yung init ng NAOS galing sa Pasay kasi sa Pasay yung bootcamp nila eh. Ramdam na ramdam ko hanggang dito sa pinagstayan ko. So, wala na pala sa Cambodia. Sabihin ko, saan ramdam ba dyan sa Cambodia?
Nasa
Nakauwi
Pilipinas
pala.
na ako.
Ayan.
Nakauwi na ako finally,
Hindi
guys.
na siya traidor.
Hindi na ako traidor. Andito na yung import nyo. Kasi import din yung caster, tapos import, si Blurred ang import natin, guys, all the way from Qatar. Hindi, actually, umuwi lang talaga siya ng Pilipinas. Pero Pinoy yan. Pero, syempre, may import yung kabila. Kailangan maghanap tayo ng import natin. Ako na yung import.
Siya na yung bago nating caster na baka mapunta na ng English. Minsan nagpapasaan sila eh. Pero
binabati pala namin si yung isa nating maingay na kasama lagi, si Vil. Ayan, binabati. Nagpapabati kasi siya eh. Punta na tayo sa Agent Select. Split ang mapa natin. This is gonna be a surprise pick coming in here. At kung naalala mo, Ray Bleed ang pumili ng Haven. So this time, NAOS naman.
Okay. Now, si Z ang gagamitin ng NAOS. Papahinga muna si Blast. Pero ang kanilang... Oh! Magni-neon sila dito? Oh! Okay. I like that. Neon here in Split. Ito na ating surprise sa atin ng NAOS. Excited ako makita. Sobrang ganda rin talaga pagdating kay Neon in such small maps. Kaya pala, pag nakikita ko yung stream ni Kakarot, ito yung ginagamit eh. Pero at the same time, pagdating sa Bleed, it's still the usual composition that they have. Pero much more new talaga din sa atin ngayon. Ang kanilang Raze and together with the double duelist. So that Raze tsaka Jet is something na kailangan natin abangan. Pero at the other side, Terror, Neon, tsaka Chamber, mga bago ang nalagay nila dito sa map na to.
Oh my God. Neon, tsaka Chamber, Bleed. Lalabas na naman ng mga kakaibang pick ang gagawin nila dito. Matinding-tinding meeting ang kailangan gawin ng Bleed dahil sa nangyari kanina. Hindi sila nakascore kahit isa doon sa second half natin, mga kaibigan, against NAOS Esports. And on the other hand, for our Filipino pride, our Filipino team, para sa akin, hindi ko pa kasi nakikita maglaro sa Split tong mga to eh. So hindi ko masabi kung kaya talaga o hindi. Pero surprise to para sa atin kasi sila pumili nito. Ibig sabihin, pinagandaan nila.
Oo. Ano talaga to? Nag-aral to. Nagkita ko pa nga, nagsistream pa tong mga to sa Twitch eh. O nga pala, shoutout sa Twitch saka sa YouTube na mga nanonood. At salamat sa inyong support. Okay, once again, sa mga kakatunin lang, nanalo na nga tayo ng first map. At ngayon, pupunta na tayo sa Split na walang ka-idea ang Bleed. Kung ano nga ba ang laruan ng NAOS dito. So, hindi ko alam kung paano nga ba gagawin ng Bleed to. Pero on the other side, NAOS, I'm sure meron silang something, especially that they're gonna be starting sa kanilang attacking side.
Attacking side ngayon. At gaya nga nasabi natin, no? Oh, surprisingly nga, si Kakarot, hindi siya magki-KO. Magni-neon siya, mga kaibigan. And on the other hand, they also have the next duelist, which we have is Blurred. And dyan pa rin with his Raze pick-off. And that is Lexi taking away yung kanyang imitation daw. Niya, ako ang tunay na Raze dito.
Okay. Oh, si Blurred pala, makikita din natin with that Raze. Something unusual, ah. Okay, we're seeing more out of it. Low. Okay, binolan ka agad. Pero the timing nga ba is gonna go perfect. Yep, that's just some trade coming in from Kakarot. Pero tatlo na lang kaagad ang natitira sa mga miyembro ng NAOS.
4v3, very much doable, especially this is still a pistol round if you can remember. At syempre, hawak pa rin naman nila yung spike dito. Ang kailangan lang nila ingatan is actually the traps being set by the players of Bleed right now. As Pish, napatay siya dito ni Z. Si Z! Z in? Oh, Z is playing right now. So meron talaga silang pinaghandaan dito. Oh, sumaslide into the DMs na dito ang Neon natin. On the other hand, nag-tap lang si Kakarot but he didn't continue planting the spike. They still have enough time. 25 seconds remaining to actually plant the spike. May kasama pang heal.
Oh! Heal! Kakarot. Pakigalaw ang
15
baso.
seconds.
Oh, no!
Nice try.
Nice try. Pinalamang lang yung bleed. Medyo kasi gabugbog sa 13-6. Kaya sabi ng NAOS, sige, pagbigyan muna natin sila. Pero si Z, nandito. Fun fact sa mga miyembro ng NAOS. Si Z, kung hindi nagsasalita si Blurred, wala kang maririnig kay Z. Ganun yun.
Ganun ba yun?
Oo, wala akong narinig ni isa nung nagkita
Humihinga ba
kami.
yan? Totoong tao ba yan, si Z?
Totoo pa naman, Taylor. Sadyang hindi talaga siya nagsalita at all. Ni isa, nung nagkita, ewan ko kung ako lang doon, di kami nagka-interact man siya. Pero hindi talaga siya nagsalita ni isa. Siguro silent lang siya. Kaya kita mo ngayon, na nandito siya.
O kaya naman,
okay lang.
nakikipag-communicate siya via telekinesis. Hindi mo lang alam kasi di ka marunong.
Oo nga sorry sa akin, pagbigyan mo na ako. Okay.
Medyo masakit. So, umatras dito yung ibang players. Alam nila na hindi sila, or rather, lamang yung bleed dito when it comes to the guns that they have. May mga Spectre sila, obviously. And hindi nag-upgrade dito si Darion. And I think because he wants to buy the operator on the next following rounds as well, especially when they get it. Kaya slow play lang muna para sa NAOS.
Careful lang. Ang mga taga-NAOS. Try set to open up a lot. Binatuan talaga si Lexi pero sinabayan din at the same time ng slow orb. Okay, there's just a TP. Na-bait lang siya out of it. Pero si Lexi, patiently waiting. Pero nga lang, nakapag-crossfire na dito sa Valorant ang mga miyembro kagad ng
30 seconds
Bleed
left.
and Jelicious na lang together with Blurred ang matitira.
enemy
Low on
remaining.
HP na si Blurred at medyo stuck on the punch na ngayon ng mga katulad ni Jelicious and still Bleed wins the second round. Okay lang yan, guys. Yung NAOS, nag-chichillax pa yan, pero sa full buy, ito na yung kailangan na lang maging worth it for them. Diba? Full buy is the key.
Ito na ang buy round ng NAOS Esports. All the way from
30 seconds
Philippines,
left.
guys. Baka mamaya nanonood sa Filipino stream. Sino ba itong NAOS? Bakit di ko alam? OMG. De, pero obviously, Bleed Esports, SGMY region, we are looking at may dalawa silang players all the way from Sweden, fifth from G2 Esports, so from Europe. At head coach nila, German. So talagang malaking factor, madaming tao na pwedeng maglagay ng magagandang input para sa team ng Bleed Esports. Kaya naman, I hope we can see how they take play on those kind of different paths pagdating sa mga regions na meron tayo or players from different regions as well.
But then, what will be the next step pagdating sa NAOS ngayon? Dahil medyo naiipit sila with how yung utility-wise na naman ng Bleed. Sobrang hindi sila pinapabayaan going in all aggressiveness. But then, while Z is making a lot of noise, maganda to. Maganda tong opportunity dahil apat sila. Tas yung sa B, dalawa lang naman din halos ang natitira sa kanila. And as Je tries to go in, walang nag-connect. Okay lang yan dahil tinalunan lang naman siya kagad and nag-jumping lason lang dito si Blurred. And finally, Jelicious takes him over. And as Kevs goes for the default plant, what will be the next step na ngayon na nanggagaling sa Bleed? Medyo nagulat sila doon na kuha sila ni Z. And speaking of, nililito lang sila. Di nga nagsasalita si Z. Sabi sa'yo, telekinesis na talaga dito. Eh si Jelicious, makaka 3K na. Is he gonna go for an ace? I think not. Because Pith is just gonna go for a save or maybe exit frags.
Pwede, no? And if he managed to get some exit frags, at least papabor sa kanila yon. Kasi kailangan lang naman nila dito casualties, kumbaga. On the side of NAOS naman, if no one dies off, then that's even way, way better. Oh, lumabas, patay! Blurred was able to capitalize on that. Alam niyang lalabas at lalabas pa rin, and he was still able to jump out of that black matter. Ganda nung hawak dito ng NAOS.
Nilito lang sila ni Z. I think that's just it. It's been making a lot of noise sa A. Tapos napain nga ang mga miyembro ng Bleed doon. And finally, diba? Tumalon lang si Blurred. Take out to just one na nagbabantay sa B. And that's just gonna be it. Lex himself. And now we're back with a 2 2-1. Pero ngayon, kailangan na i-capitalize ang NAOS ang advantage din dahil kapag meron si Darren, nililito siya dito. O, di ba? Ang galing, nililito ka ng mga miyembro ng NAOS, di ka tuloy makakapitas ng inyong operator.
Walang dry pick eh. Yung mga players dito ng NAOS, ginagamit talaga nila yung utilities para makuha yung impormasyon. May lumabas lang ng saglitan na syempre yung wall na yan, masisira lang naman din agad. Bye-bye, 400. Magkano ba yung wall? 400 yun.
400. Mahal yan eh. Wala gano'ng ROI dyan eh.
Pero mas mahal mo siya.
Ay, oo, syempre.
Mo ka naman. Lexi with a double kill, not going for the third though. As Kev shuts him down, Delicious was able to take 1 kill as well. Indirect trade ang nangyari dito sa players ng NAOS and Bleed Esports as well. Pag bumagsak o bumaba tong dalawang players, tumalon, sabay umakyat si Kuya Mupit. Kinabahan ng kaunti. Oh, napapatalo na lang.
Talon-talon! Ay! Lugi sa operator, lugi. Dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira. Delicious and Z! Dalawang baso, may mga ano yan. Mga tipi-tipi yan. Pero time is gold. Pero mas gold dahil makakapasok sila ngayon sa may A side. Pero may nag-aabang. Titikot pit, that's gonna be big! And kita mo si Z pero nalusaw. Is time na ba para kay Delicious to actually clutch this? Pero medyo complicated to dahil sa iba siya nakatingin. And si Bleed, leading by 2 rounds against NAOS. Okay lang, pinapalamang lang yung bid. Nangyari to kanina sa Haven eh. Oh, ganun din dito.
Nakita na namin to, guys. Na-delay lang ng kaunti yung pag-push ng NAOS actually because of the slow orb. So, if they didn't push with the slow orb and just waited for it to get out, mabilis makaka-frag off or makaka-retrade yung ibang members dito ng NAOS. If I'm not mistaken, yung kasama niya doon is actually Blurred. So, si Kakarot at saka si Blurred yung magkasama ata on Vents a while ago. But this is a new round yet again. For NAOS, mabilisan lang. Here comes the satchel in place for Blurred. Tumatanggap siya ng mga damage dito. There is that slow orb. Kaya naman ayaw nilang i-push ng agad-agad. Wala silang tao dito na makikita. There is someone on the backside cleared already para sa team ng NAOS Esports. They're planting the spike para naman doon sa mga players ng Garage. Hindi na nila kailangan dito ng safe plant dahil completely dominating the site already. And si Kevs, nag-aantay lang din kung meron mang magpa-flank. And literal, meron nang nag-flank.
O dito, nilabas ang lockdown for retake. Ayun, naharangan lang siya doon. Pero may nakalpas na isa. Pero kita mo, medyo chillax na ang mga miyembro ng NAOS. Oy! Sayang! Kevs! Paiga lang yung baso, Kevs! Saka magagaling! Oh no, dinedefuse. Pero nga lang sinamahan ka agad dito ng showstopper. Kaliwat kanon, Bleed gets this against NAOS. Okay, relax lang, guys.
Actually, kung hindi nawalan ng bala doon si Kakarot, makukuha niya yun. Hindi niya in-expect na hindi tatama yung bullets niya agad-agad. Because that showstopper was from the raise. That second kill was from the raise. So if that didn't happen, it would go to the side of NAOS Esports. It happened already. You can't change it anymore. Hindi lang talaga enough yung bullets. Pass on to the next round, round 6. Timeout?
Okay. Okay, that's it. Oh! Bleed.
Bleed yung nag-timeout.
Marami ba kayong marami silang nasayang? Sa sobrang nakakatakot ng NAOS, kahit leading ang Bleed, sila na humingi ng timeout.
Pangsira lang ng momentum. Kasi actually, sa NAOS na yun eh. Natsambahan lang talaga na walang bala. If there was bullets, I'm sure that Kakarot was gonna get the kill.
Medyo slight mistakes lang sa side ng NAOS. Sometimes, di ba? Mo talaga i-expect yung mga gano'n na bagay. Pero, what would be the next outcome right now? Because, NAOS, kailangan nila humapon ngayon terror. Pero we've seen this once again. But I think they're just gonna go for an eco once again. At medyo magiging malaking problema to kapag kinontinue lang nila yung momentum ng Bleed. Pero every time they come up with something, I'm sure na magiging confident sila. And here it is, si Blurred, aggressive pa rin. Tignan mo, may gusto siyang mahuli. Hello, baga! Pero nga lang, malamangan lang sa baril. Pero at least nakabawas na ng armor pagdating kay Lexi doon. And medyo gipit din At the same time, mga taga-NAOS, nagpahilang.
Naka-sheriff lang. Mga players dito, pati na rin na si Kakarot with, of course. Huh? Hello? Z? Hello? He gets the 2K? Even with a slow? Wala lang oh, chill lang oh. Focus lang sa goal si Z dito. Will he be able to get another? Nakahanap na sila ng mga baril dito. Si Maxi ang nakakuha ng isa pang kill. This is now a 3v3. Remember, this is an eco and it's being turned around by NAOS at least.
Oh, this is big.
God.
Excited this!
Oh my God!
Oh my!
Welcome to Philippines! Man, sanay tayo sa mga slow play. Araw-araw traffic dito. Diyos ko!
Pasensya sa mga Pinoy, alam mo yan. Kaya ang gagaling nila maghintay.
Good eco. Good job now, Esports. Let's go!
And the winner!
And the winner is... Wala pa.
Okay. Tinuruan ni Bill. Siguro sabi niya, guys, gising na tayo.
Si Darion, parang inalay nila yung mga sarili nila dito. Bakit sila naglalakad ng naka-knives out? Hello? Rookie mistake.
Traffic na traffic sa Pasay eh. Yung NAOS, syempre alam na yan.
Alam nila yan. Sanay na yan mga yan. Pero rookie mistake yun Knives out. Oh well.
Medyo nagkaroon ng slight mistakes ang bleed. Pero okay lang yan. Dahil sila ngayon ay mapapa-eco again. Pero blurred timing takes on. Yep, Kakarot inagaw lang niya. Now you'll be able to pull up again ang kasama ang kanyang paint shells. Pero pinaunanan din siya. Pero si Z, will it actually break on? And yep, he's doing it. Ang ganda nung ginagawa nila. Alam mo, super basic lang. Play for picks. That's just it.
Si Z, akala mo, picture lang yung nakapost. Hindi gumagalaw eh. Yung mukha niya, diretso lang talaga. Sobrang focus lang. Mamaya silipin natin. Tignan mo, makikita mo, Riri. Akala mo picture yung video niya eh. Pero pumipikit.
Oo, yun lang talaga. Hindi gumagalaw. Wala naka-freeze lang talaga yan.
Ayan. Oh, diba? Picture lang. Buti na lang, gumagalaw yung mata niya. Kung hindi, kakabahan na ako. Si Kevs nakakuha na naman ng isa pang kill. And Pith, he's left alone. And of course, that, it's not a good spot. Kitang-kita yung braso mo.
Medyo mahirap yun. Nakita, nagpakita. And bumabawi ang NAOS. Sabi sa inyo, they just need their time. And play it really slow in a way na minsan nag-aasin tong bleed. And so, tama ka, Taylor. Kanina, ganito din ginagawa ng bleed kaya sila natalo. Nag-aasin. Which is not gonna be perfect kung tutusin. And ngayon, NAOS, they were just able to identify those mistakes by bleed once again. And nakakahabol na nga sila. Isa na lang! Let's go!
Let's go! Malapit na magpantay. Hindi tumama. Naku po! There yun. On the other hand, this is now the showstopper being used rather by Blurred. He's not gonna be able to spot anyone though dahil may mga delay na nilabas din yung kanilang race for the side of Bleed Esports. On the other hand, now with a 4v4 situation, very low on nature, not really very low, but halfway there is Darmion. Meron din silang rest dito na ginamit. So that is now making a 5v4 situation. Ayan na yung heal. So kumpleto na lahat para sa players ng Bleed Esports. This is a very much doable retake. They just have to play it out perfectly if they want to win this. Immediately, that boom bot was destroyed. This is now the blind coming in from the Omen. Fifth was able to take one, pero si Z, hindi nila mahuli-huli dito. Malikot si Kuya mo Z. Delicious on the other hand was dead already. And this is now up to Z na nag-rendezvous all the way to A main. He thinks that he's trying, but it's not gonna happen. It's a good retake coming in from Bleed Esports. Walang napatay sa kanila kahit isa. Maliban sa kanina, na-rest lang.
Nag-ano lang talaga sila dito eh. Alam nila na mayroong lockdown and alam mo naman pagdating sa A-site, pag lockdown talaga to sobrang hirap to actually go for those post-plant delays and to the side ng NAOS. But still, it's a 5-3. Kaya na lang bumawi talaga dito. Nangyari to kanina sa Haven. And I think ang kailangan gawin ng NAOS is just stick kung paano nga ba sila nanalo sa 3 rounds na meron sila against Bleed. But here it goes. And once again, Blurred will be aggressive together with Kakarot. Tara, sige, pasok na kagad tayo sa A. Let's do it once again. Let's not move a lot of mistakes. Nakapag-take over kagad sila sa isang iglap. And once again, tries to use on what they have. And speaking of, walang available pagdating sa Bleed sa kanilang
Ultimate.
So, this is pretty big. Mas madali to kaysa mag-push through sila sa B-set kung saan nalalagyan kagad ng maraming setups dito ni Pith.
Nahanap nila kung nasan yung Killjoy na yan. Laging nasa A side. A good swing coming in from Pith. Was able to take out Kevs. Papasok na rin yung ibang players dito. Magaling actually ang BD Esports when it comes to 5-man retakes. Pero ready to take on the action is Jalicious. He was able to spot 2 players. Blurred was able to get 1 as well. With a 3v2 situation, ipit na dito si Blurred on the corner. They were able to take on Z as well. Jalicious is up to him. He uses the ultimate. He can cancel this out or just use this. Oh my god, nagsispray na lang siya dito. Sunusubukan niya. Aabot pa ba yung pagde-defuse? It's not gonna happen yet again. Paulit-ulit. For now, Esports, they keep doing this against Bleed.
Oh, and that's
Hindi na sila natuto.
Hindi na talaga sila natuto dahil when it's Jalicious, it's always getting that Vera Esports clutch moment of the game. Pangalawang beses na naman na nangyari na to. Magkaiba nga lang ang mapa, pero na-delay lang kagad. Pinikan, na-fake.
Nakita mo yung fake na yon? Ang bilis pumindot nito ni Jalicious. Pag Pinoy talaga, turbo.
Oo, turbo kids yan. Iba talaga. Kaya binalik dito Oo. Kaya binalik dito yan si Jalicious Oy, balik ka na dito. Pero palagyan talaga ng sub ng comms ng NAOS. Masasaya talaga. May sinabi na naman si Jalicious dun Sabi niya, very good. Very good daw NAOS. Yan. Sa mga naghahanap ng translation dyan. Nakita na namin to. Pero ngayon, yung mukha naman ni Z, nailawan lang. Pero yung
Parehas pa din no? Hindi nagbabago yung facial reaction niya. Yung si Kevs dito, kumakagat labi. Para mahanap niya yung mga kalaban Habang si Blurred, lalo na yung ace niya kanina, ang ganda na kasi may player cams Nakita mo siyang nag-i-ace, pero wala siyang reaction sa mukha niya. Hindi siya nanggigigil. Alam mo yon kasi pag nanggigil ka, doon na pumapasok yung mga overspray, yung overthinking. Pero kapag nirelax mo lang, tapos magaan yung kamay mo when you stride doon sa strafe, sa mousepad mo, and you stride your mouse on your mousepad, madali lang lahat. Kumbaga, kasi relax na relax ka lang. Entry mula dito sa NAOS as they satchel in the Neon as well, concussing. They use up the wall of the Sage, they use up the wall of the Neon. Lahat na ng wall, binagay nila dito at nilapag nila. Wow!
Kakarot. Kailangan niya maglinis dito. Okay. 2v3. Jalicious na lang kagad natin naranasan ka. Jalicious wala ng oras! And Fifth gets him. 6-4. 6 alto. 6 alto ako na nagsasabi sa inyo. 6 alto. Nakita na natin to Pero yung Bleed, na napigilan nila kagad just because of one. Because of that tainted.
Alam mo,
yung mga miyembro ng NAOS.
Yun nga Merong nag-comment dito, sabi, di nyo ba napapansin daw na si Kakarot yung nag-duel instead kay Z? Actually, Kakarot is a duelist before. So he knows how to play as a duelist. Basically, magaling siya when it comes to those times na yung gamit niya, initiator. Ganun din naman on a duel. He's also pretty good at it. So it's not even a surprise anymore that you would see this switch up. Especially kung ano yung mga comfort picks nila dito on a specific map like Split. And if they wanna try out on the Neon, maybe Kakarot has a better Neon.
And I think mas nagulat nga kami nung nagfe-flex role si Kakarot diba? Since kung nagpa-nanonood kayo na VCT since last year, alam niyo talaga kung anong role ni Kakarot. But still, let's go back here. NAOS, they still try to go with those half buys. Baka may maging something. Katulad lang din na nangyari kanina against a Bleed. But they really need to take care of it. Pero Kakarot together with Kevs, meron silang ultimate na ready dito. At kapag kayo na kuryente kayo ni Neon, alam mo na, it's over already till it's over. Pero hinarangan lang kagad sila as they want to go for a mid-take. Pero si Z making noise also dito. Hindi talaga kumukurap. Nakatingin na nakapokus.
Dilat na dilat lang,
Dilat na dilat pero naharangan ng smoke. Medyo egos, pero si Blurred
30
mag-iingay din
seconds
kagad
left.
dito sa may magkakaskas ba siya ng yellow? Hindi, naghihintay lang siya kung merong magpa-force coming in from vents. But then, here it is once again. Sinabayan ng paranoia, pero buto na lang may neon wall and they only have 18 seconds left. Nasabayan din kagad ng slow orb, pero buto na lang may napatay si Blurred. Pero nga lang, it won't work na naman dahil yung delay sa oras. Pero nga lang, looks like the long angles Z has able to manifest into...
Plant the spike!
Plant ka na! Plant ka na!
No, naiwan yung spike. There's not gonna be a chance to plant this any longer. Naiwan nila yung spike doon. The thing is, masyado silang na-busy into trying to take control of the site that they left the spike already. But mistakes like that can be punishable, and exactly what made Bleed actually won the round. Hindi na nga nila kailangan lumabas eh.
Spike down.
Complicated tayo.
Ito, tingnan mo, ang tagal nang naiwan yung spike. Nandun lang siya kanina pa. Nagkakaroon na ng engagement lahat, pero wala pa rin pumupulot ng spike. 5 seconds na lang natitira. Or even like 7 seconds.
Complicated. Oh! Walang bawas doon.
Wow, immune! May booster shot tong mga tropa natin times 5.
Wala daw ka problema kahit daw i-push pa agad. Okay, si Derion naiwasan pa. Bakit di pa tumama yung uubot doon? Pero okay lang dahil 3 drops lang ang nangyari. Tapos may rest pa. Easy. At okay. Sige. Okay lang yan. Di namin napapansin yun na Bleed. Sige, may lamang kayo eh. Kaya di namin papansin ni Taylor yung mga ganun na bagay. Pero oh no! Timing si Z doon. Sayang. Nakuha ka agad ni Darius. Dalawa kasi magsiswing sa kanya sana. Hindi na siya nakatakas. And once again, they're gonna be trying to push here sa B. Lahat sila na... Oh, lahat sila nasa A. Okay lang yan. Bigay niya sa amin yung Bleed. Pabor sa amin yan. And Kakarot goes for the default once again. Hindi sila usually nagpa-plant for Raymond dahil gusto nila ng total map control, and you can see already into what they have. Pero at the same time, nakaabangan nagkakalit ng dalawang miyembro ng NAOS dito sa mga beat as they try already to call in for that. But then, medyo gipit dito dahil i-agree na nga sila kagad. Leon tries to go for a go with that. Pero nga lang, Jelicious still just gonna be spraying around them. Good call para kay Jelicious doon. Pero ito yung next ating kalaban. And that's gonna be yung lockdown. 2 HP na lang dito si Darion. Pero nga lang, he still kills it. At si Kakarot na lang kagad ang natitira. Paano niya makukuha to? Dahil i-defuse lang ni Pito. At meron pang lockdown. Hindi na nga nila makukuha to. And it's gonna be the 8-4 score dito sa split. Good half. Good half. Good half.
Switching sides.
Good half. Di mahirap kuhanin yung mga maging 8-6 kumbaga, no? But it's very essential for the team to actually get the first round pagdating sa second half natin, yung pistol round natin para makabawi sila agad-agad. Because of that lockdown, yung ibang players dito ng NAOS mahirapan talaga makapasok, especially Kakarot, and they just stick the defuse. Literally, you won't have enough time. Kahit pagbalik-balik na rin naman yung mundo, hindi makakaabot si Kakarot doon sa defuse na yon para patayin siya. And just like that, you know, Bleed right now, they are on the 4-round advantage against NAOS Esports. On the other hand, when you change up, kung maganda performance dito ng isang chamber, especially in a map like Split, you can really mess up the minds of the players of the opposing team or the other team. Yung mga rendezvous, yung mga TP out niyang nilalaro dito, maaari niyang gamitin. Ito yung kagandahan, instead of using a Killjoy, yes, you may have the traps nano swarm from the Killjoy, but once a Z, or rather, once a chamber gets a kill, there goes the slow. Paano ka pa makakapag-entry yung ibang players, yung ibang teammates?
I think all NAOS can do right now is to really utilize on that double sentinel. Kung gaano nga ba nila isa-stop tong si Darion together with Lexi. But I think the key problem talaga nila dito is not going to be Darion or Lexi with those big kills eh. It's going to see Pit himself, especially pagdating sa mga lockdown. Parang every round may lockdown na available si Pit, and every time that he unleashes that, I think 3 rounds na lamang ng Bleed ngayon ay dahil lang sa mga retake nila na napuput off on a guard, put off yung mga guards ng NAOS. But then, let's see how will they reset and come back from this dahil ayaw mong manalong Bleed at all pagdating sa pistol round. And that's what they need to actually get into. Kasi kanina ganito din naman sila humabol eh. Pagdating sa tie nila, coming in from the first half. So even if makita din natin, maraming secrets ang NAOS pagdating sa split, pero yung bleed ngayon, the experience itself din kasi, ay nanggagaling sa kanila na mas nagkakaroon sila ng malaking kalamangan.
Experience is showing pagdating nga dito sa players. Aside from that, like I mentioned a while ago, having Maxi, Pith, both teams are both players from Sweden and itong si Pith, played for G2 Esports before. I'm sure there are lots of inputs coming in from these players. Ang problema nga lang, gagana ba in a way dito sa Asia Pacific? Dahil sa region natin, iba yung playstyle natin compared to EU, compared to NA, compared to Korea, Japan. So, iba-iba yung playstyle niyan. Hindi lahat gumagana.
Medyo ngayon nga nakita nga tayo pagdating doon, pero buti na lang there's just some crossfires happening, pero nga lang low on HP ngayon si Bird and he won't be able to get the heal anymore. Kay Kakarot together with Z na lang tayo ngayon kumakapit, pero si Maxi may kita nga din kagad kung nasan si Bird. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa isang iglap galing sa NAOS. At ano kaya ang mangyayari pagdating sa kanila? It won't work anyway, pero I think Z is getting the tops. Ito nga lang kanila abangan, that's going to be Lexi himself at low on HP na rin. And Maxi goes with that, and Bleed wins this pistol round, and medyo complicated to sa side ng NAOS.
Ang bilis ng natin, ng mga round natin na nakikita dito. Ang matindi rin para sa dalawang players, like I said, they should be adjusting. Pith and Maxi, they would be adjusting in the Asia Pacific region with the fast-paced gameplay that we are showing. Mostly kasi yung mga EU-NA teams or EU teams natin is very slow players. They really play out the entirety of the rounds or the amount of time. But with this, we're not seeing that. Nakikisabayan din sila dito sa tatlong teammates nila from Singapore.
Here. NAOS. Ito talaga sila as of now. Pero syempre, ito talaga sila parate. Usually, yung second map, nagiging weakness sila, but Kakarot! What was that? He still got it. Tries to go for a second, pero nga lang, I think Delicious tries to be so aggressive dito sa may B-main. Unfortunately, may handle na kagad doon pagdating sa pag-pick off sa kanya, at Kevs na lang together with Z ang natitira. Medyo mahirapan talaga NAOS dito dahil pagdating sa barrel, advantage pa rin talaga ng Bleed kasi they won yung pistol round. And they don't have anything to worry about. So, next possible talaga pagdating sa NAOS dito is to get into a 5-10. Syempre, pero all the timing pagdating sa knife out kay Z. And we only have Kevs na natitira going up against 4. Medyo complicated dan. Plus, may sheriff lang siya na dala-dala dito.
Kevs? Oh, nadink si Kuya mo, Kevs. May heal siyang pwedeng gamitin dito. He can still peek out with the sheriff as long as he gets the headshot. There you go. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa kahit papaano. And still, that would take a toll on the economy for Bleed Esports. But the score now is 10-4. Lumalaki na ang lamang ng Bleed. At konti-konti napapag-iwanan ng NAOS dito. So they have to really figure out how they can punish the players here. Nakakapag-flank out naman sila eh. Like they are having this kinds of position na kumbaga pagdating sa mga flank and also just making a sandwich pagdating dun sa mga team members ng Bleed Esports. Ang problema nila dito si Pith, trabaho kung trabaho, guys.
Why? Gabi talaga ito eh. Akala ko ma-welcome to SCA, ma-welcome to the Philippines. Pero na-welcome muna. Sabi, welcome. Dito, sabi ni Kakarot, susunod natin kagad paglalaro natin. Pero nga na si Maxi still gets him. At ngayon, alam na nga rin na kagad kung sino-sino ang mapipick off nila. At si Pith na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero si Kakarot, expected na din to at medyo complicated to dahil wala sa kanya yung bomb battle. Kailangan pa na maglakbay aral papunta sa may B-main. Pero nga lang, hahantayin na din kagad siya sa mga taga NAOS and it will take so much time for him to actually just go into a site. Pero wala nagbabantay sa spike, so makuha niya to most likely. Ay, hindi. Medyo nag-ino-overtake.
Natatakot siya, natatakot. Ano ba yan? Peace. Yan. Yung taga-buhat ng Bleed. Naghahanap pa ng pwedeng mapatay pero hindi sisilip dito at all ang NAOS. The discipline that NAOS Esports has, despite having young guns as a player, yung mga players nila dito, mga atabs pa, kumbaga. But they
30
have
seconds
that
left.
discipline as a team na alam nila kapag hindi nila kailangan labanan, bakit mo lalabanan? Yun yung kinagandahan dito with NAOS. 1 HP remaining and of course, hindi ka mabubuhay sa mata ni Jelicious.
Sumisigaw na nga yan kanina eh. Ng kung ano-ano eh.
Alam mo kung bakit lumaki yung gap sa score? Sinigawan kasi ni kanina eh. Ni Jelicious eh. Naintindihan. May nagtatagalog pala sa kabila.
Oo nga eh. Sino kasi nag-translate?
Sino ba kasi nag-translate?
Taylor.
Caught in 4K eh.
Ato na naman tayo. Baka daw caster's curse daw ulit to. O, sabihin na namin. Nagkakas lang kami dito.
Kasalanan na naman namin. Nagtatrabaho na nga lang din kami dito.
Siyempre, all in tayo sa page teams. Pero kinakas lang sila. Alam nyo, meron talaga dyan. Dahil si Vil yung naglalaro kay Blurred ngayon. Eh, di naman na nag-raise si Vil eh.
Oo nga. Jet yung ginagamit ni Vil eh. Feeling ko, Vil, tumabi ka na. Tigil mo na yan. Palaruin mo na si Blurred. Step in na.
At ito, meron pa dito. Oh, guys, chill lang kayo. Pag natatalo no, ang sasaya eh. Pero pag natatalo,
Pag panalo, ang saya-saya nyo. Parang go NAOS, #1 fan. Tapos, ngayong 10-5, sasabihin nyo, bakit kasi nag-neon pa? Diyos ko Lord naman, guys.
Mga analyst natin, palitan nyo na si Backstab.
Oo, feeling ko palitan nyo na si Coach Backstab eh. 3 kalaban ng NAOS dito. Yung bleed, yung comment section, pati na rin yung mga analyst dyan, yung lahat na.
Medyo, guys, kaya naman pala natatalo yung NAOS kasi nagko-comment kayo ng negativity.
Isang bash, isang round mapupunta sa kabilang bleed.
Kaya pala lamang ng 5 eh. Kasi
Kaya
nakita ko
tigil-tigilan nyo na yan.
Oo.
Oo, 5 bashers kasi yung nag-comment. Supportahan natin tong PH team natin, guys. Win or lose, kumbaga ko sasabihin natin. Filipino teams yan, kaya supportahan natin yan dito sa Filipino broadcast. Kaya kung nagtataka kayo kung bakit cheer kami ng cheer dito. Okay, mag-alala. May English broadcast, by the way, if you guys wanna tune in sa English broadcast natin. Nasa Valorant Esports 3 yan. Pero lumabas na nga mga players dito. Si Z, tamang rendezvous lang. Habang nakapitas siya ng isa. This is now the Paintials coming in. Wala naman tao dyan. Sir, Jelicious setting it up. Naka-bulldog lang si Kuya mo Jelicious dito. Pero nangangagat yung bulldog na yan. Sir, 1 by 1. Punishing the players of Bleed Esports. Napa-TP out na lang dito. My God, huling-huli. Omen din ako, sir.
Jomer main na Jomar deep, pero di pa natin pwede sabihin yan dahil bumabawin na si Yo! Grabe.
Ano daw? Ano sabi mo?
Bumabawi. Na Jomar deep, na Jomar deep.
Na Jomar deep.
Jomar deep eh. Ni Jelicious na napitan eh. Nagulat siya oh.
Akala ko, random words lang yung mga sinabi mo rin. Muntik ko nang maintindihan eh. Narinig ko lang kasi, jump.
Para maintindihan ng Bleed, tinatranslate ko lang. Kaya hindi na naintindihan si Jelicious
Ikaw pala yung nagtatranslate, kasalanan mo pala eh. Hoy, mabilis ang push mula sa Bleed pero naka-atras yung players dito ng NAOS at least. But Darion was able to take 2 before he goes down in the hands of Z. Napakabilis nyo namang maglaro. Pagod na ako, painom naman.
Ngayon, ano ang next step sa... Oh! Okay, isa na lang. Oh, kahit naka one tap. Si Darion dyan. Still NAOS gets this. Eto na eh. Ito na eh. 5-10. Ano talaga to eh. 8-4 curse pagdating sa defending side. At mukhang naniniwala talaga ang mga tao na talagang kaya ng NAOS bumawig. Dahil kami naniniwala, syempre 101%. At nakikita na nga natin to. Pero next round pa rin is gonna be a full buy from Bleed. So they need to take care of it. Pero si Z talaga
grabe si
walang
Z, no?
kaba.
Hindi niya nakikita yung mga players. Game sense lang puhunan niya dito eh. Yung pakiramdam lang niya. Alam mo, sa sobrang focus niya, sa sobrang nakatitig lang siya sa screen, nakikita niya na inside the smoke.
Oh, kita niyo, wag yung galitin si Georgie. Nanonood yan dito, supportive yan sa NAOS. GG's nga pala sa APAC, pero si Derion. Pero kamunti ka na nga din may mabawas, pero sayang doon para sa side ni Jelicious. Medyo naipit na nga siya kagad before he will finally move out of it. But then we still have Z. Was pretty chill in there. Nalabasan ka kagad siya dito. Ay, masakit. Sakit! Pero Blurred! Together with Kakarot! Nandito na kagad sila sa may B-side at mukhang hindi magiging continuous ang manifest ng bleed pagdating sa may side mismo. And Pete on the other side, nako, care for the flank. Oh no, at ito nga si Kevs! Okay, alam na nga nila. Kakarot goes for your swing. Okay lang, walang ka problema. And mag-move na nga sila sa A-site.
Mag-TP out, natakot. Alam nila may naiwan pa on A. They're probably gonna swarm in on the site while it's still one player remaining. Ang problema dito, Maxi is already taking position and they have no idea at all kung nasan nga ba. Ang maganda naman kay Kakarot, naka-neon si kuya mo. Ultimo, hindi pa pumipitik yung spike. Eh, nandun na siya sa site. Ang bilis lang. There comes the wall trying to figure out where the other remaining players is. Kakalahati na to, Ray. Half is there. He's gonna try to punish. He's gonna try to get the kill. There is that. May pinapatuhan ng satchel. Diyos ko naman, sir. There is the Team Ace coming in from Bleed Esports. Well handled, I would say. And ang ganda ng pagkakabato ni Lexi doon. Parang sanay na sanay magano. Biko.
Napikuan dito si ano.
Nagbabato ng pamato.
Oo, pamato. At ngayon, NAOS naman, magta-timeout sila. Sabi, okay guys, medyo complicated to. Kailangan natin ayusin tong ginagawa natin. At dahil nga kalaban natin ang mga analyst natin dito sa comment section. Tignan, may nambash na naman. Kaya 11-7.
Di meron na namang nakuha yung bleed na round. Dahil sa mga yan eh. Sa mga basher yan eh. Isipin mo, Filipino team laban sa ibang mga, inaaway nyo pa. Dapat supportahan lang natin yan, guys. Ay, sabi nga niya, pinagtanggol na yung sarili niya, men eh. Sabi niya, hoy, hindi ako silver, gold ako. Layo naman,
Layo naman!
Sipin mo, yung mga teams dito, nagpapa-try out sila. Immortal up dapat yung requirement. Oo. Tsaka, hindi valid ang opinion kapag peke ang account, guys.
Wag na ganyan ha. Pag anime yung profile picture, walang video.
Oh, si Dubstep, walang makikinig kay Dubstep kasi anime profile picture niya. Paano yun, Ray Ray?
Ay, sorry Dubstep. Paano tayo? Sorry akin. At, siyempre, kaya natin si Dubstep. Legit yan, legit. May checkmark na sa profile picture. Eto na nga. Blurred. Okay, sabi na tama na to. Hindi na may kitag-joke time sa mid. Kailangan nila mapanalo to kasi kung 8-11, mag-save sila next round. So, na-risk pa rin nila yung buy ngayon talaga. Kailangan nila to. Pero, dami yung utilities tinapon lang sa side ng NAOS. Ayaw talaga nilang hayaan magka-momentum si Darion dito. Init naman ang jet ng bleed. Pero, syempre, walang tatalo sa NAOS. Good play pa rin para sa kanila. But the setup is coming in. And looking at it, si Z! Naka 2 defaults. Okay, audition lang. Pitas ng isa. Next naman. Next audition eh. Oh, tingnan mo yung reaction si Zio. Too easy daw.
Picture lang yan. Pipikit lang yan. Saglit. Biblink lang yan. Hindi nga pumipikit man eh. Wala kang look up to si Z.
Nagsalita siya ng info.
Nagsalita siya dito. Sinabi niya lang kung nasaan. Pero ito nga yung sinasabi ko, Ray. Once you have a chamber pick, in a map like split, mahirapan ka pumasok because of the slow. They're delaying it very much so. Kakarot, alam niya na yung position dito ng isang player. Dash out, labanan mo, Kakarot. He gets the kill with an 11-8 scoreline. Pumapalag pa rin ang NAOS.
Ay, gising pa! Ano lang yan? Galaw-galaw lang NAOS at kayang-kaya yan. Pero si Zio, okay, sige, 1. Sino next? Mag-audition sa akin? Okay, sige. Sige, take down yung 2 defaults niya. Sige lang, walang problema. Manalo ang NAOS. Sabi na tayo susulat to 13-11 eh. Kung mag-audit to 14 NAOS. Okay lang umoti. Basta 2-0. Yun. Ito na. Na naman ang mga tropa natin sa Bleed dahil alam nilang wala nang wait, we have Z with that operator pero he won't position himself kagad dito sa A. But unfortunately, nagsiset up sila kagad, mabilisan.
Grabe naman. Isiyan mo lang, Lexi.
Sino ba yan?
Sinong nagkatamaan? Rosa ult, my God! Bleed. Lexi, ano na? Sayang 8 orbs mo, pre.
Yung 9 HP. Okay, pero wala pa. May heal lang din naman kasi kagad dito yung
May heal siya pero wala na siyang armor. At the same time, hindi niya naman pang malayo yung judge niya, hindi naman niya makakapitalize yan ganun yung laro ngayon ng NAOS, di ba? Pang malayuan. So, there's no satchel in place that you're gonna see. Ginamit niya na yung satchel niya pagdating dun sa showstopper. So, he has to plan out paano niya gagawin to. Paano ka i-entry? Classic!
30 seconds left.
Ganun entry. Oy! Pag-connect yung knife pero okay lang. Let's see what's gonna be next. Ay, naku po na. No! Ayan! Delay them, Kevs! Hello! Pero, 3v3 is what you have it, Kevs gets 2! Mag-ingat lang. Goes for a rest. Very disciplined way talaga. Si Kakarot naman at the same time, he tries to push. Pero nga lang, isa na lang kagad natitira. And Kev still gets it! Woo! NAOS! Galawin niya talaga to. Dalawa na lang.
Isa pa! Men,
Okay.
tuloy-tuloy niyo na to para mag 2-0 na. Ang ganda ng spray no? Sa Battle Pass lang nakuha yun pero parang logo ng NAOS.
Ang cute nga Ito, dito mo naman. Kevs, he got the 2. At importante yan, and you take out Maxi. Kasi pag hindi, you know that NAOS gonna lose that And finally si Kakarot, kahit namatay siya doon, he already got the information. And that's pretty big. And ngayon, NAOS, just really take the time. Step by step. And mukhang bumabawi na din si Blurred ngayon. So, nakikita natin lahat sila nagpa-pop off na pagdating sa
Kasi
camp.
umalis na si Vil Pinalaro niya na si Blurred talaga. Tumayo na si Kuya mo Vil. Sabi niya, okay na akong i-testing tong race. Partida lang naman Okay na yan.
Okay lang yan, sabi. Si Vil, nag-analyst na lang. Oh, nag-shine! Wow!
One shot, one kill. NAOS Z was able to take that. Bumulag pa yung Omen. Akala mo naman makakabulag. Binuhay ang patay mga kaibigan. The rest being used already for the side of Bleed. Balik na naman tayo sa 5v5 situation. Malupit dito for Bleed. Ipit sila ngayon sa mid. Kung gusto man nila i-take yung mid control, now's the time. Kaso nga lang, pag sinabi mo yung now's the time, sasabihin mo yung NAOS. Di talo ka talaga.
Kaya nga di ba? Lugi! Pangalan pa lang, lugi na. Kita mo na yung, di ba? Kung ano-ano doon naiisip ni Vil ngayon. Pero nga lang, next sa kota pa talaga nila, it's gonna be Pit himself. Dahil siya talaga nag-a-anchor ng...
Delicious.
Pagdating sa pagiging aggressive. Pero, pag-alaman yung pa si Delicious, bakit? Pero okay lang. Take your time for the retake. No rest, no ultimate at all. Pero nga lang, Blurred, may kita na kagad. Dalawa na lang natitira dito. Kevs together with Z. May heal pang kasama dito. But then, Z is doing it once again. Nakala mo talaga logo. Pero nga lang, Kevs goes with a slow. Pero aware ba siya na meron pang isa Pero still, he needs to eradicate them first before he can finally get this. And Lukang, si Lexi, alam na rin nila kagad. Wag lang magpa-swing. And now, Lexi gets a 3. And Bleed is on a match point. Pero now, was medyo nasayangan lang talaga sila sa round na yon. Something you just don't expect na si Pete magiging aggressive ng ganyan. Pero 3 na lang before it can be an overtime. Tignan natin anong pwede bang gawa pa ngayon ng NAOS dahil sayang nung round na to. Hindi nila in-expect yung biglang push kagad nila pagdating sa A-site.
Ayun nga Aside from that, ito yung mga angle na nakuha dito. Hindi na nila napansin masyado si Lexi right on that corner. Mukhang gusto ata talaga akong pagcastin dito ng NAOS ng 3 games sa lahat ng series na kinasko. That's a total of 9 games mga kaibigan. Laban lang. Basta kayo naglalaro, ikakasko. Ito na si Pith. Killjoy lockdown ang puhunan at talagang mag-aantay lang dito si Kevs tsaka si Delicious. Abangan nila talagang pumasok yan until nasa final moment na kumbaga. na makukuha. Si Kakarot naman, nakapitas yun, men!
Oh no!
Hey,
Naiwan.
nabura sa mapa. TP ka pa, ha?
Akala mo bibilis niyan, mga Pinoy yan eh. O, kita mo, alam na din kagad ni Blurred. Medyo siyang satchel in, satchel out. Satchel in, satchel out. Pero
Kala daw ng viewers, picture daw talaga si Z. Guys, totoo yan. Hindi lang talaga siya pumipikit.
Oo. Nakita niya naman, di ba? Konting comms lang kailangan niyan. Okay?
Napitas si Kakarot. Ito na si Z. Ayan na yung sinasabi natin na hindi pumipikit. There yon. He's planting the spike already. 4v3 situation.
Ultimate available sa NAOS. Kailangan nila maging heavy reliable pagdating sa kanilang mga utilities. Si Delicious will be able to block off as to where Lexi is. And he can just try to play it in a disciplined way. And speaking of, walang bala! And NAOS still buhay! Overtime! Sabi ni.
Isa pa! Isa pa guys, isa pa. Buhay pa ang NAOS dito. 2 rounds. Hindi na malayo yan 2 rounds na lang ang kita dito. Pati si Georgie nakikitrash talk na din.
Ginigigil niya si Jorge. Ayan na. At
ganda ng play dito. Asan na yung nagsabi na bakit kasi nag-duel si Kakarot? Asan na nga ulit yun? Ang pangalan nun?
Sino
ba Joseph ata yun
Si Joseph. Basta mga letter J na naman. Ayan na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo.
Kaya
Ayan.
si Justin Villaseran, iwas-iwasan niyo yan.
Kaya si Joseph McKnight. Ganda ng pangalan.
Si Joseph McKnight. Kakaibang pangalan yan. Parang hindi totoo.
Oo nga eh. Alam ka bang McKnight apelido sa Pilipinas? Wala! Dahil may kilala akong pangalan, Z! Nakuha na naman.
Z, pero wala siyang apelido. Kapatid ni Glock 9 yan, sir. Kevs, na-punish. Pupulot ka pa ng baril. Masyadong kumukuti-kuti tap yung mata mo. Nakakita ka lang ng isang vandal. Diyos ko, Lord.
Dalawa na lang. Blurred.
Amba!
Diba? Oy! Tinuhog! Ay!
Okay lang.
Low on HP. Yun! Friendly level!
Isa na lang. Dito na namin hinihiling lahat ng powers ni Ray Rakers. Ilapag nyo na. Dito na yon, guys.
Inaalayan ko na to. Nagdo-drawing na ako na circle eh. Bubuksan ko na yung time. Dahil ako ay ni Doctor Strange. Jets grounded. Ito na eh. Bubuksan ko na yung power. Hindi ako magaling sa turns. Pero mas magaling ang NAOS ngayon. Bumabawi.
Nice
ano gagawin nyo? Bleed. Baka naman, bigay nyo na. Para overtime
buy round to. Buy round nila to. Kasi nag-eco sila eh. So, they would force it now. Wala na silang, may pera sila eh. So, bili na lang to. Ito na yung final round natin. Either it's gonna be an overtime or it's gonna go in the hands of Bleed Esports. Depende na lang yan sa kung paano nila lalaroin yan. Napakadaming ecoms. Lumabas si Maxi, tsaka si Iene dito. Nakangiti. Tumatalon-talon na lang. Happy-go-lucky. But another smoke is set upon on mid. Mid control lang nais dito ng Bleed Esports. Napakadelikado ng posisyon once they go up against Delicious kung hindi sila magiging careful dito. This is 3 players for the side of Bleed Esports. Nakita yung pahabat ni Lexi. Was able to take the kill instead. Nachambahan niya dito si Delicious. Nahuli niya with the showstopper. Maghahanap na naman siya dito ng kalaban. Wala na naman siyang makikita dahil si Z nagtatago lang dito. Tour de force in action. Napakadami players yan. He gets the second shot in. May tao sa elbow but that is already 2-man down. 2v3. Pwede pa to makuha ng NAOS Esports. They can still extend this to an overtime. If Blurred, he was going down in the hands of Lene. And Kevs was also gunned down. And just like that, Bleed Esports takes this game number 2. We are heading to game number 3.
Okay lang yan. Sabi ko sa inyo, mapagpikay ang mga katulad ng Pinoy.
Mapickers to?
Mapickers totoo yan. Kaya babalik na tayo ng ascent. Pero, ito lang yan eh. I think yung experience nga ng Bleed ay mas lamang pagdating sa split dito sa NAOS. And NAOS, they never even tried to go with a split map pagdating sa mga plays nila all throughout the VCT PH. So dito sa international scene, pwede na to as a startup here in Split itself. 13-11? Such a close matchup, especially what NAOS have against Bleed na good to say, na sobrang experience din. Mas experience kesa sa NAOS pagdating sa mapang to. Pero next mapa ng Pinoy naman. So, there's not much of a problem.
23 kills looking at stats right now para kay Kakarot. On the other hand, si Piss hindi naman nalalayo with 24 kills in his pocket, 2.0 KDA, and a 275 combat score for the team. Ang laking impact ng dinala nila dito. Ang laking impact ng binuhat or dinala ng isang Pith towards this game number 2. And we are now heading to game number 3 kung saan naman Ascent yung magiging mapa natin. Magkakaroon ng clean slate itong dalawang teams pero do or die yung mangyayari. I also just wanna say that the Raze ults coming in from Bleed Esports is not connecting at all. You've seen it multiple times. Makikita mo kapag ni-scroll mo yung chat natin, puro Rosa ult yung mababasa mo because it happened so many times for the side of Bleed Esports. So, they wasted a lot of utility. They also wasted that showstopper, but still, despite that, nakukuha pa rin naman nila when it comes to engagements as well.
I think, kita mo yung stats, it's gonna be favoring NAOS, pero na-outsmart lang talaga sila ng Bleed all throughout. And especially, if si Keith yung natitirang miyembro ng Bleed, sobrang complicated talaga eh. You pick off other members ng
yun yung ulto.
Diba?
Hindi tumama. Alam mo talaga mga Pinoy, ang gagaling umiwas sa mga ganyan eh.
Oo,
yung
syempre.
mga mabibilis eh. Kumbaga, itong mga players ng NAOS, araw-araw sa rekto daan na ito.
Sanay na, pero syempre, balik na nga tayo dito. Si Pith nga, he's been doing all of it para sa team niya. And every time na siya natitira, the post plant is working and how he actually had a good performance sa first half. Alam mo na biglang nag-back on track siya. He's already popping off sa first map and dito niya talaga tayo pinakitaan ng mas meron ng kung ano siya with that killjoy. But then, we're gonna be going to Ascent and let's see if there's gonna be a miracle happening ngayon dahil knowing NAOS, especially in Ascent, it's one of their best maps talaga when you take a look at it. Pero titignan pa natin kung anong on the other side, Bleed, paano ba magmamanifest naman ngayon ang momentum sa kanila? But medyo nakakapagod na 13-11 matchup, so, especially in Split. Ang daming nangyari, lahat ng mga players palong-palo. Pero syempre, now was the time talaga to actually make this into a 2-1. Hindi naman talaga 2-0 ng NAOS. So dahil nga, gaya sinabi natin, it's still complicated talaga pagdating sa second map.
That's true. Ano, kidding aside, no, Bleed Esports is a very formidable team. They have this good foundation as a team as well. And with regards to that, they've shown it completely on map number 2 in a map like Split. Not too far off though, ang NAOS Esports, and it was still very close. A close match indeed for these two teams that we have right here. Pero map 3 na nga ang susunod natin. It's gonna be Ascent. Kaya Ascent yung makikita natin sa susunod na rounds at sa susunod na match-up. This is still VCT Asia Pacific, our third series for today. But right now, we're just gonna go in a short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, you're gonna know what's up kung sino nga ba mananalo. Is it NAOS or is it Bleed?
So to see, you chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your
continuous pa rin ngayon ang mga Game 3 dahil
Parang
dito pa rin.
namatayan, Rere. Continuous pa din.
Medyo malungkot. Pero ito na, continuous pa rin nga mga map tweakers dahil mapupunta nga ulit tayo ngayon sa game between NAOS and Bleed as we're gonna go in to Ascent. So quick summary lang sa mga kakatunin pa lang. Syempre sa first map, nanalo nga ang NAOS. Pangalawang mapa, nanalo ang Bleed at ngayon lilipad ang ating team papuntang Ascent. Ako si Riri, kasama ko pa rin na dito si Taylor at mukhang complete ang checklist ni Taylor ngayong araw.
Kompleto, 9 games. Ang saya-saya, di ba? Kita nyo naman na nagsimula tayo 11:30. So, 9 hours na tayo nagsasalita, mga kapatid. Pero syempre, naos to eh. So, syempre, full force, full effort pa rin para sa ating mga casters dito. At going back to what we were talking about, Ascent nga yung susunod nating mapa. Mapa ng Pinoy as we call it. And I think, pakiramdam ko din, Ray, pagdating sa mapa na to, for the side of NAOS Esports, kailangan na nilang ilabas yung comfort picks nila. Kung ano yung pinakita nila dito sa VCT PH during the previous weeks that we've seen, ito na yung time nila to shine actually.
But then, it is their time to shine. Pero pagdating sa Ascent, it's like what happened sa Haven. Parehas the teams is actually good pagdating sa mga map na Haven together with Ascent. So medyo ticket talaga. And narinig din natin to sa mga panelists natin. Na pagdating sa Ascent, it's gonna be sobrang laking bakbakan. Pero yung split, hindi lang din natin in-expect na ganun kalupit din pagdating sa Bleed. How they outsmart itong NAOS. It's kinda, of course, a first time seeing si Blurred with that raise. So medyo may naging konting complications lang. Pero I think a good reset is gonna go in here sa Ascent mismo. Ano kaya ang bago na ipapakita sa atin ng NAOS pagdating sa agent selection? Are they still gonna pick with that Neon? Or talagang they're gonna be sticking with that double initiator? But at the same time, quite excited naman sa side ng Bleed, because they've been winning this so far, one of their best maps throughout their own scene, and now pagdating din sa international, Ascent has been consistent for them. Pero going up against NAOS also na maraming come up with new strategies here in Ascent, baka magulat din ang Bleed kung ano man merong hawak-hawak ang NAOS against them.
Like you said, no? Sinabi mo na lahat din ng gusto kong sabihin, and at the same time, this is a very much underdog team coming into VCT PH. Heading to Asia Pacific, it's the same. They're also the underdog team kahit nasabihin nating top 2 sila. Because if you take a look on the team itself, it's fairly new. The organization is fairly new. But with a great organization, with the help of a great organization, and good players coming in for the team of NAOS, it all blends well. And you can see how the players play, how very disciplined kung paano maglaro itong mga players ng NAOS Esports. It just so happens that Bleed Esports was just stronger na map like Split, and it wasn't too far off na slump kagaya nung kaninang matches na napanood natin on the second series of the day.
Talagang quite interesting to see how this Ascent goes. So, ito, naalay namin dito na dapat sa map 3 magiging panalo ang NAOS kasi pinapakaba tayo namin nagko-comment eh. Mahilig daw kasi magpakaba ang mga katulad ng NAOS. Kaya kita mo, nasa Japan na naman ako. Kasi bumalik ako sa Japan dahil si Blurred ay nandito. Nag-switch lang kami.
Pipikapin mo lang, no? Mga ganun. At nakita nyo naman, third series pa lang to para sa araw na to, guys. Later on, we still have one last series left. Si Ray at si Vil naman yung magkakast this time around kasi medyo 10 hours na yun maya-maya para sa akin. Sana hindi pa kayo sawa sa boses ko.
Okay lang yan. Total, 3 heroes daw ang meron sa PH broadcast eh. Yung
mga bayani.
Taylor, yung Ray, siya, yung Vil. So, biruin mo, sa ibang bansa, mga 8 sila, mga siyam. Dito nga lang makita. Sa PH broadcast na 3 kami. Kaya sobrang talaga. Lodi cakes, cupcakes, ang mga
Kaya makakita ako ng comment section na hindi ko magustuhan, magagalit na ako kasi pang siyam ko na to eh. Hindi, joke lang guys. Eto na, Bleed Esports heading to agent selection. We have, they're gonna go aggressive.
Oh,
they have the breach.
Reach and Soba. Okay. Well, this side ng NAOS, they're gonna be sticking with... Oh, okay. With the... Okay, Kakarot with that Knife versus sa mga Concast ni Lex. At tandaan natin yung performance ni Lexi with that breach, especially last year, sobrang di natin makakalimutan. Ang dami ng good plays with that breach. He knows how to utilize and make a lot of impact, especially sa Haven, together here in Ascent. Pero dito sa side ng NAOS, they're quite confident ngayon. Dahil si Blurred, may kita ka natin still with that jet of his, and especially Kakarot. Di sila magbiniyan ngayon, Taylor. Pero I think sobrang ganda. Kasi yung lineup nila, almost pang Haven eh. At dito sa Ascent, may kita talaga natin gaano kalaking impact pagdating sa inyong mga initiators.
Sabi ni Alian Likop, si Blurred daw ang weak link. Bot frag lagi after half, mas masama ngayon. Pero kanina nung first game, nung siya yung nagtatop frag, walang nagre-reklamo, men!
Kakaiba talaga ang mga analyst natin. Sorry, coach.
Sorry, coach.
Nag-ace na nga si Blurred eh. Hindi pa rin napansin talaga.
Hindi pa din enough yun. Wala. Yung ace na yun, nakalimutan na yun. Dahil bot frag si Blurred. Guys, the teams that we are playing, the teams that are playing right now, hindi biro pinagdadaanan nitong mga to. For the practice, for the teams, for going up against Bleed Esports, Blurred has good performance. Not even good. He has an amazing performance on game number 1. You can never dispute that. You can never take that away from stats. Nagagalit na ako Sinasabi ko sa inyo.
Si Taylor, sinasabi ko sa inyo eh.
Pang-sham ko na to ngayong araw, kaya nanggigigil na ako Hindi, pero joke lang yun. Ito. Eco tuloy. Ano pa lang to? Pistol round pa lang. Simula na ang bakbakan. Feeling ko first few rounds dito, mga 4 rounds, slow plays ang makikita natin kasi nagbabasahan o kumbaga nagpapakiramdaman pa lang tong mga team members natin
At ngayon, nandito na ulit si Blas. So, nagpalit na sila ni Z yung naka-profile picture lang sa Discord. Sa comms nila.
Picture lang. Di gumagalaw. Pero siya talaga yun. Buhay na buhay. Sadyang focus lang talaga dito. Makikita mo naman for the players of NAOS, actually, when they play it out, kapag yung mga clutch moments, you could see how calm they are. That's what I love about the team. You could definitely see na hindi sila nagpapanik ng matindi. Kumbaga, calm lang tayo, relax lang tayo, at hahanapan natin ng paraan.
Pero ang ganda, hindi sumakto. Makakapag-close kagad ang pintuan dito si Blurred and makakapag-control na kagad siya sa may B-side. Sobrang sakto kagad. Yan talaga ang meron kapag may imports ka galing sa Japan. At ngayon si Blast making a lot of noise lang naman kagad. But let's see, makikita nga lang siya ni Darion. But at the same time, the post plant itself, I think alam na din nila kung nasaan si Ian at si Kev from Shock Dart. Oh no! Nakasurvive pa nga sila. And ako po, kailangan nila swingan to. Gelicious tries to get one. Dalawa na lang kagad na titira. Just gonna be Kakarot himself. Paano ba niya ito ma-handle with that ghost? Medyo naging saktong-sakto nga pagdating sa mga utilities. Pero nga lang, Daryl gets support and Bleed. Makakapag-retake sila dito. Nagagalit na ako sa Bleed. NAOS! Kaya.
Pistol round pa lang naman. Pero alam naman natin na pistol round is one of the most important rounds. Can set the momentum, can set the pacing of the play and the game itself. 4-0. 4 kills ang nakuha dito ni Darion. He almost got an ace but kinuha ni Pith. On the other hand, this is now trying to figure out how Bleed is playing right now. Ano ba ang dapat nilang gawin dito? Obviously, magkakaroon ng lamang ang Bleed Esports. Maybe NAOS can play it out and play for picks with their Sheriff. But that's only a Sheriff and a Ghost. Other players were just sticking to a Classic.
Still, not bad on to the side ngayon ng Bleed. But then NAOS, what's gonna be the next point ngayon? Pero usually talaga they start so slow, lalo na sa mga complicated situations such as this. Pero nga lang nakita mo na kagad how they make those entries. Sobrang pabor pa rin naman pagdating sa NAOS. Pero Delicious, kapag yan, nakahawak kagad yan ng sheriff, alam mo na, nakakatakot yan. Pero nga lang, yun, sige, magpati tayo. Pero di na siya nakapitas at di rin siya nakuha ng NAOS at the same time. Pero aware na nga din kagad ang bleed. Saan ba manggagaling ang mga miyembro ng NAOS kagad?
Mukhang there is that recon that wouldn't detect anybody at all for the side of NAOS and rather for the side of Bleed. Sino ba yung nag-recon? It seems to be... Oh, okay. Gets ko na. NAOS recon, no one was there. They recon back, no one was still there. And looking at it, ito na nga. Ang pag-entry, ano yun? Titi sa wala?
Ano yun? Wala lang. Trip lang daw. Binibigyan nila sa NAOS tong round na to. Okay lang. Masaya to.
Ito. Si Pith, umaamba na rin yung mga players dito. Despite this being actually an eco round for NAOS, malaking bagay na yung makapag-plant ka ng spike kahit papaano. This is now Kevs trying to get the enemy. Shock dart, nagkamali siya ng kaunti. You have to reset para sa kanya. He was still able to get 1 kill before he goes down, at least making that economic damage for Bleed Esports. At it's still a win, half win for NAOS Esports. They were able to take kills and they were able to plant the spike. Pera pa din yun.
At ngayon, may advantage lang talaga pagdating sa barrel yung lead. But then, good para sa NAOS. Imagine taking out 3. That's pretty big already. Pero ito na naman. Gising na naman yung paborito natin na si Joseph McKnight. Nagko-comment na ulit eh. Sorry, coach. Siya talaga ang tunay na coach, hindi si Backstab. Sabi sa inyo. Pero ito na nga. Kakarot na pick off kagad ni Maxi. Nagpa-aggressive lang sila ngayon. And I think NAOS na-put off a guard sila. Pero medyo di lang nila nasaktuhan pagdating sa timing. Ayan. Kita mo, seryoso si Blurred, oh. Di rin gumagalaw eh. Naka-side view kasi kaya nakikita yung paggalaw ng mata, pero pag nakaharap yan, di rin gumagalaw yan, parang katulad ni Z.
Slowly but surely, NAOS Esports, naghahanap sila ng opening dito, pero napakadaming smoke ang kailangan nilang tapatan. They smoked off mid already. And baka mahuli nila si Lenny dito. There you go. Blast was able to take on the shot. Nakapasok na dito, nakadash in na. Yung jet natin, binuksan yung pintuan. At kailangan mag-ingat dito sa city ni Blurred. Sinarado ulit. Nag-close open.
Spike planted.
Kumanta lang ng onte. I think the most important thing here is kailangan hindi nagpaparitik yung NAOS dito. Dahil sobrang sobrang may-utilize talaga ni Lexi yung kanyang mga utilities just to be able to grasp on what they have. Pero at least ngayon si Kevs natuto na hindi na ako ngayon magkakamali. I'll be able to get there yon. Si Delicious pinaglalaroan lang sila. But Lexi once again will be able to take off Blurred. But at least they already know where the info comes from. At Blast takes the last 2 guys. And NAOS! Let's go!
Let's go! Tutuwa na nga at makakabili dito ulit yung Bleedy Sports, no? Just a quick replay on what happened. Blurred, literal, bulag siya dito. He was also detected by the recon actually, but Blast, on that final moments, it was all up to him and he was able to secure that triple kill for the team and secure the round itself for the team as well. May operator na silang binili dito kaya naman kailangan nilang mag-ingat, especially on the push that will come off from this jet. Despite being blinded, he was still able to get a kill on Blurred.
At nakuha pa rin si Blurred pagdating dan. Good paranoia coming from Delicious. Pero nga lang, will actually just hold off si Darion agad from popping off kasi he still gets him. At just some trades pero stock up na naman na pitch ang mga miyembro kagad ng NAOS. Kakarat si Blast na lang kagad na natitira. Ano ang pwede nila maging next way ngayon? Dahil no way na ata. Low on HP. Dapat dapat may ban din dito ng mga baril.
Paano pag binan, bawal mag-vandal? Patay. 3-1, lumalamang na nga ulit ang bleed dito sa ating mga rounds. And this operator proved to be deadly for the team as well. Once you get that aftershock, once you hop out and try to dismiss it away, talagang mapupunta ka sa posisyon na hindi mo kagugustuhan, kumbaga, no? Looking at the defense for Bleed, what they do here, of course, a 2-2 setup, and there is the Jet on high mid right now, si Derion. Pag may sumilip dito, and that is Kakarot slowly peeking off. That was a bit of a rough edge, kumbaga, nahuli siya doon, and I would go for a jump peek instead.
Medyo nagulat dun Ginulat. Kakarot talaga shotdown. Alam mo, pagdating sa Bleed, alam nila usually mga teams, weakness nila si Kakarot. Diba? Pag hinaharap nila against Skeo, and natuto na sila on the first map itself. Pero this time around, they're quite prepared. Dahil nga, dito sa angles ng Ascent, hindi makakapag-flash lang ng flash dito si Kakarot Yung mga Bleed, they can come up with those angles na ma-shutdown siya. And yun yung kailangan masolusyonan ng NAOS before it gets too late. But Blurred still, nakakuha ng info. Ay, no, may concuss. Sakto-sakto. Sinamahan lang ni Jelicious ngayon. But then, he will just gonna be get wallbang ngayon by Maxi. Blurred sumunod. And yan, gets him. Kevs na lang. And last sa isang iglap. 4 pa yung kailangan. Kapanan! Oh, nasingan.
It was you or me.
A good control on Bleed Esports. Not gonna lie, they're doing pretty great when it comes to the defense. Nakikita mo, like, each corners that NAOS Esports try to push in, they're being shot down immediately right by the Jet of the team. Doon pa lang sa mid, they're trying to peek off, and hindi nga lang nila inaasahan, no? Sa hindi inaasahang pagkakataon, nandun yung operator. NAOS is very much aware that the team of Bleed has that operator, but paano mo nga naman malalaman kung saan manggagaling yung op na yan? A while ago, it was advancing on B site, and now it is on top mid. What about for this round? It's probably gonna be A main. Feeling ko lang, Nagnonostra lang ako dito kasi kanina nasubukan na yung B, nasubukan na yung mid. Feeling ko A naman.
Talagang NAOS. I think this is a good way for them already. They've been losing na yung mga consecutive rounds, and it's not working anymore. Especially ngayon, kung kahit naman si Pith dito, mag-anish lang naman si Kevs. Pero kailangan nila dito is that yung hindi yung post-plant usually nila nagiging problema. Yung pagpunta nila ng site mismo, pag nasa kaligitnaan na sila, before they can finally take control, nakakapag-rotate kagad yung Bleed. And that's a big problem na NAOS has to face off with. And if naging successful na sila pagdating doon, I think it's just gonna be favoring them all the way. But they just need not to be afraid of how they're going together with Pith actually plays this. Ito na naman, di na sila magpapahuli ngayon. Maxi still knows how to play this. But then Kevs, chill lang siya. Kita mo naman, di ba? Mabibigay yung A-side, pero kailangan na nila siguro masilip yung isang miyembro. Meron na-detect sa kaliwat kanan. We're just gonna get pick off. Pero Darian pa rin ay nagang discipline pagdating sa kanya. Oh! Buta na sumakto! That's a good way. Pero nga na may pang-deny kagad ang mga miyembro ng Bleed. Pero sila ba yan? Naging kagad ang Hunters. Furious! We take a look at it. And walang magko-connect. But that was just a good trade-offs. And Blurred gets the perfect timing. A 3v3 is what we have. And finally, all of those takeoffs nagiging successful sa side ng NAOS. Pero nga lang may dalawa pang na-remain na members ng NAOS na nasa A main at hindi sila makapasok at all. Okay, nasilip lang. Trade-offs by trade-offs. Maxi talaga together with Lian na lang ang natitira.
4-1 score natin. 2v2. Pantay pa rin ang laban, but not when it comes to HP. As Kakarot, he needs to push. He has the knives that he can use. Kung sakali man gusto niya makapag-check ng corners dito, ang kinagandahan, at least Blurred is already on site. Cleared out at least some of the angles. Yun na nga lang ang problema nila. It is up to now, up to Kakarot. How he can manage this? Dalawa, sandwich si Kakarot dito. Ginawang peanut butter.
Oh no, okay, good way. Pwede siya makapag-plant.
Oh no! Bigas na plant! Oh my god, the decision making from this team. NAOS Esports, you're gonna give me a heart attack. That was, of course, your very esports clutch moment of the game from Kakarot.
Alam mo, bibigyan ako ng high blood nitong NAOS. Kanina pa to eh. Yung puso ko eh. Yung puso ko ay kinakabahan. Pero instead of committing yung plant, tapos maswingan pa rin siya dun eh.
Yun nga
Habang naglalakad,
Ay! 4-2! NAOS Esports! Unti-unti! Let's go! Let's get it back! Para sa ating mga rounds na to, Darion is detected. He has to be forced out into position. And nilabas na rin ang Hunter's Fury. This is from Lene right now. Catching up Kevs. Bird, sakit yun ah.
Oo eh. Chait doon, Kevs. Natalo ka ng Spectre. Pero blurred eh. Wala pa namang pan-sustain ngayon yung katulad ng NAOS, no heal at all. Pero at least nakapag-entry na kagad si... Oh no! Ang lason talaga ni Lexi! Grabe yun! Talino! Na 100% IQ sila ni Lexi doon. I think that's just something na NAOS needs to take care of, but I think the timing also eh. You just have those rounds eh. Na you just don't expect at all na yung mga kalaban mo ganun yung ginagawa, and now suddenly still lead will be able to win this, and may 3-round lead na nga sila against NAOS. Kaya pa yan na NAOS.
Sabi nga nila #laban lang, diba? So Lexi, he was able to punish 2 players here in Garden. Aside from that, itong Bleed Esports talagang tago kung tago. Ayaw nilang magpahuli dito sa NAOS, which is actually, of course, as a Filipino team, as a Filipino supporter, hindi maganda para sa atin. But the play for Bleed right now, it's definitely working out. Tignan natin kung merong mapipitas dito si Darion dahil laging merong tumatalon dyan. Kaso nga lang, it's been too late already. He was detected by the Reek and he has to come back again, and this is the repositioning and he has to use the dash. Yet again, Darion being forced out of his position na pinipili niya kanina pa. Wala siyang napipitas dito with the shot that he took as well. Nahuli.
Oh! Sayang yun. Pero...
Na-excite. May nahuli, may na-excite.
50-50. 50-50. Pero... think... nahihirapan talaga sila to actually make those good talagang ang hirap kunin yung mount defense na meron dito ang leader. And kita, si Darion parang kanina nasa B-site lang ah. Tumakbo lang.
Bilis eh, no?
Oo,
umiikot lang siya ng ganun eh. This is the thing when you're a jet and also when you have that operator. It's very essential for the team or for the player to actually rotate around. Yung wag mong papaalam kung saan ka manggagaling. Because in that sense, in that case, you're just gonna punish players by players by players. Kung saan man sila makarating, magugulat na lang sila, nandun ka na naman with the operator. And it's a one-shot, one-kill unless you get hit by the foot. And of course, eco sila, Ray. And they don't have anything to go it up against. Maliban doon sa mga sheriffs na binili nila or yung, of course, yung mga utility ng isang chamber. Ayun lang yung meron sila eh. So, 6-2 score natin, but it's gonna be a bye round for NAOS this time.
Kailangan mag-stand up dito ng NAOS. You don't want na ang Bleed ay manalo ng manalo ng manalo. At ngayon, may natututo na!
May
okay.
may natuto.
Oy, gusto ko yan, yung natututo na! NAOS! Blurred gets Maxi. At ngayon, maganda-gandang way to. Although ito'y maganda at the same time. Kahit wala Sky, at least para sa teams walang sustain. Walang pang-heal. So, ganyan yung HP mo, ganyan na talaga tinagagalaw yan. Pero nga lang, nakapag-rotate na kagad ng mga miyembro ng Bleed dito sa may rafters. At ito complicated dahil dalawa to. Si Lexi will just be able to pull off that flash. And sana hindi kainin ng NAOS ang patibong na to. Dahil yung B, pwede pa sila mag-open dito eh. Pero may reason sila kung bakit gagawin nila to. Dahil si Kakarot is ready na din kagad with that ultimate. And speaking of, Lexi still gets it, but there's a take coming in from Kakarot. Si Darion na mag-isa na lang, pero Blurred spots him out. Nakita ang kanyang paa. Nakita si Cinderella. Ano yun na lang kagad na natitira. And now Blurred will just be able to spare it to him. Abusan na ng bala, pero okay lang yan. Dahil mananalo na naman ang NAOS sa round na to. And he won't be able to retake this 15
planted.
HP. Medyo masakit na nga to, and he will just be able to be wall bangable sa side ng NAOS.
6-2, 15 HP remaining. Now Esports, much as they can, hindi dapat na sila mamatay dito. And as much as they can, maybe they can punish or they can try to find Yena here kung sakasakali man. But he might be going for those exit frags on a short and a long as well. Kasi alam niya nga atras yung mga yan. Nabilis gumalaw dito ni Yene. But they're probably expecting this already. And the 15 HP goes down with the hands of Kevs right there. 6-3 ang score natin. 3 rounds lang kailangan nilang abulin dito for the side of NAOS. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Enemy mark.
Basic.
Discipline. Just counter tong mga miyembro ng Bleed. It's gonna be okay. They're doing it. And expect all of those plays na meron ng Bleed. But at the same time, sino magtatami? May pause? May pause tayo dito. Okay. Okay, so meron tayong pause. So, lahat na talaga na kay Taylor ngayong araw. Naranasan ko. Buti nga dito, iintindihan mo dahil 4 na series tayo eh. Meron tayong kinast. 2 series na nga lang, 10 oras
Oo,
pa.
inabot tayo ng 10 oras sa 2 series na yun. Matindi din eh. Pero at least this time, kahit pa paano eh, hindi naman labag sa kalooban ko. Basta, NAOS, manalo. Pag hindi, magagalit ako kay Kakarot. Nagalit sa player eh. No? Pag hindi, magagalit talaga ako kay Kakarot.
Siyempre, yung mga, alam mo, kalad ka rin pa naman tong mga NAOS. Pag inaya mo, Gina-G tong mga to eh. At, hinahamon na nga kagad dito ng NAOS. Ano ang susunod na gagawin ng NAOS ngayon? 3 lang, maghahabol na kayo. Pero, eto na naman tayo sa Odi na yan. Pag siya na may kahawak.
Pag ano talaga, Ray Curse, sinabayan mo pa ng Terror Curse eh.
Wala
Ultimate,
na.
ano
Curse.
talaga yon. Ultimate Curse na tinatawag na yon, man. Curse 1 ang tawag. Kilala mo si Curse 1? Eh, hindi ka tunay na mobsta. Hindi mo kilala si Curse 1, Ray. Anyway, as we look into it, nag-text na yung king crab delivery ko. Nandito pa rin tayo. So, relax lang kayo dyan, guys. As, there yon. Tries to get a kill, but it doesn't connect the shock darts even for the side of NAOS. It won't connect as well. Itong Sova drone na yan, makikita na nag-aabang dito yung jet natin. On the other hand as well, ipupush ba nila o iipitin nila? Yan yung tanong. Nahanap nila eh. Nagdadash na eh. This is an Odin being used. And this is the operator. They're trying to shut it down. Ipupush talaga dito ng NAOS Esports.
Oh, they still want to contest this against Bleed. Kailangan nyo lang tignan dahil may natuhog si Derion. Bumishball. At naku po, he gets the fourth. May ace ba niya? Tanggalin mo ang ace, Kebs. Tanggalin mo ang ace. Okay. Oh, we got the ace.
Nahuli. Hindi ko alam ba't nila pinilit actually because they know that there was an operator. I think they felt like they can pressure them off na hindi nila makuha. And talagang makapush lang sila doon. Tapos once na makuha nila yung kill, okay na, matatanggal yung off. Kaso, ang daming nangyayari pa on site eh. Look at that double collateral from that shot.
30 seconds left.
From that single shot, nalito lapid sila doon.
Medyo... NAOS, 7-5. Bawi. Kailangan nila bumawi. Actually, make this into an 8-4 kung sakasakaling hindi man papapor sa kanila. That's pretty big. They just need to be confident enough talaga. Pero may mga ano sila eh. May mga konting mistakes. Pero alam mo yung mga bida talaga. Nagpapatalo sa una yan. Kaya itong napakabalan naman tayong lahat. Ngayon, may info nga lang at di pa nila ma-shutdown ngayon si Derion, pero mamaya pag nag-switch na ng sides, kita mo, di na makakapatay yan gamit ang operator. Pero ngayon, lumipat lang sila. Heavy setup upon Pith. Pero knowing on what they have and knowing na si Kevs na si Delicious, meron din silang ultimate that they can use. maybe this can be the key to actually get this round into a thrifty, and hindi naman imposible yon para sa side ng NAOS. Waiting lang for that perfect timing. Naabangan na nga nila lahat, kinakaberan, sinabayan na kagad ng Hunter's Fury, sinabayan na din kagad ngayon ng Paranoia, but they just need to take a pit. Minakuha na ng information kung nasaan siya, and they will be playing along with him. He tries to spray right through. Sige, lahat nakatingin sa kanya. Hyperion nga lang, nakapasok na din kagad sa players. He tries to pick up at his one. That's gonna be Blast himself. But then, the control is at the hands of NAOS dahil si sabi ni Kevs, kailangan pa na siya i-take out. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa barrel, advantage talaga ng mga taga-bleed. So, knowing na si Blurred na lang siya si Kevs ang natitira, kuha lang ni Len ngayon ang katulad ni Blurred. At si Kevs na lang kagad ang natitira going up against Sleeper. Woo! Sish! Pero nga lang, complicated to dahil pwede siyang wawallbang pagdating dito. Now he gets it. An 8-3 sa pabor ng bleed. Pero alam mo, 8-4 to eh. Naniniwala talaga ako.
Men, lahat na ng dasal ilapag yun na para sa NAOS Esports. Kapag natalo sila dito, bababa sila sa lower bracket natin. And also, kailangan nilang ma-shutdown yung operator. Not only that, this annoying Odin. Paulit-ulit lang silang biniburstan netong Odin na to. So, I think NAOS actually, they should probably go for a timeout. But it's the last round. Final round na natin for the first half. At mukhang dumikit kay Maxi yung recon. Nangyari na sa akin yun eh, nakaka-bad trip. Hindi mo babaril, tapos binabaril ako ng kakampi ko.
Pero,
hello!
Talaga pa ang hello! Blurred says until then! Konnichiwa! Minasan! Sabi niya! At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira. There yun! The genuine hit! What? Saktong-sakto na iiwasan niya talaga pare! Oh, NAOS!
There you go. There's the NAOS we know. Nandito na ulit sila. Muling nagbabalik mga kaibigan. Hunter's Fury ka pa dyan, ha? Yan ang sagot ng isa pang Sova dito, which is si Kevs. 8-4. That's not bad.
Knowing na sobrang laki ng impact ng breach sa defending side mo. Ang hirap nun, pero si naiwasan. Konting tapyas lang ang napitas. Nagsabi pa ng halong konnichiwa. Grabe talaga ang katulad ni Blurred. At ayan,
isipin mo, wala namang breach yung kabila, yung NAOS Esports eh. So ibig sabihin, yung concuss na yon nagmula sa breach nilang sarili. So, medyo na nagkaroon sila ng problema doon at napakaganda nung opportunity na tinake ni Blurred right on that spot. He was able to get that triple kill, completely open the site, and Blurred back in action.
Guys, ang kukulit nyo. Paulit-ulit kaya, nabantoy kayo.
Ano ba yan?
Ang kukulit eh.
Ano bang pinaggagawa
eh? Iba yung pangalan ng isa dito, okay? Ang kukulit nyo. Saan nyo nire-refer yung mga pangalan ng mga tao eh. Kaya ano,
kakasabi lang ng mod. Tapos, chinat mo. Nasampulan ka tuloy. Matelok ka, ha?
Isa pa. Permaban ka talaga.
Walang problema ka mo. Pumunta ng FB chat, nag-comment, naban ako sa Twitch nila. Ha, ha, ha.
Diba? Ang kulit mo, idol. Dito ka pa. Sige. Ikaw mo, pag kumalit ka, ban ka rin.
Isihan mo yung comment mo dito sa Facebook. Ikaw ang susunod dito.
Oo. Ganyan talaga pag works at Valorant.
Works at Valorant. Iba na ngayon eh. Hindi na works at Krusty Krab, man. Times have changed. Works at Valorant na ngayon.
Duelist at Valorant.
Neon at Valorant. Mga ganun na yung mga ano dito. Pero 8-4. NAOS Esports, they have to take this this pistol round for the second half. Mainit ngayon si Darion tsaka si Yene. Actually, si Darion most of the time because he has the operator. Ang ganda ng positioning na nakukuha dito ni Darion. At talagang mabilis siyang umikot, mabilis siyang gumalaw sa mapa. And that's exactly what they need as a jet. Ganon din ba si Blurred? Yun ang tanong.
At maingat na moves. Oof! Good Kaku Datu. galing sa NAOS setup is just there to delay them. Nakakapag-rotate na ba sila? Pero nakay-blast ang sagot! Na-wallbang. Sayang. At ngayon, Kevs na lang natitira. Kailangan talaga matakan ni Kevso dahil pwede pa niya maging life-changing pagdating sa ginagawa niya. At ngayon, siya na lang kagad na natitira. Malilipat to. Lilipat to, Kevs. Lumipat na sila. Pare Koy. At I think after this, makakapag-desisyon na nga siya na, okay, I think this guy's gonna go again here in his side. At let's see if he'll be able to clutch this pagka-plant ng bleed on that post-plant. Kailangan talaga nila manalo ng pistol dito, Taylor. Dahil kapag hindi, medyo kailangan nila maghabol talaga na sobrang laki against bleed.
Kevs, only man remaining. Very much doable. Pinapanood na lang siya ni Z sa kanyang right side. So, makikita nyo gumagalaw si Z. Totoong tao siya, guys. Baka nagtataka kayo dahil hindi gumagalaw kanina eh. The turret detects him. They are gonna be able to punish him. It's like a 3v1 with the turret on a pistol. Especially kapag wala kang armor. It is now a 9-4. Bleed Esports. They are pushing this at gusto nilang makuha yung double-digit score lead niyan.
Really get into this. Pero alam mo, kaya na naman nagli-lead yung bleed eh. Ang dami na ng mga analyst eh. Habi na eh. Dito sa Twitch, di ko nakikita sa Facebook kasi ang dami nagko-comment ng spam eh. Pero wala kasi comment din sa YouTube. Pero ito na nga. Guys, chill lang kayo. Habol yung NAOS dyan. Siyempre, sila pa ba? Nakakita nga tayo ng ganito na lang game. 9-3 nga sila ng SB, nakahabol pa sila. So, di imposible to. Para sana just need to get that hit going. And if they are continuous about it, it's gonna be favoring them. So, let's just wait and see. And trust the process kung ano nga bang gagawin ng NAOS. Dahil kung matatalo man sila, marami pang chances para sa kanila. And it's not that difficult for them to come back.
Di pa naman sila laglag eh.
Chill lang
so,
kayo.
Huwag kayo mawalan ng pag-asa. Di pa nga tapos yung game number 3 natin. Meron nang nagko-comment ng GG. Diyos ko po. Galunggong ang gusto niyang ulam tonight. Yun na. Masarap ang galunggong na nakakamiss. Actually, pagbalik ko dito, kasi wala pa akong 2 weeks dito eh. So, sinusubukan ko na lahat ng Filipino food. Tagal kong hindi nagsinigang. Lahat-lahat. Wala, share ko lang. Magalit na naman yung comment section. Dami sabi nung caster.
Oo, dami.
Pagbigyan nyo na ako.
Dami
Ngayon na
SM.
lang ako nagkwento eh. Nice shot by Blast.
Oh, Blast. Blast is doing it, my friend. Eto na. Alam na din kung nasaan ibang miyembro, pero pwede pang kalimutan ito dahil okay, ang daming oras ng bleed pa para makapasok, pero it's gonna be a 3v3. Blast low on HP, pero nakarotate na kagad, Kebs! Pigilan mo, Kebs! Ay, naku po, sumakto pa! Akala ko mapipigilan na ni Tito Kebs! At si Blurred na lang yung natitira. Kita mo.
May bulldog siya dito, at least. Kanina, nakapag-triple kill siya on this same spot. Meron siyang dash na pwedeng gamitin at isang smoke to actually try and make this happen. Ang okay rin naman dito, kapag binilisan niya ng kaunti, pa-rotate pa lang yung Sova, kaso mako-cut off guard siya kapag hindi siya gumalaw ng mas mabilis. He's now on heaven, trying to locate where the enemies are. Probably a double swing pagdating dito sa Hell. Gaya na nakikita natin, nag-dash na rin yung Jet na yan, and he sees one. He doesn't know that there is that second, and this is the second. That is Maxi taking the kill, making this score into a 10 for double digit na meron tayo dito for bleed. At alam mo na ang sinasabi ko, Ray, when it comes to a double digit score.
Sobrang kailangan dumaan sa butas ng karayom ang mga miyembro ng NAOS. The chances is quite big pa rin naman, but they just need to grab on what they have. Kumukuha sila ng pick-offs, that's great. Pero nga lang, I think si Darian ngayon is quite unstoppable with the momentum that they had, especially sa second map. But kailangan din talaga ayusin ng NAOS to dahil kapag di ka nila nag-gastong round na to, alam mo na that it might be complicated na sa kanila na makahabol, pero still a good job for them. Pero di pa naman tapos eh. At malay mo, quick lang ito si Blurred, nakakuha nga siya kanina ng napakalaking impact play coming in from the last round ng first half. So it's not impossible na biglang makakuha sila ngayon ulit ng momentum.
Definitely, lalo na this round, it's one of their crucial. Can't make mistakes, especially ganyan na yung kalaki yung lead na nakikita natin. Na-detect ba? Hindi yata na-detect or hindi na-tag dito si Delicious, so makakalis lang siya. But on the other hand, si Blast ang napasama dito sa hukay with the help, of course, of the other team members right now. Kev's trying to pinpoint where the enemy is. One and done position sa kanya kasi wala siyang angle to actually take cover. With a 3v4 situation, they have to do a 3-man retake against 4 people of Bleed Esports. Ang matindi dito, Delicious didn't check Pizza, but Kakarot was able to do a refrag here. Nagpupulot ng baril yung players natin!
Oh, small mistakes there or yet.
Na-excite.
Natuwa yung mga NAOS sa skin. Sabi ni.
Sabi na, uy, RGX to malakas to Sabi nila, pang OP daw to. Here you go, just a quick recap, just a quick replay. Kakarot at of course Blurred, nagpapasahan nata sila ng barrel during that time. At nahuli sila ng Bleed Esports. Anong ginagawa nyo dyan? Nagpapalitan kayo ng mga baril-baril. Pero with this flash, they probably know, you know, they would wait out na baka merong mag-push. And this is actually Blurred. Very close, very much close to A main. So, I don't think he would push this. Mag-aantay lang siya. But he might actually peek out. There is that gunshot. Masyadong maraming nag-aantay. He will go back though, at least kahit papaano. Hindi siya nabawasan doon. And the other hand, hindi rin siya na-pick off. Yan ang pinaka-importante. Nakuha niya pa yung info.
Ay. Then, itong lead. They're trying to make some noise here. Pero, meron bang katulad na Bird that will actually get it? Nag-sacrifice ang NAOS ngayon. Kailangan nila mag-save instead of risking the buy. So, that's also good. Tsaka wala din sila ganong pera eh. So, forgivable. Pero yung B-side actually open. Pero if Blast, at least he gets 1 or 2, that might be big! Oh! Di nag-connect. Yung shots ni Kakarot against Lexi. At ngayon, makakapag-need take ang Bleed papuntang site mismo. Nasa kamay ni Blurred ang mga pangyayari ngayon at sinamahan na nga kagad ng lockdown pero hindi mag-work sa swing ni Maxi ngayon. At madedelay sila ng oras. Maganda to para sa NAOS. I-delay nyo lang ang meron. Pero tingin ko, mapaplant pa ba nila? I think nope. Oh no, Darion still goes for a plant. Winnable pa ba to para sa kanila? Yep, because Delicious were able to get the top. Tapos makakuha pa sila ng baril. Hindi imposible. Walang imposible. At isa na lang mag-isa. Oh no! Yanza gets it. Match point na. Ang Bleed.
Nasagot agad. Yun yung problema eh. Nakakuha pa ng kill si Delicious doon. Actually, it was already a spot where he probably won't connect a shot, but he still managed to do so. And the swing coming in from the last member of the NAOS, ina-expect na niya yan eh. So, that's such a good positioning coming in from Bleed Esports. They feel unstoppable when it comes to this map, and when it comes to entrying, nakikita natin, it looks pretty good for the side of Bleed Esports. Di na natin mapapagkailayan. Ang daming utilities na nilalabas dito ng NAOS right now, but lumalabas din ng utilities. Yung kabila, the double kill on the Hunter's Fury, that's gotta hurt for the team.
Oh no.
On a final round.
Talaga ng gigil na gigil. Blurred na lang.
There you go.
And I think sa Ascent, the win rate talaga ng Bleed with a 71%, it's gonna go up. At mas lalo natin may kita yung performance na meron galing sa team na to. Na-reverse uno card ang mga tropa natin from NAOS. Pero, there's nothing to worry about here there. Kasi meron pa tayong lower bracket. At hindi pa naman tong last chance ng NAOS to actually get in. They still have that one day to fix everything. And maybe, sila yung isa sa magiging seed papunta sa playoffs natin next week.
True that. And with the lower bracket, alam natin yung mga kwento na yan eh. Mga lower bracket stories kung tatawagan natin. But looking at stats right now, Bleed Esports, kung ano yung pinakita ng NAOS during that first game, is the same as Bleed Esports on this final map that we just saw. 21 kills, 2.6 KDA, 331 combat score. At kung makikita mo rin naman how the performance is for Liene as well, he has that 303.8 KDA upon his hands. That's a big disadvantage towards NAOS Esports as we look. Even the highest skills right now is just up to 15 if I'm not mistaken, or 12 plus ang nakita natin doon. Not much though, but they try their best. Blurred, ang ganda ng entry niya kanina, Ray. Nakita natin, napanood natin. And they try to make it work as much as they can. Still, we bleed NAOS, guys. We don't go for the bleed esports. We bleed NAOS esports. And heading towards the lower bracket, of course, our Filipino team, suportahan pa rin natin sila dito. Good showing, a good start, just not a good finish.
And I think, ang meron lang sa NAOS, di ba? That's the biggest question na pinag-usapan nga din talaga ng nating mga casters, na paano nga ba sila makapasok? They need to come up with something new. And so far sa Ascent, we haven't seen that much of that something new. They just stick to what they have. And even if workable naman siya, going up against the international teams, having this first time of an experience once again sa roster nila, hindi siya nag-work at all. So let's see if they'll be able to come up with something within a day. And all I know is that if they stick to the process, it's gonna be working well sa kanila. Super proud pa rin ako sa team na to. They got a one map out of Bleed's roster and sobrang laki nun. Tinambakan nila sa Haven ang mga taga-Bleed, and that's already a sign na kaya naman nila talagang sumabay. Pagdating lang sa mga crucial moments, kailangan hindi sila nagpapakain dahil ganito din usual na naging mistake nila going up against Southbuilt Esports. So they just need to survive on those matches na minsan hindi pabor sa kanila, and it's gonna be a good run for them. Pero still, going up in this bracket, going up against Bleed is still something na kailangan nila i-face off. But I think tong NAOS, it's still a good job talaga after all.
Nag-shine talaga dito yung respective duelists on the same side of the teams. Blurred, he had some good openings as well. But unstoppable force dito yung jet nung kabila ng Bleed Esports, which is si Darion. He was already unstoppable during the first half because of his operator. He was able to take 5 kills, an ace in an operator even. And that's a lot of things to consider pagdating sa matchup na to. Kumbaga, uwi ka, you're gonna relax for a bit and then study up what happened on this match para sa NAOS Esports. But still, they are an underdog team comparing to this team na literally yung mga members nila dito ay from G2 before. They have 2 Swedish teammates that has been for a long time pagdating dito sa esports natin, not only in the Valorant game, in other titles as well. So, when experience-wise, a lot of experience on the side of Bleed Esports, but NAOS, they didn't give up to the last moment. Just so happens it is a 2-1. So we still support NAOS. And tomorrow's another day, kumbaga, para sa ating lahat. And it's finally over for that series that we just saw.
A lot of what we can actually expect pa para sa mga teams natin ngayon. Pero syempre, hindi mawawala kung gaano nga ba nila talaga tayo nire-representa. And speaking of, guys, it's of course thank our sponsors, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G-Fiber Ani 299 ng Globe at Home game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, just go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
Right now, we are looking at the break. Syempre, meron pa tayong 4th series for today, guys. Kunin nyo na ang inyong mga dinner and stay with us. Pero right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Don't go away. Pagbalik natin, it's gonna be Vil and Ray Ray at makakakain ako ng dinner. Salamat sa lahat. See you guys in just a bit. Don't go away.
The panel, I'm no man alongside of me is Black and Blue and a Rav. And this is a prediction that we all agreed upon. Bleed Esports would come out on top of this, but NAOS Esports, all things considered, still performed way ahead of expectations here.
They did, at least for map number 1. Map number 2 quite close as well. You had some good performances from a bunch of the NAOS players when it did come down to it. Z absolutely, playing really well when they did field him on split the first time and the only time we did see him in this matchup. But then, they had that neon thing going on, just doesn't work out in the end. And Bleed, they leave the NAOS squad bloody, sanguine all over, and they were just spectacular on that final map as well when he did end up on Ascent.
Yeah, just judging with the eye test alone, they have quite a number of similarities, honestly, but one thing that we have to really look at is how Bleed dealt with so many approaches that NAOS tried to do. We've talked about how NAOS is so strong on B Haven. Black and Blue pointed out backstage that they're one of the best defenders on B, specifically on Haven, and the reason why we think that is because the way that they put the KO behind Gong and use their ability to just play off each other in those crossfires have been absolutely insane. I think it was Dax who actually chimed in that Blast loves to play a forward Killjoy, and we actually saw quite a bit of that.
Yeah, totally. We hit right on the money, Raph. It's something that we've talked about during VCTPH even, where now they look like one of the best teams in the Philippines when it comes to defending that B site attack on Haven. We've seen many times over that they are pretty much, I don't know the stats right off the top of my head, but I would wager it'd be above 80% on how good they are defending B-side holds. They really are proficient in that, and when we go on over to split, this really could have gone their way, honestly. They were super close to making it happen, but we were talking about backstage too as well, Raph, where it seemed like map number 1 was really kind of like an adjustment period where they're kind of feeling out how to really play against the NAOS squad, which is something we actually saw quite similar to the previous match right before this, and it happens once again here.
And that conversation, I still remember it vividly, as if it only happened a few hours ago. Because he pointed out, right, man, they don't even have anything for proper retake. This was taking into account that Bleed had super hard info, and I was like, wait a minute, what does that mean? They're playing for the long game, and obviously with whatever they did, whatever adjustments they made, despite the valiant effort and the very inspired clutches and aces we saw on Ascent, Bleed really got a big return on that.
No, I think we were right on the money on that. Like, we did note, there was not much retake utility on that map number 1. They were playing the Omen, the Cypher, they had the Sova and the Sky, which a bunch of information gathering, ultimates, and utility. And then we go onto that final map on Ascent, and you see them from the get-go on that pistol round on Ascent. Very first round, they were already looking to play retake 4B with a bunch of retake utility prep. So I really like what Bleed brought into this game. They, like a well-trained boxer, they take those few rounds to try and read the opponent, and then they come back in the latter half of it and they close the game out.
Yeah, being cerebral assassins as they are, we'll see Bleed move forward in the upper bracket and wait their opponent in a couple of days. It's either Persija Esports or IG, and NAOS Esports still has a second chance to last longer here in the Asia Pacific Challengers as they move on over to the eliminations. And we are going to be moving on over to the final series of the day. It's Velocity Gaming and Oblivion for South Asia, and then Hong Kong and Taiwan for the Brawl. The last hopes for these regions to last long here, and we have to introduce one of the teams here from South Asia. We got Velocity Gaming. The best that South Asia has to offer, the Velocity Gaming, looking to be the last hope of South Asia here in the Asia Pacific Challengers, and their roster will be consisting of the following: Right to Ace, Vibor, Matarasu, Health, and Deathmaker.
this team is one team that we were looking at even before this year when we were during LCQ. You know, a lot of the talk was Global Esports versus Velocity, which is the better team, because they always went back and forth. Velocity would get some against them, and Global would get some against them as well. Every time these guys face off, they pretty much always go to that final map. Never really a clean sweep between these two teams, aside from rare occasions. So that begs the question,
about Oblivion
who really
Force.
is the best team for South Asia when it comes to, you know, I guess the international stage? Is it Velocity or Global? Some people would argue that before. Honestly, on my end, I think it's Velocity in terms of what they bring to the table internationally. I think they're the team that can bring more, I guess, strategy for than Global. Global, they might have that firepower in players like SK Rossi and Hellranger, but when we're talking about Velocity, they've got Deathmaker. They've got so much cerebral play in their, I guess, in their pocket, that I think that's what will really help them, I guess, maybe bring a better fight than what we saw Global do to other SEA teams.
Again, a lot of excellent points being shed there by you. One thing that I have to take note, or rather I think we have to pay attention to both these teams. These are kind of the step ups from their previous representatives. Again, Nomad brought up something that we have to take into account too. They are on their last legs, region wise. They are going to be cornered. They are going to try and fight in tooth and nail for this last slot. So this might just kind of give them an extra vigor. So, you know, again, this might be the day they might turn it up to 11.
Well, we'll see if we'll turn it up to 11 as they go up against Oblivion Force, the best in Hong Kong, Taiwan. The best Hong Kong, Taiwan has to offer wants to be the only and last hope that they have going into the Asia Pacific Challengers. All joining in on the fray, we got Chime, Furious Meow, Hepathor, Q, and Nomad. Not to be confused with Nomad.
Absolutely. Again, both are very handsome, very well-endowed gentlemen. But again, not to be confused, we have one on the panel, we have one playing right now. Again, let's just get this out of the way because Oblivion Force, they're the very, very best that HKT Dubs have to offer. They have honestly a way more convincing record, again, in comparison to their sister teams in the region. But I think one thing that we have to take note of is their last victory over Griffin Esports. We've seen Griffin perform, and unfortunately we don't see them now. They did go neck and neck, so I'm not entirely sure how this is gonna fare against the likes of Velocity. We do know Velocity is, again, statistically speaking, a step up above Global Esports, right? I mean, they are here after all. Global Esports, though, they did run a lot of unorthodox comps, but Velocity, they're a little more grounded per se. They run a lot of standard comps, and they are a little more they adhere to the rules of the game. So maybe that could be the X factor that might push them over a team like Oblivion Force.
Yeah, and the thing is about Oblivion Force, they've also been competing for less time than Velocity have. Velocity have been competing in the VCC, the Conquerors Championship, since last year for you know, the South Asian scene, and they're a team that has always separated themselves from the pack. Meanwhile, Oblivion Force, they only came in now. They beat teams like 5ACS, they barely beat teams like Griffin in the grand finals, but it was always not super convincing in terms of, you know, that Griffin matchup as well, although they did beat Griffin 2-0 in the group stages. But one could argue it was a very different Griffin than what they saw during the finals, when they actually seemed like the Griffin that we saw during the play-ins, where they really felt a bit more tactical. But all besides that, it just seems like, you know, Oblivion Force, they come from a region that is honestly not exactly the most, I guess, high tier in terms of the C region in general. Let's be frank here. It's one of the lesser developed, you know, regions in C. And so as we're talking, you know, going to the map videos right now, one begs the question if Oblivion Force have, I guess, the experience to take down one of the South Asian Tigers in Velocity.
I guess you could go ahead and ask the question that Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force are kind of on the same boat here in terms of they're really just centered around their region, and this is the first time in their outing they're going up against other regions here. And noting Velocity Gaming, they are playing from a completely different server that Oblivion Force can't really play, or any of the Southeast Asian teams can't really play with Velocity Gaming all the time.
Yeah, that's what we kind of are expecting here. It's like we're expecting to be surprised by the unexpected because we know how Velocity play, we know how Oblivion play, but we don't know how they're going to play against each other. We don't know how that is going to clash. And if anything, I guess the only one takeaway we can make from this RAF is like, they probably won't be the most, slow-paced tactical team, because that's just, I guess, a symptom of what we've seen from those respective regions, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the South Asia scene. And so we're expecting, if anything, a brawl fest between these two teams.
I have to agree with you wholeheartedly. I believe the first map is going to be a bit of a size up. This is going to be a bit of a mechanics check. Again, how quickly can one team keep up with the another if there is a mechanical disparity? But I have to say, though, again, it is really hard to say that, Velocity Gaming, they have way more volume in games and a little bit more of a sample size. In fact, not a little bit, a considerable amount. But once again, it's just that incompatibility. You could use the same puzzle piece to, complete a puzzle, as I would say. But if you put that somewhere else, even if it does, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. So between these two, I think this is one of the craziest toss-ups we might see. Because even in the map veto, it's honestly so difficult to predict. We do get an ascent on Oblivion Force's map. Again, it just really is a little bit of a difficulty to really get into the gist of this.
Yeah, that really is the thing of it, right? Like, okay, these maps, you can't necessarily say that this map is bad for either of these two teams, because, like, statistically, they're pretty sound on Icebox, they're pretty sound on Ascent when we do go on over it. I think what will be a bigger problem here is stylistically how these two teams will be able to approach this and dissect the opposing side. We know Velocity, they're the more tactical ones from the top two of South Asia. They rely less on firepower, but they're still not the most, I guess, tactically refined in terms of the general scope of APAC. And so we are expecting kind of a brawl fest here. And when it comes to that, the different types of maps, that's kind of what enables things. So with Breeze being banned here, Raf, that's the map that I was kind of expecting, the biggest brawl fest to happen on, but we're not going that way. I think Icebox, as you said, will be kind of that feeling out period. And at least from what I've seen, Oblivion Force, they're pretty good at making those adjustments and really being able to play long series. But then again, Velocity have also proven that they're capable of winning long, drawn-out 5-map series even, too.
So if we look at the bans here, right, we've completely picked off the bans. These are very utility-heavy maps. I'm not saying that any of the picks are any less utility-heavy, but I feel like there's a bit more of an emphasis, especially on maps like Split. Breeze could be the exception. As Black and Blue mentioned, there is going to be a lot of fighting. Haven, we know how Haven works. We even see VLT picking defense, so this is, once again, a pick and prod type of play for them, I believe. They're going to be relying on a lot of those long-range duels, and once again, just kind of relying on the layout of Haven. I mean, we have talked about how unfamiliar these teams are with each other, so this is probably going to be very, very tedious for both sides. And I might just add, this might be completely out of topic, but my goodness, guys, give all our casters from anywhere, really, give them all your energy. They are gonna need it for this one.
Yeah, for this entire weekend especially. I mean, we saw Icebox there banned. It's honestly the only map where there's a contrast between these two teams. Oblivion Force kind of 50-50 on that. Velocity very capable of winning that in their local scene, but the other maps are all pretty much neck and neck statistically on how good. They're really good maps from both of these teams, rather.
Well, with all the numbers we have on the maps and all the match histories that we have to figure out or find out from you guys what the who's gonna come out on top here. Is it South Asia? Is it Hong Kong, Taiwan? Is it Velocity Gaming? Is it Oblivion Force?
Very difficult. I think Oblivion Force, they do have kind of an edge just playing in APAC and C in general, but I wanna kind of root for the underdogs here, and they're the only representatives left for either side. But I think South Asia, they need their shot here right now. They need to make that shot count. So I'm going Velocity 2-1.
I was kind of confused which is the underdog really in the series, because once again it's a bit of a labyrinthian conundrum that we're kind of tackling. You did say velocity, right? And again, I feel like you're basing this off the large sample size, which is something that I completely agree on, but I'm gonna go out of my way to say that I feel like Oblivion Force, again, we know HKT Dubs is a team that loves to kind of adapt and mold their play style on that defense. That is where they kind of get as much data as they can. Oblivion Force, they might see a bit of a standard comp from BLT, as we said. So that could be telling of how this is going to go. Oblivion Force 2-1. 2-0.
2-0 even. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to go to Velocity Gaming here. The numbers, the amount of games that they play compared to Oblivion Force, it doesn't lie. They should come out on top here with just the sheer resilience and perseverance that they have, and they pretty sure can adjust to Oblivion Force's game style going into this matchup. And then, without further ado, we're hopping into Icebox, first map of the day of the game here between Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force.
Hello guys! Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Kaming Shotcasters. Ako si Ray at kasama ko si Phil at kakasga natin itong Oblivion Force vs Velocity Gaming as the last series sa buong araw na to here in APAC Challengers. So talagang marami tayong nakita doon. NAOS nga, natalo nga sila ng lead with the 1-2 scoreline. Pero tignan natin kung ano mangyari sa kanila sa lower bracket. At ngayon, dito tayo, Velocity Gaming, Oblivion Force, the best in their own regions. And tignan natin kung manalo sila.
Yeah, we're gonna see that if ever the last pride and the last team of India, we have Velocity Gaming and syempre Oblivion Force, the best in Hong Kong, mga kaibigan. We're gonna see that if ever ano ba talaga pwede mangyari dito. Kasi apparently this is the first time na naglaban sila. And talaga makikita talaga natin if ever makakayanan pa talaga ng mga players ng Velocity Gaming yung pwedeng gawin nga ng Oblivion Force. Well, apparently we're gonna check out the stats. Ang score, yung Griffin Esports na nakita natin back then, yun yung tinalo ng Oblivion's Force. That's why they're here. And yung mga ibang players din naman ng Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Force, it's just the experience lang din yung kalaban nila eh, no? Same goes with same goes with the Velocity Gaming. It's just a 3-2 ring score nila against Global Esports, which is apparently isa sa pinakaunang na-eliminate dito sa tournament natin ngayon, Ray. Pero first map dito na makikita natin is actually Icebox. So it's gonna be really interesting lang talaga kung ano ba yung pwede nilang ibato dito, kung ano ba yung mga pwede nilang gawin dito though. And for sure, they're gonna start it off with just their comfy picks lang din talaga. And knowing na magki-KO ang Velocity ngayon. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting though. At saka ako napapansin mo yung OF, yung agents sila, sobrang comfy picks yan. Yan yung isa sa pinaka-standard picks na sa Icebox ngayon with just that Chamber, Sova, Sage, and Jet. Saber, Sova, si Visa? Si Astra. Si Astra. Yun yung parang, Viper rather. Sorry. Kanina pa ako nagkakast eh. Pero, so, ayun nga mga kaibigan, ito yung sobrang comfy fix lang din talaga ng OF if ever talagang ipupush nila to. Pero dito naman sa kabila mga kaibigan, we have that Jet, Sage, Viper, and KO, and that Sova. So, battle of the comfy picks, battle of kung sino ba talaga mas pinaka-solo dito mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, we're gonna start off vertical onto Shimei. Onto that Headhunter though, but apparently mukhang sobrang dami nangyayari dito sa B. They're not gonna back out. They just really want to push out B. 2 versus 3. Deathmaker going in already. Shimei, he saw one already, but Deathmaker with a big 4K to start off the game. And si kaibigang Q, andun lang din sa likod though.
Makuha pa kaya niya to? Low on HP ang isang miyembro dito ng Velocity. Pero I think on that HP itself, makabawi pa siya. But looking at it, mag-rotate ang mga miyembro ng Velocity Gaming into A side. Marami pa naman silang oras dito at marami pa namang opportunity para sa kanila. But that's the thing that kay Q to actually take care of as he can just manipulate it sana, but unfortunately kailangan na lang niya mag-retake dito. Checking out everything, medyo chill lang for Velocity, but at least they got it as they try to pull off yung mga utilities kung saan makakuha sila ng information. Ngayon na alam na ni Q saan mo ba i-expect ang mga miyembro ng Velocity. That's already a chance that you can take. But then, it will take so much time dahil wala kang information at all kung saan ba ang mga miyembro ng Velocity as they can just wait for him to come at them. Pero ito na nga, Q, checking out everything. Baka may mag-come up pa ng bago, pero that won't work against Amaterasu. And Velocity will be able to take this pistol round against Oblivion Force.
Alam mo, sa totoo lang, ang Amaterasu, mga kaibigan, that is actually a Japanese word. Ano yan? Aso. Aso yan si Amaterasu. Tama, di ba? Tama naman, di ba? Aso yan si Amaterasu, mga kaibigan. Sa isang game. Pero, babae talaga siya.
White wolf siya.
Wolf ba siya? Hindi ba siya aso?
Ano eh, white wolf eh. Dito, nakita ko nga.
Mukha siyang aso para sa akin eh. Sorry.
Anong breed?
Huh? Switzo. Switzo. Pero ito na, Deathmaker pushing in. Si kaibigang Chamber. It's gonna go down for, pero yung lang si Health. Just, andun lang din sa likod do. And Hypathor though. Just that classic will take him down. 3 versus 4. Hypathor, mga kaibigan. Waiting in that corner. Meron pa siyang flash dito, Amaterasu, with all these pop flashes though. Catches one, pero meron pa isa. Minsan nandun lang din sa may snowman. This is gonna be a map for the side of OF or mababawi ito ng VLT, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, hindi man lang tumama yung Marshall. Pero si kaibigang Vibor, shut you down, it's fine.
The usual, nanalo talaga na second round ang mga teams natin kapag nanalo sila ng pistol with that buy that they have just to confirm it. And kakaiba talaga ang mga pangalan ng mga teams natin ngayon. Diba? Ang cute nga ng pangalan nila. Curious Meow. Amaterasu, medyo ano pa eh. Medyo gets mo pa. Mahilig ko sa Japanese things, but Vibor still gets him. And it now on the full buy, Oblivion Force, ano kaya next na lang magiging plano dito? The usual that we have is a double sentinel. But I think medyo talagang nag-work itong flash for the side of Velocity as no man gets Vibor at napakapitas na nga siya agad ngayon. Shyme.
It's Shyme. Sabi ni Google.
Okay.
Shyme. Buti yung kay Q, mahaba lang eh. Di ba sa'yo yan? Q! Ten, ten, ten. Soldier boy.
Yun.
Q! Ten, ten, ten. Soldier boy.
Ay! Sorry
oras
guys.
na?
Time check. 9:25 na. Yun ba naman kasi? Gumame 3 pa. Pero okay lang yan. Dito muna tayo. Okay, nag-pull off ng knife. Waiting. Sumakto lang din. Suppress sa mga miyembro ng Oblivion Force. But Velocity tries to pick it right through. There were just trades happening. Alam na nga din kagad kung nasa ng mga miyembro ng Oblivion Force. Pero na-destroy lang kagad yung wall. And I think with that flank, baka maipit ang mga miyembro ng Velocity. Furious Mouse gets him. And the last guy is just gonna be hell if itself. And he gets one. But going up against 3, quite complicated for him to actually get this dahil may kita na nga kagad siya ni No Man. And Oblivion Force, pretty chill with that retake at 2-1.
Alam mo, actually, ganito sa side ng sa OF siya sa VLT. Ang OF kasi, Hong Kong team yan eh. So, sanay sila nakalaban itong mga players na nandito ngayon. Yung mga Southeast Asia team, sanay yan. Siyempre, server nila to eh. Hong Kong, Singapore. So, pwede lang siya palipat-lipat doon. Pero nga, itong India, I mean, syempre, kailangan nila mag-adjust because of the
30 seconds left.
ping difference lang din na meron. Pero, I don't know if lumipad din ba ang velocity dito. So, if ever na lumipad sila dito, at least, di ba? Everything is actually super fair.
Scanning ahead. Out of charges.
So smart plays it as we can see right now, but Deathmaker gets the upper hand against si Hypator at isang ito. 4 na lang kagad ang natitira sa Oblivion Force. Medyo aggressive talaga to paglaro. May death ka pa naman sa pangalan mo, talagang super aggressive ka talaga at super confident with how you may be able to come up with that. Oo, man. Iba to. Kakaiba to.
Oh! Deathmaker will be... We're gonna go down, pero si Q will shut down Amaterasu as well. Ito, I mean, there's a lot of Indian teams are actually rooting for VLT because the Valorant scene in India is actually super huge. Napakalaki ng Valorant scene sa India. And talagang kailangan ng VLT na mabawi itong pride niyan kasi syempre ang gustong-gusto ng India rin na makapasok din sa sa Masters if ever. I mean, lalo na sa Champions. Kasi it will boost up their confidence lalo na yung mga ibang
30 seconds left.
Mga ibang Indian team as well, pero yung nga lang right to ace. Will be taken down, no man do, pero yung nga lang Shyme nakaisa na rin. 2v1 health, super low on HP. I mean, if ever nakukunin niya yung orb niyan, pwede siyang mag-rest ng isa, pero it's just the time is not in his favor, so all you gonna do is just save that Vandal instead.
Delay ng oras sa side ng Velocity. Think medyo complicated na to. And still, after that, much of the delay, naipit na naman ang Velocity. Once again, Oblivion Force will be able to take this. And we're down with a 2-2. So talagang... si Deathmaker, he's getting those first early frags. But unfortunately, pagdating din sa how they want to play it,
30 seconds
passive-aggressive, so masakting timing ng Oblivion Force all throughout. And that's gonna be the way, maybe, na pwede matakal down ng mga taga-Velocity if they just keep on what they have sa side ng Oblivion Force. But then, pwede ba to dahil sa Amaterasu, nakita mo naman yung kanyang knife, talaga nag-deep impact. But no man with that Blade Storm takes down kagad si Deathmaker at napunish na naman muli ang mga miyembro ng Velocity.
Velocity, it is pwede nilang pwede rin makabawi dito if ever, pero ang problema lang din si Noman, wala siyang barrel dito, so all you gonna do is just syempre with that Sheriff and that Blade Storm na meron siya, right to ace, medyo mahirap lang din talaga na i-contest yung ganun kalayo kasi ang gamit lang naman dito is Spectre, pero si Q at least hindi siya nagpaka-overextend, nakita na si right to ace pero hindi siya nag-commit, which is apparently a really smart thing to do. Just to let all the players of OF go in, then antayin yung ibang teammates nyo na makabawi dito kasi at the end of the day, Viper is still a Viper, a smoke is still a smoke, and the damage of that snake bite is still a damage. So full on 4-man retake na lang talaga pwede nilang gawin. Right to ace, behind the yellow, Blaze already spawning out one, pero delikado Narinig na ng VLT na meron nagpupush dito. No man mga kaibigan, only one more dagger na meron siya. Pero nga lang missing that shot though. Amaterasu with a kill onto one as well. 1v2 Velocity. Gonna win that round.
No problemo. Nakahawak sila ng kanilang mga Sheriff dito nakapag-igib pa nga ang kanilang mga baril. So that's a smart way for Velocity to actually just go with the risky buys. And even if no man got that first frag, I think hindi nila in-expect at all yung mga post-1 ng Velocity after they just went into B-side. Tapos yung post-plant, natalo din ang mga miyembro ng Oblivion Force. Pero sila pa rin ay makakapag-buy. Medyo chill pa rin naman sila kahit paano with that operator. But no man actually get one. Nope, because he's gonna be getting detected ngayon. At talagang oras pa ata ng Velocity na makapag-total control. Pero walang nakasilip sa iyan dahil nasa list ng mga miyembro nila dito. At no man, sa iba pa rin siya nakatingin after all. Hindi rin nagtumama ang kanyang operator. Pero uy, saan ka tumitingin? But at the same time, with that Hunter's Fury, may mga good distractions, but then confident pa rin ang Velocity for actually making that. Hellifter goes with the revive, but then Hypathor, still good shot coming from him, but going up against 4, medyo complicated na nga to kahit magtapunta ng utility dito. Si Q.
Yeah. Q mga kaibigan, one more orb for that Viper split daw. Pero yun nga naman natamaan ngayon yung knife ni KO, but still. It's just the pride of India mga kaibigan. The top 1 in their region, bumabawi na rin talaga ng todo. Pero itong mga players ngayon from Hong Kong, actually sa totoo lang, nung 2016, yan ang pinakaunang pinuntahan namin ng bansa ni Asoray. Hong Kong para mag-cast ng ibang bangbang. Ano yan? Masaya kasi one day lang naman yung event, pero marami kaming oras para maglumibot. I mean, ilang araw din kami doon, masaya kami. And tawag dito, sobrang lamig men, promise. Umabot ata kami ng 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. Oo. Nung nasa Taiwan naman kami ni kaibigang Asuray, mga 3 linggo ata kami nasa Taiwan nun. Sarap! Sarap ng buhay pag lumilipad ang aming team. Pero, kailangan na rin talaga lumipad yung mga scores ng mga players. Ito pala at least makabawi sila, pero yung Deathmake will actually take down Q. Through that smoke, through that wall. No man, all the way from Orange. Spawning out these players na nandun talaga.
Okay, but fast Velocity at the expense of 4 for the post plant. Malaking advantage to para sa kanila. Kita mo naman si Deathmaker, may 2 natuhog at isa na lang kagad ang natira. Furious, and he's gonna go down. And finally, flawless execution dahil si Deathmaker, kakaiba talaga to. Parang itong Velocity, naiintindihan na rin natin kung bakit silang best sa region nila so far with how they're managing with all the shots. And as you can see, yung lineup nila, di ba? Sobrang ganda. At kala ko may mag-o-omen uli eh. Pero iba.
Pero actually, if ever they're gonna pick Omen here, pwede naman to. I mean, I just realized na simulan ko na nga mag-Omen ulit. Kasi back then, Omen talaga ako, nag-Omen ako eh. Pero wala eh. Parang tinatawag ako ni Jet eh. Vil, piliin mo na ako, Vil. Tinatawag ako, men. Vil, piliin mo na ako. Alam ko naman na gusto mo kong piliin, Vil. Sige na. Gumagano'n sa akin si Jet, men. Nakakausap ko eh. Oh. Sige na, Vil. Kunin mo na ako. Bagano'n ka.
Nagtatagalog pala, no? Si Jet?
Oo, nagtatagalog si Jet. Hindi mo ba alam?
Ay, hindi ko alam eh. Ngayon lang, pero naniniwala ko sa Marikina Jet. Pero tinatrap ako nung Marikina Jet minsan pag nakasage sa ano eh. Sa breeze.
Oo, taprag naman yan eh. Ano ba? Sovamine na yun.
Oo, Sovaminer na tayo. Kaya nasusunod talaga. Palitan ko na si Kev sa NAOS.
Boom! Nagkatamaan na nga dito ng operator sa mid. Pero yun nga lang, no man. That third shot is not gonna connect onto these players of VLT. 3v3. Right to Ace. Is still alive. Meron siyang Hunter's Fury. Bladestorm is activated for the side of Deathmaker. Grabe yung pangalan yun, Deathmaker. Napakatindi, nakakatakot, di ba? Pero just the nades na meron na din sa Amaterasu para hindi talaga makapasok dito ang OF mga kaibigan. 6-2. And Velocity is doing it! Pangalan pa lang, di ba? Velocity! Ano? Pag may kasi, alam mo ba Ray? Pag narinig mo ang word na velocity, parang ano yan, velocity is parang quickness of motion yan, Ray.
Yeah, diba? Na. Ibig sabihin si Vil nung nasa 4th year siya, magaling sa physics, no?
Oo. Magaling ako sa physics. Ano, tama 4th year yun eh. Oo, tama 4th year. Hindi kasi kami inabutan ng K-12 eh. Hindi ka ba inabutan?
Kaya alam niyo na ilang taon na kami ni Vil. 22.
Oo, 22.
Nabata. Pero may nag-comment dito. Iba daw yung OF na gusto niya. Di ko alam yan. Oh.
Ay,
Ay,
wala
ako,
akong alam
gusto
dyan,
ko
boss.
Oblivion Force lang ang gusto ko.
Oblivion Force lang ako. Wala akong alam dyan.
Alam ko
Oh,
lang.
kaya kung ako mag-subscribe na kayo eh. Sa sa PPGL YouTube mga
Oo.
kaibigan. Sub na kayo doon, 'di ba? Grabe naman kayo.
Yan. Shoutout nga pala sa mga YouTubers na nanonood sa atin yan. Hello.
Si Sidestep ako ang fan niya. Ako yung nag-iisang fan niya. Alam mo ang tawag sa akin ngayon? Kung yung nag-iisang fan?
Oo.
Solo fan.
Ano naman tayo? Kamuntikan na eh. Kaya tumigil na konti si Bildan eh.
Ala nyo, may sasabihin ako, hindi ngayon, boy. Not today. Pero, flashed onto the side of a VLT. Pero, Vibor, nakaisa na nga rin dito. Plus, Hunter's Fury. Let's go po. Hinampas ni right way sa mga players dito ng OF ng kanyang Hunter's Fury though. Deathmaker mga kaibigan, sees one, pero yun nga lang hindi nagkakatamaan dito. Buhay na buhay pa si Furious. Furious meow. Fast and the Furious mga kaibigan. 2-7 so in favor of Velocity. And mukhang maganda ata ang kinain ni kaibigan Deathmaker. Sobrang nag-perform ang kuya mo, di ba? Lalo na dito kila Viboren. Si Right to Ace naka-isa pa with the Hunter's Fury.
Tapusin na nila to, nahiya pa sila. 13 to. Pwede naman. Pabor sa atin yun. Wow. Lakas eh. Iba yung buff ngayon ng velocity eh. Alam nyo, get talaga pag ikaw ang best sa region nyo. Talagang kakaiba yung movement nila. At especially naman sa Icebox. Magaling talaga yung region nila dito at Deathmaker. Walang katakot-takot. Sige, audition na kayo sa kanyang harapan. At 3 na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang mid-lap pa. May Viper speed pa, Bill. Kaya talagang may kita mo na handang-handa ang Velocity Gaming ngayon on all those post plant and how you need to give space para kay Deathmaker. That's also pretty big. And as he still tries to delay so much time, he gets the third one. At ngayon, nahahanapin na niya ang ibang mga miyembro para makakuha maybe an ace as what we expect. Pero I think yung time, hindi na ata forgivable na sa side ni Shaimito. Pero he still tries to go for a defuse. Pero
Ninja!
hindi nabibitawan.
Ninja, pero gusto ko ba si Viper mga kaibigan? Si Vibor, pinigilan!
Mainit!
Oo.
At ito. Kakaiba ang velocity. Parang si Deathmaker 17.5, nahihiya pa to Natandaan nyo, wala tayo nakita gano sa kanila on their own, aside from their own region. But yet, kita mo naman how they have that good standard of playstyle sa kanilang attacking against Oblivion Force. And kakaiba to, this is the best one out in the region. And yet, the difference so far, just because of the rounds na nanalong Velocity Gaming, really hypes up itong Velocity. And mahirap tanggalan ng momentum mga katulad nila.
Yeah, I mean, isipin mo naman, di ba, Velocity yan. Once na nakakuha ang, kunyari sa physics mga kaibigan, ganito lang yan. Momentum, pag-usapan natin ang momentum mga kaibigan. Ang kotse, pag yan, in-start mo, tapos tuloy-tuloy lang yan, di ba? Mahirap pigilan yan kasi nakakuha na siya ng momentum. Pag mabilis na yung speed niya, kahit anong gawin mo, kahit sobrang ganda ng brakes mo, mahirap pa rin talaga i-brake yan.
Last round in the
So, paano mo sisirain yung momentum ng Velocity ngayon? Yung speed ng ginagawa ng Velocity mga kaibigan, na napakahirap tanggalin kung tuloy-tuloy yung momentum nila. At saka napapansin mo, ganito lang yan maganda yung ginagawa rin ng Velocity ngayon kasi yung speed na ginagawa nila, syempre nakapag-change all na yung mga yan
Ayo. Mahal pa naman ngayon ang gasolina.
Oo, mahal ang gasolina ngayon.
Mahal din talaga magmahal.
Oo.
Kaya piliin nyo yung dapat para sa inyo. Kaya ngayon
Kaya kung yung jowa mo, mga kaibigan, lagi nagpapasundo, awagin mo na lang muna saglit.
Oh, di ba? Mahal pa naman gas. Sabihin mo, mag-ambag siya ng gas.
Oo, mag-ambag siya, di ba? Ambag-ambag lang, men.
Ayaw
Gas
pa mo
money.
mambag eh. Lahat na gastos eh.
Oh, pare. Pero if ever pupunta kayo sa BGC, pare, sheesh! If ever pupunta kayo doon, bro, you need to make them back to the gas money, bro, para lang at least magkaroon ka ng ano. Alam mo yun. Syempre, kasi the gas are too high, the gas prices are too high. So if ever gonna go to BGC, pare, shorty, sheesh! All you gotta do is probably gonna give like 500 or 200 gas money para syempre hindi medyo lugi nag-drive sa'yo, pare, sheesh!
Dire-diretso yun ah. Parang yun ang kinas mo ah. Kasi ngayon, na-score natin 2-10.
Oo eh.
Sige, 13 to nyo na. Para speedrun lang.
Tuloy-tuloy. Yung ba yung kinas? Yung gas money, pare. Okay, pare. Okay,
You want zigzag, bro?
Zigzags?
And Betamax Pro Max.
Ay, gusto ko yun, pare. Sulat yun, pare.
Slash, prefer.
Oh, tapos isasaw-saw mo sa sa toyo, pare. Parang yung GF mo, puro toyo, pare. Shit!
Tumatayo pa nga, wala pang kayo, bro.
Oh, pare. Pero ito na yung mga players ngayon ng OF. Yeah. Talagang gustong makabawi lang din talaga na it's just 2-10, man. To be honest, there's this Southeast Asian pride of me na na actually rooting for OF kahit konti lang. Pero to be honest, malakas talaga ang VLT. Ganito merong VCT ang India, pero ang tawag is Valorant Conquerors. Yeah. Conquerors ang tawag sa kanila. Not challengers, but conquerors. And top 2 is mapupunta dito.
Hey. Prefer. At, yun. Velocity. Ano, ginagawang unrated ata to, Vil eh. Or kaya yung rank na mabilis lang dahil Oblivion Force, hindi talaga nila mabasa at all eh. Actually, aim duel pa lang natatalo na sila even if they get those vandals, those phantoms, they haven't come up with something just to put on a stop kid that make it because he's been doing the first frag so far each round. So talagang medyo kailangan mag-alangan ng Oblivion Force dito. Pero maybe the gears might switch up dahil ngayon we're gonna be going into that pistol round at kapag ito pinabara ng Oblivion Force, baka tuloy-tuloy din ang momentum na meron sila.
Yeah, tuloy-tuloy din talaga ng momentum nung pwede nilang gawin dito mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo si Q, medyo kinakabahan na rin siya dito kasi medyo talagang delikado siya sa kamay ng VLT. Pero sabi ni Furious, meow! Meow! Mapapa-meow ka na lang din agad kasi kailangan i-retake to ng mga players ng VLT. Pero wala silang idea kung nasan ba yung mga ibang players sila dito. Yun nga lang, it's just they're gonna break that wall. Pero syempre meron din tao sa likod. Kala nyo sa harapan ng lahat. Hindi, sa likod din. No man. With the 2K onto that Sheriff Dr. Shy May, mga kaibigan, nakaisa pa with that Headhunter. But Furious, meow! Binabawi lang lahat na nawala sa kanila dito. I mean, yes, malakas ang VLT dito sa attacking kanina. Pero ngayon, babawi naman ang OF after the second half.
Makambak pa every time na every time na nasa defend and attacking ang mga teams natin pagdating sa icebox. At ngayon, nalalamangan nga nila at buti na lang nakapag-igib ng 8-round difference tong velocity or else baka mag-iba pa ang ihip ng hangin. Pero walang imposible para sa Oblivion Force dahil sila nga ang best sa kanilang region. So sa mga ganitong oras, ganitong times, kayang-kaya nila makabawi against velocity.
Kayang-kaya talaga nila makabawi dito because this is just the hindi ko naman sinasabi parang last chance kasi marami pa naman, pero syempre I mean last chance para makakuha sila ng magandang pwesto sa kanilang bracket though. Pero yung nga lang, Shy May catches one with that Spectre. I mean, it's fine already. I mean, sila naman talaga yung may lamang dito. They have the Spectre. They secured the win already with all the firepower that they have. Pushing it to 2v4. they really want to mess up with the pera of OFD to if ever. No man. Together with Shy May. Or 10 already. And here in this round is the time na talaga pwede sila makabawi with all the Vandals that they have. And Phantoms as well. So, wala na sila magagawa dito kundi need to secure everything, man. Actually, hindi ko alam pa ang ginagawa ni Deathmaker dun eh.
Wala lang.
Sa true lang, hindi ko alam kung ano ginagawa ni Deathmaker dun. Naka-crouch, nakatalikod, nakatingin sa likod, naka-crouch, nakatalikod, tapos gumagalaw ng konti. Siguro, iniiwasan yung yung mga utilities and syempre yung mga wall bang, pero syempre, matik na yun. Na merong naglalakad dun sa gilid, di ba?
Hindi ko din alam. Baka medyo ano lang. Na kulangan lang sa onting energy. But, ayun. Kulangan lang. Kasi may lamang naman daw sila eh.
Grabe yung laro nila no, gabi. Ito yung mga oras ng scrim eh. Mga ganitong oras, di ba?
Oo, kaya palang pala eh. At saka ready sila. Kasi late sila nagising malamang. Dahil nga last match pa naman daw sila, puro 3 games. Diba? Okay lang daw. Pero nakabawas na nga.
Oh my god, yun nga lang, nag-swing dito si Noman do, pero from up top, Noman gonna shut down the right 2 ace lang din talaga. But they still have that initiator, they still have Amaterasu, PV4, Furious Meow, getting that spike done, pero from behind, Q, get a shot, 1 down, 2v3 mga kaibigan, Amaterasu getting tagged, super low on HP. Are they gonna save this gun or not? Meron tayo sa kaliwa mo. Andyan si Hypator do. Nakita na ni Deathmaker. Sobrang bilis mga kaibigan. 2v2, winnable pa. But the time is not in their favor. So medyo delikado pa rin talaga. All they gotta do is probably save this gun na lang din. And gonna get that exit frags mga kaibigan. Pero nakita yung ulo. But at the end of the day, Spectre lang ang gamit ni Hypator.
Okay lang yun. Exit frags na lang. Still going with a save onto the side of the 2 members ng Velocity para magkaroon man lang ng hero na gun sa pagdating sa next round. Pero sayang to, no? Kung na-takedown siguro ni Viborto si Noman at hindi siya naipit doon, siguro baka manalo pa for that retake ang mga taga Velocity. But looking at it, 5 na lang. At nakakita ata tayo ng 2 10-pers ngayon, Bill, pagdating sa Icebox.
Yeah. But here in the other games, direct, tigilan po ako, direct. But here in these other games, mga kaibigan, medyo talagang nagkakaroon na rin siguro and ng konting bawi itong OF if ever. But Amaterasu mga kaibigan, just trying to spot out that wall, trying to catch someone off guard, trying to peek and trying to get a dink on someone. Para syempre magkaroon pa sila ng more chances of winning. Shy May! With a huge 2K, but Furious Mao from nowhere though. I mean, the push of OF is just tuloy-tuloy na sila dito magpunta ng B. They're not actually stopping, and as you can see, that is 4 rounds in a row na ginawa ng OF dito in VLT. Ang score is 210, pero from 210 to 610. Hindi na nakascore ang players ng VLT dito sa second half.
Di pinapagalaw yung baso, and nakita ko na rin yung rason kung bakit ba pagdating sa stats, okay talaga yung attacking na pairs na teams, but as for Oblivion Force, we haven't seen much yet. Yung VCT experience nila, wala rin tayo nakikita. Ngayon na lang sila sumali sa ganitong tournament, yet mukhang nagiging okay sa kanila ngayon. And looking at it, Vibor, na-spot nga kung nasaan siya. But ngayon, at least nababasa na nga ng Oblivion Force, saan ba nila i-expect ang kanilang mga kalaban? Baka ito na ulit ang time sa kanila na pumunta siya may B-site, just to take care of. That's gonna be just one. It's gonna be the Viper ng kalaban nila, which is Velocity. But as they just try to play it slow, di nila alam na may mga ibang miyembro na rin kagad ng Velocity na humahabol kahit papano, pero looking at it, there were just a lot of delays, a lot of post lineups, but then we still have a lot of time aside ng Velocity to actually plant this, but for Oblivion Force, but looking at it, nakapasok mga Sinoman ngayon, and he will spot at least one. It's gonna be before clearing out every angle na kung saan sila nag-aalangan, at apat na naman na natitira sa Velocity, pero si Kiyu pwede niya mabackstaban ang mga miyembro kagad. And speaking of, isa na lang natitira sa isang iglap, that's gonna be right to Ace, pero looks like he still gets the sprays. Time is ticking. Possible for him to win this, pero nga lang, time is ticking, and mukhang hindi na nga to magiging posible. Exit frags is the key, but I think it's just gonna be saving that Phantom of his.
Yeah, and kung napapansin natin talagang, so, grabe pala si Kiyu eh, no? Dati singer lang yun eh, rapper lang. Hindi mo natapos tong araw na to, Ray, na hindi ko sasabihin yon.
Uy, pero fan ako ni Kiyu ah. Ay, di Kiyon. Ang ganda talaga ng mga music niya. At saka di ba may meme siya dati? Siya yun eh. May meme siya eh. Pero yun. Meron na akong tropa. Crush na crush siya si Kiyo. At ngayon, mapapa-timeout na Velocity. Syempre, Vil. Ilang rounds na yun? 5 rounds na silang natatalo. Sunod-sunod ang Oblivion Force. Mga casters, 9:53 na. Woo! Ako naman ang alay bukas. First 3 games. Buti si Taylor maaga na natapos. Pero yun, nararamdaman ko na yung pagod. Lalong-lalo na dito. 3 games ka din ngayon, di ba, Vil? Yan, mga alay ng PH Broadcast. Yan ang dalawa ngayon ni Taylor. Okay ka pa dyan, Seb?
Lang. Kala mo ba may choice kami? Okay lang, ikaw ang alay bukas. Yung dalawa ni Taylor. Ano pa ako bukas eh? Last 2 games pa ako bukas.
Okay lang yan.
Mag-SBE ako bukas. Babawiin naming mga tito.
Paglalaban yung mga
Grabe naman si Furious Meow. Sipin mo naman, di ba? Merong line-up ng slow orb. Anong ganito ang Sage, men? Saan papunta yun? Yung slow orb na yun. Yun. PM ko nga. Yeah. Presa na slow orb.
Poison's off.
Dito lang, Lods.
Hindi ko alam, Lods. Sayun. Mag-aaral ng lineup yan. Slow orb yan eh.
Yeah.
Ang kita naman, Furious Meow. Diba? Hypathon. May B-Borden. Galing. Na-amaze lang ako. Kasi kakaiba eh. May iba. Kung ano first name, yun lang din yung pangalan nila eh. Sa PH, marami yun. Pero dito, Oblivion Force tries to take it. But unfortunately, walang makukuha. Just getting a lot of info. Pero sabi na, wag na. Lahat ng mga miyembro ng kalaban natin nasa attacking. Ay, nasa A site na kagad. So we just rush right through here in B. And even if there are just some of the lineups, but I think they're just be able to get it through.
30 seconds
Ito na
left.
ata ang pagbango ng abi na ginagawa ng OF mga kaibigan. Pero, Q. Hindi ka makakadaan dyan. You shall not pass.
Wala sila
Hold
dyan,
the door. Ito na si Q mga kaibigan. Andun lang din. Oy! Pero mabilis. Mabilis sa pangyayari. Pero sabi ni Health, ginagawa mo dyan, boy? We gotta kill on the Q though. Ion operator, meron dito si right to ace, but are they gonna get that retake? But I think medyo mahirap to, bes. Maganda ang posisyon ng OF. Amang off angle lang din talaga. Tignan mo, yung mga ganun, magugulat ka na, nasa harapan mo na. Pero sinasabi mo, mahal ka, pero wala naman siyang nararamdaman para sa'yo. Hirap nun, men. 2v1, health, mag-isa na lang siya, 1v2.
No charges.
The clock is ticking already. But sabi ni Shai May, man, tama na. Tigil na natin to. 8 na.
Biglang may napagod ah. Ayaw na daw. Pero alam mo kung ano mas nakaka-amaze din? Yung sasabihin sa'yo, be right back. Pero inabot na ng 3 months yung BRB. Kakain lang daw. Inabot na ng 3 months ng BRB.
Mali mo gutom.
Maliligo lang daw, inabot ng 3 months. Ay. Ayan talaga.
Yung mga ganyan, yung mga charge lang. Ganyan, yun, men. Huwag yung kain. Kasi yung kain lang kasi ano yun eh. I mean, okay lang yun. Pero yung charge lang. Ano yung charge mo, di ba? Ano yung charge mo? Yung buong meral ko? Ganun, men.
Kakain lang daw saglit. Ilang oras na, isang araw bago mag-reply. Hindi ko talaga magets. Okay. Pwede mo naman sabihin na ayaw mo kausapin yung tao. Pinaasa
diba?
mo pa.
Pero nakakainis din yung mga tao. Kunyari ka-chat mo, ka-text mo, tapos biglang magtatanong topic. Alam mo yun? Parang,
sorry.
Isip ka na pag-uusapan natin. Alam mo yun, parang...
Hello?
Uy, nagkaroon na ako ng gano'n kasi based mo na experience yun, mga kaibigan. Pero hindi alam ni Noma na meron tao dito sa baba niya, pero yun nga lang that
down B.
ultimate block command. Talaga pababayaan na lang din nila, pero kung napapansin mo si Amaterasu namatay, nakatayo pa. But Shy May together with Noman.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Diyos ko po, dalawang spike ang pinlant nila. 1v3. Narinig ko ba yung dalawa? Bang-bang na eh. Gulat ko, dalawang spike yung pinlant
Hirap
nila
nun.
Hirap nun, men.
Oo.
Dalawang tutut ang gagawin mo. Sige, pining niya. Pining ni Vibor, mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema, mag-isa lang siya. Kukunin na lang niya ang Q. Oh my God, Shy May!
Okay lang yan, nagsasave.
Oy, si kaibigang Vibor may problema.
Ano yan?
Wala siyang pera. So, kailangan niyang gawin, isave na lang din talaga to, pre.
Oo nga eh. Lahat na lang niya i-save. At, Vil, velocity hindi talaga gumagalaw yung score. Complicated to dahil magsisave na naman ang team ng velocity. And it's really getting out of hand. Yep, they get those mga kaltas. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa retake, seems like they can't handle moment at all. Ibig sabihin, Vil, kapag umabot to na makakapag-comeback talaga ng malaking Oblivion, alam mo na, sa first half lang naging consistent ang velocity. Ngayon, hindi talaga sila makagalaw at all how Oblivion Force plays this one out sa attacking, but at least Deathmaker, okay? Good way to take down Shiny. And that's already a sign, maybe, na pwede nang makalamang ngayon ang velocity after consecutive rounds.
Sipin mo kung meron 2-10, kung meron 9 trickers, meron 2-10 curse. Yan ang gagawin ng mga players natin ngayon sa Oblivion Force. I'm trying so hard not to see the other OF though. I'm trying so hard. I swear to God, ba?
Sabihin mo na lang OF.
Yun nga eh. OF na lang, OF. Hirap kasi.
Yung mga nagko-comment kasi. Ba't kayo ganyan?
Oh, diba?
Ay!
Pero dito naman ngayon sa mapa natin, mukhang ito natin inaantay na pagbangon ng api ng VLT ah. Health, Diyos ko po, sheriff sa mukha. Pwede nang kunin yung baril na yan.
Kuya ba na, kung gusto mo pang magkaroon ng pagbabago.
Baka makuha pa ng iba yan.
Oo, nasa iyo na, gusto mo pa bang bitawan?
Diba?
Hirap yan.
Oo. Nasa iyo na nga, pero iba yung gusto niya.
Ayo.
No man, with that operator. Sees one, oh my God, napakabilis na pangyayari. Grabe naman, look at the flick of the wrist na ginagawa ni Noman. Pero they have an idea kung nasa si Noman dito, but from behind, it's just Amaterasu. Asan yun? Papakita mo siya or not?
Wala.
Nasa likod ata. Hindi. Hindi na pinush. Okay. Kasi takot lang niya eh, di ba? On point si Noman, di ba? Pero ito yung isa sa pinaka on point. Nagulat yung mga players at hala, andun na pala yun?
May sound effects, hala. May gulat ah. At
one enemy remaining.
No problemo. And finally, velocity Nanalo na nga sila ng unang round sa second half. And dalawa na lang before they can finally tackle this on. But will they succeed
Scanning
once
ahead.
again? Dahil kapag natalo pa sila sa round na to, baka mag-save na naman sila. At kita mo naman, di na din nakapalag ngayon si Noman kay Deathmaker. After all, nag-getsing na din ang D1 ng Velocity. They may be able to give up a lot of rounds. But once that they get the upper hands pagdating sa mga strategies, they can actually get this right through. Pero on the same time, Oblivion Force, nandun na kayo sana sa momentum, yet may mga ibang plays na hindi mo lang ine-expect talaga si isang miyembro ng Velocity. It's gonna be their Jet to how he plays it. Very, very aggressive, but it's all up to Shyme. Ano nga ba siya makakapagpitas with that Vandal of his playing out up around to set up his there. Sinabayan na nga doon kagad as they enter right through. Although makakuha na ng information ang mga taga-Velocity as to where they are, Shyme still gonna play this one out. Vibors do not go down, but they need to take care of Amaterasu as he gets the first frag, throws off yung kanyang mga flash, pero naipit ang si Amaterasu dahil lang kay Q. At isa na lang kagad natitira si Deathmaker. Oto, maglalaro sila. Q.
Eto si kaibigang Q. Diyos ko po. What? Okay, nabaril pa rin, nabaril. Akala ko di binaril eh.
Oo nga
diba?
eh. Parang di ko na, parang tuguman, parang nauntog eh.
Oo.
Okay. Great.
Deathmaker. Diyan sila sa silip dito man. Kalma na.
Wala na siyang oras. Save na lang. Save para sa next map. Next map natin. At ngayon, ang ating next map is gonna be Ascent.
Sino pumili na to?
Ang pumili nito ay Velocity Gaming.
Nako po.
At tatandaan
Next
mo.
map sa ano? Alam mo naman na may map pickers tayo, mga kaibigan. Diba?
Nangyari sa ano eh. Pero, Vil, kapag nakita mo yung mga panalo ng Oblivion Force, parating nasa Ascent eh.
Deploying drone.
So, kung ayaw natin mag-gameplay.
Hindi, sige, okay lang.
Oh.
Nangyari na ang dapat nangyari, ganun talaga.
Oo. 12 maps ngayong araw. Ang galing. Okay lang. Mahal namin trabaho namin eh. Kaya nga kami tatlo. Masusulat na din kami. 3 PH casters lang ang meron sa PH broadcast. Walang ka-problema. May idol din ako eh. Yung isang English caster sa kabila eh. 4 na.
Oo, 4 si Tash.
Oo nga eh.
Si Tash Conejo.
Ay, ba't Tagalog ng donkey?
Ha? Anong donkey? Bunny kasi!
Okay. Hindi. Tatanong ko lang anong Tagalog na donkey.
Donkey?
Oo. Hindi ba kuneho?
Ang kuneho is rabbit.
Okay. Ganito ako Wait lang. Ano yun? Tinignan ko sa Google Translate, asno daw. Ang Tagalog na donkey?
Oo, pinaghayong aso tsaka kabayo, asno. Vibor. 1v1 with a great one. I mean 2v1. Naki-Q lang ang sagot. Napipigilan pa niya. Q nakakuha ng isa. But Vibor naubos na. May oras ba? Meron!
Uy! 5v3 yun! Nanalo pa ang Velocity!
Match point!
Wait! Okay. Grabe ka naman. OF. OF na nga lang gusto na sabihin. Nasa 5v3 na, natalo pa. Masyado nag-over ang mga miyembro ng Oblivion Force. At isa na lang at mananalo ang Velocity yata dito. Pero walang jet diff ngayon, Vil.
Man. So sila nga sa taas pagalingan talaga mag-computer dito mga kaibigan. Pero yung ngalan Deathmaker, magandang position niya. Pero sabi ni Shai, may kitang-kita niya kung ano ba nangyayari. dun sa taas nung tube. Ay,
Sabi dito sa comments, okay ka lang daw, bro.
Sino?
Ikaw daw.
Sino nagtatanong?
Broadcaster. Sa Twitch. Okay ka lang daw ba, bro?
I'm doing great, bro.
Prefer?
Everything's great, bro.
Shit. Oh. Okay, kakasalipan lang. Pero bawas na naman. Wala pa. Okay, kulang na ng initiator. Mga Oblivion Force. Medyo complicated to pumasok sa site, ha? Wala din silang taga-flash, eh. Unlike sa velocity, meron, eh. Okay, sabi, bubulangan na to. Pre, sa'yo mo respect. Ako entry. Albara.
Sag-OT pa, no?
Oo. Ay, nako. Pati talaga, sakit talaga sa ulo niyan. Pero okay lang. Siyempre, mahal namin trabaho
30 seconds left.
Pero yun nga lang siya, may going in already. Pero it's time for the players of VLT to stop the possible push of OF right now. Pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talaga nababawas dito sa side ng VLT. Pero yun nga, Fury's Mouth pushing in with the spike being planted. Vibor sees one, Vibor with a third one though. Fury's Mouth, the only man remaining. 2 versus 3 situation right now. Nakabuhay na nga ng patay dito. Pero meron silang idea kung nasan ba yung isa. Pero with just that slow or mga kaibigan will stop the possible win and possible push na gagawin dito ng OF. But yeah, VLT winning the first map here in the best of 3 series. And the one thing for sure, I mean, yung mga players ngayon ng Velocity Gaming syempre sobrang saya knowing na ito yung mapang pinili nila. Next map is Ascent na pinili naman ngayon ng Oblivion 4. So probably we're gonna get to see a game number 3. So mali nyo lang.
Okay, but still, it was a good, a really ticket na match between the two. Akala natin it's just gonna be a one-sided match after all, pero bumawi talaga sa attacking ang mga katulad ng OF or Oblivion Force. Pero nakakagulat lang din talaga. Buti na lang ang Velocity nakapag-keep sila ng 8-round defense. Kasi pag yun 9-3 or 8-4, could have been sa side ng Oblivion Force na makakabawi sila. But we all know why Aslox is the favorite coming in from the South Asia region kasi all of them are technically good in this map. And ang Oblivion Force, as the stats says here, they only have like a 50% win rate, pero I think they still lack a lot of what we can call experience pagdating dito, but not bad. Rather slow start for them. Bumawi sila at dikit na din naman ang laban nila against Velocity. But on the other side, Velocity all around sa kanila, that KO that together with that Sova has been really different sa kanila. And let's not forget, ang mga players, grabe, ng Velocity gaming. Imagine you have such as Deathmaker. He's been popping off so much, getting good entries at his on point na spaces na ginagawa niya sa team. That's something to take note of. And looking at it, good start. And tignan natin anong mangyayari sa Ascent Cup. At ba ay walang gameplay or meron pa rin talaga magkaka-gameplay tayo.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Pero itong mga ginagawa lang din talaga ng OF mga kaibigan, we really thought that magkakaroon tayo ng magandang turnaround if ever. And the comeback is actually waving onto the side of OF. Pero yun nga lang, at the end of the day, it's just the map. I mean, the team who picked this map will gonna get that win. But yeah, at least hindi na pa ako sa yung score ng OF dito, and halos mabawi pa nila no? Nag 10-10, di ba? I mean, ang score nila is 13-10, di ba? So that is 8 rounds in a row. I mean, importante na yun, good na rin yun. And talagang pinapakita lang din talaga ng OF na kahit nagkaroon sila ng konting mishaps, magkakaroon pa sila ng bawi dito. Pero kung napapansin mo yung ginawa ni Amaterasu, men, ano yun? Nagkasalisihan sila ng isa.
Sayang lang. Yung mga nasayang lang na rounds na importante sana ang mga katulad ng Oblivion Force, katulad na 350 sila. So medyo maraming pagkukulang sa kanila. And let's see if sa next map magiging posible nga sa kanila to actually get this, guys. So, let's see what will happen sa next map as we're gonna go on a short break here in APAC Challengers. Kami yung Shoutcasters. Hi, kami, and of course, join me here is Bill, guys, and see you after the short break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Hello guys, what's up? Nandito pa rin tayo sa laban between Velocity Gaming and Oblivion Forces. We're gonna be going sa next map, which is going to be Innocent. Kami yung Shotcasters. Ako si Riri at syempre kasama ko si Vil. Time check 10:15 PM pa rin. At mainit pa rin naman ang laban between these two. A close matchup in Icebox. 13-10 in favor of Oblivion Force sa kanilang map pick. But ngayon, ang Velocity Gaming kaya makakabawi nga ba sila sa susunod na mapa? Which is going to be, once again, Innocent.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see if ever makakabawi lang din talaga sila dito sa mapa na ito, mga kaibigan, kasi they're gonna switch it up from big map, which is Icebox. Nilipat sila sa isang map na sobrang daming flashy plays na talagang pwede mong gawin dito. Isa to sa mga standard maps na hindi talaga siya nawawala. Isang best of 3 match, lalo dito sa Pilipinas. Paborito ng Pinoy ang Ascent. Pero may kita natin, paborito rin ba ng mga kapatid natin sa ibang region itong mga mapa na to. But it's time for Oblivion Force na makabawi na rin talaga kasi I mean, they don't wanna end this best of 3 series on a 2-0 score for sure. Kasi isipin mo, di ba, pag naging 2-0 to, sa lahat ng matches ngayon, sila lang yung 2-0. Medyo masakit yun. Totoo lang, Rere.
And speaking of masakit, I think pagdating dito sa Velocity Gaming, when you take a look at their Ascent stats, mas lower kesa sa Oblivion Force. Pero kasi ang problema is yung experience itself nasa side ng Velocity Gaming, and we can already see yung experience ay mas kalamangan talaga even if the stats has been winning and has been favoring Oblivion Force against NAOS together with Bleed kanina sa may split. Yung experience ng NAOS, we haven't seen a single split map out of them yet. Pero nung nakita nga natin Bleed, they had a 5 matches here in this map. Naging mas kalamangan nga nila with the 13-11 against NAOS. So let's see if it's gonna be the same as how Velocity Gaming plays this out against Oblivion Force, dahil walang posible sa Oblivion Force na magkaroon ng comeback. Pero kinukulang lang talaga minsan sa mga valuable na rounds sa decision making, may onting kulang, and hopefully ngayon ma-up nila yung gears as we're gonna be going into a map such as Ascent where we've seen a lot of comeback stories din naman. Same goes as here in Icebox.
Yeah, napakadaming comeback stories dito sa game na to, man. I mean, sa lahat ng magandang mga games na nakas natin lahat, sobrang dami dito sa Ascent. And itong lalong-lalo na Ascent, isa to sa mapa na talagang momentum-based map eh. Kasi if ever na tuloy-tuloy yung momentum mo, talagang ma-overwhelm mo yung kalaban mo dito. But syempre, nakadepende naman talaga yun dun sa mga players if ever that they really want to push out each other, they really want to be aggressive, or probably they just wanna stick it up sa medyo mabagal lang na galawan. Nakadepende naman yun. Tulad nga ng mga ibang teams ngayon, depende na rin nila yung mga playstyle nila. Depende rin sa playstyle din ng mga kalaban nila. No? Hindi naman porket meron silang ganitong playstyle, they're not gonna like ito lang yung gagamitin nila all throughout, no? Hindi gumagana yun kasi this playstyle might work dito sa ganitong dito sa team A pero not gonna work dito sa team B. So nakadepende pa rin talaga yung mga playstyle nila if ever na talagang kung paano nila to i-pull off. And yeah, gandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Dinner time.
The night is still young pata para sa iba, pero parang kami parang gusto namin matulog. Pero syempre, mag-close kami ngayon. What is sleep? Diba? When you have still like this 4 series ang meron nga sa araw na to. At nakita nga natin iba-ibang mga teams na pinakita na ang kanilang kapangyarihan dito sa may group stage. Pero huwag kayo mag-aalala guys. Sa mga tatanong, marami ang nakita. Yung SBE, kailan po sila? Bukas. At si V lang mag-akas nun. Siya lang mag-isa.
Oo, lang.
Diba? Solo caster si Will bukas. Pero nakakatuwa na maraming teams, iba-iba. They come up with another new set of strats. They come up with exciting rosters. But then, yung set of, this is already a sign. Sino ba yung mga most likely pwede nating makita heading on towards playoffs? It's a challenging bracket syempre sa isa nating page representative, which is gonna be NAOS. Pero I think, pagdating naman sa kanila, nakita naman natin they got a one map out of Bleed. So siguro medyo nagkaroon na ng kasayangan pagdating sa split. And hinihintay pa rin natin ngayon ang agent selection na ng dalawang teams na to. So sana, mag-agent selection na tayo para makita natin syempre kung ano bang mga bago na lang, maybe, upper hand strategies pagdating sa mapang to.
Yeah. In terms of katagalan, mga kaibigan, parang ito rin yung ano natin, yung sa agent selection natin. Pero dito kasi sa side ng mga kalaban natin, mga kaibigan, nakadepende naman yun if ever gagamitin nila sila Neon, pero hindi. Mukhang mag-robocop muna tayo mga players natin ngayon. Double robocop, mga kaibigan. We have Amaterasu. Tsaka si Shy May with that KO. And uy! Hindi. Akala ko mirror match. Almost lang pala. Naiiba lang si kaibigang Health and Q. The chamber. and Killjoy.
Mechanically wise, almost the same naman sila, but I think isa dito sa velocity kailangan nating abangan ang kanilang duelist, but what can they actually pop off with that chaos and with those omens na meron sila. So we're gonna be going into Ascent kung ito na nga ba ang pagwawagi sa side ng Velocity Gaming or still Oblivion Force with what they have with that Killjoy, maybe at table turner kung saan pwede nga na makuha itong mapa na to. Maybe a reverse sweep as what we've seen on the previous matches na meron tayo. Grabe din yung unang match kanina, Novil. Yun ang literal comeback. Talaga. At,
grabe lahat na nangyayari, men. Oo. Grabe yung kanina, men. Totoo yun. Yung ano, yung myth.
Oo.
Grabe yun.
Uy, grabe talaga. At ngayon, may mga nagme-message siya. Ay, may mga nagko-comment. Sabi pala ni Direk, sana kumain na ang mga casters. Libre mo ba kami, Direk? Shoutout nga pala sa Direk namin na dito pa rin siya. Hanggang sa magtapos kasama kaming mga casters. Pangalan Red.
Ang pangat ng trip no?
Bakit?
Ang iinggit siya.
Oo nga
Ano mo sino?
Talagang sana kung nang libre si Direk, edi sana happy-happy. No?
Oo.
Happy-happy sana tayo. Yun. Hindi pa, uikot-ikot lang tayo dito sa may, Rotonda yung naisip ko. Sa Recto! Sa BGC. Name it all. Ito yung mga, alam mo yung sa likod ng Bonifacio High Street. Yung may mga ganito itsura. Share ko lang. Sa sharer ako SKL. SML. At big shoutouts din pala sa mga nanonood. Ayan. Hello kay hello kay Jacob. Yan. Sana masaya ka, Jacob. At lahat kami naka-uniform dito. Ito ang uniform namin sa Twitch broadcast. Wala lang. Trip lang namin. Mahal na mahal namin si Imi yan. We love our country.
PH number 1. Hindi 12 hours na pala tayo nagka-cast.
Oo nga Saya-saya na.
Ako nagsimula ako kaninang first game. Ikaw, mahaba ang tulog mo rin.
Kahit para nakakapagod naman. Siyempre, nag-all out ako sa NAOS kanina.
Oo.
Grabe yung bleed.
Oo, men.
Talunin mo mga 1v1 si Pete.
Baka pauwi yan bigla.
na goodbye Philippines. Now, looking at it, alam ko di pa nagsastart. Man, ayaw pa mag-start. Last game na Hindi, joke lang. Tingnan natin So, interesting daw sa velocity in fairness I love how aggressive they are. Almost the same play as one of their representatives nga na hindi nakapasok, unfortunately. Those aggressiveness, we're seeing it. But I think pagdating lang sa execution, velocity is getting the upper hand. And hindi naman natin pagkakailayan na totoo nga naman, kitang-kita mo na very effective yung ginagawa nila. Very utility-wise, it's really okay. And a lot of teams has been more confident into using that KO kasi it can actually grasp just one side. You have that flash, pwede ka magbigay ng napaka-particular anchor pagdating sa either of the sides. So, it's very interesting to see